Traversing the Douluo Continent alongside Fukalos, one unexpectedly acquires the ancient power of the dragon and ascends to the status of the Water Dragon King. I am now a complete dragon, capable of judging the gods of Douluo. The tides have returned, I have come back. Years later, only harmony remains, suffused with love and justice across the Douluo Continent. Fukalos remarks, I cherish you as a friend. Such fleeting notions as mortality and romantic entanglements are quite embarrassing. Yuena questions, what grants this Water Dragon King such formidable strength? Qian Renxue asserts, Tang San, he can perish. I do not recognize him. Fukalos comforts, Water Dragon, do not weep. I have promised you, have I not? 1. My fleeting wife. Alas, the pain is unbearable. Mihuyo, you possess no heart. My fleeting wife. The water god has two manifestations. One divine, unseen by sun or moon, the other human, unheard of by divine name. 4-5 centuries, deceiving the heavens and concealing from the Dragon King. Only Feng Dan seeks a new dawn. With a sword suspended above, delicate feet dance, sinners twirl in rhythm. Tears cascade, power reclaimed, declaring no one guilty. The prophecy begins with only one destined to return, while the tale concludes with only one remaining absent. Fukalos Funina with a sword held high. They twirl and dance, sinners twirl in rhythm. Beneath the crown of tears, bearing the burden alone, humanity weaves a multitude of tales. The young boy gazes at the screen, unable to contain his sorrow at the moment of Fukalos' demise. His heart trembles, and his hands quiver. The god of justice, should he not restore the ancient power of the dragon, would be deemed unjust. Should he neglect to save the people of Feng Dan, he would be deemed unkind. Yet, this requires her to endure 5 centuries of solitude, coupled with her own life. Perhaps overwhelmed by sorrow, the boy closes his eyes, never to awaken, his life passing in such a manner. Visitor, your journey concludes here. The world has rejected you. In his confusion, the boy faintly hears something, yet cannot quite grasp it. Water Dragon, do not weep. Villet, do not be sad having regained the ancient power of the dragon. You should rejoice. Moreover, we seem to, Villet, on the Douluo Continent, in the Heaven Do Empire within Soto City. So is this why I'm called Villet? The boy, or rather Villet, gazes in bewilderment at the elder before him. Upon traversing realms, he felt a twinge of confusion. Had he perished? Customarily, unexpected transitions lead one to the realms of games, novels, or films cherished in life. Yet, he had merely been playing the game Genshin Impact. Why then did he find himself in the Douluo Continent? Was it merely because he had idly perused the original Douluo literature? The elder nods regarding this matter. Young Villet, it is indeed quite peculiar. Why discovered you? I was about to name you, you were there proclaiming, Villet. Upon hearing this, I thought the name splendid far better than my own, Lexius. Thus, I named you Villet. Lexius chuckles, recalling how odd it was for an infant to speak. This is one of the reasons he took Villet under his wing as a grandson. Villet stands in astonishment, his memories of a previous life now awakening, the mysteries of his birth unraveling, leaving him slightly disoriented. Before him stands Lexius, a formidable soul, and the patriarch of one of the 8 hidden families. To speak of these 8 families is to mention the Soul Arena, for aside from the arenas within the martial Soul City, all others are operated by these families. The 8 families refrain from participating in the conflicts of the Douluo Continent, content to manage their arenas, which is one reason they have not been challenged. Additionally, their own power is paramount. Each of the 8 families boasts at least one Soul Douluo among them, amounting to no less than 8 Soul Douluos. Such a force, refraining from any disputes, would it be prudent to provoke or annihilate them? One should not underestimate Soul Douluo. Even the leaders of the lower 4 sects are merely Soul Douluo level. Lexius possesses an eccentric yet carefree disposition, and Villet, as his adopted grandson, does not share his surname, which is not unusual. Moreover, as Villet was found and will not inherit their family's martial legacy, differing surnames may be preferable. At least the direct descendants would not oppose Villet's presence. Young Villet, tomorrow marks your 6th birthday, do not carry any burdens. Even if you cannot become a soul master, my pocket money suffices for you to live lavishly for a lifetime. Lexius pats Villet's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Initially, Lexius perceived Villet's unique ability to speak as a sign of exceptional talent, believing he would undoubtedly achieve greatness, which is why he chose to take him in rather than send him to the orphanage at the Soul Arena. Years have passed, and Lexius now regards Villet as his own grandson. He has lived a carefree and unrestrained life. Having no offspring, Villet's arrival has brought a subtle change to his twilight years. Awakening one's martial soul and becoming a soul master is of utmost significance in the Douluo Continent. If, upon awakening his martial soul tomorrow, Villet possesses no soul power and cannot become a soul master, Lexius' savings would ensure Villet could live luxuriously for generations. Of course, under the condition of prudent spending. Hearing this, Villet snaps back to reality, involuntarily twitching at the corner of his does he appear burdened? He is merely troubled by the question of why he is named Villet. Never mind. Since I am here, I shall accept it. The past is but a wisp of smoke I have now arrived in the Douluo Continent. To dwell on previous matters is merely a source of unnecessary distress. With this thought, Villet resolves to cease his inner turmoil. Fate has ordained him this name, and surely his martial soul would not be lacking. There is little he can do. The awakening of a martial soul is beyond his control. He is an outsider, an orphan discovered by Lexius. What could his martial soul be? Villet is utterly uncertain. Old man, I have yet to awaken my martial soul or test my soul power. Why speak such pessimistic words? Upon hearing this, Lexius is taken aback indeed. He has not yet awakened his martial soul, and here he is already contemplating Villet's retreat. A soul master should forge ahead with determination. Ha! Young Villet speaks wisely. It is indeed I who misspoke. My grandson is exceptionally gifted, and in less than 2 months he could articulate words. He is destined to become a soul master. Lexius strokes his beard, exuding an air of confidence. Upon hearing this, Villet feels a chill run down his spine, his entire being frozen. Dear grandfather, could you refrain from setting such a flag at this moment? The last one who proclaimed my son possessed the bearing of an emperor met a dismal fate. This statement left Violet at a loss for words, her expression perplexed and her demeanor tangled, truly rendering Lexius somewhat bewildered. Fufulos. For the inhabitants of Douluo Continent, the age of 6 marks a pivotal moment that shapes one's destiny. Now, 6 years have elapsed since Violet's journey began. Today signifies the crucial instant of his martial soul awakening. Unlike ordinary commoners, whose martial souls may awaken at any time throughout the year, the awakening for the populace occurs on a designated day, facilitated by the Spirit Hall's steward. Families of noble lineage or those with spirit master elders can assist their children in awakening their martial souls at the age of 6. And affluent commoners may also pay a fee to the Spirit Hall for this service. Little Navi, do not be anxious. Close your eyes and attune your heart to your martial soul. Throughout this process, your grandfather will guide you with his soul power. Unlike the weaker stewards, such as Su Yun Tao, Lexius does not require an awakening stone to assist in the martial soul awakening. The use of an awakening stone is primarily a precaution against insufficient soul power that might lead to failure. Lexius, a formidable soul Douluo, possesses soul power as deep as the ocean and does not need such assistance. Indeed, he does not even release his martial soul. Standing before Lexius, Navi nodded. Though claiming not to be nervous, felt disingenuous. Having traversed worlds once, he was determined not to remain a powerless commoner. In this realm, strength is the ultimate currency. Thank you, grandfather. Navi expressed his gratitude, feeling immensely fortunate. Without Lexius, he might have perished on that fateful winter night. Even the question of whether anyone would have aided in his martial soul awakening remains uncertain. Lexius waved his hand, a smile illuminating his face. A child who knows gratitude is a good child. He was not concerned about the lack of strength in others, but rather the absence of appreciation. For ungratefulness is universally despised. Lexius stroked his beard and, seeing Navi obediently close his eyes, began to channel his soul power towards him. The awakening of one's martial soul, in essence, involves utilizing soul power to stimulate the body, thereby revealing the hidden martial soul within. As time passed, Navi's body slowly ascended under the influence of the soul power, halting when he was approximately 1 meter off the ground. Minutes drifted by, and after about 5 minutes, Lexius furrowed his brow. Strange. Typically, a normal person's martial soul manifests within 2 minutes. What could be the issue with little Navi? Observing the shimmering azure aura enveloping Navi, Lexius muttered to himself. Based on the radiance emanating from Navi, his martial soul should possess water or ice attributes. yet remained elusive. It is nearly inconceivable for a 6-year-old to conceal their martial soul under such circumstances. No matter how gifted a child may be, it simply cannot be. Navi remained oblivious to the passage of time in the external world, as the soul power transported him to an ethereal oceanic realm. Surrounded solely by water, he felt warmth and no discomfort. In that moment, a gentle and profoundly familiar voice resonated in his mind. "Navi, we meet again." The familiarity of the voice sent a shiver down his spine, a sensation both comforting and surreal. She should not be here. Moreover, her manner of addressing him raised questions. "Who are you?" he inquired. "Did you not already suspect?" The soft voice carried a playful tone, reminiscent of youthful exuberance. "Fufulos," Navi blurted out instinctively, still grappling with disbelief. Fufulos was alive. She had traversed the Douluo Continent alongside him. What could this mean? Furthermore, why did she refer to him as Navi? He was not the true Water Dragon King. It was merely a name bestowed upon him by coincidence. Bingo! You guessed correctly. It seems I have left quite the impression on little Navi. Navi, you are mistaken. I am not the Water Dragon King, but merely a mortal named Navi, he clarified. While hearing the voice of his ostensibly short-lived wife brought him joy, he could not mislead this goddess of justice. Misunderstood? Navi's explanation left Fufulos momentarily speechless. How could she possibly be mistaken? This little Navi resembled the young Water Dragon King to an uncanny degree. Moreover, the ancient dragon's authority rested upon him. She had once possessed part of that authority, so how could she err? Could it be that Navi had lost his memory? Or had he chosen to feign ignorance due to her deception? Perhaps it was a consequence of their crossing into another world? Fufulos, realizing she had not perished, but instead found herself in this new realm with little Navi, was utterly bewildered. Fortunately, the matters concerning Fontaine had been resolved. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss. "Navi, let us reacquaint ourselves. I am the demon god Fufulos, once the goddess of justice and the water god." "Reacquaint? At least reveal your true form." Navi mentally scoffed. "That day will come. At present, I lack the ability to take on a corporeal form." Fufulos, seemingly aware of Navi's thoughts, spoke lightly. Reconstructing her shattered divinity was no simple task, and unless she could absorb a significant amount of energy or regain some ancient dragon's authority, she would remain in her current state. Naturally, she had relinquished some of that authority to Navi, so it was impossible for her to reclaim it. This aspect she conveniently omitted. Could Fufulos truly discern his thoughts? Navi blinked in confusion. Moreover, was she perhaps in a pure water spirit state now? The demon god Fufulos had once been an ordinary pure water spirit before acquiring the powers of the previous water goddess, Igoria, thus attaining her divine status. Akin to the wind, god Barbados. Why ponder so much? If Fufulos could truly perceive his thoughts, then did she overhear his musings about his short-lived wife? As this realization struck him, Navi's face flushed, and he cast a peculiar glance around, only to find himself surrounded by water. Fufulos remarked, "Is the notion of a short-lived wife somehow peculiar for you, Navi?" Lexius had never anticipated that aiding someone in the awakening of their martial soul would leave him drenched in sweat. He was utterly flabbergasted. What a terrifying experience. He gasped, incredulous that merely awakening a martial soul could be so taxing. Maintaining the awakening ceremony had already consumed 80% of his soul power. What on earth was happening? Navi seemed to be an insatiable void, endlessly siphoning his soul power. Had he been assisting an ordinary individual, Lexius would have severed the flow of energy long ago. But this was his grandson. How could he possibly cut off his future? The more peculiar the martial soul awakening, the more formidable it becomes. Yet, he felt himself on the verge of collapse. Just as Lexius, drenched in sweat, prepared to surrender to fate, the violet, suspended a meter above the ground, began to transform. A water-blue silhouette emerged faintly behind him, resembling Violet during the martial soul awakening with a striking resemblance. The figure radiated righteousness, wielding a staff. With 2 strands of water-blue hair, resembling dragon, horns atop his white locks. Simultaneously, the awakening Violet's hair shifted from black to white, and 2 water-blue strands appeared atop his head, which were, in fact, the dragon horns of the Water Dragon King. However, upon manifesting in human form, the shape of the horns had changed, and the staff was absent, indicating it was not a component of the martial soul. Lexius's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, "A humanoid martial soul?" Humanoid martial souls were not unheard of in the Douluo Continent, but they were exceedingly rare and invariably powerful. Among them, the most iconic was the inherited martial soul of the Spirit Hall, the six-winged angel. Lexius glanced at Violet, then at the figure behind him. The likeness was uncanny. One could say that this silhouette was a grown-up version of Violet. How could this be? Could it be that the young Violet had an extraordinary origin? He found himself perplexed. It was truly bizarre. If he could not comprehend it, he resolved not to dwell further. Martial souls were full of wonders. Perhaps this was a mutated martial soul? In the Douluo Continent, anything that could not be explained could be attributed to mutation. Mutated soul skills, mutated martial souls, mutated soul rings, and soul bones. That Violet's successful awakening of his martial soul was already a source of great satisfaction for Lexius. Why ponder too much? With the martial soul awakened, Lexius no longer needed to sustain the flow of soul power. Just as he prepared to sever the connection, an unexpected event occurred. A water-blue book slowly materialized before Violet, settling into his right hand. It bore flowing lines reminiscent of ocean waves, exuding an aura of the extraordinary. Lexius was momentarily stunned, rubbed his eyes with disbelief, and muttered, "A twin martial soul? First a humanoid martial soul, and now one resembling a book. What was happening? Could it be that Violet possessed twin martial souls? Had he stumbled upon a treasure?" At that moment, Violet opened his eyes, still somewhat dazed. Fukulos had not perished. She had traversed to the Douluo Continent with him. However, she was currently in a precarious state, unable to maintain her human form and requiring ample energy to revert. For now, she could only reside within his sea of consciousness. Awaiting the moment, she gathered sufficient energy to regain her human shape. Such a transformation was not something that could be accomplished overnight. The burden weighed heavily on Violet's heart, while Fukulo's survival was a blessing. This short-lived beloved was indeed his favorite paper figure from his past life. To his astonishment, Fukulo's was genuinely real. "Fukulo's, I shall aid you in reconstructing your form." Violet vowed silently. Outside the dwelling, the sky opened as the drizzle ceased, and sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the earth once more. "Little Violet, you still have such a penchant for tears," teased Fukulos, though Violet did not hear her words. "My grandson possesses an invincible demeanor." Upon hearing this, Violet nearly twisted his back, jolted back to reality. He cast a confused glance at Lexius. What was the cause of such excitement? While it was one thing to claim he had the potential to become a soul master, possessing a titled position was acceptable, but how could one attain an invincible stature? Previously, Violet had not yet comprehended that Fukulos had not only survived, but had also traversed to the Douluo Continent with him. It was only now that he began to notice the changes within himself. He felt an overwhelming surge of power, and in his right hand appeared a book, the Eternal Flowing Classic. This book was familiar to him. Was it not the signature weapon of the Water Dragon King Violet? What was happening? That sensation of a blood connection was no mere illusion. Is my martial soul truly the Eternal Flowing Classic? Violet blinked, sensing something was amiss. It seemed he had undergone changes as well. He felt the water molecules around him vibrantly alive, as if he could perceive their emotions and manipulate them. "With twin martial souls, my grandson, you possess an invincible stature," Lexius exclaimed excitedly, disregarding his sweaty appearance and any potential embarrassment before Violet, as he retrieved a crystal mirror from his storage soul tool and placed it before Violet. "Violet. Good heavens! How could my appearance resemble that of the Water Dragon King Violet so closely?" Upon glancing at the figure behind him, he became increasingly convinced that the other martial soul was indeed Violet. Was this truly just a martial soul? Violet pondered, though the silhouette behind him remained silent to his inquiries. No wonder Fukulos believed I was the Water Dragon King Violet. He realized as clarity dawned upon him. Under Lexius's guidance, Violet swiftly learned how to retract his martial soul. However, curiously, upon doing so, his external appearance remained unchanged from when his martial soul had been manifested. "Grandson, remember this. Unless absolutely necessary, do not use your second martial soul." Following this, Lexius seemed to recall something, shook his head, and continued, "No, that is not right. If there are individuals protecting you who cannot prevent your use of the second martial soul, then using it will not alter the situation. My grandson possesses divine potential. Among these two martial souls, select one as your primary martial soul while concealing the other. Do not reveal it lightly until you reach the titled Douluo level. Violet understood the rationale behind Lexius's advice and did not press for further explanation, merely nodding in acknowledgement. I understand, old man. Aren't you curious as to why? Lexius inquired, puzzled, as this was his moment to showcase his knowledge. Yet the young Violet did not inquire further, leaving him somewhat discontented. Upon hearing this, Violet's eyelid twitched. Lexius's eager demeanor was somewhat amusingly frustrating. Why? Unable to resist, Violet decided to feign ignorance and inquire. Twin martial souls differ from ordinary soul masters with a single martial soul. As the name implies, one possesses two martial souls. Surpassing limits. One martial soul requires soul rings, while the other does not need to obtain soul rings until higher cultivation. Imagine, when you reach the rank of soul Douluo or even title Douluo, will the soul rings for your second martial soul still be of the 100-year or 1,000-year variety? This is why your grandfather said you possess an invincible stature. As for why you should not reveal your twin martial soul, it is because a common man does not escape blame for possessing a precious jewel. Once, there were soul masters with twin martial souls, yet none succeeded in attaching 9 soul rings to their second martial soul. However, what if someone were to achieve such a feat? Those lacking the capability would inevitably envy those who possess it, leading to the assassination of such prodigious talents. Until one possesses sufficient strength, it is prudent to remain concealed and avoid exposure. Our 8 great families share a deep bond, and we are not to be trifled with. Yet, the unreasonable assassinations by others are difficult to guard against. Should one falter before achieving growth, it could be disastrous. Do you understand? Lexius gently patted Violet's shoulder, imparting his heartfelt wisdom. He feared that Violet, with his youthful exuberance, might wish to flaunt his uniqueness, which contradicts the principles of the reclusive path. True strength lies in one's own power. The superficial pursuits of fame and fortune are of no concern to the hidden families, merely a source of amusement. Violet nodded in understanding, his mind as clear as a mirror. How could he not comprehend? Yes, I understand. Lexius thought to himself, realizing he had misjudged. Violet was far too clever. He felt no sense of accomplishment in guiding his junior. Come now, let us test your innate spirit power. Grandfather consents that you possess innate spirit power, though the exact level remains unclear. Upon concluding his words, Lexius discreetly produced a testing crystal, which was not the inexpensive variety used by the Spirit Hall, but a high-quality instrument capable of measuring spirit power below the rank of Spirit King. It appeared only slightly larger than a standard testing crystal, yet served the same purpose. As a peak spirit Douluo, if he could not discern Violet's innate spirit power, that would indeed be strange. Violet glanced at the crystal ball, exhibiting no hesitation as he placed his right hand upon it. Instantly, the crystal ball emanated a strong attraction, beginning to absorb Violet's spirit power and glowing brightly. Violet gazed at the crystal ball in confusion. After all, he was a twin martial soul wielder, one being the Water Dragon King, and the other, the divine artifact, the eternal flowing classic. Yet, the crystal ball illuminated to barely half its potential. Could it be that he was a failure? An innate power below level 5? Lexius swallowed hard. He had previously believed Violet's innate spirit power to be considerable. Yet this revelation surpassed all expectations. This indicated innate level 20. Not only had he never seen such a thing, but he had never even heard of it. Wasn't the full innate spirit power supposed to be level 10? What then? Did Violet's innate level 20 signify? Grandfather, I cannot possibly be a failure with innate power below level 5, can I? Violet instinctively inquired, utterly bewildered. Although his spirit power was not insubstantial, how could such a vast reservoir equate to merely the 3rd or 4th level of innate power? How powerful, then, must the full innate spirit power be? Upon hearing this, Lexius's eyes twitched, casting Violet a peculiar glance. A failure with innate power below level 5? If word of this spread, countless soul masters would seek to harm him. How many soul masters across the Douluo Continent possess innate spirit power above level 5? Those who reach innate level 5 are few and far between. while those above it are even rarer. Wait, could this lad possibly think the crystal ball tests for level 10 spirit masters? Glancing at the crystal ball in his hand, Lexius's lips twitched again. Innate level 20. He had indeed stumbled upon an extraordinary prodigy. Even he, with his composure, found it difficult to remain calm. Twin martial souls and innate level 20. Either of these qualifications is an unparalleled rarity. To possess both in one individual raises the question, does Violet possess the potential to ascend to divinity? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Lexius's gaze towards Violet grew increasingly enigmatic. Had he stumbled upon a remarkable heir, or had he exhausted his ancestral fortune to find such a grandson? Although the 8 great families lack a title to law to oversee them, they are not to be underestimated, having inherited significant influence over many years. They are privy to knowledge that upstart factions may not possess. The existence of deities is indeed real. Yet, it has been an eternity since a deity graced the Douluo Continent. Little Violet, this is not a crystal for testing spirit master's power. It is designed for measuring those beneath level 50. Your innate spirit power stands at 20. Lexius feigned a calm demeanor as he spoke. 20? I see, Violet mused, realizing his innate super spirit power was at level 20. While not unacceptable, it felt slightly lower than anticipated. How could the quality of his 2 martial souls only yield level 20? Earlier, he had thought himself a mere failure at levels 3 or 4, never suspecting that it was merely a mismatch with the testing crystal in the old man's hands. Little Violet, do not speak lightly of your innate spirit power level. If others inquire, simply state that you possess full innate spirit power, which is only level 10. Avoid confrontation whenever possible. Lexius was deeply concerned. His grandson's talent was extraordinary, and should it be revealed, he feared he would be unable to protect him. Tomorrow, grandfather will take you hunting for soul rings. For now, return and rest. As night fell, Violet, whose martial soul had awakened for less than 8 hours, remained somewhat bewildered. Gazing into the mirror, he felt a whirlwind of emotions. The Water Dragon King is indeed myself. When had I truly become the authentic Violet? Initially, he had believed he awakened the Water Dragon King martial soul, only to discover, after much contemplation, that this was, in fact, his true martial soul. The reason for the appearance of the adult phantom remained a mystery to him. The true martial soul signifies that this soul is his very essence. He is the Water Dragon King, Violet in his entirety. This also explains why, despite retracting his martial soul, his appearance remained unchanged. Why is my strength so feeble? Since I am the true Water Dragon King, possessing the complete authority of the ancient dragon, why is my power so diminished? Wait, if he is the Water Dragon King, then Violet is also him. According to the belief that dragons grow stronger with age, how could he be so weak after merely 6 years of existence? 6 years of such feebleness seems somewhat justifiable. Violet mused, stroking his chin. Why do I lack memories of Teyvat? If I am the true Violet, then what caused my journey to the Douluo Continent? Additionally, was my previous existence merely an illusion? Which of these is the true me? Violet was troubled, and even Foucault's, upon learning of Violet's situation, could not provide a reasonable explanation. This Violet seemed peculiar. He was aware of what transpired yet lacked detailed memories, additionally possessing fragments of memories from another world. Could it be that Violet was also a traveler? Both Foucault and Violet found themselves in a state of confusion, ultimately deciding to cease their ponderings. Perhaps in time, clarity would naturally emerge. As Violet sat cross-legged, he commenced his first foray into cultivation. This so-called cultivation was in essence foundational meditation, designed to channel external soul power into his being. On the continent of Douluo, apart from Tang San, no one possessed a comprehensive system of cultivation techniques. Soul masters relied solely on their innate soul power to meditate and strengthen their own abilities. This explains why those without innate soul power are destined to remain mere mortals, unable to ascend to the ranks of soul masters. Without innate soul power, one cannot even engage in foundational meditation, and thus cannot generate any soul power. In truth, Violet had no need for cultivation. He merely had to exist, to endure, and after a millennium or so, he would remain unparalleled in the world. The longer a dragon lived, the more formidable it became. From the moment Violet ascended to the status of Water Dragon King, His lifespan could no longer be constrained. As long as he did not meet an untimely demise, he could persist until the end of time. Even in the event of an unexpected fall, he would inevitably revive at some point, though by then, he would no longer be the same Valiet. Upon the passing of one Dragon King, the second would return bearing fragments of the first memories, yet would never truly embody the first. Suddenly, Valiet opened his eyes, confusion swirling within them. There existed an unwavering rule on the Douluo Continent, one that could not be breached by anyone. A soul master must acquire a soul ring to enhance their strength. Regardless of the means, whether through hunting soul beasts, self-conjuring a soul ring, or receiving divine blessings, one must possess a soul ring to transcend to a higher level of cultivation. However, during his recent meditation, Valiet had not encountered any semblance of a bottleneck. Although his soul power had not broken through, he distinctly felt a marked improvement. With innate soul power at the second level, one faced two significant bottlenecks prior to obtaining the first soul ring: the transition from soul scholar to soul master, and from soul master to great soul master. Yet, for Valiet, these obstacles seemed non-existent. With mere practice, he sensed a surge in his soul power. A thought struck him, causing him to gasp in realization. Could it be that I am free from such constraints? Is it possible to break through without a soul ring? If I am indeed liberated from this limitation, the necessity of a soul ring would seem inconsequential. As a true dragon, ordinary soul rings, nay, even those of 100,000 years, would merely tarnish his form. The notion that soul masters must acquire the power of soul beasts to advance in their cultivation hierarchy is fundamentally flawed. If one day, soul rings became unusable, soul masters would merely be individuals possessing soul power without the knowledge to wield it effectively. Consider the likes of Ma Hongjun, whose phoenix martial spirit requires a soul skill to breathe fire, rather than it being an instinct. And what of Tang San, whose plant entanglement is treated as a soul skill rather than a natural ability? The anomalous are often regarded as peculiar, much like the wind god and the rock god, who adorn themselves with false glass beads. Should I don a counterfeit soul ring? To wield my own power while masquerading behind a facade is truly disheartening. At that moment, Valiet began to comprehend why Teyvat resisted the notion of wearing false glass beads. Dragons, born of strength and elemental supremacy, naturally possess an air of pride. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never incorporate a genuine soul ring or soul bone. As for a fabricated soul ring, Valiet had a means. He could manipulate water. Though not yet powerful, manifesting 2 azure soul rings would pose no challenge. Is it truly acceptable to deceive the old man? After a moment of contemplation, Valiet devised a strategy to mislead Rexius. Though his upright and just nature made him question whether this was the right path. Oh well, it is but a benevolent fib. Surely the old man would not hold it against him. At this moment, a teasing voice echoed in his mind, reminiscent of Foucault's, causing Valiet to pause and flush with embarrassment. Foucault's, I am no longer the same as I once was, he asserted, though devoid of memories from Teyvat. He retained recollections from his former world, Blue Star. He was well aware of the events that transpired in Teyvat. Otherwise, he would not have referred to Foucault's as a short-lived spouse. Time passed swiftly, and 6 years later, in the kingdom of Barak, in the city of Soto, a young nobleman, whose presence could command nearly universal attention, strode down the street with a stoic expression. Standing at approximately 6 feet tall, with long hair cascading to his waist, the base color a striking white interspersed with hints of aquamarine, he donned water blue finery and black gloves, grasping a staff-like object in his hand. In the blink of an eye, many years had elapsed since he arrived on the Douluo Continent. The speaker was none other than Valiet. In this moment, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the Grand Inquisitor of Fontaine, his attire crafted in homage to that dignitary. As for the gloves, being of water affinity, they served a practical purpose. Prolonged exposure to water would leave one's hands wrinkled, thus eliminating any semblance of pretentiousness. For the first time in 6 years, Valiet appeared openly before the world, for he was undeniably distinct from ordinary children. Should any untoward incident occur, his true nature would be revealed, resulting in catastrophe. While he himself held little concern over exposure, Rexius remained oblivious to the specifics of his situation. Wow, third brother, look at that handsome man. A playful voice broke through his reverie, drawing Valiet's attention to its source. Before him stood two figures. One, a radiant young lady with fair skin, striking beauty, and long legs, her proportions exaggerated yet harmonious. The other, a young man, rather unremarkable, perhaps due to other factors. His skin slightly darker, his face possessing little to no presence among the crowd, perfectly suited for a killer-esque guise. Upon hearing the comment, the young man furrowed his brow, clearly displeased. It was the first time he had heard the girl beside him commend another's appearance. Previously, due to his lack of striking features, she had never uttered the word handsome in his presence. Following the direction of the girl's finger, when he laid eyes on Violet, he was momentarily stunned, his pupils contracting in surprise. The young man gasped. He understood what it meant to encounter someone akin to a jade among men, unmatched in the world. The aura, the visage, he was but a fraction less than the legendary reader. An emotion named jealousy began to blossom within the young man's heart. It is worth noting that he had never felt such sentiment before. As an assassin, good looks and charm were not advantageous, being in the shadows. How could one complete their missions while attracting so much attention? Xiao Wu, that person is clearly a young master from a prominent family, not a good character. We should move on, the young man quietly advised the girl beside him. The two individuals were none other than the original protagonists who had just arrived in Soto City, the female lead, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. As for Violet, he mused that this was not Fontaine, devoid of a tribunal. Otherwise, he would certainly sue the rather unremarkable youth for defamation. He dares to claim that one can easily discern a scion of a grand family and presume them to be ill-natured. Does he not seem like a villain? Who could appear more righteous and just than him? Is this not a blatant act of slander? Brother San, your assertion is misguided. He does not appear to be a bad person. He merely possesses an air of aloofness. Xiao Wu exclaimed, her expression one of bewilderment. The pursuit of beauty is not solely a male prerogative. Women, too, share this inclination. It was Xiao Wu's first encounter with someone so strikingly handsome. Naturally, her admiration was purely for Violet's appearance, devoid of ulterior motives. Although the realm of love may be simplistic, it does not descend to the level of instant infatuation. At most, it stirs an initial attraction. Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression fell, his eyes twitching. He was uncertain whether this dashing figure before him was indeed a rogue. He simply sought an excuse to whisk Xiao Wu away. To his utter astonishment, Xiao Wu had the audacity to defend a stranger. Casting a glance at Violet, then at Xiao Wu, he pondered whether this individual truly deserved such a fate. Violet, having yet to utter a word, found himself unjustly accused by Tang San of deserving a grim fate. Fortunately, the Qian treasure record did not provide guidance on how to respond to such accusations. Otherwise, Violet might have indeed faced dire consequences. As a disciple of the Tang sect from Shuzhong, Tang San predominantly adhered to the regulations inscribed in the Qian treasure record. Although the rules forbade external disciples from clandestinely studying the record, he, as an external disciple, chose to disregard this. Noticing Tang San's silence, Xiao Wu, undeterred, approached Violet with a cheerful demeanor, hands clasped behind her back, leaning slightly forward. "Handsome young man, may I introduce myself?" Before Violet could respond, she continued, "I am Xiao Wu, the dancer." Violet glanced between Xiao Wu and Tang San, and in that moment, realization dawned upon him. So, it was these two. He had wondered who they could be. After all, years had passed since his arrival in this world, and it was only natural to forget those who held no significance in his daily thoughts. "Greetings, I am the chief adjudicator of the Soul Arena in Soto City. You may address me as Violet," he replied monotonously. Indeed, this so-called chief adjudicator role had been arranged for him by the elder Rexius to facilitate his travels across the continent. Whether he accepted the position or not, he was officially recognized as the chief adjudicator of the Soto City Soul Arena. The Soul Arena? Chief adjudicator? Xiao Wu murmured in confusion. What exactly is a Soul Arena? I understand the concept of an adjudicator, but what is a chief adjudicator? Violet? What a lovely name. At this juncture, Tang San had caught up, finding no fault in Violet's demeanor. His impassive disposition seemed to create an impenetrable barrier, displaying no interest in Xiao Wu whatsoever. Yet, Tang San had misjudged Violet's intentions, thinking too much on the matter. The Soul Arena adjudicator? This was Tang San's first encounter with the term Soul Arena and the role of an adjudicator. "Hello, I am Tang San, Xiao Wu's elder brother. May I inquire what the Soul Arena entails? Tang San stated assertively, refusing to feel inferior, even when conversing with a member of a prominent family. Ha ha! Two country bumpkins. Before Violet could utter a word, a passerby laughed derisively. You don't even know what a Soul Arena is? You must hail from a small village. The Soul Arena is among the rare entertainment venues across the Douluo Continent, present in various locations. Apologies, I was reminded of some joyful matters. I never expected this young gentleman to be the adjudicator of the Soul Arena. I am honored. The passerby bowed slightly to Violet, offering flattery. The Soto City Grand Soul Arena is no ordinary power. This so-called adjudicator must be related to the role of a judge, correct? The chief adjudicator is the most powerful judge, the leader among them. Upon hearing this, Violet's eye twitched. He had just taken office, and already someone was expressing their admiration. Truly astonishing. You are too kind, he replied indifferently. While he remained unfazed, Xiao Wu and Tang San were incensed. They were genuinely inquiring about the Soul Arena. They had not anticipated being derided as country folk. Well, they were indeed from a rural background. The Soto City Grand Soul Arena is located at the heart of Soto City. If you have time, you should visit. I must attend to other matters and cannot linger. Violet declared before turning to leave, leaving Tang San and Xiao Wu in a state of mutual bewilderment. What is this? Why is he like that? He is quite handsome, yet behaves like a block of ice. Xiao Wu exclaimed, hands on her hips, indignant. She had expected Violet to enlighten them about the Soul Arena, but he had disregarded them entirely. Tang San glanced at Violet's retreating figure, contemplating, then shook his head. He resolved to investigate this so-called Soul Arena when time permitted. Upon witnessing Violet depart, Tang San felt an inexplicable sense of relief. It was evident he held no interest in Xiao Wu, which was reassuring. Xiao Wu, perhaps he truly has matters to attend to? After the registration concludes, let us visit the Soul Arena, he suggested, patting her shoulder for comfort. Xiao Wu was taken aback. What is happening? Why is Brother San defending Violet now? Did he not just label him a rogue? The staff at the Soul Arena earn hundreds or even thousands of gold soul coins in a moment. They have no time to chat with you. A few moments of conversation could cost them a fortune. Do you think you are someone significant? The passerby scoffed. Suddenly recalling something, the passerby continued. I never imagined this young gentleman was the adjudicator. I have not seen him before, so he must be new. The one who just expressed admiration must have been you, right? He is new, yet you claim to be honored, earning hundreds or thousands of gold soul coins in mere minutes. Xiao Wu and Tang San exchanged startled glances, initially having disliked the passerby, but now he was revealing such insights. After all, Xiao Wu and Tang San were merely great soul masters, each receiving 10 gold soul coins from the Spirit Hall every month, totaling a mere 240 gold soul coins annually. Yet here was someone claiming the staff earned hundreds or even thousands in moments. Sir, you must be jesting, Xiao Wu exclaimed, incredulous. How can anyone earn that much gold soul coin? Indeed, you refuse to acknowledge your origins as country folk. If you have time, visit the Soul Arena. It is a true den of indulgence. The pedestrian was a middle-aged man in his 40s, his face filled with yearning as he spoke. After uttering those words, he glanced at Tang San and Xiao Wu with a hint of disdain before walking away. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged bewildered looks. Is this Soto City? Is this what a big city is like? Tang San recalled his previous encounter in Nodding City, where even a mere gatekeeper had the power to insult him. Their spirits dampened instantly. Xiao Wu, let's find a place to stay. Shrek Academy only starts enrollment in 2 days, Tang San said after a prolonged silence. Arriving in Soto City had already dealt him a blow. He had been ridiculed as a country bumpkin, and shockingly, he found himself unable to retort. It was hard to reconcile this with the glory he had experienced in Nodding City, where many intermediate academies had sought him out. Yet, he had chosen to heed the master's guidance and come here. All right, Brother San, Xiao Wu replied, somewhat disheartened. The earlier handsome stranger had ignored her, but now even an ordinary passerby had mocked her. Was her beauty not sufficient? Meanwhile, Violet, indifferent to the incident involving Tang San and Xiao Wu, recalled something of slightly greater importance in Soto City. It was an item specifically designed to dispel the Spirit Master's aura, an indispensable tool whether used as a concealed weapon or as a material for crafting advanced weapons. Moreover, it was also one of the materials used to create high-grade soul-guiding devices. For dragons, shiny objects held great allure, and valuable treasures were no exception. In no time, Violet had located Flanders' small shop, a miscellaneous store for soul-guiding devices. Once again, it was said, this was not the Fandon. There was no court of judgment here. Otherwise, the trademark used by Flanders alone would have sufficed for his trial. 2 cross swords, 1 hammer, and a tower. This was a lawsuit involving 3 major powers. Shaking his head, Violet entered the shop unceremoniously. Flanders suddenly opened his eyes wide, taking a quick glance at Violet before promptly sitting up from his recliner. It has been ages since we had a customer. Where did this big spender come from, bringing golden soul coins to us? He greeted with a smile, hastening to Violet. Flanders was not handsome, wearing sunglasses that made him appear rather unsettling. Violet raised an eyebrow, quietly assessing Flanders. Could this fellow be mistaking him for a big spender? Quite possibly. Unfortunately for Flanders, he would be disappointed. No need for that. I am merely browsing, Violet waved dismissively. Upon hearing this, Flanders' enthusiasm waned slightly. But he was not one to give up easily. After all, a seemingly affluent young man had finally arrived. He could not let such a chance slip away. My dear sir, do not underestimate this humble shop. It contains treasures beyond measure. And among these soul-guiding devices, there may well be ancient relics that have survived the ages. If you select even one, you will have struck gold. Violet could not suppress a chuckle. I apologize, I just recalled something amusing. The notion of ancient relics among these trinkets is quite humorous. Flanders, sensing something amiss, furrowed his brow. What delightful thoughts have crossed your mind, sir? Violet replied nonchalantly, indeed. I'm mocking you. To be in such a state as a soul sage, yet be ridiculed by a young noble, is quite ironic. My uncle's 3rd concubine's nephew has just become a spirit master today. What a splendid occasion. Violet spoke with an air of calmness, as if it were a genuine event. Flanders blinked in confusion, gazing at Violet with bewilderment. Becoming a spirit master was trivial, and such a distant relation. Was that even considered family? Just as Flanders contemplated saying something, Violet pointed to a nearby impure crystal. How much for this crystal, shopkeeper? Without thinking much, Flanders followed Violet's gesture, only to find the crystal riddled with impurities. His initial excitement faded instantly. This crystal was worthless, and even a single golden soul coin would be a generous offer. This young man's status and demeanor were evidently not ordinary. His attire alone suggested he was not without considerable wealth. Flanders did not believe Violet was unaware of the crystal's true value. Perhaps he was merely looking for an excuse to leave. Alas, what a pity for this supposedly affluent noble. With that thought, Flanders waved his hand dismissively. If you like it, 1 golden soul coin will suffice. After saying this, he languidly returned to his recliner, appearing quite relaxed. Violet, unceremoniously, picked up the bored crystal, briefly examined it, and placed it into his storage wristband. While you may not recognize the value of this crystal, I cannot feign ignorance. Justice and fairness are my lifelong pursuits. With that, Violet, under Flanders' astonished gaze, produced a golden card and placed it on the table. This was a savings card worth 10,000 golden soul coins. The value of the bored crystal, for someone knowledgeable, would not be less than 10,000 golden soul coins, while for the unknowledgeable, it would not exceed 1 golden soul coin. Violet's offer of 10,000 golden soul coins was meant to ensure a fair and equitable transaction. He did not lack for wealth, and saw no reason to adopt a mindset of taking advantage. After placing the savings card down, Violet turned to leave, leaving Flanders in a state of shock. After what felt like 3 seconds, Flanders sprang up, causing his recliner to collapse beneath him. He rushed to the table, snatched the golden savings card, and examined it closely, murmuring, "Is this young master genuinely naive? Or is he feigning ignorance? Could that worthless crystal truly be worth 10,000 golden soul coins?" The savings card in his hand was indeed real. As a soul sage, Flanders possessed enough discernment to recognize its authenticity. This young man was extraordinary. In the world of Douluo Continent, did true fairness and justice exist? With a resounding slap to his own face, Flanders lamented. As someone with experience, he understood that in the Douluo Continent power reigned supreme. Notions of fairness and justice were mere illusions. Yet, how could he ridicule a young man chasing the ideals of fairness and justice? He truly felt he was a fool. Shaking his head, he carefully stored the savings card away. He was uncertain of the true nature of that flawed crystal, but the 000 golden soul coins were undeniably real. If it weren't for his impoverished state, why would he even consider running a small shop, resorting to deceit? After a long while, Flanders regained his composure, a glimmer of gold flickering in his eyes as he made a decision. This little shop could not continue to operate. That Violet was unaware that a mere phrase and 10,000 gold soul coins could compel Flander to shut down his shop, thus ceasing to deceive others through it. Naturally, Flander had another reason for closing his establishment. How could one produce such a sum without batting an eye unless they possessed a formidable background? What if the other party discovered that the shabby crystal was not worth 10,000 gold soul coins and sought him out? Contemplating this, Flander had no choice but to flee. It can only be said that Flander was overthinking. After all, a mere 10,000 gold soul coins was insignificant, and Lexius would not pursue him. Upon leaving Flander's shop, Violet surveyed his surroundings, feeling somewhat bewildered. Over the years, Lexius had protected him meticulously, fearing that someone from a powerful faction might discover his talents, never allowing him to stray too far. With a twin martial soul and innate spirit power at level 20, such a gift demanded Lexius's utmost attention. The mere revelation of any talent could lead to Violet being hunted by other formidable factions. Even the other 7 families of the 8 great families remained oblivious to Violet's true capabilities, demonstrating the effectiveness of Lexius's confidentiality efforts. As for why Violet was allowed to venture out alone, it was due to his observation of his 6 soul rings, which had transformed into 4. Indeed, the soul rings bore hidden qualities. Lexius did not chastise Violet for concealing this. Instead, he comfortingly patted Violet on the shoulder, proclaiming that the child had grown. It was wise to exercise caution, as this would ensure a longer life. Lexius further educated Violet, stating that he should currently possess 3 soul rings, not 4. Hearing this, Violet's lips twitched. Indeed, age brought wisdom. Wasn't it said that people's average intelligence was negative? Why did he encounter so many cunning individuals? Lexius's assertion held merit. At 12 years of age, even with innate full spirit power, possessing 3 soul rings was commendable, while 4 rings would be excessively genius-like. These soul rings were as deceptive as glass beads, not genuine soul rings. One could have as many as desired. Violet's true spirit power level was approximately level 63, a result of his long life and diligent training. Suddenly, Violet furrowed his brows. Not far away, someone was engaging in a soul battle. His perceptiveness, though not on par with the peak of Lexius's capabilities, was heightened by the surrounding water molecules constantly transmitting information to him. Every element possesses emotions, and water is no exception. As a pinnacle water element being, Violet could sense the emotions of all water elements. At this moment, in this direction, could it be Tang, San, and Dai Mubai? Violet murmured to himself, then proceeded towards the Rose Hotel. The battle between Tang San and Dai Mubai was indeed a notable spectacle, marking Violet's first indirect loss in soul battles. Of course, Tang San would never concede defeat. He believed that in a life-and-death struggle, he could assure mutual destruction with Dai Mubai. With Dai Mubai's entrance, Tang San regarded him as a respectable opponent rather than one with a death wish, highlighting the significant presence of Dai Mubai's supporting character aura. As Violet walked, he pondered this, when suddenly, he halted, recalling earlier events. Was it possible that Tang San cast a glance at him and deemed him a threat? It felt quite plausible, especially with Xiao Wu nearby, calling him handsome. In Tang San's thoughts, it would be abnormal to not perceive him as a danger. He noticed Tang San's furrowed brow and his complexion dark as coal. Well, Tang San's complexion was naturally somewhat dark, likely due to frequent blacksmithing, and his current appearance resembled Tang Hao, neither ugly nor particularly handsome, just quite ordinary. With a shake of his head, Violet found the situation amusing, and apart from that, he had no further thoughts as he continued towards the Rose Hotel. Nearby, a young girl gasped in surprise. She had never encountered someone as striking as Violet. It was the first time in her life she had seen such a handsome individual, with an impeccable demeanor. However, he seemed a bit peculiar, resembling her father with a penchant for carrying a cane. After exhaling a deep breath, the girl discreetly followed him. Dressed in a light blue dress that fell just above her knees, revealing her fair calves, she was not alone. Another pair of eyes watched Violet intently. Yet, her thoughts diverged from the girl's. She was merely curious about Violet. Contemplating this, the girl clad in black skin-tight attire stealthily trailed behind the two. Violet, you truly attract the admiration of young women. Suddenly, a teasing voice echoed in his mind, belonging to Fukulo's, leaving Violet somewhat perplexed. Wasn't it perfectly normal for someone with his appearance to be popular among girls? Such occurrences were nothing new to him, and he found nothing amiss. Fukulo's, your words, before Violet could finish, he sensed something unusual. He realized. It was the two girls stealthily following him that elicited Fukulo's teasing. Shaking his head in resignation, Violet chose to disregard the little tails trailing behind him. Fukulo's, speaking of which, if two elements of opposing attributes share a water energy form, can you absorb them? This was a question Violet had long wished to pose to Fukulo's, yet he remained uncertain about his assumptions. On the Douluo Continent, where could one find the most abundant energy? Aside from the Lake of Life, it would be the ice and fire yin-yang eye. The ice and fire yin-yang eye was formed after the Water Dragon King and Fire Dragon King perished in the divine realm of Douluo. Among them, the water elemental force was ample and should suffice to replenish Fukulo's energy. The ice and fire yin-yang eye comprises both ice springs and fire springs. Violet was confident that Fukulo's could absorb the ice spring without issue, but what about the fire spring? Although its energy form was water, its true attribute was fire, leaving Violet uncertain if Fukulo's could absorb it. Water form? Opposing elements? Fukulo's questioned, intrigued. Indeed, one is ice, the other fire. If Fukulo's had taken on her form, she might have twitched at the thought of how both attributes could manifest as water. Pure elemental energy? Until I see it, I cannot determine. However, it is highly probable she can absorb it, considering she is the divine being Fukulo's. After Fukulo's expressed this, she seemed to remember something and continued, Violet, why do you always want me to condense into human form? I find my current state quite satisfactory, without the threat of divine retribution. The prophecy of Fandra's destruction has been resolved. Now, I bear no pressure, and you accompany me to explore this world, which is something I never dared to dream of before. Violet thought to himself, Fukulo's has not experienced many peaceful days since becoming the water god. When Egeria bestowed the water god position and the power of the divine upon Fukulo's, the heavy burden of saving Fandre fell upon her shoulders. Does the voice of Fukulo's sound somewhat peculiar? Surely, you are not still thinking about that matter, are you? As for his wife, Navalet, ignoring Fukulo's words, Navalet feigned indifference and continued walking towards the Rose Hotel, yet the slight redness of his ears betrayed him, indicating that his inner turmoil was far from settled. Fukulo's mused, is Navalet truly so fixated? After all these years, he still ponders saving his ill-fated wife. The notion of a short-lived wife was synonymous with Fukulo's. He whispered to himself, relieved that she still remained in her pure water spirit form. Otherwise, her face might have flushed with embarrassment. Having been a deity for 5 centuries, he had also been confined for the same duration, tirelessly contemplating how to deceive celestial principles, leaving him utterly exhausted. Initially, when Fukulo's had traversed into this realm, concepts of love and affection were foreign to him. However, living a second life proved far more vibrant than the first, and for Fukulo's, that was ample cause for contentment. Although she could not yet escape the confines of Navalet's consciousness, she could observe the world beyond through his eyes, free from worries, insurmountable foes, or imminent threats. This was already a vast improvement over her past existence. With enough energy amassed, she could break free from Navalet's consciousness and transform back into human form. Gradually accumulating this power might take centuries, yet to her, such time was insignificant. With no sword hanging over her head, everything was well, merely a few centuries to endure. However, seeing Navalet's apparent urgency, Fukulo's wondered if her deception over the past 500 years had led him to harbor such peculiar thoughts. Should she transform? The prospect of retribution from the Dragon King filled her with dread. Fukulo's contemplated many things, predominantly concerning married life, and upon remembering the Dragon King's vengeance, she felt that the matter of transformation could be postponed. After all, was there not still insufficient energy? Ning Rongrong, you are truly astute. Indeed, you are remarkably clever. In no time, Navalet arrived at the Rose Hotel. At that moment, the hotel was in a slight disarray. The duel between soul masters was akin to a calamity for ordinary people who would flee at any opportunity, as that was the survival instinct of the uninitiated. During Soul Master duels, Soul techniques lacked discernment, especially area effect skills, resulting in numerous civilians suffering collateral damage. Although there were explicit regulations prohibiting Soul Masters from engaging in clandestine battles within the city, Dai Mubai clearly disregarded this rule. One could hardly blame him. He had already reserved a room, and with the provocations from Xiao Wu nearby, how could he possibly restrain himself? The purpose of cultivation was not to endure. Soul Masters possessed tempers, and failing to teach Tang San and Xiao Wu a lesson at this juncture would render his efforts futile. As Navalet stepped into the hotel, a young girl in a blue dress and another in form-fitting black attire entered right after. They had come to witness the duel. These two were Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Upon entering, Ning Rongrong exhibited no reaction, but Zhu Zhuqing paused momentarily, observing Dai Mubai as he battled Tang San. Lost in thought, this martial spirit, those eyes, she could hardly have mistaken him. Apart from Dai Mubai, who else possessed heterochromatic eyes and the martial spirit of an evil, white tiger? Unbeknownst to Navalet, his presence had inadvertently drawn these two women, who were not meant to be there, into the role of spectators. Tang San, your martial arts are impressive, yet Soul Master duels involve more than mere physical prowess. Dai Mubai was somewhat perplexed. Tang San's martial spirit was clearly not a beast spirit, but merely ordinary blue-silver grass, yet he managed to counter Dai Mubai, who was in a martial spirit-possessed state. This truly astonished Dai Mubai, whose strength was no trifling matter, and he held a significant advantage with an additional soul ring augmenting his physical strength far beyond Tang San's. First soul skill, White Tiger Barrier. The only response to Dai Mubai came from Tang San's cough, blue-silver binding. Handsome, who do you think will win? Ning Rongrong, donned in a light blue dress, was utterly uninterested in the intense duel unfolding in the hotel lobby. Instead, she quietly approached Navalet, eager to engage him in conversation. Noticing Navalet's keen interest in the duel, she sought to cater to his preferences. Upon hearing her words, Navalet glanced sideways, lowering his gaze toward Ning Rongrong. Her height was approximately 1.60 meters, and from his vantage point, it was quite normal for him to regard her with such an expression. Isn't this the girl who follows me? She had completely disregarded the duel. Greetings, my lady. The outcome of the match holds little significance for me, Navalet replied with a gentle shake of his head. Navalet's indifferent demeanor left Ning Rongrong somewhat taken aback. She could not fathom how the victor mattered so little to him. Surely, she was aware. It was merely her desire to converse with him. Not that I intentionally shun you, my lady, but as a referee at the duel arena, I must maintain a degree of professional distance to avoid accusations of bias during matches. I trust your intellect will allow you to understand this. Navalet remained detached, yet his focus was on a clash between Tang San and Dai Mubai. His words were soft, yet audible to all present, even to the combatants. Both paused momentarily, glancing in Navalet's direction. Is it him, the referee? Tang San had previously encountered Navalet, but he lacked a comprehensive understanding of the duel arena and its officials. Dai Mubai was different. He frequently frequented the arena, and this referee, who was even more handsome than he, was indeed a stranger to him. However, there was one point where Navalet was undeniably correct. As a referee, it was nearly impossible to cultivate friendships with others, at least not overtly. Nevertheless, Dai Mubai dismissed the thought. Who could say why this new referee had appeared here? Could it be that he wished to hone his skills? After all, Dai Mubai was currently engaged in a match with Tang San. With that thought, Dai Mubai felt a twinge in his eye, but chose not to dwell on it. Xiao Wu glanced at Navalet and began to understand why he had been reluctant to engage in conversation with her. It was due to his profession as a referee. Truly, he was a responsible and handsome gentleman, possessing charm and gentility, while also being dedicated to his duties. Tang San, shouldn't you be more concerned about whether Dai Mubai will defeat you? Of course. Ning Rongrong placed her hands on her hips, adopting a proud demeanor. For she was indeed quite clever. How could she possibly misunderstand Navalet's words? A referee at the duel arena? Ning Rongrong mentally noted Navalet's profession and workplace, planning to arrange a fortuitous encounter with him at a later time. Being so young yet entrusted with the role of referee indicated that Navalet's abilities were not to be underestimated. Being a referee in the Soul Arena necessitates a certain level of prowess. In critical moments, one must be able to calm the competitors. It is insufficient to merely raise one's voice. One must possess the strength to command respect and control the participants. Within the Soul Arena, the least esteemed title among competitors is that of Soul Master. Thus, even if Violet is tasked with overseeing such contests, he must at least wield the power of a great Soul Master, if not that of Soul Sovereign. Remaining unfazed in the presence of a clash between great Soul Masters and Soul Sovereigns, the likelihood that Violet himself is a Soul Sovereign is exceedingly high. Ning Rongrong, you are truly clever. Indeed, you are astute. A dialogue in the void. Handsome. May I introduce myself? I am Ning Rongrong, an auxiliary Great Soul Master. As an auxiliary Soul Master, I cannot partake in solo battles. I trust this will not hinder your profession. Upon hearing this, Violet was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at the girl in the blue dress. Goodness, this girl is actually Ning Rongrong, a significant troublemaker on the Douluo Continent, a genuine menace. Not merely an exaggeration. Compared to the girl in black trousers beside her, could this girl possibly be Zhu Zhuqin? Her features are unmistakably distinct. Greetings, Ning Rongrong. I'm the chief referee of the Soto City Soul Arena. You may address me simply as Violet. How aloof, how impressive. Wait, the chief referee? Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned. Referees can indeed be classified into various ranks. This chief referee. Could a Soul Sovereign also become the most formidable referee? Is there perhaps a backdoor connection at play? Ning Rongrong scrutinized Violet thoughtfully. His demeanor radiated righteousness, resembling a noble gentleman. As for his role as a referee, he did not seem to embody that at all. What a backdoor connections! That merely signifies Violet possesses a notable background, which is undoubtedly an asset. In the Soul Arena, not every type of soul battle is officiated by a referee. Most are merely hosts who intermittently announce the commencement and victors of the bouts. Of course, should both parties request an official referee, the arena will assign one, making the contest considerably more formal. Dai Mubai and Tang San expressed their frustration. They had been battling fiercely without garnering any attention, while that referee merely stood there, attracting the crowd's gaze. This was somewhat disheartening. Second soul skill, parasitism. Just as Dai Mubai extricated himself from the entangling blue-silver, Tang San's second soul skill was already in motion. With the flicker of Tang San's second soul ring, Dai Mubai found himself once again ensnared by an overwhelming wave of blue-silver grass, resembling a zongzi. Tang San had seized the opportunity to launch his soul skill while Dai Mubai was distracted. What a violation of martial ethics. Tang San, you are formidable among great soul masters. You are indeed a rare adversary. Alas, I'm a soul sovereign with a third soul ring. Third soul skill, white tiger transformation. As Dai Mubai's soul purple soul ring glimmered, his form surged, his golden hair transforming to white, strands moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. With a resounding crash, he violently broke free from the blue-silver grass that had enveloped him, now resembling a god of war, imperious and unyielding. Tang San's expression shifted. His concerns materialized into reality. The amplification provided by Dai Mubai's third soul skill was alarmingly potent. During its duration, if Tang San did not employ hidden weapons, he would certainly not stand a chance against Dai Mubai. Just as Tang San prepared to draw his hidden weapons and confront Dai Mubai, the latter spoke. Tang San, you are a worthy opponent. Your prowess as a great soul master has compelled me to utilize my third soul skill. You have already achieved victory in this regard. This room shall be yours. With that declaration, Dai Mubai relinquished his martial soul. Despite his disheveled appearance, he exuded an air of nonchalance. Tang San nodded silently, retracting his martial soul as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you. In a fierce exchange, Tang San might not necessarily have been defeated, but he would have undoubtedly sustained injuries. Dai Mubai was indeed a person worth associating with, free-spirited and carefree. Tang San mused, not feeling bitter about Dai Mubai attempting to take their room after having battled him. This was rather intriguing. Unlike the original narrative, Dai Mubai felt an inexplicable chill along his back and chose to say little to Tang San, hastening his departure from this contentious locale. The twin sisters, witnessing Dai Mubai and Tang San reach an impasse, remained unperturbed. Any observant individual could discern that Tang San was not Dai Mubai's match, yet Dai Mubai upheld the principles of martial conduct, refraining from exploiting his advantage. Young Master Dai, You were truly magnificent just now. This referred to the recent event in the Soul Arena, not anything else. The twin sisters each took one of Dai Mubai's arms, their gazes nearly enamored, eliciting considerable envy from onlookers. Though not soul masters, the sisters were exceptionally beautiful, standing out among ordinary individuals. Dai Mubai, slightly pleased, embraced both girls, casting a joyful glance around, relishing the envious stares. Yet, the source of that unsettling chill on his back remained a mystery. Dai Mubai pondered, glancing around, finding nothing amiss. Even the referee of the Soul Arena seemed to be engaged in a casual conversation with the girl beside him. Wait, had there not been two girls beside him just moments ago? Or had the one in black trousers disappeared too? Shaking his head, Dai Mubai dismissed the thought. Where they went was of no concern to him. His priority was to leave this place. Tang San, perhaps we shall meet again in 2 or 3 days. Dai Mubai remarked as he walked away. Oh, Tang San was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what Dai Mubai meant. You and that young lady, at such a young age, are already great soul masters. Having arrived in Soto City, you must be here to enroll in Shrek Academy. I am currently one of the enrolled students there, and I eagerly anticipate your arrival. What? Tang San's mouth hung agape, at a loss for words. Shrek Academy was indeed renowned, as even a single student seemed to possess monstrous capabilities. Young Master Dai, please put on my tab. Yes, thank you, young Master Dai. Thank you. Just as Tang San intended to say something further, he noticed Dai Mubai had already walked off with the two girls. What a disappointment. A mere flirt masquerading as a student of Shrek Academy. Brother San, should we perhaps return to Nodding City? Xiao Wu feigned disdain, yet worry lurked beneath the surface. The students were all soul sovereigns. Might this so-called Shrek Academy harbor soul low-level experts? Upon hearing this, Tang San waved his hand dismissively, responding nonchalantly. Xiao Wu. Dai Mubai merely acts on impulse and is a bit sentimental. His character is still commendable. Surely, Shrek Academy can provide us with ample opportunity for growth. Observing Tang San's demeanor, Xiao Wu felt compelled to say something but found herself at a loss for words. They would just have to take it one step at a time. Fortunately, Soto City was not far from the Stardow Forest. If she sensed anything amiss, she could swiftly retreat into the forest. As Ning Rongrong chatted with Nawe Lete, her eyes lit up at the mention of Shrek Academy. She was pleasantly surprised to discover that the person she had spoken earlier was a student of Shrek Academy. This revelation only heightened her anticipation for the academy, as she relished in the thrill of excitement. As for the wooden figure before her, Miss Ning had all the time in the world to bide her moment. After all, he was right there in the Soul Arena and could not escape. Truly, Shrek Academy was worthy of its reputation as a school of monsters, attracting only the most formidable soul masters. Wait a moment, something seemed amiss. If all those enrolling were indeed monsters, then what connection did their designation as monsters have with the academy itself? Ning Rongrong pondered curiously, realizing that it was not the academy that nurtured these monsters, but rather the monsters that chose to join the academy. 500 years, yet again 500 years. What has happened to you? You appear somewhat disappointed. Ning Rongrong softly remarked in a way light as Steve. My dear Miss Ning, you are mistaken. I merely have a habit of wearing this expression, Nawe Lete replied, shaking his head. How had she discerned his slight sense of disappointment? Why did Tang San seem to view Dai Mubai as a path to death? He should have unleashed the Zhuge divine crossbow upon Dai Mubai without hesitation. Fortunately, Ning Rongrong was oblivious to Nawe Lete's peculiar thoughts and misinterpreted his impassive demeanor as a sign of her own misunderstanding. By the way, Nawe Lete, you must have spent considerable time in Soto City. Could you enlighten me about Shrek Academy? Ning Rongrong clasped her hands together, her face alight with expectation. Instead of relying on external rumors, she preferred to hear the opinions of a local, especially from someone with Nawe Lete's fair and just countenance, who should provide an objective evaluation. Nawe Lete's earnest appearance seemed unlikely to deceive. Ning Rongrong's inquiry piqued the interest of Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had been on their way upstairs to rest, causing them to pause and listen intently to the conversation unfolding nearby. Miss Ning, from a rational standpoint, I should refrain from addressing your question, Nawe Lete replied. Ning Rongrong blinked in surprise. Why is that? The Soul Arena, as a neutral entity, never passes judgment on anyone, be it individuals, factions, or academies. Ning Rongrong was taken aback. She merely wanted Nawe Lete to share his thoughts. Yet he had interpreted her request as a call for judgment. Something was decidedly off. Ning Rongrong, being astute, quickly discerned that Nawe Lete's words carried deeper meanings, suggesting that there was something very unsettling about Shrek Academy. Was it indeed as she had imagined? Shrek Academy was merely a deceptive institution where all the so-called monsters were not products of the Academy, but rather entities that chose to join it. I understand. Ning Rongrong nodded thoughtfully, her expression transforming into one of sudden realization. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged confused glances. What have you understood? Nawe Lete seemed to say nothing substantial, yet Ning Rongrong grasped something profound. Could it be that they lacked her remarkable intellect? No. It must be that Ning Rongrong was feigning understanding. The enrollment for Shrek Academy will commence in 2 days. If you're interested, you may attend, but I shall refrain from elaborating further, Nawe Lete stated, bowing slightly before taking his leave toward the Rose Hotel, leaving Ning Rongrong in a state of bewilderment. Regarding Ning Rongrong's predicament of being lured to Shrek Academy by Ning Fengji, Nawe Lete felt it inappropriate to comment, acknowledging that Ning Fengji had his own considerations. However, he failed to account for the character of Shrek Academy's faculty and students, leading Ning Rongrong, who already lacked proper guidance, down an irrevocable path. The sword-bone Da treated Ning Rongrong as if she were his own granddaughter. Yet when the time came for the sword to shatter, she shed not a single tear. While weeping bitterly at Tang San's fall, it was said that Ning Rongrong possessed the temperament of a princess. Yet she was indeed the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, her status even surpassing that of the true princess, Shueko. A bit of temperament and personality was only natural. She had not committed any truly wicked deeds. Her antics were mostly harmless pranks. Thus, her eventual transformation was rather perplexing. Nawe, you are rather heartless. That girl clearly has feelings for you, yet you remain so cold. This is not right. Upon hearing this, Nawe Lete paused, a twitch at the corner of his eye. In the land of love, early maturity was quite common. Nevertheless, he was not a native and found it somewhat difficult to accept. Furthermore, he already had someone he cherished dearly, that short-lived wife, who awaited his rescue. Wait a moment. That was precisely what my short-lived wife said. Fukuloasi, I am not interested in romance at the moment. I simply wish for you to regain your human form swiftly. Though it was a rather touching statement, Fukuloasi trembled in response. Goodness, Nawe Lete is indeed set on exacting revenge on her. Is he planning to create a little pure water spirit with her? How mortifying. Well, Nawe Lete, there is no need to rush. At most, in 500 years, I will be able to accumulate enough energy to transform. 500 years. Yet again, 500 years. Impossible. 500 years is far too long. I seek to seize the day. Why are you so impatient? Nawe Lete was taken aback, puzzled by Fukuloasi's words. What was she going on about? He had not acted in any improper manner. Wait a moment. Has Fukuloasi's mind been muddled? Fukuloasi, what are you talking about? Nawe Lete inquired, perplexed. He merely wished to resurrect this pitiful goddess of justice. After all, she had once been his most beloved paper figure wife. Fukuloasi? Had she misinterpreted Nawe Lete's intentions? Observing his bewildered expression, she surmised that she had indeed misunderstood. However, admitting such a mistake was out of the question. After a prolonged silence without a response from Fukuloasi, Nawe Lete, still bewildered, redirected his attention toward the Soto City Soul Arena. Fukuloasi's sudden silence left him perplexed. Was she waiting at the same spot? Before long, Nawe Lete arrived at the Soto City Soul Arena. Despite it being his first visit, none of the staff failed to recognize him. Behold, the Supreme Judge. Behold, the Supreme Judge. The crowd gazed at Nawe Lete with a mixture of awe and curiosity. The position of Supreme Judge had not existed until his arrival, and they were filled with intrigue about this suddenly appointed figure. Naturally, they had seen Nawe Lete's portrait beforehand, but the real person exuded an even greater charisma than the image. Nawe Lete nodded, surmising that everything had been arranged by the venerable Rex Luxius. Greetings, Nawe Lete. I am Dodo, the gold medal host of the Soul Arena. It is a pleasure to meet you. Suddenly, a stunningly beautiful woman approached Nawe Lete with a bright smile, extending her right hand. Nawe Lete recognized Douluo as the gold medal host responsible for commentary at the main Seoul arena. However, this was merely her public persona. Behind the scenes, she was an heir of one of the 8 prominent families. Unfortunately, besides her beauty and talent for commentary, her cultivation aptitude was rather low, and her martial soul was merely a dove symbolizing peace. Thus, her status as an heir was somewhat unmerited. The conclusion of Douluo's journey often revolved around arranged marriages. Greetings, Ms. Douluo. As Violet retracted the cane from her right hand into her storage soul guide, it was momentarily separated from Douluo's grasp. Well, Ms. Douluo, call me Sister Douluo. A frown crossed Douluo's brow as she expressed her discontent. Among the esteemed families, can often refer to each other as siblings, and Douluo had previously met Violet. Observing Violet's indifferent demeanor, Douluo paid little mind. She recalled that he had always been this way. In fact, she had once teased him when they were children. Upon reflection, it seemed that he was cold to everyone. Shall I show you around the Seoul arena? Get familiar with it while I take you to your lodging. As a seasoned commentator, Douluo had her methods for breaking the ice. With a smile directed at Violet, she naturally took his right hand with her left and led him into the arena. Violet pondered, could this Ms. Douluo be plotting something under the guise of sisterhood? It seemed quite plausible, given her past antics. As time passed, after introducing Violet to the Seoul arena, Douluo brought him to his dormitory. Violet's accommodation was approximately 200 square meters, nearly identical to his previous residence, likely arranged by Rexius. The old man is indeed thorough. Douluo inquired, is the atmosphere in the Seoul arena much livelier than at home? Though you seem predisposed to shun the crowd. She shot him a bemused glance. Noting his striking good looks coupled with his social anxiety, what a shame. However, this was a relief, as it meant he treated others similarly. Violet's eye twitched at her comment. People possessed different temperaments. Often, he perceived gatherings not as lively, but rather noisy. I must return. I have to host a match soon. As for you, Douluo paused, then continued, as a simple referee, you won't need to speak much. The host will maintain the atmosphere. This is quite easy to learn. You can practice in the minor arenas for a couple of days, and once you're familiar with the process, you can join me in the main arena. Of course, if you prefer not to officiate, that's acceptable too. Douluo was somewhat aware of the intricacies surrounding Violet's role and did not intend to treat him as a mere referee. All right, I will learn, Violet nodded, having no objections to Douluo's arrangements. Those who traverse into this world often revel in defeating opponents in the arena, flaunting their prowess. Violet would be the first among those from another realm to take on the role of a referee. Douluo did not linger. There was plenty of time ahead, and now that Violet had arrived at the Soto City Seoul Arena, he was not going anywhere. For Violet, being a referee was exceptionally fitting. While absolute fairness may not exist in the world, it could certainly be found in the arena. Days flew by, and Violet had spent 3 days in the Seoul Arena. During this time, he did not take on the role of a referee, but instead observed, learning the rules and how to determine victories and infractions. Contestants and spectators who frequented the arena began to recognize the presence of this new referee. Some female spectators and competitors eagerly anticipated a match hosted by Violet. Yet he remained aloof and had yet to preside over a single event. Cough, Sister Douluo, I believe I have learned enough over these past few days. Tonight, I would like to host a match in the minor arena. Before Douluo could voice her thoughts, she rolled her eyes at Violet. Thankfully, he quickly corrected himself, prompting a smile from Douluo as she responded, very well, I will arrange that for you. With a grin, she patted Violet on the shoulder before departing. Standing a good 10 centimeters shorter than Violet, she had to rise on tiptoe to reach him, a sight that left Violet both amused and exasperated. A strong-willed woman indeed. Unbeknownst to Violet, an intriguing event transpired during his 3 days. Just yesterday, Shrek Academy commenced its enrollment. Without the board crystals, Tang San could not possess the Dragon Beard Needle. Nevertheless, the narrative continued unabated. After Xiao Wu cast her charm soul skill on Zhao Wujin, she was still met with backlash and fainted. Tang San, in a surge of power, found himself unable to breach Zhao Wujin's defenses. Ultimately, he received a thorough beating as a form of education. Behind the scenes, Tang Hao did not hold back against Zhao Wujin, nearly beating him to death. Fortunately, he deemed Zhao Wujin still valuable, allowing him to escape with his life. Under Flinder's direction, Tang San and Xiao Wu arrived at the Seoul Arena. Flinder wore a stern expression, his gaze toward Tang San filled with an anger that had not been present in the original story. This child's thoughtlessness nearly resulted in Zhao's demise, making him a principal culprit. Yet, being Tang Hao's son, Flinder dared not openly express his animosity, for fear of Tang Hao's wrath. This matter remained locked in his heart. Unbeknownst to Tang San, he believed he had gained Zhao Wujin's approval, securing his place in Shrek Academy. At this moment, standing beside Xiao Wu, Tang San was hardly recognizable. Xiao Wu nearly failed to identify him upon waking. The Soul Arena featured various formats: 1v1, 2v2, and team battles with 5 or more participants, with the 7v7 format being the most common. Inside the arena, there were competitive matches, betting matches, and life-and-death battles. I do not recommend participating in betting or life-and-death fights, as these usually result in injuries or fatalities. Competitive matches, however, are different. While injuries may occur, deaths are rare. After all, soul skills are unpredictable. After Dai Mubai explained the rules of the Soul Arena, Tang San and Xiao Wu were enlightened. So this is what the Soul Arena is like, Tang San mused, questioning the referee's status. He noticed Violet's attire was unlike that of a typical Soul Master. Could it be that referees earn substantial wealth? Most referees hold a status equivalent to that of hosts. Why do you suddenly inquire about this? Dai Mubai responded, puzzled. You must be new to the Soul Arena, so why the sudden curiosity about referees? Referees may have higher status on the platform, but in essence, they are merely workers in the Soul Arena. Nothing much, just a memory of a departed friend. Tang San waved his hand and spoke. Before he turned 6, he had known the pangs of poverty, but after awakening his martial soul and obtaining a soul ring, he began to receive subsidies from a martial soul hall, leading to a slight improvement in his circumstances. Little did he expect that a referee at the Soul Arena appeared to be considerably wealthier than he was. This realization left Tang San feeling somewhat discontented, yet the swelling on his face bore a reddish hue, the palm print still evident, which prevented others from noticing his emotional turmoil. Third brother, you wouldn't be reminiscing about that, Violet, would you? Xiao Wu blinked and inquired. Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression darkened. He had merely mentioned a referee without naming anyone, yet Xiao Wu had directly uttered the name Violet. Tang San exhaled a breath of frustration. Perhaps he was overthinking it? How could Xiao Wu possibly hold any interest in someone she had only met once? It was undoubtedly his own imagination. After arriving in Soto City, the only referee Xiao Wu had met was indeed Violet, so it was natural for her to think of him. Indeed, Violet does strike me as somewhat peculiar. I suspect he possesses great strength. Tang San offered a brief explanation. He genuinely thought so, despite harboring a bit of envy towards the affluent. However, he had no grievances against Violet, nor did he believe Violet had any reason to wish him harm. Moreover, judging by Violet's attitude towards Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, he seemed to embody impartiality and had no desire for personal connections. Violet, are you referring to the referee we encountered at the Rose Hotel? Dai Mubai asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. It was only halfway through his sentence that he remembered Zhu Zhuqing was still present. He had completely overlooked the mention of the Rose Hotel. Unbeknownst to him, the girl in black behind Violet that day was indeed Zhu Zhuqing. Yes, that referee, Dai Mubai replied after receiving confirmation from the others. He then pondered for a moment before continuing. To be honest, when he introduced himself as the referee, I was utterly bewildered. I had not seen him in the Soul Arena before, so he must have only recently started working there. Just look at his attire. Do you have any idea how many gold soul coins that costs? Even I. He paused, realizing he had digressed, before adding, I cannot afford to wear such expensive clothing. How much? Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, having no real concept of the value of Violet's lavish yet dignified apparel, without considering the other adornments. His attire alone must be worth at least 10,000 gold soul coins. Dai Mubai declared, tightening his grip and extending his index finger toward Tang San and Xiao Wu. Was he holding a light blue cane? Suddenly, Flander, who had been sipping tea, interjected. Wait, Dean, you met him? Flander's brow twitched. It was not merely an encounter with Violet. His connection to Violet had led him to explore every shop in town. Yes, he visited my shop and purchased a broken crystal for 10,000 gold soul coins. I had intended to sell it for just 1 gold soul coin. Yet he remarked that I was unaware of the crystal's true value, but he could not pretend to be ignorant. Fairness and justice. This is why he paid me 10,000 gold soul coins. Among all the individuals I have encountered in my years traversing the Douluo Continent, This young man's character is the most noble. Regrettably, he is affiliated with the Soul Arena. Otherwise, I would have certainly invited him to Shrek Academy. Flander expressed with a hint of disappointment, wishing he could extend an invitation to Violet, yet recognizing the improbability of such an esteemed individual joining their academy. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were momentarily taken aback, staring at Flander in disbelief. It was the first time they had heard him praise someone so highly. Dean, are you certain he isn't putting on an act? Spending 10,000 gold soul coins could merely be a tactic to win your favor. Dai Mubai Kaushusli Probid. And his concern was not unfounded. Flander was a formidable soul sage at level 78, and if some nobles learned of this, it was entirely plausible they might spend gold soul coins to curry favor with him. Upon hearing this, Flander shook his head. He had been in Soto City for many years. It would be strange for the Soul Arena to be unaware of Violet's strength. Yet, when had the Soul Arena ever invited him? Moreover, Violet did not strike him as the type of person to engage in such behavior. No, that child is not like that, Flander stated firmly. Just then, a commotion outside interrupted their thoughts. News from the Soul Arena announced that the handsome young man would be officiating as a referee at the 8th sub-arena tonight. What does that have to do with me? PSA man, your girlfriend is attending the match at the 8th sub-arena. One man exclaimed, his face filled with frustration. I must see for myself just how handsome this Violet is to have drawn my girlfriend to watch. He stormed off, feeling both angered and helpless. After all, Violet was merely a referee, albeit a remarkably attractive one, and had not actively pursued his girlfriend. Wow, there are so many female soul masters registering for the competition today. If they cannot be assigned to the 8th sub-arena, will they not cause a scene? Indeed, how pitiful. Ha ha ha. Violet had become a celebrity at the Soul Arena, and to attract more spectators, news spread that he would be officiating at a particular venue, while the audience could head directly to the 8th sub-arena. The participating soul masters needed to be allocated. Tickets for the 8th sub-arena had completely sold out. The 8th sub-arena? Violet as a referee? He truly is a referee? Initially skeptical about Violet's role, the doubts were swiftly dispelled. Do you only see gold soul coins? Hello, can we register directly for the 8th sub-arena? Xiao Wu inquired, her pink eyes sparkling as she faced the attendant. She was eager to witness Violet's fairness and justice. Indeed, Xiao Wu's desire was to meet Violet, as she sensed an air of authority about him. Perhaps it was merely her impression. Violet must not be an ordinary human. With this thought in mind, Xiao Wu's interest in Violet intensified, for she herself was not entirely human. I apologize, but after registration, participants will be randomly assigned to competition venues. Many soul masters wish to attend the 8th sub-arena for the same reason as you, to catch a glimpse of Lord Violet's grandeur. But alas, everything must adhere to protocol. The staff member, a beautiful young lady with purple hair, looked at Xiao Wu with a hint of disdain. Could one simply meet Lord Violet on a whim? What? Why is it like this? Xiao Wu pouted and stomped her foot in displeasure. All right, Xiao Wu, don't be upset, Tang San said, feeling somewhat helpless as he tried to console her. Yet internally, he felt a pang of sadness. His cherished sister was preoccupied with thoughts of another. And how could he possibly feel content? Let us register for the competition first. Who knows, we might be assigned to the 8th sub-arena. Previously, Mubai had made it very clear that only a consecutive victory of 10 matches would warrant allocation to the main arena. Given that this was their first registration and they had yet to compete, the likelihood of being assigned to a sub-arena was considerable. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu paused, and the staff shared a similar surprise. Before Xiao Wu could respond, the staff member remarked that there were a total of 36 sub-arena locations, and the chance of being assigned to Arena 8 was 1 in 36. Xiao Wu's mouth fell slightly open, torn between words. Even though she was illiterate and did not comprehend the significance of 1 in 36, she could sense that the staff's implication was that the probability of being assigned to Arena 8 was exceedingly low. Since this is your first visit to the Battle Soul Arena, you should register first. Only registered soul masters are eligible to participate in the competition. All right, let us register. The registration fee is 20 gold soul coins for both of you. In that moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu felt a surge of maturity, as if they had grasped the reason behind that wealthy Violet. Merely for registration, they were required to pay 10 gold soul coins each. It was worth noting that a great soul master's monthly stipend was merely 10 gold soul coins. Though they grumbled, they proceeded with the registration, thus becoming combatants of the Battle Soul Arena. By the way, we also need to register for the duo competition. Please register that as well. Please pay an additional 10 gold soul coins for the registration. Before they had even begun competing, another 10 gold soul coins have been spent. Are you two looking to register for the competition? Indeed, we wish to participate in both the single and duo events. There are 3 matches, and the registration fee for each match is 10 gold soul coins, totaling 30 gold soul coins. Upon winning a match, the registration fee will be refunded in double. However, if you lose, it will not be refunded. Before even stepping into the arena, they had lost 60 gold soul coins. Tang San felt utterly dazed. After all, he was merely a great soul master with a monthly stipend of just 10 coins. To register for Shrek Academy, they had already spent 20 gold soul coins for the entrance exam, and in the morning, Flandra had demanded an additional 100 gold soul coins as tuition. Even landlords had their limits. Fortunately, over the years, he had been frugal and had not purchased any extravagant items from Flandra's shop. What strange things had been placed inside? After paying the registration fees, they received badges crafted by the Battle Soul Arena. However, after receiving the badges, a small issue arose. It's San Wu, the dance character. How did you carve it as San Wu? Xiao Wu exclaimed indignantly. Do you require modifications? Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Wu replied, You've misspelled my name? Of course. It needs to be corrected. Please pay 10 gold soul coins. Xiao Wu retorted, Is money all you care about? It was your mistake in the carving. Why must I pay to rectify it? Furious, Xiao Wu had never endured such indignity before. The Battle Soul Arena lacks reason. You made the mistake, yet I must pay? Xiao Wu was not one to shy away from confrontation, and she shouted at the staff. Apologies, it was indeed our oversight. Would you like to modify the badge? Yes. Please pay 10 gold soul coins. In that moment, Xiao Wu realized that in their eyes, only gold soul coins mattered. Not an ounce of regret was present. Tang San, standing nearby, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Did they not feel any guilt in profiting like this? Were their consciences not pricked? Xiao Wu, let it go, let it go. Tang San quickly intervened upon seeing her readiness to lash out. Flandra had previously warned them that the Battle Soul Arena was filled with experts. Confronting the staff here would be unwise. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Tang San would not willingly place himself in danger. Third brother, it was their fault. Why should we let slide? Xiao Wu protested, visibly dissatisfied. She had never experienced such humiliation in her life. Why should we let it go? Xiao Wu, this is the Battle Soul Arena, a place of formidable opponents. They hold the advantage here. If we continue to cause a scene. Tang San spoke in a hushed tone, his expression grave. After arriving in the big city, he realized that their abilities were hardly impressive. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu regained her composure, casting a furious glance at the staff before falling silent and following Tang San aside. Tang San, Xiao Wu, how is your registration going? At that moment, Dai Mu Bai approached with a smile. Don't mention it. Tang San recounted the earlier incident. Upon hearing this, Dai Mu Bai's expression darkened. Yet he refrained from making any harsh remarks. The Battle Soul Arena was no trifling matter, and one must tread carefully. If this were in the Star Luo Empire, it might be a different story, but they were in the Heaven Do Empire, not Dai Mu Bai's domain. Forget it. It is merely 10 gold soul coins. We can make do with the duo competition badge, Dai Mu Bai shrugged. What else could he do? He was at a loss. Of course, he could have given Tang San and Xiao Wu 10 gold soul coins to rectify the badge, but his high emotional intelligence prevented him from doing so. Were Tang San and Xiao Wu upset over the loss of gold soul coins? Not at all. They were merely aggrieved over the principle of right and wrong. Though the staff of the Battle Soul Arena had made an error, Xiao Wu had not specified the character for dance previously. After registration concluded, they entered the contestant rest area. The atmosphere here was far more lively than usual, especially with the presence of many female soul masters. To their surprise, Violet had become quite renowned. Merely her name had drawn so many soul masters to compete. Even with the 1 in 36 odds, they were willing to take the risk. Dai Mu Bai whispered, feeling a pang of jealousy. He was not lacking in appearance. So why did he not have as many female soul masters fawning over him? Then why don't they just buy tickets to Arena 8? Oscar inquired, puzzled. Wouldn't it be better to watch directly? Competing requires allocation, and the chance of encountering Violet is too slim. Dai Mu Bai shook his head. I asked earlier. Tickets for Arena 8 are already sold out. The Soto City Battle Soul Arena ranked among the finest in the entire Heaven Do Empire. It spanned a vast area, accommodating thousands of spectators simultaneously. If renovations were undertaken to merge the sub-arena with the main arena, it could potentially hold tens of thousands. I truly hope to be assigned to Arena 8. I long to see this noble gentleman. He possesses both beauty and strength, along with an air of sophistication. Truly the perfect partner. Just you? Have you looked in a mirror to see if you're worthy? Humph. Just wait until I encounter you in the arena. I'll tear your mouth apart. Who is afraid of whom? I believe if we are indeed assigned to the venue hosted by Violet, we should be more gentle. Upon hearing this, the other girls nodded in agreement. Someone of Violet's caliber undoubtedly favored gentle girls. As time passed, the number of contestants in the rest area dwindled, and eventually, it was Tang San and the others' turn. Contestant Tang San, please proceed to Arena 8. Contestant Zhu Zhuqing, please proceed to Arena 8. Contestant Xiao Wu, please proceed to Arena 33. Contestant Ma Hongjun, please proceed to Arena 7. As Dai Mubai's voice echoed through the arena, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others were momentarily taken aback. In particular, Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing found themselves astonished at the prospect of facing each other in the first match. Wait, aren't they at Arena 8? Tang San pondered. Why not me? Xiao Wu exclaimed with a hint of discontent, longing to meet that Violet. Yet her fortune seemed to elude her. Tang San, it doesn't matter which arena you're in. You might encounter him in the next match, Tang San reassured, though the turmoil within him remained unrecognized by others. Tang San, follow me for a moment, Dai Mubai suddenly instructed. Having witnessed Tang San's prowess, he was concerned about Zhu Zhuqing's safety in their imminent duel. Understood, Boss Dai, Tang San replied, casting a puzzled glance at Dai Mubai before nodding. After they retreated to a corner, Dai Mubai expressed, when you face Zhu Zhuqing, please go easy on her. After all, she is a classmate. Do not harm her. Taken aback, Tang San had no intention of injuring Zhu Zhuqing, considering their shared future as classmates. After a moment's reflection, Tang San looked at Dai Mubai with a knowing gaze, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. Rest assured, Boss Dai, I understand. You do? Then I thank you. I'll treat you to a meal after the match. Tang San surmised that Dai Mubai harbored feelings for Zhu Zhuqing, admiring his discerning taste. As for the twin sisters Dai Mubai had previously accompanied, Tang San paid them no mind, believing that a good friend could afford to be a little flirtatious. After all, he remained pure and untainted. Zhu Zhuqing, observing this exchange, regarded them with disdain, completely unappreciative. Back in Star Luo City, she had dismissed the rumors about Dai Mubai as mere slander, only to discover they were not mere whispers. How could she alter her fate? As she strode toward the arena, her thoughts remained clouded. Meanwhile, Violet remained clad in his distinctive attire, wielding a water-blue staff. The recent match had stirred something within him. The two female contestants were akin to hidden dragons and phoenixes, their perilous soul skills executed with remarkable grace. Upon concluding the first match he presided over, Violet made a surprising discovery. His internal strength had inexplicably increased a fraction. Was it possible that presiding over a fair and just match could enhance his power? As he pondered this, he noted another increase in strength following the second match, confirming it was no mere illusion. Like the edicts of Fontaine, the act of judgment accumulated strength. Fukulos, do you have any insight into this phenomenon? He mused, seeking answers from the entity within his consciousness. Violet, do you not recall the fragment of ancient dragon authority I entrusted to you? The destruction of divine thrones is not a simple matter. In essence, it is power that rightfully belongs to you. Violet's expression turned peculiar as he considered the implications. The ancient dragon authority, whether a gift from the heavens or a fragment extracted from it, was intertwined with the essence of belief that fortified his strength. Enlightened by this realization, he glanced at the audience in Arena 8, a smirk gracing his lips. These are all mere sheep. No, they are individuals worthy of protection. Initially finding the role of referee tedious, Violet's perspective shifted. Being a referee was indeed advantageous. Had he known of this ability earlier, even a 6-year-old could serve as a judge. Alas, 6 years had been squandered. Wait, the next match is Tang San against Zhu Zhuqing? Violet recognized the names of the protagonists, and, upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's entrance, remained unfazed. However, when Tang San appeared, he nearly burst into laughter. How could he possess such confidence to compete in that state? Surely, he must have been beaten to a pulp by Zhao Wujin. The audience shared his bewilderment. Who among the competitors did not present themselves in glorious splendor? This contestant named Tang San stood out starkly. Violet, is this what you call fairness? Against the soul sage, I, Tang San, can emerge relatively unscathed, merely sustaining a minor injury. What more do you desire? He lamented, feeling the weight of the audience's ignorance. The foolish judge who judges by appearances will find their own demise. Tang San's face darkened, reminiscent of charred coal. As he recalled the ridicule he faced upon arriving in Soto City, he had thought he could grow accustomed to it, but he had overestimated his resolve. The constant mockery was unbearable. Damn Zhao Wujin and these spectators. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze remained fixed on Violet, her eyes filled with admiration, pure admiration. This noble gentleman, in every aspect of his being, was impeccable. If only Dai Mubai could possess even half of Violet's qualities, it would suffice. Unfortunately, Dai Mubai was unworthy of comparison. Zhu Zhuqing had only a fleeting encounter with Violet, having trailed him quietly without exchanging a word. Her assessment of him was solely derived from conversations between Ning Rongrong and Violet, as well as Flinder's opinions. The dueling arena also had a host, who would warm up the crowd before the competitors faced off. Most attendees at Arena 8 had come for Violet, and with his presence, the host was rendered unnecessary. No one cared to listen to him. Silence. Violet's staff struck the ground, and an invisible pressure enveloped the arena, silencing the chatter of the audience. Please refrain from interfering with the competitors. The arena is a realm of absolute fairness and justice. Anything that could influence the contestants must vanish. Violet's impassive demeanor only intensified the allure for the girls in the audience, their eyes sparkling with hearts. So cool, so giftig, they thought, enchanted by his commanding presence. The competitors had 1 minute to unleash their martial spirits, and after that, the match would commence in earnest. As Violet's voice faded, Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing regained their focus. Tang San cast a surprised glance at Violet, feeling an unexpected surge of emotion within him. Once, numerous spectators derided him. But now, thanks to the assistance of Violet, those whispers of derision have vanished into thin air. But wait, why did he not voice this earlier? Only after Tang San had made a fool of himself did he emerge as a mediator. The fleeting sense of gratitude swiftly dissipated. Helping Tang San would only invite complaints about insufficient aid. Assisting the nearby Huyen, however, was a different matter. He would genuinely repay the favor. Always ready to lend a hand. With the spirit of the spectral cat embodied, Zhu Zhuqing, a 27th level agility type soul master, requested guidance. After her martial spirit manifested, subtle changes occurred. Her figure elongated, and her cat ears transformed her 10 fingers into sharp claws. Tang San, wielding the spirit of blue silvergrass, stood as a 29th level soul master, also seeking guidance. Both were soul masters, perfectly matched in their dual yellow attributes. Although they were classmates, their true acquaintance was minimal. They were not well-versed in each other's strengths, having merely shared the experience of undergoing Zhao Wuji's assessment. Zhu Zhuqing conceded. In a contest of agility against control, you stand no chance, Tang San stated indifferently. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing frowned but refrained from responding. Tang San and Dai Mubai shared a camaraderie that could hardly be deemed virtuous. The same could be said for Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who were hardly paragons of virtue, either. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing's silence, Tang San remained unperturbed, choosing to keep his own counsel, and they both lapsed into silence. A minute had passed, and the match commenced. The minute flew by, and, as Violet's words echoed, Tang San snapped out of his reverie, astonished at how swiftly time had elapsed. Recalling Dai Mubai's earlier remarks, he addressed Zhu Zhuqing once more. Zhu Zhuqing, yield. I fear you may be hurt, and Dai Mubai would hold me accountable. In this level of competition, the control type reigns supreme. You are simply not my adversary. Yield, for we are classmates, and you are aware of my prowess. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Zhuqing, initially poised to attack, frowned deeply. Tang San seemed quite irrational. She was well aware that she was no match for him, having witnessed his battle against Zhao Wuji's. What did Tang San mean by saying these things now that the match had officially begun? Would Dai Mubai truly blame him? These words nearly broke Zhu Zhuqing's composure, as Tang San, of all people, had to mention Dai Mubai. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to retort, Valette's voice rang out. Contestant Tang San, you are hereby warned. Intentionally disrupting your opponent's emotions is not permissible in an official match and constitutes unsportsmanlike conduct. This is your first warning. Should you err again, a second warning will result in disqualification from this match. Valette spoke with an unyielding demeanor. Pre-match banter is commonplace, but that occurs before the contest. The minute granted for spirit release is meant for self-introductions and the opportunity to provoke one's opponent, serving as a time for such banter. Once the official match commences, while such behavior may be considered unsportsmanlike, it does not breach the regulations. However, as the highest arbiter of the Soul Arena, Valette possesses the authority to impose such a rule. Indeed, it is so. Tang San was taken aback. What was happening? He merely encouraged Zhu Zhuqing to concede and was penalized? Valette, is this what you call fairness? Which regulation forbids a contestant from advising their opponent to yield? Tang San nearly shouted at Valette. He had perused the competition rules prior and found no such clause. As the chief referee of the Soul Arena, I possess the right to impose this rule for the sake of absolute fairness. Valette replied coolly. Furthermore, your actions cannot be seen as merely advising your opponent to yield. They are deemed as interfering with her emotional state. While soul techniques to disrupt an opponent are permissible, verbal assaults fall outside the realm of soul techniques. Soul techniques may be fearsome, but words can wound deeply. Valette remarked, casting a sidelong glance unperturbed. Tang San. Valette, do you have a penchant for ruin? He was incredulous. This rule had only just been introduced. Was it truly aimed at him? Tang San? His mouth gaped, caught between words. The chief referee could arbitrarily add such rules to the contest. The audience was also taken aback, reflecting on Valette's words. He was indeed correct. Taunting one's opponent is acceptable before the match, but once the contest begins, it is far more prudent to let actions speak. Such underhanded conduct was met with disdain by all. Soul techniques may be formidable, but words can inflict the deepest pain. Valette, the referee, truly had the power to provoke. Isn't underhandedness also a form of strength? Tang San thought to voice something, yet found himself speechless, truly at a loss. He simply wished to advise Zhu Zhuqing against futile struggles, but now he was accused of emotional interference. Even in death, he was branded as alive. How infuriating! Valette was clearly targeting him, and notions of fairness and justice were mere fabrications. Wait, how did I employ a verbal assault? Tang San pondered, bewildered. He could not comprehend what was amiss with his words. Contestant Tang San, my eyes serve as a measure. Do not doubt my judgment. When you mentioned Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing's emotional fluctuations were rife with anger and confusion. This can be interpreted as exceedingly complex. There must be some grievance between them, Valette said, offering an explanation as to why he deemed Tang San's actions as intentional disruption. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She had never anticipated that Valette could perceive her emotions. Tang San, equally stunned, glanced between Zhu Zhuqing and Valette. He was not foolish and noticed Zhu Zhuqing's clear gaze. Devoid of pretense, could it be that Zhu Zhuqing truly harbored animosity towards Dai Mubai? Indeed, these past few days, she had been irate at the sight of him, dismissing him entirely. Previously, he had assumed her demeanor was merely aloof, but it seemed there was more to the story. They must have known each other prior. When Dai Mubai had spoken earlier, he had hesitated, indicating a deeper issue at play. Tang San reflected, his concern shifting not towards Zhu Zhuqing, but rather towards whether Dai Mubai bore any burdens. Contestant Tang San, if I were your opponent and mentioned Xiao Wu in your presence, how would you feel? Tang San. Valette truly had a knack for provoking. How dare he? Look, you too would feel anger. Discussing such matters before the match is one thing, but once the contest begins, it becomes quite inappropriate. Do you accept this newly added regulation? Upon hearing this, Tang San suddenly understood. I concede. He finally nodded, realizing that he had no choice but to comply. While Valette's analogy was indeed provocative, it held an undeniable truth. Such behavior was, in fact, inappropriate. Seeing that even the contestant Tang San had acquiesced, the audience naturally had no objections. The match continued. As Valette's words echoed, the battle commenced. First soul skill, blue-silver entanglement. Tang San stood merely 30 meters from Zhu Zhuqing, Yet his first soul skill could be manipulated freely within a range of 50 to 60 meters. As the first yellow soul ring shimmered, the blue-silver grass in Tang San's hand instantaneously surged forth like a vine, lunging towards Zhu Zhuqing. Aware of Tang San's soul skills, Zhu Zhuqing had anticipated this move, yet she chose not to evade. Second soul skill, Nether Claw. Hiss! The onlookers were preoccupied with observing Violet. These two appeared quite young, both formidable soul masters. Indeed, one was at level 27, the other at 29. How could that be? Gasps of astonishment escaped the crowd as they turned their eyes towards Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, the duo had not donned masks, and upon seeing their faces, the audience could not help but sigh. They were simply too young. Wait, if these two were indeed exceptionally gifted, what of Violet standing at the edge of the arena? As a referee between two great soul masters, his power must surely be at least that of a soul sage. Yet Violet appeared considerably older, though not vastly so. On Zhu Zhuqing's side, as she utilized Nether Claw to sever the blue-silver grass, her first soul ring flickered once more. First soul skill, Nether Stab. This was a skill that activated instantaneously, allowing her to rapidly close the distance to her opponent and inflict harm. A faint smirk graced Tang San's lips, a glimmer of disdain flashing in his eyes. As Zhu Zhuqing attempted to cut through the blue-silver grass, she ultimately became ensnared by its seeds, facilitating his use of the second soul skill. He had previously urged Zhu Zhuqing to concede, yet she had not heeded his warning. Thus, he had no choice but to defeat her. Second soul skill, Parasite. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing, in a charging state, found herself enveloped by the blue-silver grass. She attempted to sever the entangling vines with her sharp claws, but her hands and feet were restrained, rendering her powerless. Strength was not the forte of an agile attack-type soul master. She could not break free through sheer force. Despite her resolute gaze, Zhu Zhuqing realized there was nothing she could do. As Tang San spoke, he seemed to recall something, turning his head to glance at Violet. Suddenly, he felt a jolt, almost committing another infraction. I concede. Zhu Zhuqing's cool voice rang out just before Tang San was about to toss her from the arena. She finally spoke. She understood she was no match for Tang San, yet she had not anticipated such a vast disparity in strength. Upon hearing her words, Tang San quickly released the blue-silver grass, granting Zhu Zhuqing her freedom. Contestant Zhu Zhuqing concedes. Contestant Tang San is victorious. Violet announced, his expression impassive. He felt no disappointment at Tang San's victory. Zhu Zhuqing was not a rival for him. Moreover, as an undeniably fair and impartial referee, he would not show favoritism. Even if he was targeting me, how could someone of Zhu Zhuqing's combat prowess ever hope to defeat me? Tang San mused, believing Violet was indeed out to undermine him. For no one had been allowed to persuade opponents to concede prior to the match. The audience was somewhat disinterested. The match concluded far too swiftly, with both contestants employing two soul skills in a brief span. The contest had barely commenced before it reached its conclusion. Just after the match ended, Violet appeared slightly taken aback, sensing a surge of power within him, a spike greater than that from the previous few matches combined. What could be the cause? Violet pondered for a moment, his gaze returning to Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing, suspicion forming in his mind. Could it be due to their status as protagonists? Perhaps. The adjudicator's authority gathered power through the emotions and beliefs of the audience. Tang San was the main character of the original story, while Zhu Zhuqing was a key supporting character, a member of the protagonist group. Their aura of fortune was immeasurable, or perhaps it was linked to his previous regulations. This warranted further investigation, if indeed their protagonist status was the reason. As Violet regarded him thoughtfully, Tang San felt perplexed. Did this fellow intend to challenge him further? Before absolute strength, I, Tang San, fear no opposition. Among great soul masters, I, Tang San, have no rivals. Tang San's confidence surged, but it would only grow in intensity. The match has concluded. Please return to the resting area, Violet stated, his face devoid of expression. Tang San's pride was nearly palpable, but what was he so pleased about? Violet found it incomprehensible why Tang San was always inexplicably self-assured. Tang San fell silent, a twitch at the corner of his eye. Are you unwell? Can't I revel in the glory of victory for a moment? Why the rush to send me off? As if I owe you tea? He shook his head, dismissing the odd thoughts in his mind. Violet was indeed peculiar. While he claimed to dislike him, he bore no true animosity. With a demeanor strictly professional, he spoke without hinting at personal grievances. Upon returning to the resting area, Tang San discovered that Xiao Wu had also concluded her battle. Though her opponent was a soul master, they were only at level 22, and she had swiftly resolved the conflict. Dai Mubai was still embroiled in a fierce struggle against a defensive soul sage. Zhu Zhuqing returned to the resting area, silent and seemingly deep in thought. Among the original group of Shrek's 7 monsters, only Ning Rongrong was absent. True to the original narrative, Flinder had her running laps, battling the Qian and the Mad Monkey. Third brother, did you see Violet? It's a pity I wasn't assigned to Arena 8. I wonder if we could be paired there for the doubles match. Xiao Wu bounced over to the group, her excitement fading to disappointment as she reached Tang San's side. Not being able to see Violet in person is the greatest regret of the night. She longed to switch places with either Tang San or Zhu Zhuqing to witness Violet at Arena 8. Hearing this, Tang San was momentarily stunned. Violet? Again, Violet. Xiao Wu, can't you think of anything else? Like whether your beloved third brother is injured or if he triumphed over his opponent. Now, hearing Xiao Wu speak of Violet, Tang San felt as if he were pricked by thorns, a lump lodged in his throat, as if seated on a bed of needles. Even the mere thought of Violet's unflinching countenance ignited a blaze of fury within him. Why did everyone seem to adore Violet, while he, Tang San, found him utterly intolerable? Xiao Wu, did you sustain any injuries? How did your opponent fare? Instead of addressing his own match, Tang San first inquired about Xiao Wu's well-being, striving to maintain his composure lest he alarm her. After all, Xiao Wu was someone he needed to protect with his life. As for Xiao Wu's victory, it mattered little to Tang San. Of course, I won. My opponent was merely a level 22 soul master. Suddenly, Xiao Wu seemed to recall something. Third brother, you haven't tea yet, answer my question. Tang San felt utterly exasperated. Having declared his victory, had Xiao Wu still not shown concern for him? Perhaps she had enough confidence in him to remain unfazed? After a moment of self-reflection, Tang San felt much better and finally spoke up. I met him. His style is rather peculiar, and I find it difficult to articulate. During the competition, I merely advised Zhu Zhuqing to concede, yet he accused me of interfering with the opponent. Tang San refrained from mentioning anything about Dai Mubai. Ultimately, it is all Violet's fault. His intention was simply to encourage Zhu Zhuqing to yield. What wrong was there in that? Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, felt indifferent. Her concern was not about how Violet performed as a referee. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow and cast a disdainful glance at Tang San, sensing a hint of disgust in her gaze. This person's capabilities are commendable, yet he exhibits a certain unscrupulousness. During the competition, he clearly acknowledged the regulations introduced by Violet, yet now he remains silent about it. Instead, he portrays himself as a victim. Such behavior from Tang San is indeed bewildering. Truly, there is not a single normal person among those who are aligned with Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, opting not to engage in any debate with them. I envy you Battle Soul Masters. You can participate in the 11th Soul Fighting Tournament. With enough time, wouldn't a silver badge be easily attainable? If only I were a Battle Soul Master as well. Oscar lamented from the side, having always aspired to be one, so he would no longer be bullied, especially by Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who frequently picked on him, yet he dared not voice any complaints, for he was merely a food system soul master, devoid of any combat prowess. Xiao Ao, stop dreaming about becoming a battle soul master. It's impossible for you in this lifetime. Just then, Ma Hongjun approached with a broad smile and addressed Oscar. Fatty, I will surely find a way to become a battle soul master. Oscar clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, yet feeling utterly helpless. The nature of his martial soul left him with no choice. Observing Ma Hongjun's unusual restraint, Oscar was momentarily taken aback. But after a brief contemplation, he reverted to his previous demeanor. As someone without combat capabilities, it was imperative for him to maintain good relations with his teammates. Fatty, are you going to the expense later? Of course. The teacher asked me to accompany him for this very reason. After breaking up with Sui Hua, expenses have become quite significant. Ma Hongjun nodded, a charming smile adorning his face. Ice clear and pure Tang San. Xiao Wu interjected, hands on her hips, casting a disdainful glance at Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Expenses? Do you really think I, Xiao Wu, am a foolish rabbit who doesn't understand? That day, Paper Tiger brought 2 girls, along with you, Ma Hongjun. All that talk about evil fire is merely an excuse. And as for you, Oscar, your lecherous gaze is the real issue. Upon hearing this, both Ma Hongjun and Oscar were struck dumb. Tang San, can't you reign in Xiao Wu? It's one thing for Dai Mubai to be a playboy, but I swear I only went there because of the evil fire. Ma Hongjun blurted out, completely disregarding Zhu Zhuqing's presence. Indeed, Tang San, you ought to manage Xiao Wu better. Dai Mubai is indeed a philanderer, but I can't help how my eyes are naturally shaped. Oscar retorted, indignantly defending himself. Just as they felt bold enough to shift the blame entirely onto Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened, remaining silent. Changing partners every few days? Dai Mubai is truly something else. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, I believe Xiao Wu is correct. You should focus your energies on cultivation. Those pursuits are detrimental to your health. It is best to avoid them, Tang San remarked after a moment's contemplation. Is Xiao Wu more important, or are Oscar and Ma Hongjun? Must I even consider it? Clearly, Xiao Wu holds far greater significance. Third brother is unlike you. He remains untainted, the pure and noble Tang San. Xiao Wu scoffed. Pure and noble? Uncontaminated? Oscar and Ma Hongjun chimed in unison, exchanging knowing glances. Ice clear and pure Tang San. They burst into laughter, tears streaming down their faces. Under the piercing gazes of Xiao Wu and Tang San, their laughter finally subsided, although their shoulders still trembled with the effort of suppressing their mirth. My apologies, Tang San. Xiao Wu, we are professionals trained to refrain from laughter. Typically, we would never succumb to such mirth unless utterly unable to contain ourselves. They managed to say before erupting into laughter once more. Ice clear and pure Tang San. Uncontaminated Tang San. Violet, due to his role as a referee, refrains from engaging with unfamiliar girls. He maintains no personal connections. Tang San, you are essentially a eunuch. Hearing this, Tang San's face darkened to the color of charcoal. His fists clenched tightly, repeatedly reminding himself that these two were merely jesting. He must not let anger consume him. He mustn't violently retaliate. A gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too long to wait. You two should remember this day. There will come a time when I, Tang San, will repay you in kind. Gradually relaxing his clenched fists, he cast a glance at Ma Hongjun and Oscar as if they were already dead. What was there to be angry about when dealing with the dead? One day, he would surely bring ruin upon Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Had he not been weak and unable to offend Flanders and the others, he would have already drawn a hidden weapon to send them on their way. Please, the 3 and 5 combinations proceed to Arena 8. Please, the Iron Blood combination proceed to Arena 8. At that moment, the announcement echoed through the air, halting Oscar and Ma Hongjun's laughter. Tang San ignored them, intent on saying something, but unexpectedly, Xiao Wu leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, "Yea, third brother, we are indeed assigned to Arena 8. This is wonderful. I can finally see Violet again." Upon hearing this, Tang San's expression darkened once more. How could he endure hearing the name of another man from the lips of his beloved? Yet, he was reluctant to scold Xiao Wu. So he redirected his frustration toward Violet. Let us proceed to the arena. I am uncertain of the Iron Blood combination strength. Tang San felt a vague sense of unease, convinced that this upcoming dual soul battle would encounter unforeseen complications. However, both he and Xiao Wu are formidable soul masters at level 29, nearly invincible at this stage. How could there be any issues? With this thought, Tang San shook his head, dismissing the unsettling notion from his mind. Third brother, hurry up. By the time he regained his focus, Xiao Wu had almost reached the arena. It seemed he had overthought the situation. There was no need for a reminder, as Xiao Wu was already racing ahead. With a resigned shrug, Tang San leisurely made his way to the stage. Fatty, did you notice Tang San's gaze towards us just now? It felt off to me, Oscar remarked gravely after Tang San had departed. He had not anticipated that Tang San would take a joke so seriously. Clearly, it was Xiao Wu who instigated the trouble first, and he and Ma Hongjun felt reluctant to blame her, thus redirecting their focus onto Tang San. Yet just moments ago, Tang San's eyes had gleamed with an intensity that suggested he might wish to eliminate them. As a weaker individual, Oscar possessed a keen sense of perception. Really? Are you sure you didn't misinterpret it? Ma Hongjun scratched his head, somewhat slow to grasp the situation. I hope I was mistaken. Zhu Zhuqing observed silently, showing no inclination to integrate with the group. Tang San believed he was concealing his emotions well, but as the adage goes, the participant is often oblivious while the observer sees clearly. Zhu Zhuqing, a perennial observer, noted that the murderous intent flickering in Tang San's eyes was far more terrifying than when her sister, Zhu Zhuyun, had pursued her. Strangely enough, even with so many people on her tail, Zhu Zhuyun had failed to capture her. It was perplexing to think that she, who could not even defeat Tang San, a mere soul master, could evade the pursuit of those who included soul sovereigns and soul kings. Was her luck not exceedingly fortuitous? Unable to fathom it further, Zhu Zhuqing abandoned the contemplation and redirected her thoughts towards her future path. The original route, striving alongside Dai Mubai for a chance at survival, seemed increasingly implausible. A rogue like Dai Mubai could hardly be expected to turn back. Moreover, he was hardly deserving of her support. Yet, she felt utterly devoid of choices. Indeed, if she were to part ways with Dai Mubai, her family and the Star Luo royal family would pursue her relentlessly. Such occurrences had happened in the past, leading to Zhu family women fleeing only to be hunted down, leaving no trace behind. If only she had options. With a deep sigh, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes filled with sorrow. Xiao Wu go. Revive my beloved. Upon hearing the announcement, Violet was momentarily taken aback. This time, not only had the male lead arrived, but the female lead had come as well. She would soon discover whether her suspicions were correct. Before the conclusion of this dual soul battle, Violet had also hosted a solo soul battle, the power displayed far surpassing that of Tang San's earlier match against Zhu Zhuqing. To his surprise, he had not even utilized his authority to arrange for the pair to compete on his stage. They had simply arrived on their own, as Xiao Wu ascended the arena. Her beautiful eyes remained fixated on Violet. She sensed an aura emanating from him that seemed to belong to a higher being, something not entirely human. Perhaps it was merely her imagination. However, seeing Violet once more only solidified her suspicions. Though the aura was faint, it did not resemble that of a soul beast. Yet, she firmly believed that Violet was not human. It sounded convoluted, yet this was the undeniable truth. Even titled Douluos could not detect Violet's unusual nature. But soul beasts were different. They were far more sensitive to human essences and were intimately familiar with them. Violet possessed a human essence. Yet it was intertwined with something otherworldly, not quite that of soul beast, yet it evoked a sense of familiarity in them. Tang San observed this with a twinge of jealousy, feeling utterly helpless. It was as if the prize cabbage he had nurtured was slipping from his grasp. The Iron Blood duo were a pair of burly twin brothers, their muscular physiques betraying their combat training. Upon seeing their opponents, they were momentarily taken aback at the sight of such young contenders. Little sister, you should back down. I fear you may be harmed. Soul battles were no mere games. If they lost control, the consequences could be dire. Only upon seeing Xiao Wu's adorable demeanor did the brothers relent. Hearing their words, Xiao Wu snapped back to reality. Little sister, my true age far surpasses that of your great-great-great-grandfather. On the left side stood the newly formed trio, the San-Wu combination, while on the right were the seasoned Iron Blood duo, boasting 4 consecutive victories. The audience eagerly anticipated whether the new trio would triumph or if they would offer the Iron Blood duo a 5th victory. The host concluded the warm-up, and Violet declared, both sides have 1 minute to release their martial souls before the match officially begins. Due to the nature of this soul battle, neither side may intentionally harm the opponent. Keep it within limits. After this proclamation, Violet cast a meaningful glance at Tang San. With Xiao Wu in the fray, it was unlikely she would escape unscathed. Should Xiao Wu be injured, Tang San would hold anyone responsible, despite his insistence that he was merely protecting his sister. Time and again, he would call Xiao Wu go. Softbone rabbit, manifest. Xiao Wu was the first to complete her martial soul manifestation. Tang San and the Iron Blood brothers, not to be outdone, also activated their martial souls. Having learned from previous lessons, Tang San refrained from speaking, wary of incurring another warning from Violet. However, as a paragon of virtue, self-introductions were indeed necessary. I am Tang San, Martial Soul Blue Silvergrass, a level 29 control-type soul master. I humbly seek your guidance. I am Xiao Wu, Martial Soul Softbone Rabbit, a level 29 attack-type soul master. I humbly seek your guidance. What? You are both level 29? The Iron Brothers were momentarily stunned. These seemingly youthful challengers had already reached such a level. Their soul power surpassed that of the brothers. Do not underestimate us. You know not the chasm that exists between talent. Xiao Wu struck a combat pose, disdain dancing on her lips. Upon hearing this, the Iron Brothers exchanged glances but chose not to retort. Talent? This world was replete with it. Yet, even the most gifted required time to develop. They were merely soul masters. How could their practical experience compare to those who had long thrived in the soul battle arena? Iron Dragon, Martial Soul, Iron Hammer. Level 28 Attack Type Soul Master at your service. Iron Tiger, Martial Soul, Iron Hammer. Level 27 Attack Type Soul Master at your service. The Iron Brothers simultaneously unleashed their martial souls, both wielding ordinary forging hammers. Tang San was taken aback. He too possessed a hammer-type martial soul, albeit different from theirs. Nevertheless, their combat style should be similar. Xiao Wu, be cautious. I understand, third brother. As time ticked by, neither side provoked the other, opting instead to patiently await the conclusion of the minute. Tang San feared Violet might issue him a yellow card, while the Iron Brothers had their own considerations. Achieving level 29 at such a young age with optimal soul ring configurations suggested they had formidable backing. Such opponents are best left unprovoked. The minute is up. The match begins. As the words fell, Tang San immediately turned to Xiao Wu and said, Xiao Wu, go. This was not their first collaboration. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Wu charged forward alone. Tang San remained on the sidelines, observing the unfolding situation. Tai Long and Tai Hu exchanged glances, hefting their 100-pound forging hammers as they rushed towards Xiao Wu, intent on eliminating her first. The hammerheads were larger than Xiao Wu's face. A careless blow could spell disaster. Xiao Wu, be careful. With Tang San's interference, Xiao Wu hesitated momentarily. She was well aware of the need for caution. Who would wish to be struck by a heavy hammer? After 2 rounds of engagement, although Xiao Wu fought valiantly against 2 opponents and found herself at a disadvantage, she emerged unscathed. Just then, much-awaited reinforcement arrived. First Spirit Ability, Blue Silver Bind. Xiao Wu, take this opportunity. First Spirit Ability, Waist Bow. As time passed and they exchanged blows, Xiao Wu unfortunately fell victim to Tai Long's martial spirit. In that moment, Tang San erupted with fury. You seek death. Upon seeing Xiao Wu fall, Tang San's eyes turned crimson, unleashing his purple extreme demon eyes, followed by the use of Phantom Shadow. He charged towards Tai Long, and Tai Hu like a specter. Why did he always unleash his fury only after Xiao Wu was injured? Perhaps this was a well-worn strategy that led to Xiao Wu's sacrifice, only to resurrect him. My beloved. At this thought, Violet could not help but chuckle. No one can provoke justice in the arena. Fortunately, at this critical juncture in the match, no one noticed Violet's unusual demeanor. Oddly enough, Shun-Ti the duo have executed their combination technique, Solitary Throw, to strike down Xiao Wu, while Tang San intervened to prevent her injury. The battlefield changed in an instant, possibly altered by Violet's butterfly effect. It became Xiao Wu's injury and Tang San's fury. With eyes ablaze, Tang San vowed that if these two dared to harm Xiao Wu, they would meet their demise. He did not resort to hidden weapons, but charged straight at them. They overestimate their abilities. Tai Long and Tai Hu, twin brothers, though lacking a fusion technique, shared a deep connection. They exchanged glances again, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in their eyes. Solitary Throw. This was their trump card, spinning their martial spirits and launching them with immense force. Tang San, witnessing this, scoffed. How could such a technique strike him, who possessed Phantom Shadow? His devilish steps evaded their strongest attack, and seizing the moment as their martial spirits left their hands, Tang San reached them. We concede. As he prepared to strike, he halted slightly. Concede? Do you think it ends here? The flame of rage ignited within Tang San. How could he live with himself if he did not slay these brothers? If someone wished to take your life, they must first step over my corpse. In a flash of memory, Tang San's crimson gaze was filled solely with murderous intent. This is the price for harming Xiao Wu. Unbeknownst to him, 2 willow leaf blades appeared in his hands. Though a lesser form of hidden weapon, at this moment, he did not require skill to wield them against the pair. Just then, Violet, positioned at the edge of the arena, moved with the swiftness of lightning, faster than anyone could imagine. A book emerged behind Violet, adorned with wave-like engravings. 3 azure soul rings swiftly rose from beneath his feet. Upon revealing his martial spirit, he did not unleash any soul abilities. Instead, he lightly leaped. And before the audience could react, he crashed into Tang San. Even Tang San, with his purple extreme demon eyes and phantom shadow, could not comprehend what had happened, only feeling an overwhelming force lock onto him. And then he knew nothing. Youth is a blessing. He fell asleep instantly. Violet's strike was merely a casual blow, yet Tang San was knocked unconscious. Had he not held back, perhaps among the many awakened spirit masters 7 years from now, he might have found his place. No one can provoke justice in the arena. Violet, rising from his crouch, calmly declared, not even glancing at Tang San. The opponent had conceded, yet he still harbored murderous intent. Such conduct was intolerable in the arena. Tang San violated the rules and was thus disqualified. The Iron Blood duo claimed victory in this match. As Violet concluded his statement, the arena was filled with gasps of astonishment. I suspected this referee was formidable. I never anticipated such strength. My husband is truly impressive. From such a distance, he leaped with ease. In that perilous moment, even a soul master might struggle to intervene. What do you mean, my husband? Yes, clearly my husband. Violet's husband had soul rings that were all azure. Truly, it was quite beautiful. It must be due to his martial spirit, a water blue book influencing the color of his soul rings, which made perfect sense. No one doubted the authenticity of Violet's soul rings, and even concocted an explanation for their azure hue. Such soul rings, not only had they never seen, but they had never even heard of. My husband is so handsome. Wait, something feels off. Violet is far too powerful. He didn't even use a soul ability. And his martial spirit is a weapon. Is his physique excessively formidable? Some astute individuals began to catch on. I see you're just jealous. What is wrong with my husband being stronger? I was your boyfriend first. Not anymore. On the arena, Tai Long and Tai, who were now somewhat fearful. Tang San had blatantly disregarded martial ethics and sought to kill them even after they had conceded. This was no longer a contest of martial spirits. Their leniency towards the girl had resulted in their companion's ruthless assault. Thank you, honorable referee. Thank you, honorable referee. The brothers clasped their hands in gratitude towards Violet. This was a life-saving grace. No need for thanks. It is my duty. Violet waved his hand and retracted his martial spirit. The reason for showcasing the grand ceremony of eternal flow was merely that soul masters must utilize their powers through their martial spirits. Whether he used it or not was inconsequential, akin to a deity donning a mere glass bead, just a formality to avoid appearing too peculiar. For you, it is a duty. For us, it is a life-saving grace. We recognize our inadequacies and cannot repay you. If you ever require anything, we will face mountains of knives or seas of fire without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Violet regarded them with a discerning glance and nodded, saying nothing more. Miss Xiao Wu, when you awaken, please take your companion down. The reasons for your defeat have already been articulated. Violet cast a glance at the seemingly lifeless Xiao Wu on the ground. Xiao Wu replied, she has long since regained consciousness. The opponent certainly showed restraint. Otherwise, she would still be in slumber. A loss is merely a loss. It does not concern me. It was Sange who violated the rules. I, on the other hand, have always adhered to the regulations of the Soul Arena. Fortunately, Tang San had already succumbed to sleep. Otherwise, upon hearing this, he might have been driven to rage. Oh, Xiao Wu, all that I, Tang San, have done is for you. Violet provided a brief clarification. However, Xiao Wu's intention was not to convey this at all. Once both parties had exited the arena, Violet began to sense her own strength. Indeed, with the presence of a protagonist or the impartial administration of a match, one can harness greater power. This bout of soul fighting yielded a more significant enhancement than the previous encounter between Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. 23. Surrounding Dai Mubai. Violet Moset. I knew that fellow was no ordinary person. His speed and control over power are beyond what Tang San and Dai Mubai could ever hope to match. The aquamarine soul ring is rather peculiar. Flander murmured instinctively. Violet's strength appeared to be around level 30, yet also seemed beyond that. Could a spirit master of over 30 levels achieve such feats? Flander had neither witnessed nor even heard of such a phenomenon before. Alas, as a member of the Soul Arena, if not for that, I would have resorted to trickery or even abduction to bring him to Shrek Academy. Flander felt a profound sense of disappointment. Throughout his life, he had encountered many prodigies, and Shrek Academy was known for nurturing talent. Yet, he had never come across an existence like Violet. Wait a moment, that fellow's methods were excessively ruthless. With a single strike, Tang San was knocked unconscious. As a battle spirit master, Xiao had no trouble bringing Tang San off the field. When the group reconvened, they gazed at the unconscious Tang San, lost in contemplation. They were well aware of Tang San's prowess. What sort of opponent could incapacitate him? Xiao Wu, have you and Tang San encountered a formidable master? How could he be knocked out like that? Dai Mubai inquired, a look of confusion clouding his eyes. In the great soul master phase, as long as one did not face a soul master who countered Tang San, he should not have lost. It's not like that. Sangu violated the soul arena's rules. After the opponent surrendered, he attempted to strike down his adversary, and that was when Violet intervened and knocked him out. Xiao Wu stated, her expression unwavering, though her eyes betrayed a hint of evasion. Tang San's actions were motivated by a desire for vengeance on her behalf. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Ma Hongjun and Oscar instinctively took a couple of steps back, distancing themselves from Tang San. Tang San doesn't seem like a killer. How could he act this way? As for the incident of Tang San being knocked unconscious by Violet, the group chose to overlook it, fixating instead on why Tang San had behaved in such a manner. I was injured by the opponent, and then San Gu sought vengeance for me. The moment Xiao Wu spoke, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar instinctively distanced themselves from both Xiao Wu and Tang San. Too terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Isn't it normal to get hurt on the Soul Arena? For Tang San to seek vengeance for Xiao Wu, even to the point of wanting to kill. It's no wonder. We must not offend these two. Wait a moment, didn't we mock Tang San earlier? Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanged glances. And at that moment, the plump one finally believed Oscar's instincts. Tang San had indeed harbored intentions of murder. They concluded that they must exercise greater caution and, ideally, take the initiative first. In Shrek Academy, no teacher was conventional. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sought refuge there. Their methods of education were naturally unconventional. What do you mean by not provoking trouble is mediocrity? Strike first or suffer the consequences. Isn't that a standard operation? Once the seeds of doubt are sown, they are challenging to uproot. They fear that one day, Tang San might treat them in the same manner. This was not an impossible scenario. What Tang San did was indeed wrong. He violated the rules of the Soul Arena. This matter ends here. You all may leave. I have some matters to attend to with Ma Hongjun. At that moment, Flander approached, stating, previously, he had held Violet in high regard, only to find that she had led him to a complete defeat. Indeed, he had placed considerable stakes on Tang San and Xiao Wu. And what was the result? Tang San was declared the loser due to violating the Soul Arena rules. Decades of hard work, reduced to nothing in an instant. Flander's gaze toward Tang San grew increasingly discontented. Could this be blamed on Violet? Certainly not. Teacher, let Oscar join us as well. He wishes to go. Ma Hongjun exclaimed loyally, as the two had previously made an agreement, and thus could not betray it. Oh, Ma Hongjun, couldn't you phrase that more delicately? Oscar lamented, feeling despondent. What do you mean by he also wants to go? Well, it is indeed the case. Flanders' eyelid twitched. As a lifelong bachelor committed to Lu Erlong, he had never married nor visited such places. Yet his disciples and students were all, the world has indeed changed. In that case, Oscar, you should accompany us. Yes, Dean. Once everyone exited the Soul Arena, they parted ways. The unconscious Tang San was supported by Dai Mubai, while Xiao Wu kept her head lowered, lost in thought. Zhu Zhuqing did not even glance at Dai Mubai, continuing on her own path. As they neared the entrance of Shrek, Dai Mubai could no longer contain himself. Zhu Zhuqing, what are your intentions? For you, I have begun to change. You should be aware of my transformation over these past few days. Dai Mubai shouted at Zhu Zhuqing, his voice resonating so loudly that even Ning Rongrong, who sat nearby contemplating life, could hear him. Such a waste of effort. Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly, her voice inherently frigid, causing the temperature around them to drop. You, Dai Mubai, with one hand supporting Tang San, felt an impulse to strike Zhu Zhuqing with his other hand. Without Tang San to intervene, for some reason, he halted his hand. Go on, strike me, Zhu Zhuqing said indifferently. To be a scoundrel is one thing, but to hit a woman is another. Xiao Wu stood nearby, blinking in confusion, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Did Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing know each other? What was the nature of their current interaction? Why were they suddenly prepared to resort to violence? As a woman, Xiao Wu naturally disapproved of Dai Mubai's behavior, and she boldly interjected, Dai Mubai, what are you planning to do to Zhu Qing? Are you going to hit a woman? You are nothing but a brute. TSK, it's simply unrequited love. What other reason could there be? Ning Rongrong's voice chimed in at that moment. Surrounded by only two men, one of whom lay unconscious. Three young women directed their sharp taunts at Dai Mubai, testing his already precarious temper. Known for his volatile nature and quick to anger, Dai Mubai could scarcely contain himself. What does my relationship with Zhu Zhuqing have to do with you? He seethed. Xiao Wu, I am showing restraint out of respect for Tang San. Ning Rongrong, do not think that your affiliation with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School intimidates me. Others may fear you, but I do not. Speak again, and I shall take your life. Dai Mubai's furious proclamation belied his ignorance of Ning Rongrong's true status as a prominent figure from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ah, how audacious. You threaten me directly. Ning Rongrong gescowed, dismissing Dai Mubai entirely. She had never been afraid of anyone, yet she failed to recognize that without the protection of her allies, she would be in grave danger. Provoking a powerful assault-type soul master was an imprudent course of action, but her upbringing had fostered a sense of invulnerability, cultivated by the indulgence of the two esteemed elders who doted on her. Ning Rongrong, this is not the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. No one here will coddle you. What if I were to kill you? Dai Mubai retorted fiercely. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of fear crossed Ning Rongrong's features. She had indeed forgotten that this was not her home ground. Nevertheless, as the heiress of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she could not afford to show weakness. Come then, kill me if you dare. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged astonished glances at Ning Rongrong's sudden boldness. Just yesterday, she had been the epitome of a docile girl, and now she had transformed entirely. Ning Rongrong, this matter is between Dai Mubai and me. You should leave. Zhu Zhuqing urged, fully aware that she lacked the strength to intervene if Dai Mubai truly intended to harm Ning Rongrong. Yet, Ning Rongrong had stepped in for her sake, and she did not wish for her to suffer. This is none of your business, Zhu Zhuqing. I have long harbored disdain for that yellow-haired fool, Ning Rongrong vavet dismissivedi, revealing her genuine feelings. But you are an auxiliary soul master. Zhu Zhuqing protested. Don't worry, I will support you, and together we will confront this paper tiger. Dai Mubai, does he truly believe he can disregard my presence? Without Tang San to mediate this escalating chaos, the situation grew increasingly dire. Dai Mubai was not one to admit fault unless he was bested, and he was oblivious to any wrongdoing on his part. His nature inclined him to bully the weak and fear the strong. Very well, I shall witness what strength you possess. With that declaration, Dai Mubai unceremoniously tossed Tang San into the grass and unleashed his martial spirit. Martial spirit manifestation. How dare you treat my brother in such a manner? Dai Mubai felt helpless. He was supporting Tang San and had taken care to avoid throwing him onto the ground, instead opting for the grass. Yet Xiao Wu was relentless. Xiao Wu, cease your foolishness. Do not blame me if I refuse to show Tang San any mercy. You call me foolish? When have I ever acted in such a manner? Ning Rongrong, you enhance me and Zhu Zhuqing. If we cannot defeat that bear, how can we hope to conquer this paper tiger? At her words, Ning Rongrong wasted no time and summoned her martial spirit, amplifying her companions with her soul skills. Seven treasures first, strength. Seven treasures second, speed. With Ning Rongrong's enhancements, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's power and speed soared to the level of soul masters. Sisters, let's strike him. Dai Mubai never anticipated such a turn of events. Faced with the onslaught from Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, bolstered by the support of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, he found himself in a precarious situation, even as a level 37 soul master. As time passed, Dai Mubai lay on the ground, battered and bruised, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing fared slightly better, though they too bore the marks of battle. What path lies ahead? Zhu Zhuqing pondered. I cannot remain at Shrek Academy. It is filled with scoundrels and villains, those who would consort with the worst sorts at such a young age. Why not join me at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? I may not know the details of your conflict with Dai Mubai, but once you are at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he will not dare to trouble you. What a wretched academy. They speak of being a monster academy. Yet not a single individual is sane. Ning Rongrong railed as she walked, suddenly struck by an idea. Xiao Wu, why not join me at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? What is the point of remaining in this dreadful academy? It is filled with deceivers who produce monsters. If it were not for us talented souls being lured here, they would teach nothing of value. It was not the academy that taught monsters, but rather that monsters had been misled into the academy. Contemplating this, Xiao Wu shook her head vigorously. She was well aware of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's formidable reputation, particularly its dual Douluo lineage. Thank you for your kindness, Ning Rongrong, but I must decline. Decline? That would be courting death. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom being rejected by Xiao Wu, her mouth agape, on the verge of protest. After all, countless soul masters yearned to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, only to be turned away. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes brightened at Ning Rongrong's words. Ning Rongrong, could the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School truly free me from Dai Mubai's grasp? Ning Rongrong, oblivious to the immense trouble she had stirred, replied nonchalantly, of course. Very well. I shall accompany you to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but you must assist me in resolving the complications of my admission, and my marriage shall be my own decision. Zhu Zhuqing nodded earnestly, recognizing her lack of options. She hoped Ning Rongrong would have the influence to secure her safety, for confronting Dai Mubai was tantamount to betraying the Star Luo royal family and the Zhu clan. She would not escape unscathed. Taking a chance seemed the only path forward. Absolutely. Ning Rongrong was elated at Zhu Zhuqing's willingness to accompany her. She had just recruited her first genius for the sect, Ning Feng He Tenjin. Gurong, we do not require such a genius. Do not come any closer, without so much as a backward glance. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing set off for Soto City, leaving their dormitory behind. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu assisted Tang San back to his lodging, indifferent to Dai Mubai's fate. By the way, Zhu Qing, what is the situation between you and Dai Mubai? Ning Rongrong inquired as they walked, intent on understanding the matters at hand to aid Zhu Zhuqing. In response, Zhu Zhuqing recounted her history with Dai Mubai and the engagement that bound them. Ning Rongrong felt a sudden pang of regret as she considered her decision to recruit Zhu Zhuqing. Upon returning to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, would she face severe reprimand? Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the battle arena, where Violet remained oblivious to the events unfolding among the Shrek group. After the conclusion of the matches, he began to assess his gains from the day. In terms of cultivation speed, his achievements today were equivalent to a fortnight's worth of training. It is worth noting that he differed from regular soul masters, as he could not only cultivate independently, but also had assistance at hand. His bounty was indeed plentiful. Little Violet, how does it feel to be a referee? I heard that you showcased some remarkable skills today. At that moment, Dodo entered Violet's room with a smile. She had worried that he might feel out of place, but to her surprise, he had indeed performed impressively, even introducing a new regulation. While the arena acknowledged this regulation, it did not endorse it, as the audience preferred to witness a bit of banter. This rule would only take effect when Violet, the referee, took to the stage. Dodo, please have a seat. Violet responded, snapping out of his reverie upon seeing her. It is not that I wish to show off. Had I not intervened, Tang San would undoubtedly have killed those two, which would have resulted in 2 lost lives. They had already conceded, and it was imperative to prevent Tang San from committing an act of violence. If they were to perish, many contestants would question the integrity of the arena. After listening to his words, Dodo chuckled in resignation. The battle arena was indeed relatively fair. However, when a contestant's winning odds were excessively high, there were instances of covert manipulation to safeguard the arena's interests by imposing challenges on the competitors. This was something Dodo, having spent many years in the arena, was well aware of. Your sister is not here to reprimand you. Given your remarkable strength, why is it that you never step onto the field during family contests? Dodo inquired, puzzled. The 8 great families were indeed closely knit, genuinely interconnected. During occasional gatherings, the younger generation would engage in battles for amusement. Yet, Violet had never participated, and had he not intervened today, no one would have known his true strength. Is it possible that I refrain from participating because I am simply too strong? Violet replied nonchalantly. To be honest, I have little interest in combat. Hearing this, Dodo's eye twitched. Indeed, he claimed to lack interest in battle, yet he leaped several meters to knock someone unconscious. If he were genuinely interested, he might even soar into the sky, standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun. At such a young age, Violet had already reached the rank of Soul Master, truly a prodigy blessed with innate soul power. The 8 great families, despite their vast resources, lacked such innate talent, and Violet had indeed blazed a trail. However, unbeknownst to many, Violet's innate soul power was not at level 10, but rather an astonishing level 20. Little Violet, you should take a rest now. You have worked hard today. Please refrain from officiating the matches tomorrow, and allow yourself a day to recuperate. Upon hearing this, Violet was taken aback. Why was he being asked to rest all of a sudden? He felt no fatigue and saw no reason to take a break. While Violet himself was not tired, the staff at the arena had certainly endured immense strain. Due to his presence, the audience and participants had been overwhelming in number. Some hosts even struggled to find their words, illustrating the pressure they faced. Though the crowd brings joy, it also brings fatigue. The more people there are, the greater the earnings for the arena. Yet who can endure such daily demands? There was no alternative. Only Dodo was sufficiently familiar with Violet, and everyone else implored her to request that he refrain from participating the following day to allow everyone a brief respite. After Dodo's explanation, Violet's eye twitched again. He relied on his immense strength and his ability to remain silent, which made his experience less taxing. However, the other staff members were overwhelmed. It was an unavoidable situation. Very well, I shall take a day off tomorrow. Greater efficiency is always welcome, yet the current workload is too much for anyone to bear. Dodo handed him 2,000 gold soul coins as compensation for his efforts in attracting guests to the arena that evening. She understood that Violet was not in need of money, yet it was essential to provide him with due remuneration. Otherwise, even if Violet held no objections, the other staff members might. Violet was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the reason for such a large audience tonight was the arena's use of his reputation for promotion. What an unexpected turn of events. The arena truly possessed a keen business acumen, capitalizing on this wave of popularity. Violet did not feel embarrassed. Though 2,000 gold soul coins were not a significant sum, they were rightfully his. Thank you, Dodo, for delivering this to me, he said as he accepted the gold card. No need for thanks. This is what you deserve. Rest early, little Violet. Today has been exhausting for me as well. Dodo waved her hand, casting a flirtatious glance at Violet before turning to exit the room. She had teased him several years prior, and it was indeed quite entertaining. Have you considered the feelings of the person involved? Violet thought to himself, feeling somewhat bashful. Was Dodo truly teasing him? Or was it more that she was drawn to his presence? Ah, little Violet, you have once again fallen prey to the teasing of your half-sibling. Suddenly, the laughter of Fukulo's echoed in his mind, causing Violet to frown. This mischievous spirit was truly incorrigible. Once she regained her human form, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. Involuntarily, Violet thought within his mind, Fukulo's, enough already. But before he could finish, Fukulo's, panicking, envisioned how Violet might retaliate against her, hastily retorting, fine, I won't tease you anymore. Too late. Violet's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes gleaming with determination. Such a trivial matter as Fukulo's. Is it not merely a matter of easily suppressing her? Oh dear, Violet has lost control. Fukulo's mused inwardly, secretly reveling in this evolving dynamic. It seemed that she had gradually grown accustomed to this feeling, a hint of delight blossoming in her heart. She had begun to exhibit a more human side, reminiscent of the character of Furina. After ascending to divinity, she had separated her humanity from her divinity, resulting in Furina embodying her human aspect, while Fukulo's represented her divine essence. The only part that perished was Fukulo's. Furina remained largely unaffected. After reuniting, Fukulo's had spent years alongside Violet, gradually developing a semblance of humanity. Much like Furina, she had become playful and filled with myriad thoughts. After all, Furina was in essence the human aspect of Fukulo's, and it was only natural for her to inherit some of Furina's traits after regaining a portion of her humanity. In the blink of an eye, the second day arrived. With the day off, Violet had initially planned to remain at the battle arena to observe ongoing matches and learn from other referees about their officiating methods. However, under the weight of many resentful gazes, he reluctantly departed the arena to explore other locales. The city of Soto was neither too large nor too small, and Violet had already grown quite familiar with it in recent days. The clamor within the city left Violet feeling somewhat uncomfortable, prompting her to naturally depart from the confines of Soto City and head towards the outskirts, where flowing waters awaited. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, Flinders stood in shock at the sight of Dai Mubai's dismal condition. Dai Mubai had been discovered earlier that morning by Ma Hongjun and Oscar upon their return from Soto City, lying in a pool of blood, causing them considerable alarm. After an indeterminate period, Dai Mubai finally regained consciousness. "Mubai, what happened to you? Who could have done this?" Flinder inquired gravely, a flicker of menace evident in his eyes. No one dared to cause trouble at Shrek Academy. He found it perplexing that while Dai Mubai lay battered, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were nowhere to be seen. Yet Tang San and Xiao Wu remained within the academy. What had transpired the previous night? Principal Dai Mubai spoke weakly. It was that damned Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu. They surrounded me. He coughed violently, spitting out blood, attributing most of his injuries to Xiao Wu's actions. The devastating 8-stage explosion had nearly cost him his life. Flinder fell silent, as did those around him, their minds inundated with questions. Why would Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu conspire to attack Dai Mubai? Had he inadvertently drawn their wrath? Upon observing Dai Mubai's current state, Flinder pondered for a moment before instructing Hongjun, "Go find Xiao Wu. I need to ascertain the situation. If Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong are present, bring them along." "Yes, teacher," Ma Hongjun replied hastily. Aware of Flinder's fury, for the academy forbade students from harming one another, and Dai Mubai was on the brink of death. However, before Ma Hongjun could exit, Tang San stormed in, accompanied by Xiao Wu. "Dai Mubai, why did you attack Xiao Wu?" Even before entering the room, Tang San's voice was laced with murderous intent, anger, and confusion. He could not fathom why Dai Mubai would assault Xiao Wu. Upon awakening, he had sought Xiao Wu only to find her injured, inciting his protective instincts. Upon inquiry, he learned that Dai Mubai was the cause of her injuries. How could this be tolerated? "This matter does not concern you. Go find Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong." Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun snapped back to reality, quickly responding, "Understood, teacher." With that, he dashed towards the dormitory of the two girls. Tang San entered Dai Mubai's room, a fierce expression on his face, his eyes aflame. Xiao Wu remained silently behind him. Upon entering, Tang San sensed an unsettling atmosphere and noticed Dai Mubai bleeding profusely. What was happening? Dai Mubai's injuries appeared far more severe than Xiao Wu's, who had merely sustained light wounds. Dai Mubai, on the other hand, was gravely injured. Without timely treatment, he might not survive. "Tang San, do I look like someone who would attack her?" Dai Mubai exclaimed, feeling aggrieved. He was the one being besieged, yet Tang San twisted the narrative. Tears streamed down his cheeks, for it is often said that a man does not shed tears easily, but only when truly heartbroken. Being attacked by his fiancée, and two outsiders was a humiliating tale that he found hard to voice. Tang San fell silent, glancing back at Xiao Wu and then at the tear-streaked face of Dai Mubai. "Yet you should not have injured Xiao Wu. She is so lovely. She would never strike first. The fact that you are in this state must be your own doing," Tang San asserted, though his tone was much more tempered, even hesitant to raise his voice. "My doing?" Dai Mubai was utterly bewildered, feeling numb. He had quarreled with his fiancée, and now Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong had unceremoniously reprimanded him. How would he endure this? He had already forgiven Xiao Wu twice out of respect for Tang San. Yet she had shown no reason, launching into the 8-stage explosion. Had he not been powerful enough to seal his pulse with soul power, he might have already met his demise. "Tang San, do you even hear what you are saying?" Dai Mubai silently roared, his fury causing him to cough up more blood. Even Flinder and the others could no longer watch in silence. "Xiao Wu, tell us honestly what transpired last night. Why did you all assault Dai Mubai to this extent?" Flinder adjusted his glasses, his expression grave as an invisible pressure bore down on Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu trembled. In the past, a mere soul saint would have posed no challenge for her, but now she could not contend even with a soul sovereign or soul king. After a moment of contemplation, she recounted, when everyone returned last night, we had reached the academy gate when Dai Mubai suddenly went mad, confronting Zhu Zhuqing. After narrating the events, Xiao Wu added, why does Dai Mubai look down on women and strike them? I simply couldn't stand by. With Ning Rongrong amplifying our powers, Dai Mubai was caught off guard. And then he ended up like this. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's account, the others furrowed their brows. They understood that Dai Mubai had merely spoken thoughtlessly, without any intention of insult. However, for Xiao Wu and her companions, his actions were indeed worthy of punishment. And where are Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong? Flinder's expression lightened slightly, as there was a reason behind the incident, allowing for some resolution. They went to the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, Xiao Wu stated candidly. Flinder, along with Oscar and Dai Mubai, was taken aback. They hadn't expected the two girls to flee in fear of retribution, taking refuge at the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. Upon hearing this, a cold sweat broke out on Flinder's forehead. What if he thought? If the sword bow and Douluo learned of what transpired at Shrek Academy, and that Dai Mubai had threatened to kill Ning Rongrong, would there still be a place for Shrek Academy to exist? Director, you seem to be sweating profusely, Oscar quietly reminded. While others might be unaware of Ning Rongrong's background, Flinder was acutely aware. Returning from his reverie, Flinder inwardly sighed, hoping they could resolve this rationally. Discreetly wiping the sweat from his brow, he finally regained his composure. Xiao Wu, regardless of the circumstances, Dai Mubai remains your classmate. You should not have hurt him so grievously. Principal, if I hadn't struck him, he would have slapped Zhu Zhuqing. Could I have just stood by? Xiao Wu retorted, not lacking in wit. Flinder opened his mouth at a loss for words. He had intended to offer some guidance and deliver a light reprimand, allowing the matter to pass, considering Dai Mubai's severe injuries. Yet, Xiao Wu had a point, after all. It was Dai Mubai who had initiated the confrontation with Zhu Zhuqing. As fellow women, it was only natural for them to support her. Xiao Wu, my quarrel with my fiancé is none of your business. Dai Mubai exhausted all his strength and shouted. He was genuinely numb, as if he were confronted by one unreasonable person after another. Xiao Wu was taken aback and instinctively inquired, is Zhu Zhuqing your fiancé? Indeed. The crowd was momentarily stunned. They had not known of this matter. Even Flinder only realized it at that moment. The Star Luo Empire, the Zhu family, the evil-eyed white tiger, and the nether cat. The nether white tiger. Goodness, Zhu Zhuqing truly was Dai Mubai's fiancé. Oscar cast a peculiar glance at Dai Mubai, wondering why he did not cherish such a beautiful fiancé, but instead courted those frivolous individuals. Was Dai Mubai unwell? He might even have a serious ailment. But you cannot strike her. It's clearly your fault for sowing discord. It is entirely normal for her to be angry. I never intended to hit her. I merely wanted to frighten her. Xiao Wu retorted, can you scare a girl? Dai Mubai was left speechless, promptly closing his eyes. Zhu Zhuqing had gone to the Seven Treasure glazed tile school with Ning Rongrong. Did she not fear being hunted by her family? Dai Mubai felt a pang of guilt towards Zhu Zhuqing. However, his temper was like that, compounded by Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu fanning the flames, leading to their falling out. She had traveled thousands of miles from the Star Luo Empire to the Heaven Do Empire. To claim he was not moved would be disingenuous. Dai Mubai had even prepared to return to his senses, to work diligently alongside Zhu Zhuqing, to see if they had any chance of defeating Davis and Zhu Zhuyan. Yet Zhu Zhuqing had fled. Let today's affairs end here. Everyone should return to recuperate, allowing Mubai some peace. If this continues, this place will turn into a marketplace. Upon learning the reason, Flinder could only shake his head helplessly. He initially thought Dai Mubai was ambushed by outsiders, only to discover it was his own people. This could be forgiven, as both sides had their reasons. Such occurrences must not happen again. It must serve as a warning. There was no recourse. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had already left Shrek Academy, and even if Flinder had more courage, he would not dare pursue the two. As for Xiao Wu, if he dismissed her, Tang San would undoubtedly leave, and the wrath of the Haoqian would be unbearable for Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu's injuries were still severe. Hearing Flinder's words, Dai Mubai felt a surge of indignation. Why could they not simply expel Xiao Wu? Yet, with Flinder saying it, what could he do? Sighing inwardly, he buried his resentment deep within. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, just wait. As for why Tang San was first on his list, It was due to Tang San's previous remarks. Meanwhile, shifting to the scene with Violet. After leaving Soto City, Violet made his way to a location etched in his memory, arriving at a small riverbank after about half an hour. This was a place he frequently visited in the past, surrounded by lush green hills and clear waters, untainted by pollution. Upon arrival, he spotted an elderly man leisurely fishing. "Grandfather, have you caught anything?" The old man before him was none other than Lexius, who had taken Violet under his wing. "Little Wei, you're here. Are you finding city life a bit uncomfortable?" Lexius, holding the fishing rod, turned to smile at Violet. "Of course, I've had some success. You know my skills." Sitting down beside Lexius, Violet found an extra stool, clearly left for him. "Is a bit unfamiliar, but being a referee is quite enjoyable. I truly like this profession." After settling in, Violet gazed out at the river, speaking in a calm tone. "That's good to hear. I was worried you might struggle with the adjustment, considering you prefer tranquility. It's only natural to find a bustling soul arena overwhelming." Lexius nodded, visibly pleased. He had not imposed any plans on Violet's life. Everything was left for Violet to choose. If he struggled with cultivation, inheriting his pocket money would suffice for Violet to live happily for a lifetime. Yet, Violet's talent for cultivation was indeed extraordinary. This path was evidently not suited for him. Now, Lexius was merely waiting for the moment when Violet would reach the rank of Sol Duo or Title Duo. That way, even if he were to pass away, he would be content. Once Violet attained Sol Duo, he would inherit all of Lexius's assets, as well as a stake in the Soul Arena, including status. Should Violet achieve Title Duo, one of the 8 great families might see a leader emerge, a nearly invincible leader. It is crucial to note that Violet possessed twin martial souls. If his second martial soul were to be augmented with 9 spirit rings of over 50,000 years, he would become unrivaled. "Rest assured, grandfather, I am no longer a child. I know precisely what I desire," Violet declared with steadfast determination. Lexius smiled, thoroughly satisfied with his adopted grandson. Perhaps this was the heaven's way of compensating him. Suddenly, Violet seemed to recall something, turning to Lexius and asking, "Grandfather, do you have a way to contact Douluo, the poison Douluo?" Upon hearing this, Lexius paused for a moment, then set down his fishing rod, his expression turning serious. "Douluo is a publicly recognized title Douluo from the Heaven Do Empire, my grandson. What is your intention in contacting him? His temperament is peculiar and inscrutable. He is not a reasonable person, and engaging with him could be detrimental." Understanding Lexius's concerns, Violet remained silent about his intentions. However, Lexius's gaze was fixed on him with intensity. After a long moment, Lexius finally spoke. "Is it absolutely necessary? Douluo is not an easy individual to deal with. He is more akin to a venomous serpent. I am no longer a child. Douluo possesses an item that can aid you in breaking through to Title Douluo. Here." Violet spoke a half-truth. Within the ice and fire yin-yang eye, there indeed existed a divine herb capable of facilitating Lexius's breakthrough. Lexius was initially taken aback by Violet's words, then unleashed an aura befitting a peak Soul Douluo. Any ordinary soul master or soul sect would find it unbearable. However, Lexius quickly regained his composure, hastily retracting his aura. If danger were to arise, it would be better to forego the Title Douluo. Lexius did not doubt that Violet was jesting. Achieving Title Douluo was a barrier that many peak soul Douluos could not cross in their lifetime. The items that could facilitate such a breakthrough would not be easily handed out by Douluo, although Douluo was not considered a formidable presence among Title Douluos. For forces lacking Title Douluos, he posed a far greater threat than other Title Douluos. He could decimate the opposing force until only Title Douluos remained. "Rest assured, I understand what Douluo needs most at this moment. There will be no danger." Violet's lips curled into a slight smile, exuding confidence, which was meant to instill assurance in Lexius rather than himself. After a prolonged silence, Lexius finally spoke. "If your intentions in seeking him are not of great consequence, then allow me to handle this matter. You must not put yourself in danger." Violet replied, "Does he aspire to seize the eye of ice and fire? Such an endeavor could obliterate this miracle." "It concerns some personal matters," Violet answered candidly. Upon hearing this, Lexius nodded, refraining from probing further into the nature of her private affairs. Every individual harbors their own secrets. "Very well, I shall assist you in contacting him. We shall have results within a month at most. The distance from Soto City to Heavendo City is considerable. In the original narrative, Tang San and his companions took a full month to journey there, illustrating just how far apart the two locations are. Although Lexius felt some curiosity about how Violet knew Douluo and possessed such knowledge, he chose not to inquire further. It was as if Violet's soul ring could conceal its true nature. Is it truly a soul ring? Lexius pondered, reflecting on his close interactions with Violet. Regardless of the uncertainties, he knew that Violet was his adopted grandson, shrouded in significant secrets yet exhibiting profound filial piety, which was sufficient for him. As time passed, after finishing lunch with Lexius and strolling by the river, Violet bid farewell and made her way towards Soto City. The elder's most notable trait was his indifference. As the head of a family, he maintained absolute neutrality. Did he wish to know more? Certainly, but remaining oblivious and feigning ignorance was the wisest course. Upon arriving at the gates of Soto City, Violet spotted Ning Renxue and the slightly injured Zhu Zhuqing, leaving him momentarily bewildered. What is happening? Zhu Zhuqing was unscathed during the soul battle last night. How did this occur? Violet's mind was a whirl of questions, yet he voiced none. Violet! Ning Renxue exclaimed joyously upon seeing him, for they were returning to Heavendo City. Who knows when we shall meet again? The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was located in the distant mountains outside Heavendo City, a journey not to be undertaken lightly. She hoped to return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and seek her father's, Ning Fengji, assistance in resolving Zhu Zhuqing's predicament, especially since she was the first prodigy she had recruited for their sect. Even if it meant begging Grandfather Jian or Grandfather Gu, she was determined to alleviate Zhu Zhuqing's concerns. Alas, who could have anticipated Zhu Zhuqing's background would be so significant? If Dai Mubai emerged victorious, she could become the empress of the Star Luo Empire. Ning Renxue felt tears welling up, envisioning her father's displeased expression. However, once words were spoken, they were akin to water spilled, irrevocable. Greetings, Miss Ning Renxue. Miss Zhu Zhuqing. Violet nodded, maintaining a neutral expression. Hello, Violet, Zhu Zhuqing replied softly, her usual coldness replaced by a more melodious tone. Ning Renxue paused, surprised that Zhu Zhuqing was acquainted with Violet, but she quickly dismissed the thought. Violet, I cannot believe I get to see you before leaving. I am so happy, Ning Renxue exclaimed excitedly, akin to an infatuated admirer. She had initially intended to invite Violet to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School as her protector, husband, but the timing was not right. There would always be another opportunity. After resolving Zhu Zhuqing's issues, to return. Oh, are you heading back to Shrek Academy? She inquired. Not at all. Who would return to that wretched academy? Violet replied. And before he could finish, Ning Renxue hurriedly explained, Shrek Academy is nothing but a deceitful institution. Their slogans are mere fabrications. If only I had brought someone along, otherwise. Oh, I usually do not speak like this. Ning Renxue's cheeks flushed as she caught herself. Openly criticizing Shrek Academy in front of Violet felt inappropriate. Zhuqing has agreed to join our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and I am taking her back to familiarize her with the sect. Upon hearing this, Violet was taken aback. How could Zhu Zhuqing depart from Shrek Academy? This alone was trivial in comparison to her betraying her family and the Star Luo royalty to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. What had transpired? Violet was unaware that all of this began when he incapacitated Tang San. Without Tang San mediating, Dai Mubai had incited widespread ire. While Violet was eager to understand the unfolding events, he recognized that such inquiries did not align with his persona. You're always welcome, he said. I noticed Zhu Zhuqing appears injured. Wouldn't it be prudent to wait until you have healed before departing? Violet queried, puzzled by their rapid exit from Shrek Academy. Surprisingly, they indeed were fleeing. They feared the instructors at Shrek Academy would act without honor. The two young women lowered their heads, feeling somewhat embarrassed. No, it is unnecessary. I am merely lightly injured, Zhu Zhuqing murmured. Observing their demeanor, Violet contemplated. After a moment of thought, he shook his head. Their circumstances were of no concern to him. He needed to focus on how to exact vengeance upon Fukulos once she was resurrected. His quest to find Douluo was to obtain the energy from the Eye of Ice and Fire, if the energy proved sufficient. Fukulos would be able to regain her human form. Should he indeed become Violet, he would need to settle the score for the grievances of the past 5 centuries. How many offspring should he create to bring closure to this saga? No, this enmity could never truly end. He could not so easily relinquish the wife he had fought so hard to resurrect. Fukulos, in a state of panic, mused 500 years. Even the Monkey King was only imprisoned for 500 years. The weight of such a duration was not trivial. Contemplating, Violet addressed Fukulos in his mind. Fukulos, hold your tongue for now. I am aware of your thoughts, as you are of mine. After 5 centuries of deception, are you inclined to create a few little dragons, or perhaps some pure water elementals? Before long, he should be able to procure enough energy for you. And when that time comes, Fukulos, lacking a definitive form, would likely be blushing if she could. The truth in this world is scarce, and a woman's blush conveys more than lengthy discourse. Bending down, she averts her gaze, embodying unparalleled beauty. It is not that she cannot see her feet, but rather that she lowers her head, her eyes still fixed upon you. Fukulos grew increasingly anxious. Was Violet truly becoming unhinged? Perhaps it would be wise to delay her transformation into human form. Even with sufficient energy, it might not suffice. Indeed, the prospect of birthing pure water elementals was daunting for Fukulos. Violet, you must know that the pure water elemental clan can invoke curses, correct? Beware, or I shall curse you. Humph, a mere pure water elemental dares to threaten this Dragon King? How absurd. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance. Their beautiful eyes filled with confusion. What was up with Violet? Why had he suddenly become somewhat peculiar? He smiled. The corner of his mouth twisted, and his smile was so sinister that it sent chills down their spines, causing cold sweat to bead upon their brows. Something felt distinctly off. Goodness, the male deity had instantaneously transformed. At that moment, Violet also regained his composure. Upon seeing the bewildered expressions on Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's faces, his eyes twitched. Well, how embarrassing. His demeanor had completely shattered. My dear ladies, I apologize. I just recalled something rather joyous, Violet explained. However, this clarification only left Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong even more perplexed. Goodness, how could he become distracted while conversing with 2 stunning beauties and think of something joyful? What could possibly be more important than this conversation? A wave of frustration surged within them. And no worries. We shall take our leave now, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing declared, as if they had made a firm resolution, then dashed away without a backward glance. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. Although Violet's earlier smile was undeniably charming, they couldn't shake the feeling that it was akin to a curse, evoking a myriad of unsettling thoughts. Wait, why were they experiencing such thoughts? What could possibly evoke such ideas? Was this truly something appropriate for their age? Surely, they should wait until they were at least 18 to contemplate such matters. Violet paused, then addressed the voice in his mind. Fukulos, was my smile really that wicked? Even I felt a shiver run down my spine. Fukulos, without a moment's hesitation, retorted, her choice of words slightly misplaced. Shiver? You weren't shivering at all. Violet's mouth opened slightly, as if he wished to say something but found himself at a loss for words. Alas, the carefully maintained image he had cultivated had crumbled in an instant, leaving him quite vexed. With a sigh, he murmured, well, it's not a significant issue. Their preferences have little to do with me. Shaking his head, Violet chose not to dwell on it any further. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his entire being trembled. Wait a minute, there were also members of the main protagonist group. Such precious allies had fled? Violet was momentarily stunned, realizing that these 2 were indeed key players in the narrative, excellent companions, and now they were leaving Soto City. Losing even one of them was disheartening, let alone 2. He hastened to elevate his cultivation, as he relied heavily on the protagonist group. Alas, what a pity, he silently lamented, hoping the remaining companions would not flee as well. Trek Academy was perfect for them. I'll ensure that when I return, I will inform the Soul Arena to send any registrations from Tang San and his group directly to my sub-area. A few more matches, and I shall surpass my current spirit power level. Violet mused, feeling a pang of sadness over the departure of 2 allies. As his mood shifted, the once sunny sky turned overcast, as if rain were imminent. Even Fukulos was speechless, as one might assume Violet was sorrowful over the girl's departure. However, she knew better. This weepy individual was actually upset over the fleeing companions. Was it truly necessary? Could he not simply wait a few hundred years? After all, he was a dragon. His lifespan was virtually infinite, or a few hundred years. If companions were lost, new ones could always be found. Moreover, he was striving to enhance his strength for a reason, was he not? The reasoning eluded him. In no time, the sky began to drizzle, prompting pedestrians to seek shelter from the rain. Who could have predicted that on such a sunny day, rain would fall? An elderly vendor selling umbrellas was overjoyed, having thought his wares would remain unsold today. Yet, the rain arrived just in time. Violet did not shy away from the rain, as he would much prefer to reside in a place abundant with water. He raised his right hand slightly, letting the rain cascade through his fingers. This rain, born from the heavens and returning to the earth, encapsulated the essence of life. Water transforms into vapor, ascends to the sky, accumulates, and upon falling, begins anew. The eternally unchanged continent should embrace some alterations, Violet mused, as he arrived in Douluo, serving as the highest judge of Fontaine. He ought to bring absolute fairness and justice to the people of Douluo, yet his current strength was insufficient to overturn the entire continent. He needed to consolidate his power. Tide, await my return. I will not allow you to speak ill of Violet. Are you implying that I committed a foul? And then Violet jumped up, landed beside me, and knocked me out? I find that hard to believe, Tang San exclaimed, struggling to comprehend the events that transpired after he lost consciousness, including how he had fainted. Only after Xiao Wu recounted the events in the arena did he grasp why he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Even now, his head throbbed. Xiao Wu blinked her beautiful pink eyes and nodded repeatedly. Tang San was flabbergasted. He could not accept this outcome. Indeed, a foul had been committed, as the opponent had already conceded, yet he felt as though the other had sought a path to his demise. What he could not accept was that Violet's ordinary punch had knocked him out. It was a punch devoid of any released soul skills. The opponent's speed was such that even he, Tang San, had been unable to react. One could only imagine the extent of his strength. 3 rings as Soul Master. No, Dai Mubai was nearly at the pinnacle of Soul Master level, and he could hold his own against him, even reach a stalemate. It was undoubtedly Violet who had ambushed him. Wow, what fairness and justice! It was this ambush that had rendered him defenseless. With this realization, Tang San felt a sense of relief wash over him. He would remember this grudge deeply and seek revenge if the opportunity arose. Xiao Wu, Violet is not a good person. He ambushed me and prevented me from avenging you. You should avoid him in the future, Tang San earnestly advised. Having grown weary of hearing Violet's name mentioned daily, especially when Xiao Wu brought him up, he felt a green aura looming over him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately became agitated. How could she accept that Violet was not a good person? Perhaps he was not even human. An ambush? Even if he faced you openly, could you withstand a single punch from him? It wasn't that Xiao Wu looked down on Tang San, but rather that Violet was far too formidable. While humans might not discern the essence of Violet's spirit rings, Xiao Wu could sense that there was no resentment of spirit beasts within those rings. All those azure spirit rings were mere illusions. Brother San, I will not allow you to speak ill of Violet, Xiao Wu declared gravely. Perhaps, like her, he was a being more powerful than she. How could she not come to his defense? Upon hearing this, Tang San was taken aback, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. You will not allow me to speak ill of Violet? Goodness, are you still my sister, Tang San? Are you turning your elbow outward? Once, Tang San had heard sayings like a married daughter is like spilled water, a daughter as elbow turns outward, and a woman past a certain age should not be kept. However, he never anticipated that his own sister would utter such words to him. After 6 years of affection, did it count for less than a stranger he had met only thrice? His heart bled, his fists clenched tightly, but upon meeting Xiao Wu's resolute gaze, he ultimately released his grip. Gritting his teeth, he spoke, Xiao Wu, heed your brother's advice. If you disregard it, it will be in vain. Xiao Wu covered her ears and shook her head in defiance. Tang San inhaled deeply, pondering if this was merely a phase of youthful rebellion. He had sheltered Xiao Wu too well. She was utterly oblivious to the malice of human nature. Third brother, that Violet is not as you perceive him. He merely strives to uphold fairness in the arena. What fault lies with him? When we enter the competition, injuries are inevitable. Those 2 brothers have already shown mercy toward me, yet you wish to harm them. Does that not constitute ingratitude? Xiao Wu, rarely displaying wisdom, articulated her thoughts. Tang San's expression shifted from pale to flushed, ultimately darkening. So, you truly turn your back on me. Xiao Wu, cease this talk. Everything I do is for your sake. I've vowed to protect you, and seeing you hurt compels me to seek vengeance. His voice trembled with emotion. Do you not comprehend how profoundly your words wound me? He felt utterly bewildered, unable to fathom Xiao Wu's transformation. Indeed, it must be that Violet. Ever since encountering him, Xiao Wu had seemingly become a different person. Without Violet, she would still be the obedient sister he cherished. Xiao Wu pouted, realizing that Tang San had unfairly placed the blame on her. For her, everything for her. Did he not realize how much pain he had caused her? Moreover, was it not excessive for him to dictate whom she should associate with? Third brother, please return home. I sustained injuries while sparring with Dai Mubai yesterday and require time to recuperate. Her tone was notably indifferent. Once cracks appeared in affection, it became challenging to revert to the past. Paths diverge, and we must part ways. Tang San paused, momentarily taken aback. He had come to care for Xiao Wu, yet she was now dismissing him. After a moment's reflection, he calmed himself and responded, Xiao Wu, focus on your recovery. I will take my leave and bring dinner later. With that, he turned and departed from her dormitory without awaiting her reply. Once outside, Tang San's calm demeanor transformed into a fierce countenance, his eyes glowing with a fiery intensity as he muttered, Violet, I shall see you perish. In the shadows, Tang Hao shook his head. This defeat had struck Tang San deeply. The referee had committed no error. It was merely unfortunate that he had become a stepping stone for the likes of Tang San. This little rabbit was truly na-ve, incomparable to Yuena. Should Tang San eliminate him, it could be deemed a blessing. After all, it was merely a battle arena. The 8 great families, they lacked even a title de law. What consequence would it bear if he were to slay their kin? Tang Hao scoffed, a slight smirk gracing his lips, filled with disdain. After a moment's contemplation, he murmured, there is little to attend to here. With Flinder and the others present, Tang San is unlikely to be in danger. Perhaps I should check on Yuena instead. He had confidence that with his presence concealed, Flinder and the others would ensure Tang San's safety. Even Zhao Wujia, who was left barely breathing, would not dare to act recklessly. Tang Hao did not shadow Tang San daily, but these days were exceptional, as Tang San commenced his studies at Shrek Academy. He had already briefed Flinder, leaving subsequent matters beyond his concern. He awaited Tang San's growth. Should Xiao Wu's affections wane, he would orchestrate her sacrifice. If she no longer held feelings for Tang San, then he would have no qualms about eliminating her to procure a spirit ring and spirit bone. The enmity between humans and spirit beasts was eternal. Slaying spirit beasts was a righteous act. He believed Tang San would ultimately comprehend this truth. Your execution shall be carried out by my own hand. The rain fell without warning, as if devoid of pattern. Yet, the rainbow that followed was nothing short of exquisite. Indeed, who could have predicted it would be so brief? Had he known, he would not have purchased an umbrella. Listening to the chatter of those around him, Violet shrugged in resignation, savoring the fleeting beauty of the moment. Oh my, it's Violet. What a delightful surprise to encounter him. Is my makeup satisfactory today? A woman exclaimed to her companion. Her friend's lips twitched, casting a brief glance before responding. You'd get a bit smudged in the rain. Wait, I'm your husband. What? Smudged makeup? I must not allow my husband to see me like this. Run. I must hurry. The latter part of her friend's statement went unnoticed. Understanding the pure white lily of the valley, becoming the pure white lily of the valley, transcending the pure white lily of the valley. How absurd. Even in marriage, she still called him her husband. He belonged to them. Upon hearing such remarks, Violet felt overwhelmed. Being adored was pleasant, but were these fans not a touch too fervent? Noticing the peculiar glances directed at him, he swiftly turned and made his way towards the outskirts of the city, fearing he might soon be besieged. Surrounded by female admirers, reflecting on it sent shivers down his spine. Observing Violet's hasty retreat, the pure white lilies of the valley erupted in laughter, their cheers echoing as they refrained from pursuing him. Word of Violet's combat prowess had spread throughout Soto City at such a young age. He was a 3-ringed soul master with formidable strength. As time passed and night descended, Violet returned from the outskirts of Soto City. He casually sought out a waterside locale to train, and upon reopening his eyes, he found it had grown quite late. Strolling leisurely down the street, he noticed the dwindling number of pedestrians, The battle arena had also closed for the night. Suddenly, Violet's brow furrowed. He heard a voice pleading for help, tinged with tremors of palpable fear. You can scream until your throat is raw, and no one shall come to your aid. Without a moment's hesitation, Violet swiftly approached the source of the voice and beheld a figure clad in a black trench coat, whose grotesque visage was twisted into a sinister grin as he loomed over a frightened girl. His eyes glowed a menacing red, ready to strike, until he noticed Violet's arrival. Kid, do not meddle in affairs beyond your grasp. Some individuals are not ones you can offend, the man in black retorted, irritation evident in his tone. Should Violet choose to depart quietly, the man had no intention of engaging him. However, if Violet dared to play the hero, he would not hesitate to act. Young man, do not act rashly without understanding your opponent's capabilities. You are committing a crime, Violet replied calmly, as if the situation were all too familiar. With his words, the previously panicked girl's eyes widened. She could hardly believe that it was Violet who had come to her aid. Lord Violet, you need not say more. This criminal requires justice. Violet waved his hand, recognizing the girl before him, astonished that this cloaked figure dared to lay hands on the staff of the Soul Arena. I can't believe you actually know each other. Kid, don't be ungrateful. I was merely trying to advise you to leave. Crime? Everyone cultivates for different purposes. This is merely my hobby. What is wrong with that? She is just an ordinary person. Life and death are ruled by the strong. You may possess some strength, but you are certainly no match for me. The cloaked figure said nonchalantly, proud of his status as a soul master, and not just any soul master, but one of considerable rank. Possessing formidable soul power is no excuse for your misdeeds. I declare you guilty, Violet replied calmly, though his words were laced with indignation. For this individual was utterly oblivious to his own abhorrent nature. Such a person, even in prison, would be the least favored, a victim of oppression. Criminals are not all equal. Those who defy a girl's will and attempt to act forcibly are the lowest of the low. Upon hearing this, the cloaked figure's expression twisted grotesquely, his already distorted features becoming even more repulsive. Kid, even if I am guilty, what can you do? Killing you would be a trivial matter for me. Oh, you don't even know my name, do you? Listen closely. I am Douluo. Violet thought to himself. Douluo? Isn't he the one who was incapacitated by Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun in the original story? What a surprise to encounter him here. So what if you're guilty? Since you refuse to leave, then stay. Douluo sneered, preparing to unleash his martial spirit and beat this ignorant kid. Then decide, based on his mood, whether to spare him. The girl was in a panic. After all, Violet was merely a soul Zune, while this villainess soul power was surely formidable. Would they truly meet their end here? There was no court to follow due process. Douluo, if that is the case, let the trial commence. Douluo, death sentence. Under the moonlight, seeing Violet's serious demeanor, Douluo nearly burst into laughter. This insolent brat actually dared to pass a death sentence on him. Ha ha ha, I am in a good mood, so I shall indulge you in this mock trial. You are quite amusing. Enough of this game, Douluo declared with a wicked grin, his body enveloped in dark energy. Indeed, the game is over. Mayday Douluo. I shall personally execute your death sentence. Violet nodded, his expression unwavering. Douluo, a character in the original story who had harmed many innocent girls, deserved no mercy. It was absurd that he still toyed with such trivialities in the face of death. Look, you fool. Douluo's eyes widened, his disbelief palpable. He looked down to see a hand had pierced through his heart. Violet withdrew his hand, clutching the heart, murmuring, I expected a criminal's heart to be black. Yet yours remains red. It does not suit you. Let us destroy it. With a resounding thud, Douluo's mouth gaped, words caught in his throat. He could no longer speak as he witnessed his own heart being crushed. Violet waved his hand, and a stream of water formed in the air, cleansing the blood from his grasp. As the highest judge of Fandan, though unable to provide absolute fairness to the world, he could offer a justice recognized by many. Mr. Douluo, your death shall serve as a reminder that those who dare to act in such ways must meet their end. The following morning, a tumult swept through Soto City. The demise of Douluo, who had recently gained notoriety as a flower thief, was met with both relief and caution. His strength was uncertain, likely at the soul sect level, yet he bore no other injuries. The one who had slain him delivered a single lethal blow, piercing his heart and shattering it in a swift motion, so rapid that even a soul sect master could not react in time. As the townsfolk analyzed Douluo's corpse, They reached a chilling conclusion. What relief! My daughter, a middle-aged man, wept inconsolably, unaware of the fate that had befallen his daughter. He was just an ordinary man, as was she, who perhaps in another life might have become a soul master, for in this life she had perished. If only I knew who had done this, I would honor them. The crowd quickly identified the fallen man as Douluo and understood the reasons for his death. His body was displayed, along with a record of his crimes, which warned that anyone encountering such a person should show no mercy. The death of a vile soul master like Douluo was a cause for celebration for all, except for the families of the victims. No one sought to uncover the identity of Douluo's killer. Returning to the previous night, after executing Douluo, Violet's actions left the staff of the soul arena blinking in disbelief. My goodness, though we do not know Douluo's exact rank as a soul master, his power was undoubtedly formidable, likely no less than that of Soul Zune. Yet, Lord Violet was able to dispatch him in an instant. Wait, did Lord Violet just kill without a flicker of an eye? It was as if he crushed an ant. What manner of person is he? Hello, you must be Miss ZFA. I hope I did not frighten you. Violet turned, a hint of apology in his voice. It seems Douluo was rather reckless. Hello, Lord Violet. I cannot believe you remember my name. I am fine. Thank you for saving me. ZFA, still shaken, realized that had Violet not passed by, her fate could have been dire. Is there truly a distinction in this act of salvation? This gratitude was heartfelt. Had she known danger awaited, she would not have ventured out from the staff dormitory. It was astonishing to discover such a villain lurked beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of Soto City. Sifa, true to her name, possessed striking purple hair and an appealing figure, her beauty exceptional among ordinary folk. Women working at the Soul Arena were seldom unattractive, for the audience's enjoyment was paramount. Would they attend if the performers were unappealing? It was the least I could do. No need for thanks. Violet waved his hand dismissively. Then, as if recalling something, he continued, Miss ZFA, let me escort you back to your dormitory. You've endured quite a scare today. It would be best to rest early. If you need to take a leave tomorrow, I can assist. This girl had suffered an unforeseen calamity, becoming the target of such a shameless soul master. Her luck had been woeful, yet Violet's timely intervention suggested her fortunes were not as dire as they might have been. No, thank you, Lord Violet. I just need a day to recover. ZFA quickly shook her head, refusing the offer. You will be busy tomorrow with the competition. Since Zifa declined, Violet did not press the matter further, nodding in acknowledgement as he continued. In that case, allow me to escort you home. Thank you, Lord Violet. After returning Zifa to the dormitory of the Soul Arena, Violet sought out the overseer of the arena. Upon hearing Violet's words, the overseer broke into a cold sweat, fully aware of Violet's true identity, unlike others who remained oblivious. Young master, I shall take immediate action to eliminate that scoundrel. Could the overseer be blamed for this? He never anticipated that someone would dare to strike at the staff of the Soul Arena, nor did Zifa, yet the audacity was unparalleled. No need for that. Simply follow my instructions. Such actions will serve to deter others. Even if it only provides momentary control, Violet shook his head. Indeed, this is why the deceased was discovered despite having met his end. The deceased had two close friends, one named Tianya and the other Ikao, who stood among the crowd, drenched in cold sweat and feeling a chill run down their spines. They were well aware of the deceased's strength, knowing that those capable of vanquishing him were not individuals they could afford to offend. Ikao, shall we give him a proper burial? After all, he was our brother. If he cannot rest in peace, we would be remiss in our duties as friends. We cannot. Someone is undoubtedly watching. If we make a move, Tianya did not finish his sentence, but Ikao understood his implication. One cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. This time, the deceased truly met his fate. Tianya, Ikao, Swan. Tinya's martial spirit was a kitchen knife, nothing remarkable. Ikao, however, was different. His martial spirit was a swan, a legacy spirit of the Tiendo royal family. Let us depart from Soto City. If fate allows, we shall return to avenge our brother. Ikao clenched his fist and spoke quietly. Hearing this, Tianya, not one to act recklessly, nodded in agreement. The two slowly retreated from the crowd, making their way out of Soto City. They could no longer remain there. On Violet's side, he reflected on the events of the previous night with a sense of melancholy. It was his first experience with taking a life. As for why he remained so composed, Perhaps it was due to the fact that the deceased was a criminal. Killing such a sinner bore no psychological burden. Violet, you have just impartially adjudicated a case. If I were to pass judgment on that individual, it would undoubtedly be a death sentence, executed repeatedly. In an instant, Violet's previously grave countenance broke into a grin. Was it necessary to repeatedly execute someone who had already received a death sentence? Should one resurrect them only to slay them again? The proliferation of soul masters inevitably brings forth such scoundrels, even among ordinary folk. They ought to live freely under the law, not in excess of freedom. Father, is this truly what we can witness? As night fell, the weary populace finally found a moment of respite after a long day of labor. For a large city like Soto, nightfall marked the true beginning of the day. The city was ablaze with lights, indistinguishable from daylight. Entertainment options on the Douluo Continent were scarce, with the most renowned evening attraction being the soul arena battles. The common folk, unable to become soul masters, could witness the soul battles for a mere ticket fee, an experience most would dare not dream of, yet the soul arena offered such opportunities. This was one of the reasons for its enduring popularity. Fantastic! My husband Violet will host again tonight. I am so excited. You should have seen it. 2 nights ago, a contestant named Tang San committed a foul, and my husband sprang up to deliver a punch. Listening to the murmurs around, Tang San's expression darkened. He could not have imagined that he would one day serve as a mere backdrop in someone else's story, merely to highlight Violet's excellence. Was that punch truly unavoidable? That cursed Violet had a knack for courting death, and those insufferable spectators. Tang San was already distressed over Xiao Wu, and now faced further ridicule from the audience. How could he endure this? Even the gatekeeper's taunts had him fuming. How could he tolerate such humiliation? Yet, he realized that he might not be Violet's match and, given the arena's backing, was hesitant to act impulsively. The reasons for his disdain towards the Soul Arena were twofold. First, to graduate from Shrek Academy, one must attain the rank of Soul Master before turning 20 and obtain the Soul Arena Silver Badge. Achieving the rank of Soul Master before 20 was trivial for Tang San. However, the second requirement posed a significant challenge. Despite the seemingly trivial Silver Badge, Dai Mubai had spent 3 years in the Soul Arena and was still merely a bronze contender. Tang San's strategy was straightforward. While he had yet to reach level 30, he aimed to secure as many victories as possible against opponents who were merely great soul masters. Second, Tang San sought to earn some extra income. Each victory earned 10 gold soul coins, with rewards compounding with consecutive wins. A great soul master could only receive a meager 10 gold soul coins monthly from the Spirit Hall, which was hardly sufficient for his needs. That evening, he was accompanied only by Ma Hongjun to the Soul Arena. Dai Mubai was severely injured and could barely move, let alone participate in battles. Xiao Wu had minor injuries, but still required several days of rest. Oscar was in seclusion, presumably on the verge of breaking through to level 30. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had left Shrek Academy and were en route to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Thus, only Ma Hongjun was free, which is why he accompanied Tang San to the arena for training. Naturally, Ma Hongjun instinctively kept his distance from Tang San, as he had not forgotten the latter's murderous thoughts towards him and Oscar 2 nights prior. It was prudent to maintain some distance from someone like Tang San. The two remained silent throughout their journey, an air of tension enveloping them. To avoid any unwelcome gossip, Tang San quietly approached the registration desk, fearing he might be unable to resist lashing out at the ordinary folk. These individuals were courting death. They not only judged others by appearances, but also used him as a mere backdrop to elevate others' status. Even if it was the truth, Tang San could not accept it. He had lost due to an ambush. Ma Hongjun registered as well, and soon they arrived at the contestant rest area, which offered a more tranquil atmosphere. Tang San, Ma Hongjun? This was not what Lord Violet had instructed. Coincidentally, they were both great soul masters. The person responsible for allocating contestants to various arenas murmured to themselves. Earlier, Violet had instructed that if certain individuals arrived at the Soul Arena, they should be directly assigned to his designated area. Such actions did not violate regulations or fairness. It merely involved changing the venue for the contestants. Who hosted and who judged made no difference. The overseer readily complied and noted down their names and aliases. Were these code names like Thousand-Handed Azura, Evil-Eyed White Tiger, and Delicate-Boned Enchantress Rabbit? These designations have yet to be registered in the Soul Arena, but when Valette mentioned them, he must have had his reasons. Valette cast a bemused glance at the two girls in the stands. Were they here to engage in soul battles, or merely to flaunt their figures? What are you staring at? Focus on your opponent. Why are you gazing at me? The referee? With a resigned shrug, Valette noted that while they had not violated any rules, they certainly lacked respect for the arena and their adversaries. The audience murmured in discontent, particularly the girls, who found the two competitors insufferable. They were not here to engage in soul battles. A mere light touch. And they screamed in pain. What a couple of petty individuals. The male spectators remained silent, their throats constricting with anticipation. They had decided that Valette would be their champion, and they must frequently support him. Without their champion present, how could they appreciate such beauty? No, not just a champion. He was a father figure. As time passed, nearly half an hour elapsed. Contestant Tang San, please proceed to Arena 8. Upon hearing the announcement, Tang San froze momentarily. Arena 8 again? His brow furrowed. He had begun to feel a sense of dread towards that arena. Just the other day, he had competed in 2 soul battles there, one ending at 11 and the other at 22, with Valette officiating both. Valette! The mere thought of him ignited a surge of anger within Tang San. He felt as though Valette was deliberately targeting him. He wondered if Valette would be the referee once more. With that thought lingering, Tang San rose, preparing to head to Arena 8. Having been there twice already, he was quite familiar with the space. Contestant Tang San, please proceed to Arena 8. Contestant Ma Hongjun, please proceed to Arena 8. Tang San halted abruptly, instinctively glancing at the equally bewildered Ma Hongjun. Another internal conflict? In his first match, he battled Zhu Zhuqing, and now he was to face Ma Hongjun? It was only natural for 2 great soul masters of the same badge level to be matched together. Ma Hongjun, regaining his senses, replied, fighting Tang San? How fortuitous. Just 2 days prior, this guy and Xiao Wu thwarted my plans and gave me a good beating. It's perfect. Old grievances and new ones can be settled at once. The spectator's remarks are severely affecting my mood. Valette's expression remained impassive. Yet a hint of amusement crept onto his face. This situation might just enhance his prowess. Moments later, Tang San and Ma Hongjun stood atop the arena, halting 30 meters apart. 4 great soul masters. 30 meters is a mere heartbeat away, but this distance was maintained to accommodate certain soul masters who required special consideration, such as long-range combatants who would undoubtedly lose if approached by melee fighters. ISNT that the player who broke the rules the other day, he was exceedingly brutal, wanting to eliminate his opponent even after they surrendered. One spectator exclaimed, I recall now, this player is Tang San. If it weren't for Valette's quick reaction, the Iron Blood duo would have been in dire straits. Such a competitor deserves to engage in life-and-death battles, where there are fewer rules. However, with his current strength, he would surely meet his demise there. He only bullies the weak. This Tang San shows no martial ethics. Listening to the audience's comments, Tang San felt a throbbing headache. He considered himself a paragon of virtue. How could anyone perceive him as a villain? If the Iron Blood duo hadn't injured Xiao Wu, would he have ever thought them capable of such malice? It was all the fault of the Iron Blood duo, all Valette's fault. Wait a minute. Aren't spectators prohibited from interfering with the competitors? These people are pointing fingers at him, and Valette, as the referee, is not taking action. In moments of need, Tang San found Valette's presence as a referee utterly superfluous. He should not even be there, now that he required Valette's assistance. The latter showed no inclination to intervene. Was this not a direct affront to him? Clenching his fists, he felt an overwhelming urge to strike that handsome face of Valette's. Contestant Tang San, do you harbor grievances against me? Why do you keep casting resentful glances in my direction? Valette queried, his voice low enough that only Tang San and Ma Hongjun could hear. Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes nearly ignited with fury. Was his insinuation not clear enough? Valette, the audience's remarks are severely affecting my mood. Shouldn't you, as the referee, intervene? Tang San retorted angrily. Realizing the situation, Valette pondered briefly before responding. The match has not yet officially commenced. The host is merely warming up the crowd. It is entirely normal for the audience to engage in some discussion. Contestant Tang San, perhaps you should reflect on why you are so unlikable. Nearby, Ma Hongjun burst into laughter, hastily covering his mouth to stifle it, though his shaking shoulders betrayed him. Tang San, equally astonished, was left with a face as dark as coal. Why was he perceived as so unlikable? Valette, should you not listen to your own words? Tang San thought, feeling utterly exasperated. However, Valette's words were indeed accurate. The host was warming up the audience, and he couldn't very well demand silence at that moment. Moments later, the host concluded his remarks, and Valette took charge. Silence. Valette's staff struck the ground, resonating through the arena. This action lent weight to his words, and the crowd fell silent. Both competitors are now in position. You have 1 minute to release your martial souls. After 1 minute, the match will officially commence. During the competition, I urge the audience to maintain their composure. Regardless of the competitor's character, absolute fairness is required within the arena. Upon hearing these words, Tang San felt his nails nearly piercing his palms. Was Valette truly not targeting him? What did he mean by regardless of the competitor's character? Wasn't Tang San's integrity commendable? This was infuriating. This fellow truly seemed intent on driving him to despair. The audience nodded in agreement. Already familiar with Valette's hosting style, they knew to be cautious during the competition, even if they wished to hurl insults. It was best to do so before or after the match, when Valette would no longer be present. Ma Hongjun, Martial Soul, Evil Fire Phoenix, level 27. A powerful attack type, Great Soul Master. I look forward to your guidance. Ma Hongjun was the first to activate his Martial Soul. A resounding cry echoing from the Evil Fire Phoenix that left the audience in awe. Evil Fire Phoenix? Is that truly the sound of a phoenix? Ma Hongjun possesses a mutated Martial Soul, which not only bears the adverse effects of evil fire, but is also not entirely complete. Currently, he lacks the phoenix form. Even from a distance of 30 meters, Tang San could still feel a scorching wave rushing towards him, indicating the high temperature of Ma Hongjun's flames. It is well known that fire attributes counterplant martial souls. Although Tang San had previously sparred with Ma Hongjun without unleashing true flames, he was acutely aware of Ma Hongjun's capabilities. In a direct contest of martial souls, Tang San would likely face utter defeat, for Ma Hongjun's powers countered him effectively. However, Tang San was no ordinary soul master. He possessed the profound techniques of the Tang sect from his past life, which would enable him to handle Ma Hongjun without issue. With my martial soul, Blue Silvergrass, and as a level 29 control system soul master, I look forward to your guidance, Tang San declared, remaining silent thereafter, refraining from taunting Ma Hongjun by suggesting he was no match for him. After all, as a soul master who had an advantage over him, Ma Hongjun would never concede defeat. Moreover, a referee was present, vigilantly observing, ensuring that Tang San adhered to the rules. That Violet, I shall not allow you to succeed. As long as I comprehend the rules, I can manipulate them to my advantage and ultimately vanquish your arrogance. Your so-called justice, impartiality, and fairness are imperceptible to me, Tang San mused, mentally chastising Violet. Were it not for his currently limited soul power, he would have plotted to eliminate Violet. A gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too long to wait. While Tang San typically bore no grudges overnight, circumstances forced him to acknowledge that he might not be able to confront his opponent directly. Even though he was reluctant to admit it, if gazes could kill, Violet would have faced demise countless times at his hands. As time ticked away, the audience awaited in silence, feeling not discontent, but rather a sense of anticipation. The minute had elapsed, and the match officially commenced. First soul skill, Blue Silver Binding. Fim Otalv, Fia Beon Tankon. With Violet's voice ringing out, Tang San initiated his first soul skill, Blue Silver Binding. It is often said that the early bird catches the worm. The distance that might seem far to others was inconsequential for Tang San. Ma Hongjun was already prepared. He understood the kind of person Tang San was and had taken precautions long before. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. As the first yellow soul ring glimmered, Ma Hongjun unleashed a torrent of dark red flames, instantly incinerating the blue-silver grass upon contact. This was troublesome. The hefty lad's martial soul was perfectly tailored to counter his own, leaving Tang San at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation. Realizing this, Tang San swiftly altered his strategy. Well, the powerful attack-type soul master. How could that deter him? Even without using his martial soul, Tang San remained the strongest among his peers. Purple Extreme Magic Eyes. Ghostly Shadow Displacement. Let us see how you evade. Ma Hongjun intensified his soul power output, igniting half of the arena, ensuring that no matter how Tang San attempted to evade, he would inevitably be ensnared by the evil fire. He aimed to render Tang San's escape impossible. Violet grimaced slightly. Though the flames posed no danger to him, he inherently disliked such an environment. Tang San frowned, initially intending to engage Ma Hongjun in close quarters. But he was taken aback by Ma Hongjun's strategy of engulfing the central area with evil fire, which he deemed cowardly. How infuriating! Once these flames adhered, extinguishing them would be exceedingly challenging, and their stickiness was formidable. Gritting his teeth, Tang San contemplated his next move and resolved to leap over this wall of fire. With a gentle bound, he soared 10 meters into the air. The ground may be blocked, but was there not the sky? If he could just cross this wall of fire, Ma Hongjun would undoubtedly be defeated. As his feet momentarily touched the air, he seemed to harness the resistance of the atmosphere, allowing his body to linger aloft a moment longer. Ma Hongjun, not lacking in wits, had grown up in Shrek Academy, occasionally battling in the arena, and his combat experience was equally commendable. Observing Tang San leap to surmount the wall of fire, Ma Hongjun was nearly taken aback. The wall of flames may be inanimate, but he, Ma Hongjun, was very much alive. With Tang San suspended in midair, devoid of any leverage, he had become an easy target. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. Without hesitation, Ma Hongjun targeted the airborne Tang San with his first soul skill, secretly amplifying his soul power output. Such an opportunity was too precious to squander. Upon seeing this, Tang San's pupils constricted, momentarily stunned. He was suspended in midair, unable to fly, with no points of leverage, and could only descend towards the ground. Yet, Ma Hongjun was brazenly attacking him without regard for martial ethics. In that moment, Tang San was akin to an unarmed individual. With no time to ponder, Tang San activated blue-silver binding once more, but this time his target was not Ma Hongjun. Rather, he intended to envelop himself to mitigate some of the impending damage. Though Tang San's intentions were sound, he underestimated Ma Hongjun's flames. In an instant, Tang San's blue-silver grass was utterly consumed by the fire. While the blue-silver grass was incinerated, Tang San's peril was somewhat alleviated, as he was now merely 2 meters from the ground. It was uncertain if Ma Hongjun had deliberately controlled the flames, or if it was mere coincidence. But a strand of fire landed precisely beneath Tang San. Upon touching down, he exhaled in relief, only for a hint of disdain to cross his features. Even if you disregard martial ethics, in the face of absolute strength and intellect, you stand no chance. Tang San mused. However, he failed to notice the peculiar expressions on Violet and Ma Hongjun's faces. Tang San, do you not sense something awry? Ma Hongjun stood bewildered, refraining from launching another attack. Cautiously inquiring, Violet's expression was equally strange, for Tang San, merely a human, had yet to undergo the baptism of the ice and fire Yin-Yang I and the divine herbs, thus lacking immunity to the attributes of ice and fire. If this flame continued to burn, Tang San might be rendered incapacitated before attaining divinity. Observing Ma Hongjun speak, Tang San initially intended to remain silent, wary of Violet. But the oddity of Violet's countenance piqued his curiosity. What is happening? Is something amiss? What could possibly be wrong with my dashing evasion from certain defeat? Referee, Ma Hongjun is interfering with me, Tang San declared amidst Ma Hongjun's astonished gaze. Ma Hongjun responded with confusion. I offer you a sincere warning, and you claim I am interfering? Violet paused momentarily before responding. Tang San, Ma Hongjun is genuinely cautioning you. This is merely a contest of martial prowess, not a life-and-death struggle. It should be kept within bounds. Ma Hongjun has not violated any rules. Do you truly not perceive any irregularities? Upon hearing those words, Tang San felt even more perplexed. Suddenly, a strong, charred aroma wafted through the air, rich and mingled with a faint scent of roasted meat. Tang San could not help but take a sharp breath, lowering his gaze towards the source of the smell. Tears welled up in his eyes instantaneously. Would a flame appear here? He had no time to ponder further, his hands flailing desperately at the flames. But he had forgotten that Ma Hongjun's fire possessed an exceptionally strong adhesion, and ordinary water would barely extinguish it, unless he retracted the flames himself. or his soul power was entirely depleted, this malevolent fire would persist. Despite his vigorous attempts, the wicked flame showed no sign of abating. This only heightened Tang San's anxiety, sweat mingling with tears cascading down his face. "Help me. Tang San, are you conceding defeat?" Violet almost burst into laughter. Ma Hongjun had kindly warned him. If he was ungrateful, that was one thing, but reporting him was another. Yet, despite the warning, Tang San chose to disregard it. Originally, the malevolent fire was but a small flicker, but perhaps bolstered by Ma Hongjuan's soul power, it grew fiercer. Concede? In that moment, Tang San nearly forgot his pain. Defeat? He could not accept that. However, if the flames were not extinguished, he would truly be reduced to ashes. He had not even unleashed his full potential yet. "I concede." Tang San gritted his teeth and ultimately uttered the words of surrender. In that case, Ma Hongjun is the victor of this match. As the announcement was made, the audience erupted into uproarious laughter. "Sanga, Sanjia, haha, the flaming fish. How hilarious." This Tang San must have been invited as entertainment for the Soul Arena. Right, such a performance he could only deliver once in a lifetime. Magnificent, simply magnificent. The spectators, mostly young women drawn by Violet, were in stitches, some blushing and covering their eyes, though their fingers left gaps through which they peeked at the captivating scene. "Ma Hongjun," Tang San bellowed, his eyes filled with murderous intent directed at Ma Hongjun. "What's wrong?" Ma Hongjun was taken aback, not comprehending the situation, torn between laughter and discomfort. How unfortunate for Tang San. He had intended to settle old scores with him, never imagining that Tang San would be so utterly defeated. Was this not a form of revenge? He had previously tried to give Tang San a heads up, but who knew that Tang San would not only remain ungrateful, but also accuse him of interference. "Enough. What are you waiting for? Put out the fire." Tang San shouted in exasperation, glancing down and fearing his flesh was burning. No, it must be charred. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun finally understood, leisurely walking over to Tang San and retracting the wicked flames, all the while watching Tang San's reactions, wary of a sudden retaliatory strike. Such actions were not beyond the realm of possibility for a character like Tang San, so caution was warranted. At this moment, Tang San wished he could eliminate Ma Hongjun, yet reason told him that such an act would be folly. This rotund fellow was a disciple of a soul sage. Should he perish, Flandra would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. He was not yet in a position to confront such a formidable opponent. His tightly clenched fists gradually loosened, and the overwhelming pain caused Tang San's vision to darken as he collapsed onto the arena floor. The intense agony triggered a surge of hormones, numbing his mind and convincing him that he felt no pain, allowing him to endure until now. With the source of his calamity extinguished, Tang San breathed a sigh of relief, his body relaxing as his mind, in a protective instinct, finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Ma Hongjun was momentarily stunned. This evening, it was just him and Tang San in Soto City. He had originally planned not to return, intending to indulge in some leisure, but seeing Tang San in this state, he pondered whether he should escort him home. After a brief contemplation, Ma Hongjun approached Tang San, helping him to his feet, and nodded toward Violet before making his way off the arena. Deciding against his earlier plans, Ma Hongjun opted to save some expenditure for the night. Violet, maintaining his composure, nodded in acknowledgement as he prepared for the next match. As he had predicted, the energy gained from the duel between Tang San and Ma Hongjun had propelled his soul power from the pinnacle of level 63 to level 64. Such rapid progress was indeed remarkable. If the main characters engaged in 10 or 8 battles daily, would his soul power not soar? Thus, he mused, one must learn to be content. Even a dragon must. Violet thought to himself, observing Ma Hongjun and Tang San's retreating figures, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his professional demeanor preventing him from openly laughing. This turn of events was purely coincidental. As time passed, upon Ma Hongjun and Tang San's return to Shrek Academy, the entire faculty and student body stood astonished. Tang San lay beside Dai Mubai, who was recovering from his injuries, frozen in shock, nearly bursting into laughter despite his wounds. As a scoundrel, he had endured beatings from girls, but had never ended up in such a state as Tang San. At least Ai Kuan was still intact and unhurt. Yet, Tang San's current appearance must surely be charred. Ha ha ha. Even as he spat out blood, Dai Mubai could not contain his laughter. Serves you right. Tang San, you finally have your day of reckoning. It is fate. Fatty, you did splendidly. No, Ma Hongjun, from now on you are my boss. My boss, you performed excellently. Dai Mubai was ecstatic. Just yesterday, Tang San had confronted him about why he had struck Xiao Wu, and now here was Tang San, gravely injured. While he had been vindicated. Dean, why are you sweating profusely again? Oscar asked, puzzled as he looked at Flandra. Unable to fathom why such a skilled individual would be drenched in cold sweat, as if it were raining. After Ma Hongjun returned and explained the situation, it became clear that Tang San's predicament was entirely accidental. Others may not know of Tang San's true identity, but Flandra was acutely aware. His disciple had inadvertently incurred the wrath of Tang Hao. Just the thought of the anger of the Hao Qian sent chills down Flandra's spine, causing him to sweat profusely. Though it was an accident, what did it matter to the strong? Such animosity ran deep, as vast as the skies and oceans. Flandra swallowed hard. He still had matters to resolve concerning Ning Rongrong, and now he had offended a titled Douluo. The thought of it made him feel as if he wanted to die. Should he flee with Hongjun? Soto City was no longer a safe haven. This thought flashed through Flandra's mind, but he shook his head. Flee? How could one escape? If they truly sought him, it would take mere moments. After all, it was a matter between the number 1 and number 2 sects in the world. Tomorrow, and accidents will always come one before the other. While he felt he had lived enough of his life, Hongjun was still young. What to do? Observing with a hint of embarrassment, Ma Hongjun continued to explain to Dai Mubai that this was a mere accident. Flinder, anxious and desperate, found himself utterly powerless. After examining Tang San's injuries, he concluded that there was no hope. As Xiao Xian had stated, amputation was the only option. They had no choice but to let Oscar's master, Xiao Xian, take action. After all, if these injuries were not addressed, Tang San's life would be in peril. The distinction between being alive and dead was merely a matter of perception. Given the gravity of the situation and Tang Hao's absence, it was evident that he was not paying attention to Tang San. Such matters were hard to articulate. Even if Tang San were to recover, would he dare to disclose this to others? This was a golden opportunity for Flinder, Ma Hongjun, and the entire Shrek Academy faculty and students. As long as Tang San remained silent, others would follow suit, and Tang Hao would likely remain oblivious to the changes in Tang San for some time. Each day of survival mattered. Flinder shook his head, pondering the misfortunes that plagued their humble Shrek Academy. Brother San, should I address you as brother or sister in the future? A sorrowful and indignant roar shattered the silence. Where's my Kuan? Ah! Enough with the wailing. Xiao Xian has already discarded it. Tang San's furious shout roused Dai Mubai from his slumber. With a slight smirk, Dai Mubai disdainfully remarked, I had my fill of laughter yesterday. I still feel the urge to chuckle. What? Tang San finally regained his senses, reflecting on the events that transpired. Panic surged within him. Realizing this, his vision darkened once more, and he fainted again. The physical body, a gift from one's parents. How could he face the ancestors of the Tang family? Seeing this, Dai Mubai shook his head, resolving to inform Dean Flinder to relocate Tang San, whose noisy antics would disrupt his recovery. In comparison to Tang San, Dai Mubai suddenly recognized the relative lightness of his own injuries. Last night, witnessing Xiao Wu's despondent demeanor had brought him an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Brother San has become Sister San. They claim to be mere siblings. How laughable. Perhaps in the future, it would become even more amusing. Would Xiao Wu still harbor affection for Tang San in his current state? As someone who had experienced such matters, Dai Mubai understood women far too well. Such a possibility was utterly implausible. Huh, you have your comeuppance now. Dai Mubai regarded you as a confidant and a good brother, yet you acted without discernment. Serves you right. A trace of satisfaction flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes. His joy was immense, surpassing the pain of Tang San's predicament. Meanwhile, on the Shrek Academy playground, Flinder was engaged in teaching. Tang San and Dai Mubai were recuperating, leaving only Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu present. Xiao Wu, having sustained only minor injuries, was nearly fully recovered. She occasionally cast glances at Ma Hongjun, lost in thought. Rarely did she harbor resentment towards him for injuring Tang San. She was uncertain whether she should even feel animosity. Regarding Tang San, she experienced an inexplicable emotion that eluded definition. Was it familial affection or romantic love? For as long as they had known each other, they had referred to one another as siblings, and Tang San had never exhibited feelings beyond that of a brother. Xiao Wu remained somewhat naive when it came to matters of love. In the realm of soul beasts, romance was non-existent. With Tang Kuan's disappearance, Xiao Wu comprehended that Tang San was no longer the same, not due to a loss of cultivation, but in another aspect entirely. If he were her beloved, she could not accept such a fate. However, Tang San currently remained merely her nominal brother. Furthermore, with the appearance of Valletta, Xiao Wu began to realize that she and Tang San might not be as compatible as she had thought. Their paths diverged, and their ambitions did not align. They lacked common ground for conversation. She was fond of Valletta, while Tang San despised her. This was indeed a fundamental discord. Sensing Xiao Wu's gaze upon him, Ma Hongjun trembled involuntarily, recalling just how fiercely this pair of siblings protected one another. To say they were toxic would be an understatement. Surely, she isn't contemplating revenge against me? Ma Hongjun mused. Though unafraid, he recognized the adage that while one could easily evade a direct attack, a hidden one was far more perilous. Following this incident, he had irrevocably forged a bitter enmity with the duo, one that would see no resolution. After all, this was a grudge over Qian's demise. Oh, I was too soft-hearted. If only I had killed him when I brought Tang San back last night. Reflecting on this, Ma Hongjun shook his head. With so many witnesses in Soto City, it would have been impossible to conceal the truth. Killing a fellow student would likely not be tolerated by Flinder either. It seemed he would have to wait for another opportunity. Oscar, what's the matter with your soul power fluctuations? Did I not instruct you to contain your soul power? Flinder furrowed his brow, directing his attention to Oscar, who stood between the two. Oscar's soul power fluctuations were far too pronounced and unstable. No competent soul master would make such an error. Before unleashing their martial soul, soul masters typically subdued their soul power, even in the presence of much stronger opponents, ensuring that their specific level of soul power remained undetected. This was a fundamental principle for soul masters traversing the Douluo Continent. Dean, I have broken through to level 30. Oscar replied timidly. He had been due for a breakthrough 2 days prior, but he had postponed his training due to Dai Mu Bai's incident. Following Tang San's mishap yesterday, and feeling little connection to it, he returned to his training. And thus, he had broken through early that morning. What? You've reached level 30? Flinder was momentarily taken aback. Oscar nodded repeatedly, earnestly asserting, Dean, you know me. I would never deceive you. Upon hearing this, Flinder felt a surge of joy. This was the sole piece of good news he had encountered in days. The events surrounding Tang San and his companions, coupled with old Zhao's near-fatal injuries, Dai Mu Bai's misstep resulting in severe injuries, and Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's departure to report to the 7-treasure glazed tile school were all monumental occurrences. Had it not been for Flinder's formidable cultivation and strength, he would have likely succumbed to the stress. After a moment of elation, Flinder fell into contemplation. Old Zhao was currently unable to accompany Oscar on a soul-hunting expedition, as he was still incapacitated. Dai Mu Bai and Tang San would also require a significant period of recovery, making a team expedition to the Stardow Forest implausible. Oscar, splendid. You have not disappointed me. Suddenly, Flinder seemed to have an epiphany and continued addressing Oscar. Very well. Go find teacher Li Yusong and ask him to take you to the Stardow Forest for soul hunting. Upon hearing this, Oscar's expression fell slightly, feeling disheartened. He had hoped that Flinder or Zhao Wujin would accompany him for the soul hunt. While Li Yusong was competent, his soul power level was somewhat lower at only 62. However, since Flinder had spoken, as a support type, Oscar had no authority to argue. The fact that someone was willing to assist him in hunting soul beasts was already a blessing. All right, Dean. With that, Oscar departed, somewhat dejected. Regarding Oscar's trivial thoughts, how could Flanders remain unaware? However, Zhao Waoqi is currently quite occupied. As the dean, he cannot leave Shrek Academy. Should the 2 representatives from the 7-treasure glazed tile school come seeking trouble, or if Tang Hao were to learn about Tang San's situation, it would be catastrophic if he were absent from the academy. Shifting the scene to Violet, the fleeting joy of his breakthrough vanished. After all, what is a breakthrough? It is not unusual for him to advance 7 or 8 levels in a year, even without discovering the ancient dragon's partial utility. As an elemental pinnacle being, he continuously grows over time, with strength increasing as he ages. Violet, at merely a little over 12 years old, is akin to an infant in the eyes of longevity species. Adulthood? That is still far off. The plot should be heading towards the Douluo Forest. It remains uncertain what the protagonist group will gain this time. Suddenly, Violet seemed to recall something, but shook his head. No, even if Oscar were to break through to Soul Respect, it is improbable that all of Tang San's companions would venture to the Douluo Forest together. Among them, the least likely to go is Tang San himself. He had only lost his Qian yesterday. Without a period of recuperation, it would be nearly impossible for him to walk, let alone travel to the Douluo Forest. Regardless, these matters do not concern me. Whether they go or not is inconsequential. I would prefer to engage in a couple of matches at the Soul Arena instead. Unfortunately, it seems Tang San will not be able to come to the Soul Arena during this time. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, Violet was jolted back to reality by a sound. Come in. Creak. Upon opening the door, as expected, it was the golden host, Douluo. Little Wei, are you going to host the Soul Arena today? Would you like to join me in my main venue? There are more spectators here, and the competitors are even stronger. Douluo effortlessly found a seat and began to speak, showing no signs of formality. Hearing this, Violet recalled that Douluo had previously suggested he stay in the sub-arena for a few days to learn the process before go to the main Soul Arena as a referee, collaborating with Douluo as the host and referee. As the highest-ranking referee in the Soul Arena, it seems somewhat unreasonable for him to remain in the sub-arena. Sooner or later, he must transition to the main venue. But what about the protagonist group? After a brief contemplation, Violet ultimately nodded in agreement. Going to the main venue would be beneficial, given the larger audience and more matches. However, exploiting the protagonist group is not a promising endeavor. While the quality of competitors at the main venue may not match that of the protagonists, their sheer number can compensate for this flaw, albeit at the cost of more time. With this thought in mind, Violet ceased his hesitation and declared, "All right, Douluo, I shall join you at the main venue starting today." Upon hearing this, Douluo's eyes sparkled with joy. She was thrilled to finally co-host with her rather stoic younger brother. Great! I will spread the word that our chief referee is transferring to the main venue from today. With that, Douluo wasted no time and hurried towards the door, as if fearing Violet might change his mind. Witnessing her eagerness, Violet could only helplessly shrug. Once words are spoken, they are like water poured out. There is no turning back. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, several days had gone by. Violet diligently worked as a referee at the Soul Arena, having hosted numerous matches, certainly more than 100. Although his soul power had not yet broken through again, he had reached level 65, drawing ever closer. In this short span, Violet discovered that the greater the audience and the higher the quality of competitors, the more substantial his growth became. This realization filled him with relief, for arriving at the main venue sooner was indeed a fortuitous decision. As the scene shifts, Yu Xiaojiang gazed thoughtfully at Tang San, who lay recuperating in bed. How long had it been since Tang San arrived in Douluo City? And now he was laid up, nursing his injuries? Teacher, Tang San attempted to rise, but was gently pressed back down by Yu Xiaojiang. Little San, how did you sustain your injuries? Are they internal or external? Tang San's respect for his teacher was evident, yet he momentarily set aside formalities. With his injuries, it was best to focus on recovery. Seeing his beloved mentor, Tang San nearly broke into tears. To him, Yu Xiaojiang was akin to a second father. In his current state, he felt unfilial, as if he had brought shame upon his lineage. Teacher, why were there tears in Tang San's eyes? Because his heart ached. Oh, how it ached. Recently, he had sensed a growing distance from his dear sister Xiao Wu, which only deepened his suffering. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious, Tang San replied, concealing the true nature of his wounds. He still had his pride. This was one of the reasons Flanders did not flee, as long as Tang San remained silent. With time, his injuries would heal sufficiently, and no one would suspect anything amiss. Who would take the time to investigate such matters? Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang, noting Tang San's reluctance to speak, refrained from probing further. Perhaps he was too shaken by the injury to articulate it. Well, as long as you are all right. Focus on your recovery to avoid hidden injuries or after effects. Yu Xiaojiang paid little heed to Tang San's claim of a minor injury. After all, the boy had always been honest and would not deceive him. Tang San winced internally. He was merely too embarrassed to speak the truth, which was far worse than any internal injury. He would rather endure a grievous wound like Dai Mubai than suffer in silence like this. Suddenly, it seemed a thought struck Tang San, and he looked at Yu Xiaojiang with curiosity. Teacher, what brings you to Shrek Academy? Shouldn't you be enjoying a leisurely retirement at Nodding Academy? This detail had not been mentioned before. When Tang San first saw Yu Xiaojiang, he nearly thought he was imagining things. Flanders is a dear friend of mine. He has long invited me to teach at Shrek Academy, though I previously declined. Now that you are here to continue guiding you and to resolve some of your cultivation dilemmas, I have agreed to come to Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang stated, hands clasped behind his back, maintaining a composed demeanor. In the past, he had simply felt too ashamed to face Flanders, fearing that he might detect the truth. After all, if Flanders were to learn of the matter, they would not only cease to be friends, but might become enemies instead. Had it not been for Tang San's need to utilize Shrek Academy's resources for his soul ring, he would not have allowed Tang San to attend. With Yu Xiaojiang's guidance, there was no need for Shrek Academy's unorthodox methods. He could provide far more valuable knowledge regarding martial spirits, soul rings, and spirit beast research. Even if that knowledge had been acquired through less than honorable means, having deceived BB Dawn to obtain it from the Spirit Hall. Nevertheless, the knowledge was his. The information regarding the Spirit Hall, coupled with the research conducted by the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect on martial souls and soul beasts, along with his own fanciful notions, ultimately elevated him to the status of a self-proclaimed master of martial souls. As Violet made his way to Heaven Do City, Tang San was overwhelmed with excitement. Is there news? He inquired, momentarily taken aback by the rapidity of the information, considering it had barely been 10 days since he last heard anything. After expressing his gratitude to the messenger, Violet exited the Soul Arena and headed towards the outskirts of the city. The distance from Soto City to Heaven Do City is considerable. Even a great soul master would require at least a month to traverse it. The mere fact that news arrived in 10 days indicated that a soul sage of exceptional agility must have made the journey. Could it be that the elder had personally undertaken the task? If it were indeed Laxius who ventured to Heaven Do City, it would not be surprising, for he was a formidable agility-type soul Douluo at the rank of 89. Completing a round trip in 10 days and locating Douluo was a feat only Laxius could achieve among those familiar to Violet. Time passed, and after approximately half an hour, Violet returned home, where only Laxius and a few elderly soul sages were present. Young Violet, I nearly sacrificed my old bones on this trip. Age has taken its toll. I can no longer fly. Laxius chuckled, continuing, fortunately, we managed to locate Douluo. He seemed curious as to why I sought him out. Thank you, grandfather, Violet replied, suppressing any inclination to dampen the mood by suggesting there was no need for haste, likening it to closing the barn door after the horse had bolted. He had not anticipated that Laxius would take it upon himself to make the journey. You are still young. Living for several more decades should pose no issue. Once you break through to the title Douluo rank, you will have ample time ahead of you, Laxius remarked. But enough of that. I have arranged to meet with Douluo in Heaven Do City in half a month's time. It seems our grandfather-grandson duo will have no rest. Let us be off. Time is of the essence. Suddenly, Violet seemed to recall something and said, Grandfather, how did you persuade Douluo? With his temperament, he is not one to simply agree to a meeting. Before Violet could finish, Laxius waved his hand dismissively, smiling. It was merely a soul bone from over 10,000 years, a commodity easily purchased with gold soul coins. Ah, that explains it. No wonder someone like Douluo would be amenable to a meeting and even set a time. My dear grandson, on this continent of Douluo, strength is paramount. Each of the 8 great families has at least one soul Douluo in their ranks. This is precisely why the 2 great empires, the Spirit Hall, and other powerful factions are reluctant to offend us. Of course, this is predicated on our absolute neutrality. As long as we do not engage in any alliances, they will feel secure. Moreover, social etiquette plays a crucial role. For instance, in this instance, I offer the soul bone as a gesture. Even if its value is negligible to a soul Douluo or title Douluo, it is virtually worthless. Yet can Douluo refuse it? While he may not need it, his descendants surely would. Once he accepts the soul bone, the conversation becomes far more agreeable. Laxius smiled slightly, confident in his grasp of social nuances. Violet nodded thoughtfully, choosing not to voice his thoughts. If one possessed absolute strength, such social intricacies would be unnecessary. Rather, others would seek favor. Regrettably, he currently lacked such power. Seeing Violet's contemplative expression, Laxius acknowledged, "As long as you understand, that is sufficient. This is a lesson to be learned during times of lesser strength. Ultimately, it is power that speaks." In Soto City, Violet's sudden departure left Dodo saddened, echoing the feelings of many spectators who had come merely to behold Violet's legendary visage. When Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar returned to the Soul Arena, they were adorned with exclusive masks and had re-registered their titles. Oscar had returned from his soul hunting, yet his third soul skill was not the flying mushroom of the original tale, but rather the thousand-handed Azura, gentle bone charm rabbit, an evil fire phoenix. Indeed, such beings had truly manifested. The staff responsible for arranging the contestants whispered in awe, "Lord Violet is truly a remarkable individual." Unfortunately, Violet was not present at the Soul Arena at that moment. "What? Lord Violet is not at the Soul Arena?" Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the staff's words. "Indeed, Lord Violet is currently absent from the arena. As for his whereabouts, that is beyond our knowledge," came the reply. "Oh, how unfortunate." Xiao Wu pouted, her demeanor reflecting a hint of melancholy. Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were also privy to this news, and among them, Tang San felt the most elated. With Violet's departure, who could challenge him in the arena at his current level? Yet, a foreboding sensation crept into Tang San's thoughts, as if something significant were about to slip from his grasp. An emptiness settled within him. The smile that had graced his face began to fade, replaced by a sense of loss. He sensed that something of great importance was drifting further away. Was it merely an illusion? Tang San pondered, unable to comprehend the source of his unease. Ultimately, he shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. With Violet absent, it was the perfect opportunity for him to accumulate points. "San, you seem rather joyous?" Xiao Wu remarked, her brow furrowed as she cast him a sidelong glance. Initially intending to call him Sister San, she ultimately opted for Brother San, as their 6 years of camaraderie had forged a bond. Upon hearing this, Tang San was taken aback, his expression momentarily contorting beneath the mask. Was he not entitled to happiness? It was all Violet's fault. "Xiao Wu, I was merely reminded of some delightful matters. I am not pleased because Lord Violet has left," Tang San replied, maintaining his composure. Ma Hongjun and Oscar were left astonished. It was a clear case of denial. Did Xiao Wu imply that Tang San's happiness stemmed from Violet's absence? Tang San had unwittingly revealed his hand. "You." Xiao Wu, trembling with indignation, pointed an accusatory finger at Tang San, her mouth agape caught between words. Indeed, Tang San's grievances towards Violet were akin to a boulder rolling down a mountain. Once set in motion, it could not be halted. Xiao Wu disapproved of this version of Tang San. Heaven Do City, the capital of the Heaven Do Empire, stood as the most prosperous city, not far from the Sunset Forest. After departing from the outskirts of Soto City, Violet and Laxius did not linger on the journey, racing towards their destination. Approximately 10 days later, the duo arrived at Heaven Do City. On the road, Neiwilite encountered Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who were on their way back to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, he merely cast a distant glance at the two, showing little interest. Given the pace at which the two women were traveling, they were certainly not as swift as Neiwilite and Laxius. They had set off approximately half a month earlier, yet they were still overtaken by the two men. To reach Heaven Do City, they would require at least another week. With 5 days remaining until his appointment with Dugabo, Neiwilite, and Laxius decided to stay in Heaven Do City for the time being. One day, Neiwilite strolled alone along the bustling streets of Heaven Do City. It was his first visit to this grand city, and exploration was essential. The depictions of Heaven Do City in novels were rather one-dimensional and could not be generalized. Conversely, Laxius was well acquainted with every major city in the entire Heaven Do Empire. As the patriarch of one of the 8 great families and the operator of a prestigious spirit arena, it was imperative for him to have a comprehensive understanding of all major cities. Neiwilite's attire remained unchanged, and as he walked down the street, passers-by occasionally cast their glances upon him. He paid them no mind, instead taking in the architectural marvels of Heaven Do City. Unlike the modern world, the buildings here resembled product from the 17th century on the other side of Blue Star, magnificent, grand, and resplendently beautiful. Even the residences of the common folk were far from ordinary. Of course, Could one really expect simplicity in a place as precious as Heavendo City? While the city thrived, it lacked a certain vibrancy. Vendors were nearly absent, and most pedestrians were clad in elegant attire, displaying refined manners. Yet the atmosphere felt devoid of the warmth of human life. Even an ordinary passerby might very well be a soul master or a noble. Not even a large city like Soto could compare. As Naywilite walked, he mused about the architectural splendor of Heavendo City, which was renowned as the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent. Even Wuhuan City and Xingluo City could not rival its grandeur. This indirectly indicated that the nobility of the Heavendo Empire indeed indulged in pleasures more than those from Xingluo. At that moment, a golden-haired, blue-eyed young gentleman approached Naywilite. Each of his steps seemed meticulously calculated, exuding an air of aristocracy. He appeared refined and amiable, giving off a friendly vibe. "Young sir, this must be your first visit to Heavendo City?" This prompted Naywilite to instinctively turn towards the speaker. The young man wore a congenial expression while assessing Naywilite in return. "Indeed, Heavendo City lives up to its reputation as the imperial capital. A brief exploration has left me with many reflections," Naywilite replied, nodding. With no ill intent from the young man, he felt no obligation to feign indifference, and the two engaged in conversation as if they were old friends. After a while, the young gentleman seemed to recall something and clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect, saying with a friendly demeanor, "I am Xue Qinghe. May I inquire your esteemed name?" The inquiry was somewhat forward, yet Naywilite felt a sense of familiarity with him, leading to their friendly exchange. Before Xue Qinghe could finish, Naywilite was taken aback, feeling a sudden jolt. What impeccable timing! He had wondered why several nobles had cast envious glances their way during their conversation. It turned out that the person before him was none other than the crown prince of Heavendo, Xue Qinghe. What a surprise! How could Qian Renxue have taken an interest in him? And why was she so keen to initiate a conversation? After a moment of contemplation, Naywilite shook his head. His appearance and demeanor were undoubtedly striking, making it quite normal for him to attract attention, especially while wandering alone in the streets. He waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Your Highness, you jest." Continuing, he clasped his hands and said, "I am Naywilite, the highest judge of the Soto City Spirit Arena. It is truly commendable for your Highness to converse amicably with a commoner like myself." Technically, he had not received an imperial title, nor had Lixius, thus categorizing them as common folk. As a neutral entity, they could not accept titles from either the Heavendo or Xingluo empires. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe was momentarily taken aback. The highest judge of Soto City, Naywilite, was indeed affiliated with the Spirit Arena. Moreover, judging by his attire and demeanor, he did not appear to be an ordinary staff member. It seemed she had encountered a member of one of the 8 great families. Truly, the heir of a hidden lineage, such poise and beauty were indeed commendable. Her motivation for approaching Naywilite was merely to establish a connection, and she was not surprised that he recognized her identity. The fact that Xue Qinghe was the crown prince was hardly a secret. It was improbable there would be another person named Xue Qinghe in the Heavendo Imperial City. "Young brother Naywilite, our meeting is indeed fortuitous. I feel we have much in common. Addressing me as your Highness seems overly formal. Besides, we are not within the royal palace. There is no need for such formalities." Xue Qinghe waved her hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned about her status, and continued, "If you would prefer, you may call me Brother Xue." With a warm smile, she radiated an aura of amiability and approachability. However, Naywilite shook his head, replying, "I appreciate your Highness's kindness, but my family has many customs, and I cannot accept such a title." The reason the 8 great families had endured until now was their impartiality and avoidance of offending any side. Eliminating the 8 great families would result in devastating losses, unfathomable consequences, while they simply operated their spirit arenas without meddling in other matters or the conflicts of the Douluo Continent. Regardless of who claimed dominance, they remained uninvolved. Such a power would hardly be targeted for eradication. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe instantly comprehended that her previous assumptions were correct. She was not annoyed, for she understood the rules of the 8 great families. Not to mention that developing close ties with the crown prince was a delicate matter. Even in friendship, one had to be discerning. This strictness was unaffected by external influences, as long as there were no friends or promises made in the outside world. It could significantly reduce complications. For instance, what if a close friend sought revenge against a particularly formidable foe? Should she assist them or not? What would happen if it affected her family? A plethora of troublesome situations could arise. This was why the 8 great families adhered to such principles. A slight misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. As for bonds, the 8 great families were already interconnected, and there was no need to forge ties with outsiders. Xueqinghe scrutinized Neywilite once more. His experiences mirrored her own. He too had no companions, and even friendships were bound by restrictions. However, the life of that violet is far better than hers. At the very least, he does not need to disguise himself as someone else. With a slight sigh, Xueqinghe harbored no ulterior motives, for in her eyes, only talent and strength mattered fundamentally. Appearance and demeanor were merely embellishments. Just as men feel joy upon seeing a beautiful woman, so too do women when encountering a handsome man. It is merely instinct, not affection. Your Highness, if there are no other matters, I shall take my leave, Violet said with an inscrutable expression. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Xueqinghe's lips, and she found this person increasingly intriguing. If there are no other matters, Violet, should you find the time, you are welcome to visit the prince's residence. Xueqinghe replied courteously. Without her token, could one simply enter the prince's residence? She had no intention of granting Violet a token. Her words were merely polite. If an opportunity arises, I hope His Highness will not mind my intrusion, Violet said. As the mountains remain unchanged and the waters flow eternally, I bid you farewell. Without awaiting Xueqinghe's response, Violet turned and departed. If the person before him truly were Xueqinghe, engaging in conversation would pose no issue. However, he was aware that he was not. Qian Renxue's ambition was formidable, and excessive interaction could lead to complications should she take an interest in him. It must be noted that the woman's gaze when seeking to recruit someone was unmistakable, even if it were the son of her father's murderer. Should she take a liking to him, she would not hesitate to recruit him, even at the expense of once loyal ministers. One can only imagine how formidable she truly is. Watching Violet leave, Xueqinghe stood in place for a moment, her smile frozen. The name Xueqinghe, under her management, should have garnered an excellent reputation. Judging by their minimal interaction, it was evident that the 8 great families were indeed steadfast in their principles. Indeed, these individuals would not serve as obstacles. A shift in perspective, a change in concept, and a new identity revealed that Violet's actions aligned perfectly with Qian Renxue's thoughts. Shaking her head, Qian Renxue dismissed further contemplation. She had no time to dwell on a minor man. As time passed, the appointed hour with Douluo approached. On that day, Lexius and Violet made their way directly to Douluo's residence. Although Douluo was reluctant to accept the title from the Heavendo Empire, he had no choice but to accept the title of Marquis, as Prince Xueqing had saved his life. In the city of Heavendo, Douluo possessed a marquis residence granted by the Snow Knight Emperor. It was known as Douluo Mansion. Today, Douluo Mansion was different from usual. The doors wide open as if welcoming esteemed guests. Due to his reclusive nature, there were no servants in the mansion to greet visitors, not even for his life-saving benefactor, Prince Xueqing. This was the reason for the open doors. Upon arriving at the entrance of Douluo Mansion, Lexius and Violet exchanged glances and smiled knowingly. Douluo was indeed amusing. Nodding, they entered without further words. They soon arrived at the reception hall, where Douluo had been waiting for some time. He was lean, with hair and eyes of a deep green hue, particularly his eyes, which resembled those of a serpent tracking its prey. His gaze briefly scanned Lexius before settling on Violet. Douluo was curious about what kind of person warranted the gift of a millennium-level soul bone as a token of introduction. The value of even a soul bone, just over a millennium, was considerable. To his astonishment, he felt a sense of trepidation upon looking at Violet, an instinctual desire to submit. As a titled law, he quickly deduced the reason. It was his martial soul at play. Ever since his martial soul evolved into the Emerald Phosphor Serpent Emperor, it had become one of the most elite martial souls. Such occurrences were nearly impossible. Yet here they were. Douluo found himself stealing glances at Violet, his confusion only deepening. "Please, take a seat." Douluo gestured with his right hand, inviting them to sit. As the host, it was only proper to allow guests to speak while seated. Once Lexius and Violet were seated, Lexius spoke. "Lord Douluo, This is my grandson Violet, who has come to discuss a matter concerning himself. Oh, what matter might that be? Douluo's interest in Violet piqued. Someone who could make his martial soul submit instantly posed a potential threat should they become adversaries, as he might struggle to unleash even 80% of his strength. This was truly bizarre. If he could not befriend him, then... Grandson, you may explain, Lexius said, uncertain of Violet's intentions. Very well, grandfather, Violet responded, then continued calmly. Lord Douluo, I have come to propose a transaction. Please do not hastily refuse. This transaction could assist you and your descendants in resolving issues concerning martial souls. Upon hearing this, even Lexius was taken aback. Grandson, are you sure you wish to say such things? Had I known you would speak thus, I would never have intervened. Douluo had indeed reached the rank of title Douluo. What problems could he possibly face regarding his martial soul? At that moment, the air in the room chilled significantly. As Douluo's mood soured, he was acutely aware of his family's issues. Their martial souls did indeed possess problems that could be inherited and would poison the next generation. His son and daughter-in-law had left precisely because of this. Not only was there an issue of inheritance, but continuous cultivation would also transform him into a toxic being. Lord Douluo, Lexius began, but Douluo waved his hand dismissively, his expression impassive. Continue speaking, boy, if you cannot provide me with a satisfactory answer. Douluo's cold laughter echoed. After all, a title Douluo remained a title Douluo. Were it not for his apprehension of Violet's intangible pressure, he would have already erupted. This matter concerned the secrets of the Douluo family, even if only he and Yuena remained. Seeing this, Lexius sighed, his gaze sharpening as he prepared to make a swift exit with Violet should Douluo show any sign of hostility. Lord Douluo, my Violet conducts himself with fairness and justice. Were it not so, I would not need to exchange with you, for I could procure what I seek on my own. Upon finishing his words, an invisible aura erupted from Violet, pressing down upon Douluo instantly. Douluo's eyes widened in shock, his gaze filled with terror. His martial soul trembled in fear, unwilling to reveal itself. It was as if an ordinary snake had encountered its sovereign, filled with fear, reverence, and an unwillingness to meet its gaze. If previously he could muster about 70% of his combat prowess, now, the valiant Douluo could barely summon 50% of his original strength, a testament to his unwavering will. Upon hearing Violet's words, Douluo's expression darkened considerably. This was only the second time he had been threatened since becoming a titled Douluo. Lexius was taken aback, realizing that the young man was recklessly embarking on a path of self-destruction. However, to his surprise, the esteemed Douluo did not seem inclined to retaliate. What then? Accounted for his grim demeanor, as if he were on the verge of an explosion. This oppressive aura lasted but a fleeting moment before Violet retracted it. Esteemed Douluo, we can sit down and discuss matters calmly. There is no need for threats and intimidation. Such behavior is not appropriate, Violet stated, returning to his seat with an unchanging expression. Douluo's eyelid twitched. This man was clearly a villain attempting to cast the first stone. When Violet revealed his secret, Douluo had already been prepared to act. After all, who could know the secrets between soul masters? Were it not for his apprehension towards Lexius and Violet, he would not have afforded Violet the opportunity to explain. Yet, this man offered no explanation, instead asserting himself more forcefully than even Douluo himself, resorting to direct threats. At this juncture, Douluo contemplated for a moment and decided to lay all cards on the table. Young man, if you truly possess the means to resolve this issue, state your demands. I shall grant you anything within my power. The poison of the martial soul had long tormented Douluo. No matter how high his cultivation, he could not save his son and daughter-in-law. This poison even carried hereditary traits, endangering future generations. The evidence was evident in the hair and pupils of Yuena. Since Violet had mentioned a transaction, it was clear he must have some method of resolution, perhaps coveting something that Douluo possessed. Esteemed Douluo, your lineage faces a dilemma rooted in the poison of the martial soul, which continues to grow with cultivation. Every rainy season, after outlining Douluo's situation and symptoms, Violet took a sip from a cup of tea beside him. No poison. Upon hearing this, Douluo's eyes brightened. Violet's words mirrored his own condition precisely. The pressing concern was no longer how Violet had acquired this knowledge. but rather how such a situation could be remedied. You, young man, are the first to dare drink the tea brewed by an old man. For this alone, I am willing to trust you once. Speak, what do you desire? Douluo Bo stroked his beard, gazing intently at the seemingly youthful Violet, who appeared even younger than his granddaughter. How terrifying! Esteemed Douluo, the terms of our transaction are as follows. I will assist you and your descendants in resolving the poison of the martial soul, and in return, you shall grant me the precious land within the Sunset Forest. The value of that land was immeasurable. Do you believe that the lives of me and my granddaughter can be quantified? Without waiting for Violet to finish, Douluo Bo remarked darkly. Violet fell silent. The land was indeed priceless, and so too was life. If you can resolve this issue, what harm is there in granting you that land? Douluo Bo did not question how Violet had knowledge of their plight. It was only natural given that he was aware of the poison afflicting both him and his granddaughter. Moreover, if it were not for that land, it was unlikely they would even have crossed paths. Of course, if you dare to deceive me. Douluo Bo's warning was not lost on Violet, who instead pondered another matter. This transaction was inherently unbalanced. In the Douluo Continent, there seemed to be no land comparable to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Even a 100,000-year-old soul bone could not be compared to that precious land. Saving Douluo Bo and Douluo Yin and addressing the hereditary poison was simply not feasible under the constraints of fairness and justice. Though both were invaluable, this transaction remained inequitable. Let us set aside thoughts of fairness for now. I will find ways to balance the scales later, perhaps by paying closer attention to Douluo Bo's descendants or aiding in their strength. With this resolution, Violet decided not to dwell further on the matter. Esteemed Douluo, may I first accompany you and your grandfather to the sacred land? I possess several methods that can resolve the issues concerning you and your granddaughter, but they all require access to that land. Violet spoke candidly. The most effective resolution would be to facilitate the evolution of Douluo Bo and Douluo Yin's martial souls, freeing them from their serpentine forms. They were human, not snakes, lacking the venom sacs necessary for toxin storage. Once their martial souls evolved, the problem would naturally be resolved. There existed other solutions akin to those in the original narrative, albeit they were only temporary fixes. The most optimal solution would be to sever the lineage of the Douluo clan entirely, and once Violet ascended to godhood and acquired divine power, he could replace their martial souls with God-given ones. As this thought crossed Violet's mind, he felt a spark of hope. This method appeared feasible and rendered the transaction relatively equitable. A fleeting life shall be revived. With a blade of grass, a hammer, and a soft-boned rabbit, their offspring would possess the martial soul of the radiant dragon god Butterfly. This indicated that martial souls could indeed be bestowed by the divine. However, would Douluo Bo accept such a proposal? Goodness, you asked me to save you, not to sever my lineage. If their martial souls were to be exchanged, would there be anyone left to inherit the azure phosphor serpent of the Douluo clan? Thankfully, Douluo Bo remained unaware of Violet's current intentions. Had he known, he would likely have been filled with hesitation and turmoil. A God-given martial soul, no matter how trivial, would surely surpass his family's azure phosphor serpent. Yet, this was his ancestral martial soul. Douluo Bo had cultivated it to the pinnacle of a titled Douluo. How could it simply be cast aside? Before the choice between life and legacy, Douluo Bo would most likely choose the former. If it were only himself, he might lean towards the latter. Douluo Bo was not one to procrastinate. Upon hearing Violet's words, he exhibited no hesitation, rising immediately to say, "Let us go now." Without a glance back at Violet and Lexius, he strode purposefully towards the hall's exit. "You young man, you truly startled me. Do you have any idea how perilous that was? Had I known it would come to this, I would never have brought you along." Lexius whispered to Violet, thoroughly shaken. "Fear not, grandfather. I have it all under control." Violet reassured him. "You have a ghost in your control." Lexius scoffed, visibly displeased. While Douluo Bo may be inexperienced, he was still a titled Douluo, not someone a soul master like Lexius could offend. Yet, his grandson continued to take reckless risks before Douluo Bo. To Lexius's astonishment, Violet indeed knew of Douluo Bo's martial soul issues. This was something Lexius could not fathom. How long had this young man been away from home? He had yet to leave Soto City and had never encountered Douluo Bo, yet he possessed knowledge of both the precious land and the problems at hand. After a brief conversation, the grandfather and grandson rose and set off in pursuit of Douluo Bo, who was already departing. The city of Tiando lies not far from the sunset forest. In just over a moment, the trio arrived at the fringes of the forest. This marked the first occasion for Wei Le to venture into the soul beast forest, having never hunted a soul beast before. The outskirts of the sunset forest were predominantly inhabited by 10-year soul beasts, which did not dare approach the three of them. After another quarter of an hour, they reached the base of a mountain, where a toxic formation enveloped the area, posing a risk of poisoning even to a soul sage. This trap was set by Douluo to prevent soul beasts from ascending the mountain and disrupting the ecosystem of this precious land. Even at the foot of the mountain, Wei Le could sense a rich aura of ice and fire. It seemed Douluo was not being deceitful. This truly was the eye of ice and fire. This is an antidote pill. The poison here was laid by me, and without it, even a soul Douluo would be in peril, Douluo stated, producing 2 pill-shaped antidotes and handing them to Wei Le and Lexius. The two exchanged glances, Lexius hesitating, aware that one should not consume Douluo as concoctions lightly. However, Wei Le harbored no such reservations. Regardless of the potential toxicity, he swallowed the pill without hesitation. Grandfather, you must trust Lord Douluo, although his reputation may be questionable. His life has been one of integrity, and he would never resort to poisoning. Upon hearing this, Douluo was at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Was this lad praising him or mocking him? He chose silence, placing his hands behind his back and gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, embodying an air of mastery, his heart devoid of turmoil. The antidote was indeed genuine, with no tricks involved. Lexius sighed, recognizing that his grandson was still too young. One should harbor no ill intentions while remaining cautious of others. It was understandable that he did not grasp this principle yet. After a moment's contemplation, Lexius gritted his teeth and ultimately consumed the antidote. Douluo, observing this, remained silent and proceeded toward the mountain peak. Soon, the three arrived at the summit, where the landscape had dramatically transformed. The once serene mountaintop appeared as though it had been struck by a meteor, revealing a vast crater. Surrounded by mountains, the center formed a basin. Looking down, they beheld spring water swirling in shades of azure and crimson, prompting even the well-versed Lexius to exclaim, "This place is indeed a treasure." Although he did not fully comprehend its value, the concentration of soul power here far surpassed that of the outside world. "Wow, Wei Le, is this the energy-rich place you spoke of?" Furkalos exclaimed, no longer feigning ignorance. "The energy here is overwhelmingly potent. It could restore me to my human form effortlessly and even replenish much of my strength." She had avoided conversing with Wei Le for several days, fearing that her voice would remind him of the little pure water sprite or the little water dragon. During this time, she had chosen to feign death. "Indeed, can you absorb the energy here, Furkalos?" Wei Le asked with palpable excitement. "Perhaps," she replied. As a goddess of water and a demon, she certainly could absorb this energy. Yet Wei Le's obsessive desire for revenge was apparent. "That's splendid. It's worth my trip here." Wei Le nodded, elated at the prospect of reviving his beloved wife. "Just a moment. I must first assist Douluo with his martial spirit issues." With that, Wei Le regained his composure and glanced at Douluo and Lexius. "This is my treasure. Let us descend." Douluo leaped down. As a tidal Douluo, he possessed the ability to hover in the air momentarily, not to fly. Currently, tidal Douluos without flight soul skills could only hover, not soar. Only those who reached level 95 could achieve short flights. There are 3 reasons for this. Firstly, present-day tidal Douluos lacked soul cores. Their soul power was formidable, yet not to be squandered. Secondly, the current Douluo Continent imposed far greater constraints on soul masters than it would a millennium hence. Thirdly, contemporary tidal Douluos did not possess flying soul tools. At this moment, the Douluo Continent could withstand battles between 3 first-level deities, even the emergence of a god king, whereas a millennium later, not even a first-level deity could remain for long. 2 millennia hence, the Douluo Continent would be even more unbearable. Rest assured, although I am utterly ignorant of pharmacology, Lexius, a flying agility-type soul Douluo, naturally possessed the ability to fly. If he wished to escape, most tidal Douluos would struggle to contend with him. Just as he prepared to unleash his martial spirit to carry Wei Le down, he was taken aback when he saw Wei Le walking on air, descending effortlessly. "Wait, at least release your martial spirit and disguise yourself." Lexius murmured in exasperation, his eyes twitching slightly. Without releasing his martial spirit, Wei Le glided through the air, a feat typically reserved for titled Douluos. Shaking his head, Lexius finally unleashed his martial spirit and flew downwards. The height, while significant, approximately 1,000 meters, would be fatal for an ordinary person or a low-rank soul master. However, for the three of them, it posed no challenge at all. Douluo Bo landed first and instinctively glanced at Wei Le, only to be startled at the sight. Without releasing his martial spirit, Wei Le exhibited a soul power fluctuation, yet he was able to walk on air. Douluo Bo merely glided, but this fellow was genuinely flying. Swallowing hard, Douluo Bo felt vindicated for not losing his temper earlier. Who knew who might end up educating him? The treasure lies here. Once we resolve my and Yinzi's issues, this place will belong to you, Douluo Bo stated earnestly, his tone resolute, showing no signs of reluctance. He valued his granddaughter far more than mere possessions. Rest assured, although I am utterly ignorant of pharmacology, Douluo Bo mused, his mind filled with questions. What did it mean to be utterly ignorant of pharmacology? Yet, Wei Le reassured him, rest easy. I know precisely how to resolve the issues concerning you and your granddaughter. Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo regarded Wei Le with curiosity, nearly ready to scold him. Thankfully, Wei Le spoke quickly. Otherwise, Douluo Bo's anger would have ignited. Ignoring the bewildered expression on Douluo Bo's face, Wei Le began to survey the eye of ice and fire. Most of the celestial herbs were unfamiliar to him. He only recognized a few with distinctive characteristics. The two celestial herbs in the ice spring and fire spring were particularly identifiable: the 8-pointed mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot flower. The celestial mushroom, heavenly chrysanthemum, was unmistakable. He could discern the most crucial celestial herbs. Yet when it came to identifying poisonous plants, he found himself at a loss, lacking the memories from his time as Wei Le. Moreover, the flora of Teyvat was vastly different from the celestial plants here. What is this?" exclaimed Lexius, his astonishment palpable as he beheld a garden brimming with celestial herbs and divine medicines, while others might not recognize them. The esteemed 8 noble families possess records of such legendary flora. The knowledge of celestial herbs, as evidenced by the recognition from Jiudo Luo Yuguan, indicates that this world indeed bears a history of such treasures. Alas, they are not widely acknowledged or understood by the majority of soul masters. There stood the wondrous Qirong Tong Tianju and the 8-petaled Xianlan. Could it be that a fragrant and exquisite celestial herb was also present here? Upon hearing this, Violet paused, casting a surprised glance at Lexius. To his astonishment, the old man was familiar with these celestial herbs. Goodness! To think that the legendary Bajiao Xianbing grass and Lihua Xingjiao Shu could manifest in such a form. Approaching the ice and fire spring, Lexius gazed intently at the 2 celestial herbs within, his eyes gleaming with excitement. At last, Violet could ascertain that the old man truly recognized these treasures and understood their worth. While perhaps not in abundance, it would surely suffice. If he were unaware of their value, his expression would not reflect such astonishment. The last time he had seen such a look was on the day of his martial soul awakening. "Grandfather, please help me find the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd. Duke Douluo and his granddaughter require it to resolve their martial soul issues," Violet stated candidly. Both Duke Douluo and Lexius were taken aback. Duke Douluo, astonished that the solution to their martial soul dilemma lay so close, while Lexius pondered, "Earth Dragon Golden Gourd?" Realization dawned upon him, and he exclaimed, "So that's it. If the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd is indeed here, it could resolve Duke Douluo's martial soul issues by fundamentally evolving it, thus preventing poisoning. The Earth Dragon Golden Gourd is a treasure for all dragon martial soul masters, and for those with snake martial souls, it is even more precious." "Cough, cough, grandfather. Shouldn't you check for the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd first?" Violet interrupted, unable to contain his impatience. "Ah, if you don't wish to listen, that's your choice. But acquiring knowledge is always beneficial." Lexius sighed, shaking his head. Duke Douluo interjected, "If you don't wish to hear it, I do. Please continue." Despite having a higher level of soul power than Lexius, he knew that in terms of family heritage, he could never compare to Lexius. Most of this knowledge was deeply intertwined with family secrets. Duke Douluo felt helpless. Lexius's reaction made it clear that the treasures here were extraordinary. Regrettably, He lacked education and heritage, rendering him ignorant of their true value. With a heavy heart, he lamented his situation, knowing that once words were spoken, they could not be retracted. Gaining these treasures would be a blessing, but losing them could be catastrophic. If he could save Yin, then perhaps this was a worthy use of resources. With these thoughts, Duke Dugu felt a pang of pain, but found solace in the notion that he could still find some peace. Moments later, Lexius stirred with excitement. Here! Before Violet could comprehend, Duke Dugu shot like an arrow towards Lexius's side. Before them lay several golden sweet potato vines. The earth dragon golden gourd, being a type of sweet potato, naturally grew underground. The presence of the vines indicated that the gourd was nestled within the soil below. These are the vines of the earth dragon golden gourd. I cannot ascertain how many are present, Lexius remarked, raising his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. What are we waiting for? Duke Dugu, frantic, began to dig without hesitation, foregoing tools to avoid harming this life-saving treasure. Violet and Lexius exchanged glances, opting not to disturb Duke Dugu as he unearthed the soil. Are you not concerned for yourself? Upon witnessing the celestial herbs within the ice and fire spring, Lexius finally understood what Violet had meant regarding the breakthrough items in Duke Dugu's possession. If utilized appropriately, the celestial herbs here could yield far more than simply creating a few titled Douluos. Grandson, the most valuable items here, I had already contemplated while searching for the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd. Follow me, Lexius declared. In response, Violet instinctively followed Lexius to the edge of the ice and fire spring. This is the Bajiao Xianbing grass and Lihua Xingjiao Shu. Consuming them simultaneously grants immunity to ice and fire attributes, greatly enhancing your potential for invincibility. With each step, Violet listened attentively as Lexius elaborated on the various herbs. After Lexius finished introducing the Xiangxi Duanchang Hong, Violet finally spoke. Grandfather, you have been preoccupied with my growth and invincibility, yet have you considered your own needs? Lexius paused, his mouth agape as he struggled to respond. How could he not have thought of himself? However, he believed that utilizing these treasures on Violet would yield far greater benefits. As for his aging self, employing such divine items would merely be a waste. At my age, to use such divine items before Lexius could finish. Violet waved his hand dismissively. Grandfather, with my innate talent, even without these items, invincibility is merely a matter of time. I do not require these herbs. A powerful aura of confidence radiated from Violet, and Lexius found himself believing in his words. His intention was solely to enhance Violet's prowess further. Moreover, while Lexius understood the herb's efficacy, he was unaware that an individual could only refine a limited number of celestial herbs throughout their lifetime. Too much of a good thing could lead to adverse effects. This statement, however, pertained to humans. Violet was a dragon. In truth, this was a clever ruse to persuade Lexius. Once Lexius had made his selections, he would also choose some celestial herbs to consume, thus transforming this place into nourishment for the resurrection of Fukulos. Lexius pondered, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. After a moment, he sighed. Perhaps Violet was indeed correct. I do not know which celestial herbs would suit you best. You should choose for yourself. With this, Violet smiled, and Lexius, having reached a decision, no longer hesitated. His mind was set on the Qirong Tongtianju and the Jiguang Fengwang Kuei. As for Dai Mubai and the others, they required time to reach the soul sage level before they could fully refine the celestial herbs, given their current soul power levels hovered around the 20s or 30s, with only Dai Mubai reaching 39. However, Lexius was an 89th level soul de law. The process of refining celestial herbs would be akin to the simplicity of eating and drinking. Though he did not immediately pluck the two herbs, for Duke Dugu's predicament had yet to be resolved, and this precious land did not yet belong to Violet. The preceding narrative merely outlines a predetermined allocation, devoid of any direct action. Both the grandfather and grandson are principled individuals. There are 3 Earth Dragon golden melons. At that moment, Dugu burst into hearty laughter, his mirth almost bringing him to tears. Had he known sooner that the solution to their soul master dilemma lay right here, his son might not have perished. Fortunately, all is not yet lost. Upon hearing Dugubo's voice, Lexius and Violet approach him quietly. After a brief examination, Violet remarked, "These 3 Earth Dragon golden melons have ripened. Dugu Jian, afflicted by severe poison, is far more compromised than Miss Douluo, and consuming 2 of these melons should facilitate the evolution of his soul. As for Miss Douluo, being still young, her poison and soul strength are inferior to Douluo Jian's. 1 melon would suffice to alter her soul's form. 3 Earth Dragon golden melons, neither more nor less, are perfectly suited for this purpose. This is indeed fate. Douluo retorted, to hell with fate. If fate were so benevolent, why was I not informed sooner that this remedy existed? After decades of searching, I remain oblivious. He pondered, how should one utilize these? Consume them like fruit, then refine them. There are no specific requirements for ingesting the Earth Dragon golden melons. One simply needs to swallow them whole, akin to eating fruit. It is rather peculiar that all Dragon Soul Masters experience an insatiable desire to devour these melons, including Dragon-type soul beasts. However, being a dragon himself, Violet felt no inclination toward them. He found the Earth Dragon golden melons utterly unappealing. Though these melons can purify the dragon bloodline and significantly enhance Dragon-type souls, Violet perceives them as a potential contamination of his lineage. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Is the Earth Dragon truly a dragon? The ancient dragons of Douluo Continent may be no more than this. Confronted with the graves of the 2 great dragon kings of Douluo, Violet felt no sense of oppression. Douluo contemplated briefly and then glanced at Violet, suddenly finding the young man quite agreeable. Humph. The old man shall never utter thanks. This is merely a transaction. I shall test this so-called Earth Dragon golden melon to see if it can truly resolve my soul's issues. If I am deceived, I shall ensure this place is destroyed before my demise. Douluo said expressionlessly, a hint of pride flickering across his face. Judging by the stirring of his soul, the Earth Dragon golden melon undoubtedly benefits him. Why? Oh, why had he not discovered this sooner? Should this substance prove harmful, he would still have the means to obliterate this place before his end. Without waiting for Violet to respond, Douluo strode away, determined to consume and refine the Earth Dragon golden melon. Such matters were not to be entrusted to Douluo Yin. In truth, had he not already expressed gratitude? Violet murmured in response. Douluo is indeed quite obstinate. Eliciting thanks from him is akin to inflicting mortal agony. As time passed, approximately 3 hours later, a resounding dragon's roar echoed throughout the ice and fire yin-yang well. At that moment, Douluo appeared rejuvenated, looking considerably younger, manifesting in the state of his soul. Water and Fire Dragon King sacrifice. In this state, subtle changes began to unfold. Firstly, a verdant horn sprouted from the center of his forehead. Secondly, his scales and claws transformed. Ah, how exhilarating. This is truly liberating. Douluo had forgotten how long it had been since he felt such ease. Previously, despite his formidable power, he was often plagued by his own toxins, rendering him miserable. Had it not been for Douluo Yan's tender age, he might have long since relinquished hope for survival. That suffering is comprehensible only through personal experience. One can scarcely fathom its terror. After a brief moment, Douluo's laughter subsided, and he withdrew his soul. His appearance had changed significantly. His once jade-green hair had turned to a natural gray-white, and his eye color had normalized, though a hint of green remained. Such issues were trivial for Douluo, young man. This transaction is complete. This place is now yours, Douluo said, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. Thank you, Douluo Jian, Violet responded, but Douluo waved his hand dismissively, continuing, it is merely a transaction. No need for gratitude. I have matters to attend to and shall not linger. Farewell. After uttering these words, Douluo cast one last glance at the ice and fire yin-yang well, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes. For this place had consumed a significant portion of his life. Alas, it was no longer his to claim. Without waiting for Violet and Lexius to say anything, Douluo swiftly departed, devoid of any lingering attachment. He feared that remaining here would lead to regret. Once Douluo had left, Violet said, Grandfather, you should first gather the celestial herbs you require while I assess which ones are suitable for me. Very well, Lexius responded without pretense, nodding as he approached the rare mushroom, heavenly chrysanthemum, and a coxcomb phoenix flower. These 2 herbs complemented him well and were unsuitable for Violet's absorption. The coxcomb phoenix flower, being fire attribute, was entirely incompatible with Violet's water attribute. However, the fiery apricot flower differed, as it was meant to neutralize the 8-pointed ice grass. Only by consuming both herbs together could one attain immunity to ice and fire. Once he possessed this immunity, the rare mushroom heavenly chrysanthemum would no longer serve any purpose for Violet. Having seen the old man procure 2 herbs and retreat to a corner to absorb their essence, Violet then turned his attention back to the ice and fire yin-yang well, his mind drifting into his consciousness. Fakaros, how shall you absorb this energy? Violet inquired, perplexed. Currently, Fakaros lacked a definitive form and could not leave Violet's consciousness unless sufficient energy was accumulated to sustain itself. Now, how could Fakaros absorb this energy? As for the celestial herbs, nothing is more important than a wife. You only need to come into contact with the ice and fire spring water, Fakaros replied. Violet was taken aback. Was Fakaros treating him as a mere conduit? How audacious! It seemed the 8-pointed ice grass and fiery apricot flower. Before Violet could finish his thought, he felt a resonant voice echoing in his ears. Impossible. How could it be? A humanoid dragon? And of the water attribute. Its status exceeds even mine. Old water, could you be mistaken? No, absolutely not. Its power may appear modest at present, yet its status is indeed higher than mine. A humanoid dragon. How peculiar. Had his father ever created a humanoid dragon? Uncertain. My memories are fragmented. The voice in his ears could not be mere hallucination. Violet furrowed his brow, realizing he had activated the remnants of the Dragon King of Water and Fire from Douluo. He was well aware that these 2 old entities had not perished completely. However, their dragon souls should lack self-awareness and would only be able to coalesce again after 20,000 years. Yet astonishingly, they exhibit self-awareness in this present moment. Could it be that the Father created them but failed to inform us? The original Dragon Kings, all offspring of the Dragon God, referred to the Dragon God as either Father or Divine Father. This is perplexing. I'm already the Water Dragon King, and it stands to reason that my father would not create another Water Dragon King. What if he simply disapproved of you? The Fire and Water Dragon Kings conversed extensively, to the extent that they had forgotten how long they had been deceased. Just as their consciousness was on the verge of dissipating, a humanoid dragon appeared before them. Its status was higher than theirs. At that moment, it was still too weak. Since they were destined to fade away, why not lend it a helping hand? Although they had never encountered a humanoid dragon before, it was undoubtedly of the same lineage, and its status surpassed theirs. Perhaps the hope for the resurgence of the dragon race resided within it. I have no objections to assisting it. Excellent. In this way, even in death, we would have served a purpose. Vitali was taken aback. What were these 2 dragon kings discussing? He found himself struggling to comprehend their words about lending assistance. Just as Vitali was lost in thought, 2 dragon souls emerged from the ice and fire spring, fixedly gazing at him, one a crystalline blue, the other a fiery red. Unlike the Eastern dragons, they resembled winged lizards. Vitali remained unperturbed, scrutinizing the 2 dragon souls. They exchanged glances, denying him the opportunity to speak. Suddenly, they radiated brilliance, transforming into streams of light that shot towards him. Both parties were momentarily stunned, but the Douluo Fire and Water Dragon Kings quickly regained their composure. Martial soul? Before their demise, the concept of a martial soul did not exist, and without a martial soul, they were naturally unaware of what it entailed. However, they possessed the ability to discern the essence through appearances. Has the paradigm of Douluo star evolved into such a state? The Dragon Kings pondered. Without hesitation, they resumed their prior actions. In an instant, Vitali entered the state of martial soul manifestation. He himself was the martial soul, and this state was merely a condition. Soon, 2 golden rings slowly ascended from beneath his feet, while the dragon souls became increasingly translucent, poised on the brink of extinction. Yet, an unknown force propelled Vitali into the depths of the ice and fire spring. Their legacy awaited him there. What was happening? These 2 old fellows had been dead for so long, yet they could still perform a sacrifice? Fortunately, at this moment, Lexius was busy refining the energy of the celestial herbs, preparing to break through to the title of Douluo, oblivious to the external circumstances otherwise. The return of that short-lived spouse would be imminent. As time passed, when Lexius finally opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face, ready to unleash a roar towards the heavens to express his joy at the breakthrough, the sight before him froze the smile upon his lips. What transpired at the ice and fire duality while he was refining the celestial herbs? Had it been gnawed upon or ravaged? Lexius inhaled sharply, his eyes filled with desolation. The once vibrant ice and fire duality I was now devoid of anything. Wait, a stone remained. The essence of the heartbreak red. Or was my grandson? The state of the ice and fire duality mattered little. It was initially earned by Vitali. Achieving the 2 celestial herbs to break through to level 90 was already a significant satisfaction. He sought nothing more. Yet, where had his grandson vanished? Regaining his senses, Lexius quickly scanned the surroundings, discovering an even more peculiar occurrence. Where was the previous ice and fire spring? Stroking his beard, Lexius furrowed his brow in confusion. He hastily approached the edge of where the ice and fire spring had been. Now only a bottomless pit lay before him, a pitch-black void. Even Lexius could not discern what lay beneath. His expression was remarkable. Since he began absorbing the 2 celestial herbs, a mere 5 hours had passed. Yet the entire sacred ground had undergone a radical transformation. Could it be that Douluo Bo seized the opportunity while I was absorbing the celestial herbs? No. If it were truly him, he would have had the capacity to eliminate me directly. With this thought, Lexius instantly manifested his martial soul, preparing to delve deeper. His martial soul was the ancestral legacy of the family, the Flame Raven. Indeed, it was the Flame Raven, not the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow's hue is golden, whereas their martial soul was a resplendent black. Yet, it was a fire attribute martial soul. Referring to it as the Golden Crow was inappropriate. They preferred to remain low-key and thus directly named it the Flame Raven. Although the name lacked grandeur, the Flame Raven soul beast possessed a trace of Golden Crow bloodline. Little, yet present. Otherwise, it would not be a fire attribute soul beast. As a martial soul, while the Flame Raven could not be ranked among the top-tier souls, it was nonetheless a high-level martial soul, with bloodline power, elemental attachment, and the ability to fly, had it not been for its low bloodline power. The Flame Raven would undeniably hold a place among the top-tier martial souls. Its longevity as a lineage was not without reason. Now, after absorbing the wondrous chanterelle and the celestial phoenix flower, Lexius' martial soul shed its resplendent black and transformed into a magnificent gold. Its fire attribute surged exponentially, and the Golden Crow bloodline power increased dramatically. The Golden Crow manifested. At this moment, Lexius' martial soul evolved. It became one of the most elite martial souls. The Golden Crow is further categorized into the 3-legged Golden Crow and the ordinary Golden Crow. His martial soul was merely the 2-legged Golden Crow, belonging to the ordinary type. Lexius was immensely satisfied with his martial soul's evolution to its current state. His combat prowess had at least doubled after the manifestation of his martial soul. A pair of golden wings sprouted from his back, enveloped in flames, exuding the aura of a fire deity. Without hesitation, he soared towards the bottomless pit. With the innate effects of his martial soul, the dark environment appeared as bright as day to him. In no time, he beheld the spring water descending at a visible pace, while Vitali floated on the surface, his eyes tightly shut. His arms occasionally radiated light, the left arm red, the right arm blue. This scene left Lexius momentarily stunned. Vitali's condition resembled that of one absorbing a soul bone. But what could be the cause of the rapid descent of the water level? Lexius scratched his head. Upon noticing that Vitali was breathing normally and unharmed, he returned to the surface. It was imperative that he did not disrupt Vitali's fortuitous encounter. As time passed, 2 days swiftly elapsed. Lexius periodically investigated the pit, ensuring Vitali was unharmed. Once he confirmed there were no issues, he returned to the surface, gazing in astonishment at the remaining heartbreak red. Vitali claimed that one could only consume 1 or 2 celestial herbs, a statement Lexius agreed with, as he experienced the same circumstance. However, what of vanished medicinal herbs? Not only the celestial herbs, but even ordinary poisons and common medicinal ingredients had completely disappeared. Had he not retrieved those 2 types of celestial herbs in advance, they would likely have vanished by now. Indeed, it was not that Violet had consumed them. The 2 great dragon kings of Douluo had forcibly imparted their legacy to him. They had long since lost their corporeal forms. The condensation of soul rings and the essence of divine bones requires energy, but from where would that energy originate? The Eye of Ice and Fire serves as the optimal choice. Whether it be poison or elixir, celestial herbs are, in essence, a form of energy. Moreover, during Violet's integration process, Fukulos was simultaneously absorbing the energy from the Eye of Ice and Fire, as they appeared to be insatiable voids. Consuming the offerings from the Water and Fire Dragon Kings of Douluo. With their energy absorption, all the flora within the Eye of Ice and Fire was affected, ultimately transforming into energy that flowed underground, nourishing the springs of ice and fire. As for why the heartbreaking red did not suffer any impact, it was simply because its essence was, for the time being, merely a stone. At this moment, deep beneath the earth, Violet had awakened. After calmly changing his attire, he began to survey his surroundings. The springs of ice and fire were entirely drained, revealing two colossal dragon bones. None of this captured Violet's interest. Instead, a familiar silhouette, that of a haunting memory, appeared before him. In truth, Violet had absorbed little of the energy from the Eye of Ice and Fire. The majority had been absorbed by Fukulos. Since Fukulos had not taken on a physical form and resided within Violet's consciousness, it seemed as though he had absorbed it all. He was merely a conduit. Violet, we meet again. The two stood mere inches apart. Fukulos delicately caressed Violet's face, her gaze filled with myriad emotions. Fukulos, welcome back. Violet, unfazed, gazed intently at Fukulos. In the pitch-black environment, it appeared as bright as day to him. Your eyes are rather peculiar. You are even more curious at this moment. Upon witnessing Violet's fervent gaze, Fukulos was momentarily taken aback, her hair flickering as she followed his line of sight. Ah, don't look. Having just reconstructed her body, she naturally wore no garments. In the next instant, before Violet could gather his wits, Fukulos transformed into a stream of aquamarine light and leapt toward him. The sound from the deep pit startled Lexius, leaving him bewildered and perplexed. If he had not been imagining things, he believed he had heard a scream. A female voice no less. Lexius scratched his head. If his memory served him correctly, only his grandson Violet resided in the pit. What was happening? The voice seemed somewhat out of place, and he felt hesitant to investigate further. Moments later, Violet flew out of the pit, his expression strange, his eyes vacant, as if lost in thought. Grandson, what has happened? Hearing Lexius's voice, Violet snapped back to reality. He hastily waved his hand, saying, Grandpa, I'm fine, truly. Seeing Violet's demeanor, Lexius questioned with greater curiosity, Are you really all right? Absolutely fine. Yet just moments ago I distinctly heard. You must have been imagining things. Lexius was taken aback. He hadn't even mentioned what he heard, yet Violet's response betrayed his guilt. Lexius sensed something was amiss when Violet emerged, but he hesitated to pry. Since Violet was reluctant to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further. After assessing the Eye of Ice and Fire, Lexius felt a pang in his heart. Yet he quickly reconciled with the situation. Had this sacred ground remained intact, the collective strength of the 8 great families would have doubled. Future generations would benefit greatly. Of course, this place belonged to Violet. The current state did not concern Lexius. After all, Violet was his sole cherished grandson, unlike the others who lacked even half the bond he shared with him. Now, only the heartbreaking red remained. Grandson, you should take it. This sacred ground holds no value anymore. Upon hearing this, Violet began to examine the Eye of Ice and Fire. Even though he had prepared himself, he was still taken aback. Aside from a stone, the Eye of Ice and Fire had been utterly destroyed. However, if it enabled a demigod to reconstruct their body, its destruction was worth it. Before Violet emerged from the pit, Fukulos had transformed into a streak of light and returned to his consciousness. Perhaps the previous events left Fukulos unsure of how to face Violet, as she chose to feign death. Regardless of how Violet called out, she remained silent. This is so embarrassing. I woke up before him, yet I completely forgot about that. It's over. I'm trapped for life. What a small water sprite. What a small water dragon. It's too soon. Violet remained oblivious to Fukulos's internal turmoil as she wrestled with her thoughts. Feeling a mix of anticipation and fear regarding the Dragon King's retribution, Violet pondered for a moment before retrieving the heartbreaking red. This item could not be stored within a conventional soul guide. It appeared as a mere stone, yet it was a living entity that necessitated a storage soul guide capable of sustaining life. Such guides were exceedingly rare. Douluo possessed a wishful 100 treasures bag that could house living creatures. Violet did not possess one, but Lexius did. After speaking, Lexius handed Violet's storage bag that could accommodate living beings. This bag appeared quite ordinary, lacking the grandeur of the wishful 100 treasures bag, with limited space. Yet it was invaluable. Grandson, will you be staying in Heavendo City for a while, or will you return to Soto City? The Eye of Ice and Fire has been destroyed, and thus holds no value, so there is no need for anyone to guard it. Lexius needed to acquire the 9th soul ring to truly break through to the rank of title Douluo. To be cautious, he required assistance from others, specifically the soul Douluo of the other 7 families. However, he did not intend to summon them all. The 8 great families had 4 from the Heavendo Empire and 4 from the Star Luo Empire. Although Lexius had a 90% chance of hunting the 9th soul ring alone, it was still precarious. He needed 100% certainty. You must be seeking the 9th soul ring, correct? Violet did not specify his destination, but instead mused thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Lexius nodded and did not conceal his intentions, stating directly, "Indeed, after absorbing those 2 celestial herbs, my martial soul has evolved into the Golden Crow, and my soul power level has surpassed the 89th level, breaking through to the 90th level. A 90th level powerhouse is considered a quasi-title Douluo. Once I acquire another soul ring, I will ascend to title level. I'll accompany you on your journey." Violet spoke naturally, devoid of any expression. Lexius was momentarily taken aback. He knew Violet's prowess, unmatched among his peers. However, the soul beasts he was about to confront were not so simple. Without hesitation, Lexius outright rejected the proposition. "Absolutely not. If you wish to experience soul hunting, I can take you on a journey afterward, but this time it's no jest," he declared, shaking his head emphatically. Violet was momentarily taken aback. Although he was no longer a child, it felt as if he would forever remain young in Lexius's eyes. After a brief contemplation, Violet nodded in agreement, choosing not to further dispute Lexius's decision. Considering Lexius's current prowess, could he not escape even from a 10,000-year-old beast if he could not defeat it? Ultimately, Violet acquiesced, stating, "Then I shall return to Soto City. By the way, are you planning to hunt souls in the Stardow Forest or the Sunset Forest?" Upon hearing this, Lexius pondered for a moment before responding. While the Sunset Forest does harbor high-level soul beasts, it pales in comparison to the Stardow Forest in terms of both quality and age. Pausing briefly, he continued, "I shall explore the Sunset Forest first. If I encounter a suitable soul beast, there will be no need to venture into the Stardow Forest. The Sunset Forest is abundant with high-level fire attribute soul beasts. One may just cross my path." As time passed, the grandfather and grandson parted ways temporarily, with Lexius delving into the depths of the Sunset Forest to scout for a suitable high-level soul beast. "Violet, are you attempting to deceive your grandfather?" A voice echoed in his mind. Violet's eyes twitched. He was merely following Lexius discreetly to ensure his safety. How could that be construed as deception? It was a benevolent fib. "Fakaros, you finally chose to speak? I thought you would continue to feign silence," Violet mused, noticing Fakaros' cheeks flush with embarrassment. Such matters were far too awkward for her. "Nonsense. I'm simply in a state of recovery and need some time to recuperate." "Yes, just some time to recuperate." Violet was taken aback. Wasn't the vast ice and fire yin-yang sufficient to restore Fakaros to her peak state? He pondered, recalling the true core area of the Stardow Forest, which housed a lake of life. Fakaros mused, "Is it possible that this is merely a convenient excuse? Even after losing her divine seat, she still retains the status of a demon god. Although she has not yet regained her peak strength, the difference is negligible. How naive this fool is to believe her words." This minor interlude concerning Fakaros did not deter Violet from shadowing Lexius. It was evident that Lexius, having traversed the Douluo Continent for decades, possessed immense experience in soul hunting. Identifying locations of soul beasts and their respective levels was second nature to him. A rank 90 quasi-titled Douluo in the Sunset Forest was not merely formidable. He could almost traverse it with impunity. When Lexius reached the depths of the Sunset Forest, he suddenly became cautious. Violet's brow furrowed. To his astonishment, there existed such soul beasts within the Sunset Forest, maintaining a distance to avoid detection. Even if Lexius attained the title Douluo, he would remain oblivious to Violet's presence. Although this soul beast had yet to reach the 10,000-year mark, it was undoubtedly the apex predator of the sunset forest. Suddenly, a resounding dragon roar echoed through the skies, confirming Violet's suspicions. This was a fire attribute subdragon, aged nearly 90,000 years. Such a creature, whether in the sunset forest or the Stardew forest, would be considered a ruler among soul beasts. Dragon-type soul beasts inherently boast greater strength than typical soul beasts of the same rank, and this subdragon was no exception with its impressive age. Lexaeus was momentarily stunned. He had intended to return and take his comrades to the Stardew forest, only to be met with an unexpected fright in the sunset forest. This was not a pleasant surprise, but rather a terrifying one. A subdragon aged over 90,000 years. Was this something he could confront alone? Did this creature seem to have noticed him? It was a fire dragon of 95,000 years, and in its perception, a human dared to intrude upon its territory, a blatant challenge to its authority. Did it think the fire dragon would remain passive as a mere ornament? Under normal circumstances, it needed only 1,000 or 1,800 years more to break through to the 10,000-year level. The age of soul beasts is not strictly correlated with their actual age. For instance, the deep-sea demon whale king is roughly 250,000 years old, yet possesses a soul beast age of over 950,000 years, illustrating the variance in beast talent. At this moment, Lexaeus felt a chill run down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The fire dragon had indeed detected him. Fortunately, if he concentrated solely on fleeing, the fire dragon would have no means to stop him. Let us see if there is a chance for a hunt, Lexaeus thought to himself, choosing not to flee immediately, but rather to test the waters. Should an opportunity to hunt this subdragon arise, he would gather his comrades afterward. Intelligence about soul masters is crucial, and so too is information regarding soul beasts. A brief reconnaissance could reduce errors during formal soul hunting, thereby enhancing success rates. While this creature was not a flying fire attribute soul beast, its quality far surpassed that of most flying counterparts. With a surge of energy, 8 soul rings, gold, yellow, purple, and black, rapidly ascended from beneath Lexaeus's feet. A pair of golden wings unfurled, his hands transforming into claws, and golden flames flickered around him. Violet, now merely 100 meters from Lexaeus, found that Lexaeus's focus was entirely on the nearby fire dragon, rendering him undetected. In response to Lexaeus's martial soul manifestation, the fire dragon displayed a hint of human-like derision. At its level, it lacked the ability to articulate human speech, yet its intelligence rivaled that of humans. This human, with merely 8 soul rings and not even a title Douluo, dared to confront a subdragon of its caliber? Such audacity was akin to courting death. With a roar, the fire dragon charged at Lexaeus with its massive form. The two soon engaged in battle, transitioning from cautious probing to earnest combat. Lexaeus, still acclimating to his newly evolved martial soul, began to perceive that perhaps this fire dragon was not as formidable as it seemed. Although he could not win, he found himself unable to lose either. The fire dragon, too, felt a tremor of surprise. This soul master appeared stronger than any title Douluo it had previously encountered. After a phase of testing one another's strengths, they both began to take the encounter more seriously. In a true fight to the death, Lexaeus would not be a match for the fire dragon, which was not only a subdragon, but one of considerable strength, its age tantalizingly close to the 10,000-year mark. Moreover, at present, Lexaeus possesses only 8 spirit rings, although he has reached the 90th level, qualifying him as a quasi-title Douluo. He has yet to undergo the baptism of a 9th spirit ring. Thus he cannot be considered a true title Douluo. Confronted with a dragon of over 90,000 years, any ordinary title Douluo, such as the former Douluo, would flee without a second thought. Engage in combat, there would be no hope of victory. After obtaining the celestial herb, the old man experienced a significant enhancement in his martial spirit. However, facing the subdragon, what was this fire-breathing lizard compared to a true dragon? Violet shook his head, preparing to assist Lexaeus in subduing the blazing azure dragon. If it were another soul beast, he might have to exert considerable effort, but this was merely a fire-breathing lizard. Thus, the task became considerably easier. With a single step, Violet unleashed his aura, pressing it towards the blazing azure dragon, simultaneously transforming into combat mode. Two golden spirit rings rose beneath him, and Violet's appearance underwent a slight change. A pair of aquamarine dragon horns emerged, signifying his identity. Lexaeus, taken aback, realized that if he could not sense such a powerful surge of spirit energy, he would be unworthy of the title quasi-title Douluo. The blazing azure dragon quivered as well. It recognized the aura of an absolute superior, rendering it a sub-dragon of over 95,000 years, utterly immobile and trembling. Among dragons, the hierarchy of bloodlines is exceedingly strict. A true dragon exerts absolute dominance over sub-dragons, while sub-dragons similarly overpower ordinary soul beasts bearing dragon blood. To the nearby humans, encountering him felt akin to confronting the source of their bloodline. This overwhelming pressure rendered the dragon incapable of unleashing even half of its full potential. However, why did this being harbor hostility towards it? After all, the sub-dragon was still a dragon, and it had grown quite formidable, merely a few millennia shy of 100,000 years. Why would this dragon, appearing in human form, wish to eliminate it? Shouldn't they unite against the fiery human instead? Roaring in confusion, the blazing azure dragon sought understanding. As a member of the same lineage, why did Violet intend to strike it down? Even if it were to be killed, wouldn't it make sense to first eliminate the external threat before turning against it? Violet ignored the dragon's roar, striding confidently towards Lexaeus and the sub-dragon. Grandson, Lexaeus was stunned, never having anticipated Violet's presence here. Even if Violet had encountered great fortune within the sacred land, his prior strength was merely at the level of a spirit emperor. No matter how powerful he had become, how much more could he possibly grow? Lexaeus had not fathomed the implications of Violet's ability to track him, indicating that Violet's strength was far from the frailness he had imagined. Regaining his composure, Lexaeus prepared to flee with Violet. He was already at a disadvantage against the blazing azure dragon. As long as the dragon was not serious, he could hold his ground. However, if the dragon were to exert its full power, his only option would be to escape. Now, with an additional burden, he felt even less capable of confronting the blazing azure dragon. The weight of this realization pressed heavily upon him. A child might lack understanding, but he, as an adult, could not afford to be naive. At that moment, Lexaeus was bewildered. Why was the blazing azure dragon trembling? As Violet advanced, the dragon retreated, appearing pitiable rather than attempting to flee. The dragon's transformation caught Lexaeus' attention. It seemed to harbor a profound fear and reverence towards Violet. This was a sub-dragon of around 95,000 years. Why would it exhibit such emotions toward the human? Even a title Douluo would not inspire such feelings. For most title Douluos were not its match, and how could it fear them? In mere moments, Violet had approached Lexaeus, yet his gaze remained fixed on the fire-breathing lizard. After a moment's contemplation, Violet spoke. "Fire-breathing lizard, you shall be the first to test my newly acquired powers." In the eyes of the ice and fire duality, the two dragon kings initially intended to bestow their bloodlines and legacies upon Violet. However, they soon realized that Violet's bloodline rank appeared to surpass their own. Merging their bloodlines would render Violet's lineage impure, ultimately harming this newborn water dragon king. With this in mind, the water and fire dragon kings could only smile wryly, choosing to transform their most vital bloodline powers into divine bones, essentially divine accessories, to pass on to Violet. This way, they could grant him their authority and legacy without compromising his own bloodline strength. Their bloodline power had diminished over the years, lacking completeness. Yet merging it could indeed create a new generation of Dragon King. However, Violet's bloodline power was simply too elevated. As fellow dragons, they could not jeopardize this promising descendant. Having concluded their reflections, Violet raised his staff with his right hand while lifting his left towards the blazing azure dragon. Under Lexaeus' astonished gaze, Violet's arm flickered, and a powerful surge of fiery energy surged forth. Lexaeus' martial spirit had evolved into the Golden Crow, yet he felt an overwhelming heat emanating from Violet. A red radiance coalesced in Violet's palm, forming a swiftly rotating circle of fire elements before him. "I disdain all that is towering." The flames erupted, resembling a spiraling column of water, directed towards the blazing azure dragon. "Do not." The blazing azure dragon had never anticipated that it would find itself so powerless in the face of fire elements. With an enraged roar, it made its final stand. Or rather, it did not dare to resist. This was the power of bloodline, akin to facing its progenitor. How could it defy such authority? The swirling column of fire struck the blazing azure dragon, scorching and penetrating it within moments. Seeing this, Violet quickly ceased his output of spirit energy. He was assisting Lexaeus in hunting soul beasts, not seeking a spirit ring for himself. He found himself momentarily dazed. Was the legacy of the Fire Dragon King, combined with his own abilities, truly this formidable? Lexaeus was filled with questions, recalling that Violet was of the water attribute. How had he gained such overwhelming firepower? Moreover, was the intensity of this attack not excessive? Gazing at the nearly defeated, blazing azure dragon, Lexaeus was left in stunned disbelief. Had the subdragon, which he himself could not overcome, just been vanquished by Violet in an instant? Lexaeus inhaled sharply, feeling as though he were in a dream. Old man, it's on the brink of death. What are you waiting for? Upon hearing Violet's reminder, Lexaeus snapped back to reality, instinctively nodding. Yet, he couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Violet, noting how much the child had grown. Thor is a god of great magnanimity. You are not. On the 7th day, without Violet, he missed him. On the 15th day, he missed him even more. A month had passed since Violet's departure, and the longing persisted. Enough. The man shouted at his girlfriend. If you miss Violet so much, why are you still with me? This is torment. My girlfriend thinks of that referee every day. What else could this be but torture? Am I worthy of him? The man was utterly bewildered, questioning the meaning of his own words. Since you cannot support my brother, let's part ways. Such scenes were not uncommon in Soto City. Amidst the joys and sorrows, Tang San was in high spirits. Recently, he had finally broken through to the 30th rank and, with the assistance of Liu Song, acquired his 3rd spirit ring. Why did Tang San also receive help from Liu Song? At Shrek Academy, Flinder needed to remain on campus to avert unforeseen circumstances. While the other teachers were uncertain about how to proceed, Zhao Wujia had been grievously injured by Tang Hao and had only just begun to walk again, making him unfit to lead. Flinder feared that if Zhao Wujia were to lead, he might be unable to restrain himself from harming Tang San. As for Lu Qibin, though he was a control-type spirit emperor with a slightly higher spirit power than Liu Song, his effectiveness in the soul-hunting force paled in comparison to Liu Song's. Xiao Xian, would he accompany Tang San to feed the soul beasts? This soul sage's combat prowess was not as formidable as Tang San's. Following Tang San would be pointless. Of course, due to the butterfly effect, Shrek Academy had not become enemies with Songhui Academy, nor had they encountered the Dragon King or the Snake Lady. And certainly not the Faceless Spider. Tang San's 3rd spirit ring also originated from a spider-type soul beast, albeit with vastly different age and quality compared to the Faceless Spider from the original tale. Xiao Wu too had reached the 30th rank, but had not informed Flinder. Instead, she had taken a few days off. After a brief consideration, Flinder consented. Days later, Xiao Wu returned, successfully acquiring her 3rd spirit ring. Once I win one more match, I can compete in the main arena, Tang San declared confidently, his fists clenched. Prior to reaching the 30th rank, winning matches was effortless for him at the 29th rank, which led to his 8 consecutive victories. After returning from soul hunting, he faced an opponent who was a 32nd ranked agility-type battle soul master and emerged victorious, boosting his confidence immensely. Today would mark the moment he achieved 10 consecutive victories, without any unexpected occurrences. Tang San's opponent in this match was merely a 31st ranked soul master, like him, having just broken through. He successfully obtained tickets to the main arena. Sisters, have you heard? Violet is returning today. What? Violet is back? Indeed, I heard from the staff at the Soul Arena that Violet will again serve as the referee starting tomorrow. Oh my, we must strive harder. We are still 3 wins away from 10 consecutive victories. As Tang San listened to the conversations of the female soul masters, his expression shifted and his smile gradually faded. That Violet, who has the power to bring death, is returning? How could he come back? During this time, he had finally found peace. As Xiao Wu had not mentioned Violet's name since his departure. Although Tang San lacked certain things now, his thoughts remained unchanged. On the surface, there appeared to be no difference, perhaps just a slight thinning of his beard. Turning to Xiao Wu, he found her eyes sparkling with excitement, her previously expressionless face now beaming with joy. That's wonderful. I knew Violet would come back. Brother San, If we achieve 10 consecutive victories today, we will go to the main arena tomorrow. There is only one main arena, and we will finally meet Violet. Xiao was so thrilled she nearly jumped with joy. Tang San's eyelids twitched. It seemed only Xiao Wu and the others were elated. The joys and sorrows of individuals differ. He, Tang San, could hardly muster any happiness. After just achieving 10 consecutive victories in the main arena, would he have to endure Violet's torment once more? Perhaps he should change to a different soul arena? However, there is only this one large arena in Soto City. If he traveled to another major city, he would lose count of how long it would take to return. Meanwhile, Violet was on the other side. Violet, could you please sit a little further away? On the sofa, Fucolo spoke softly, her cheeks slightly flushed. Dressed in a white and water blue ensemble, she gently nudged Violet. Violet shook his head and subtly shifted a bit away. There is no need for that. Just look at you. After remaking your body, why not add a little more substance? Your current flat appearance makes it quite difficult to sustain both Little Pure Water Spirit and Little Water Dragon. Violet maintained a composed demeanor, his gaze fixed ahead, sitting perfectly upright. Fucolo's was taken aback, her brow furrowed, confusion evident in her beautiful eyes as she lowered her gaze. You, Fucolo stammered, trembling both in heart and body, pointing at Violet, struggling to find words. What flatness are you talking about? How infuriating! She gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at Violet. Had he not uttered those words, Fucolo's would not have noticed anything amiss. She had never seen the Raiden General, but had heard tales of him being a god of great magnanimity. She certainly couldn't see her toes while looking down. As a demigod, still in the juvenile stage after 500 years, I will continue to grow. Fucolo's retorted. Violet smirked. It was clearly a matter of talent, which she refused to acknowledge. Look at Zhu Zhuqing. She's just over 11 years old, and her figure is already slightly inferior to the Raiden General. She is extraordinarily gifted. As if recalling something, Violet turned to Fucolo's and said, you should go out and experience the life of the people on Douluo Continent. Put on your shoes. This place is not as pristine as the stage of the Fontaine Opera House. Your delicate feet will gather dust. He chose not to continue the conversation about her physique, but stood up, preparing to take Fucolo's out into the world. While she had previously seen the world through his eyes, experiencing it firsthand was vastly different. Sly? It was a necessity. How could such a pure and kind deity be sly? Help me. Fucolo's playfully extended her foot toward Violet, shaking it mischievously. Being over 500 years old, you should be a bit more mature. While Violet said this, he nonetheless crouched down to assist Fucolo's in putting on her shoes. No denying it, your feet. As Nayette and Fucolo's stepped out of the door, they unexpectedly encountered Dodo, who had come to visit Nayette. Upon seeing Fucolo's, Dodo's smile gradually faded, becoming frozen and hesitant. Dodo was certain that she had never seen this girl before, and she understood Nayette's personality, knowing she rarely engaged with outsiders, let alone bring a girl home. The rosy complexion of Fucolo's suggested a truth lurking beneath the surface. Hello, I am Fucolo's, Nayette's friend. Before Nayette could respond, Fucolo's stepped forward, extending her right hand towards Dodo with a smile. Dodo was taken aback. Could it be that this girl had seen her hosting competitions? Otherwise, how would she know her name? It was not unusual for someone to know her name. After all, she was a renowned host of Soto City. Friend? Dodo murmured, her previously frozen smile transforming into one of warmth, shifting faster than turning a page. Just as she was about to shake Fucolo's hand, Nayette interjected, Sister Dodo, she is Fucolo's, my betrothed. At this revelation, Dodo's smile froze once more, her outstretched hand suspended in midair. Betrothed? She echoed, her face paling as emotions threatened to overwhelm her. What was happening? Could she not endure this heartache again? The cyclical pain only deepened. Betrothed resonated painfully in her thoughts. Fucolo's cheeks flushed as she glanced at Nayette, not denying the claim. Who else in the world could be more suited for each other than the two of them? Realizing the situation, Dodo regained her composure. After years of hosting, she had encountered numerous scenarios, yet this was unprecedented. Well, you both seem quite compatible. In attire and appearance. Though she maintained a calm exterior, her heart was bleeding. Nayette had brought home a girl after merely a month. Claiming her as a betrothed, it was a bitter pill to swallow. By the way, little Nayette, remember you are needed as a judge for tomorrow's competition. Don't stay out too late. Yes, Sister Dodo, Nayette replied. I hope you enjoy yourselves. With that, Douluo swiftly departed, her speed surpassing that of her arrival. You know, Sister Douluo seems to quite like you, Fukulo's remarked with a slight turn of her head, smiling. Are you planning to summon a pure water spirit now? Is it your only trick? Yes, it is quite effective, isn't it? Humph, I shan't bother with you any longer. Lead the way. Fukulo's huffed, turning her head. Yet her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Glancing at Fukulo's somewhat downtrodden demeanor, Nayet couldn't help but smirk. Teasing the true water goddess was delightfully entertaining. At that moment, Fukulo's bore a striking resemblance to the human side of Furina, a facet of herself that had always existed. As they strolled, Nayet suggested the night in Soto City, aside from the Colosseum, has captivating riverside views. Shall we take a walk by the river? Is it because you enjoy waterside places? Fukulo's murmured, nodding eagerly. The destination mattered little. What was paramount was the company. With Fukulo's offering no objections, Nayet led her out of the Colosseum. As night fell, the Colosseum buzzed with activity. The streets were nearly deserted. Those who needed rest had already retired, while others had reached their entertainment venues. Other entertainment venues? Like the brothels? The two walked side by side, Fukulo's slightly shorter than Nayet, necessitating her to look up to meet Nayet's gaze. A moment later, their hands unknowingly intertwined. Isn't that Nayet? Is he dating that girl? What a match. Finally, he has a girlfriend. Surely my girlfriend won't continue to pine for him, exclaimed a young man, oblivious to the significance of the pure white lily. The murmurs around them caused Fukulo's to blush, yet she did not release Nayet's hand. After all, she was a goddess. What did she have to fear from the chatter of mortals? If only I had known, I wouldn't have rushed out. Perhaps I should have feigned sleep instead. Isn't that a valid option? This was a scene unlike any she had ever experienced. Soon, they arrived at the city gates and exited Soto City. The city itself lacked rivers, so reaching the riverside required venturing into the countryside. What do you think of this place? Upon reaching the riverbank, they were greeted by the reflection of the moon and stars, mirrored in the water. Lush greenery flanked both sides of the river, their silhouettes also dancing upon the surface. The serenade of insects filled the air, while fish occasionally leapt from the water, creating splashes that rippled outwards. Such an environment allowed the restless heart to find tranquility, one of the reasons Nayet cherished waterside locales. It is splendid here, just like the nights in Fontaine. Fukulo's released Nayet's hand and wandered to a more open area, spinning in delight as she absorbed the beauty of nature. To be honest, I possess no memories of my time as the supreme judge. I feel as though I have been imitating my former self, yet I am not him, Nayet murmured, seemingly to Fukulo's, yet also in introspection. Hearing this, Fukulo's approached, sitting beside Nayet and gently caressing her cheek. Does it truly matter? You are simply yourself. I am myself. Nayet pondered for a moment, realizing the significance of her identity. He would always be himself. Dear water goddess, embodiment of justice, thank you. Under the moonlight, the two embraced, feeling the rhythm of each other as hearts. Gradually, the atmosphere grew somewhat intimate, and just as Fukulo's was about to speak, a voice interrupted her. Xiao Wu, I told you that Judge is not a good person. Will you trust me just this once? Nayet and Fukulo's exchanged glances, a jolt of recognition passing between them. Tang San, how many times must I tell you? Nayet is not that kind of person, the girl declared defiantly, having originally intended to address him as Brother San, but reconsidered, deciding it best to maintain some distance. Upon hearing these words, Tang San's expression changed dramatically, and he instinctively exclaimed, Xiao Wu, you're now calling me Tang San? He was astonished and bewildered, his eyes brimming with confusion. Xiao Wu actually referred to him by his full name? Was it due to that referee that Xiao Wu no longer recognized, even her half-brother? If you continue to target that Violet, I might even stop calling you Tang San. Tang San's right hand shot up, pointing at Xiao Wu, his mouth slightly agape, caught between words. He nearly spewed blood in frustration. He was truly incensed. Xiao Wu, have you forgotten our vow? I promise to protect you for a lifetime. That Violet is not a good person. I can feel it. Please, don't continue down this path. Tang San managed to calm himself slightly and spoke. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu pouted. You can say what you wish, but I haven't said anything. And as for that Violet not being a good person, what if there's a possibility that Violet isn't even human? Cough, cough. Tang San, you are tarnishing my reputation. I must speak up. At that moment, Violet's voice rang in Tang San's ears, leading him to believe he was experiencing a delusion. How could Violet possibly be here? Xiao Wu, did you hear something? Tang San shook his head, asking in confusion. Wow, Violet, how are you here? Xiao Wu exclaimed upon seeing the newcomer. Tang San. Not an illusion. Miss Xiao Wu, we have been here all along. Violet shrugged, glancing at the cheerful Fukalos, then gesturing towards the nearby bench. Xiao Wu, Tang San. It seems that they indeed arrived before us. This realization quelled Tang San's urge to question whether Violet had been stalking him. Violet, it appears that Tang San holds quite a significant prejudice against you. Fukalos chuckled, covering her mouth in amusement. Isn't this more entertaining than a play? No director, no rehearsals. Just pure authenticity. Upon hearing this, the corner of Violet's eye twitched. It was no surprise that Tang San harbored a grudge against him. Perhaps the seeds of this animosity were sown from their very first meeting, triggered by Xiao Wu's mere compliment of Violet's appearance. At this moment, Tang San felt utterly paralyzed. He had spoken ill of Violet behind his back, only for him to appear right here, seeking him amidst a crowd. He turned only to find Violet lurking in the depths of the grass. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, particularly for Tang San, a paragon of virtue. How could he be overheard speaking ill of someone? No, he was a soul master, and now he too had ascended to that rank. Why should he fear? With this thought, Tang San suddenly felt invigorated. The last time Violet had knocked him out, he had been merely a great soul master, caught unawares by Violet's surprise attack. This was a tremendous humiliation he vowed to avenge. Indeed, Violet, my prejudice towards you is considerable. Your claims of justice and fairness are entirely lost on me. Those recent soul battles were clearly biased against me. Tang San nearly shouted. A person's patience has its limits, when one's strength reaches a certain threshold, especially when it equals or surpasses their disdainful adversary. An eruption is inevitable. At this moment, Tang San had elevated to the rank of soul master and triumphed in 2 battles, his spirits soaring. In his heart, he viewed Violet merely as a soul master with slightly higher power. He felt utterly unafraid. Tang San, enough. You are merely causing a ruckus. It was you who violated the rules. What fault lies with Violet? Before Violet could respond, Xiao Wu immediately shouted at Tang San, astonished that he would dare to claim Violet was unjust. Is there a possibility? Indeed, there is. But if Violet is only targeting Tang San, there must be a reason. Could it be that Tang San has erred in some way? Xiao Wu, you are too deeply ensnared. Can't you see how Violet is targeting me? Humph. After uttering these words, Tang San snorted coldly before continuing. Words are futile. Let actions speak. Violet, the last time you knocked me out was because you outmatched my soul power and caught me off guard. That was your victory. Do you dare to wager? Let's have a soul battle right here, 11 rounds. Tang San declared resolutely. Upon hearing this, Violet trembled all over. It was happening. He was coming. A wager? This was Tang San's signature moment. Always ready to bet, just like with Zhao Wujia, Meng Yaran, Dugabo, Tailong, Tanoa, Titan, and Fukalos exchanged glances, puzzled by Tang San and Xiao Wu's peculiar situation. As for this wager, Violet was prepared to deal with Tang San. Yet here he was, presenting himself. Oh, Tang San, what do you propose as a wager? Violet said without a change in expression. If we are to wager, we naturally need stakes. Suddenly, Violet seemed to have an epiphany, waved his hand, and continued, gold soul coins are the last thing I lack. If you intend to use them as stakes, then this matter is off the table. Taken aback, Tang San pondered. Indeed, Violet seemed quite uninterested in gold soul coins. Ah, how about this board crystal as my wager? I acquired it from Master Flender for 10,000 gold soul coins. Its value, however, far exceeds that amount. Tang San, what do you think of this wager? If it is unsatisfactory, I can offer something else. Upon seeing the board crystal in Violet's hand, Tang San shuddered, instinctively rubbing his eyes to examine it more closely. His face filled with astonishment. Good heavens, this is indeed an exquisite board crystal. Wait, Violet mentioned he bought it from Flender? Tang San regarded Violet with confusion. How did he know the value of this particular crystal? Flender had previously mentioned it, and Tang San had dismissed Violet as eccentric. The wager. Tang San had only known that Violet spent 10,000 gold soul coins on a seemingly worthless crystal. He had no idea that this so-called worthless crystal was actually a board crystal, also known as a hair crystal. The piece in Violet's possession was a prime specimen. Not to mention 10,000 gold soul coins. Even 100,000 might not suffice. Flinder had also mentioned that he originally intended to sell it for a single gold soul coin, yet Violet insisted on paying 10,000. How infuriating. Why wasn't this fortune discovered by me, Tang San? This opportunity should have been mine. Indeed, this opportunity was originally his. Flinder's unawareness of the board crystal's value allowed Violet to seize the chance. How blind could he be? Tang San's composure began to falter. Such a rare board crystal was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he doubted whether he could find another on the entire Douluo Continent. He must possess this one. Yet amidst his thoughts, Tang San pondered another dilemma. What equal stake should he present? If Violet was aware of the exquisite board crystal's true value, that would complicate matters. Tang San found himself in a precarious situation, devoid of resources, and the task of presenting something equivalent to the exquisite board crystal was anything but simple. Do you believe this board crystal is inadequate? Should we consider an alternative? Violet spoke nonchalantly, aware that the board crystal was indeed invaluable to Tang San. For him, this exquisite board crystal was a treasure, essential for crafting top-tier hidden weapons. Moreover, the board crystal possessed innate qualities that could penetrate protective auras. Tang San would undoubtedly accept this wager, though Violet remained oblivious to what Tang San might offer in return. As anticipated, upon hearing Violet's words, Tang San's body trembled, and he quickly retorted, "No, there's no need for a change." Change? How could I possibly allow Violet to suggest something else? Is there anything of greater value than this board crystal? I must have it. Since Violet had put this as a wager, he could not possibly reclaim it. Very well. What will your wager be? As you know, I pride myself on fairness, and if the stakes are unequal, Violet did not finish his sentence. But Tang San understood the implication. Fairness? Tang San pondered deeply about what he could offer to match Violet's wager. Aside from the vast knowledge of the Tang sect, he realized he was utterly destitute, his only possession being a few hundred gold soul coins, which were of no consequence to Violet. Moreover, those gold soul coins could hardly procure an exquisite board crystal. Tang San felt certain he would not lose this duel, and it seemed any wager he proposed would suffice. With determination, he gritted his teeth, and with a flick of his waist, a few sheets of paper materialized in his hand. I wagered the crafting method for the Storm Pear Blossom Needle. The Storm Pear Blossom Needle was a top-tier hidden weapon, requiring deep-sea silver and, most crucially, board crystals for its creation. Tang San briefly explained that hidden weapons could be utilized without soul power. However, he doubted that the native would comprehend the concept of hidden weapons. Even if he were to provide the crafting blueprint, what could Violet possibly do with it? Was he truly capable of creating it? Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of even the most seasoned ancestors of the Tang sect, let alone someone entirely ignorant of hidden weapons. Violet was well aware of the Storm Pear Blossom Needle's significance. Even a mere blueprint held immense value for those in need. However, Violet did not require such a blueprint. The Storm Pear Blossom Needle could not be mass-produced, and in the grand scheme of Douluo Continent, it would serve little purpose, fading into obscurity. If it were a matter of weaponry, he glanced at the nearby Fuculus, a munitions tycoon. Were the weapons produced in Fontaine not superior to Tang San's paltry offerings? I'm afraid I have no need for your so-called hidden weapon. While the blueprint for the Storm Pear Blossom Needle may be worth a fortune, to me, it is merely waste paper. Violet shook his head, speaking with deliberate calmness. The blueprint was of no use to him. Should Tang San fail to present something of greater worth, Violet would not hesitate to teach him a lesson, especially after the slander Tang San had cast upon him. Fortunately, they were not in Fontaine, where a tribunal would have compelled him to accuse Tang San of defamation. Upon hearing this, Tang San fell silent. Violet acknowledged the value of the Storm Pear Blossom Needle blueprint, while simultaneously expressing his disinterest. This left Tang San in a quandary, lamenting that Violet lacked discernment. This was one of the top 3 hidden weapons of the Tang sect. It's worth eclipsing that of an exquisite board crystal. After a moment of contemplation, Tang San retracted the blueprint for the Storm Pear Blossom Needle and presented a new one to Violet, stating, "This is my self-created soul technique, known as Hidden Weapon Unraveled, which employs the pinnacle techniques of hidden weapons." Violet's eyes twitched. He could discern Tang San's insincerity was as dark as his intentions. Hidden Weapon Unraveled? Aside from the top-ranked hidden weapon techniques, such as Wanin's Tears, all others require the accompaniment of hidden weapons for their execution. Based on my knowledge of you, I doubt you possess the ability to present a top-tier technique no matter how confident you may feel. Tang San, it seems your sincerity is rather lacking. Perhaps we should forego this wager, Violet replied, his expression unchanging. The moment those words left his lips, Tang San became alarmed, for he observed Violet preparing to reclaim the exquisite board crystal. Was there anything wrong with hidden weapon unraveled? He had put forth great resolve to offer this. As Violet had imagined, the sheets of paper did not contain any of the top 10 techniques for hidden weapons. In that moment, Tang San felt a pang of panic. Gritting his teeth, he resolved that he could not lose this battle. With renewed determination, he gazed deeply at Violet and declared, Violet, I wager both my self-created soul techniques, Purple Extreme, Demonic, Qian Ghostly Shadow Stride. Judge, fairness, these are all my people. Why not use hidden weapons as the wager? He intended to use hidden weapons to ambush Violet later. How could he possibly reveal his intentions in advance? This was one of the reasons behind Tang San's unwavering confidence. Both he and Violet were soul sovereigns. Even though Violet's soul power level was slightly higher, Tang San had the advantage of the Tang sect's ultimate skills and hidden weapons. What did Violet possess? The Purple Extreme, Demonic, Qian Ghostly Shadow Stride were priceless treasures. The Purple Extreme, Demonic Eye could enhance a soul master's vision and insight, while Ghostly Shadow Stride was my original footwork technique. You serve as my judge before and should be familiar with my movements. That is Ghostly Shadow Stride. At that moment, Tang San was unaware that the Purple Extreme, Demonic Eye could enhance mental strength. His own had stagnated at its current level for a long time. Upon hearing this, Violet's gaze shifted as he regarded Tang San with newfound incredulity. How brazen could one be to claim, this is my original footwork? Were these techniques not the culmination of the efforts of Tang sect's predecessors? When had they become his? Violet recognized the value of the Purple Extreme, Demonic, Qian Ghostly Shadow Stride. This was undoubtedly an unequal wager. No matter how exquisite the board crystal, even if it were of the highest quality, it could not compare to these two ultimate skills of the Tang sect. While Ghostly Shadow Stride might be of lesser significance for true powerhouses, the Purple Extreme, Demonic Eye was different. It could aid a soul master in cultivating their mental strength. On the Douluo Continent, the methods for cultivating soul power were limited to meditation, with no comprehensive techniques available. And the same was true for mental strength. One could only slightly enhance their mental strength during meditation or absorb soul bones from their head, along with the overall boost provided by soul rings. There were no complete methods for cultivation in either regard. Though the Purple Extreme, Demonic Eye appeared to be a technique for enhancing vision, it fundamentally improved mental strength, making it incredibly valuable. Indeed, for Violet, it holds no value. The creation of one's own soul skill is invaluable, let alone two. Merely using a board crystal as a wager would be detrimental to you. No matter, I am unconcerned. Tang San waved his hand dismissively, expressing his indifference. His sole intention was to teach Violet a lesson and simultaneously seize his board crystal. Allow me to officiate this soul battle, spoke Fukulos with a smile. Here, the term officiate meant that both parties would temporarily place their stakes with her. Whoever emerged victorious would claim their prize from her, thus preventing any disputes over the outcome. Upon hearing this, Tang San cast a hesitant glance at Fukulos. This girl was associated with Violet, and entrusting the stakes to her made him uneasy. Violet, however, had no objections, primarily because he was not concerned about Tang San's integrity. I have no issue, Violet stated, placing the board crystal into Fukulos' palm. Of course, you have no issue. Tang San internally scoffed, recognizing that Fukulos was aligned with Violet. How could Violet have any concerns? After a brief assessment of Fukulos, Tang San contemplated and ultimately decided to hand over the cultivation methods for Ghost Shadow Mist and Purple Extreme Magic Eye to her. She was just a girl. How formidable could her soul power truly be? Once Violet was dealt with, would he not be able to demand accountability from her? I too have no reservations. Fukulos cheerfully declared, since this is a soul battle, I shall act as your referee. Tang San and Violet both harbored differing thoughts, yet shared a moment of silence. Justice and referee, both were under my purview. Let me take on the role of the referee. Xiao Wu interjected at this moment. Violet seemed indifferent, but Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu, hesitation etching his features. In the past, he had unconditionally trusted her, yet now, Xiao Wu was too deeply enmeshed in her affliction, and he feared her officiating might prove even less impartial than that of the girl. With a pang of frustration, Tang San thought, never mind, after all, we share 6 years of camaraderie. I cannot believe Xiao Wu would truly act in such a manner. After a moment of introspection, Tang San declared, I support Xiao Wu as the referee. I have no objections. Violet nodded in agreement. Fukulo's pouted slightly, feeling her role as the paragon of justice was unappreciated, though she felt no substantial disappointment, as this was merely a playful venture. With Violet's strength, did he truly require her assistance in rigging the match? A dragon, a demon god, half a person, and a rabbit found a relatively open area to serve as the battleground. The two opponents stood approximately 30 meters apart, gazing at each other. Xiao Wu, positioned at the edge, finally announced, both combatants have 1 minute to release their martial spirits. The match will officially commence after 1 minute. Combatants refer to the soul masters participating in the soul battle. Violet's eye twitched slightly. Clearly, Xiao Wu had never witnessed a wager battle before. Only in gambling soul battles was there a minute for self-introduction, as many combatants sought not merely to engage in battle, but to attract the attention of powerful factions for investment or alliances. This was the plight of common soul masters. Lacking resources, connections, or influence, they could only utilize the soul battle arena as a platform to showcase themselves and meet the elite, striving for the pinnacle of their lives. This was one reason for the endless chatter of the combatants in the soul battle arena. In contrast, wager battles and life-and-death duels did not adhere to this norm. They typically commenced with a simple announcement. There is no time for releasing martial spirits. With a resigned shake of his head, Tang San decided to follow the protocol as the referee had instructed. Tang San, martial spirit, blue silvergrass. Level 31 control system battle spirit. I seek your guidance. Tang San was the first to release his martial spirit, gesturing politely towards Violet. Before Violet stood a water blue tome that seemed to materialize from thin air. Violet, martial spirit. The eternal flowing classic. I seek your guidance. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Why did Violet not disclose his soul power level? Observing the 3 water blue rings surrounding Violet, Tang San fell into contemplation. Regardless of whether Violet was merely a soul master, even if he were at level 39, Tang San felt no fear. Yet, what was Violet's intention in withholding his soul power level? However, Tang San chose not to dwell on it, patiently awaiting the commencement of the soul battle. Violet, too, had little to say, awaiting the match to officially begin. With his current strength, he felt no fear even if his father Tang Hao were to appear. A minute passed swiftly. The soul battle begins. With the referee's declaration, Tang San sprang into action, his first soul ring shimmering. Let me test your resolve. First soul skill, blue silver bind. Violet's eye twitched, his shoulders tensing with the evident turmoil within. Test my resolve? Blue silver bind? Violet was momentarily stunned. He never imagined he would face this blue silver bind directly. As Tang San's blue silver grass surged forth, it reached Violet's proximity in mere seconds. Violet shook his head, raising his right hand that gripped the staff, summoning a water element that effortlessly cleaved the blue silver grass in two, severing Tang San's control over it. This scene left Tang San momentarily dazed. Violet's soul rings remained dormant, indicating he had not employed a soul skill. Yet, what was this ability to disrupt his blue silver grass? It was merely a basic, ordinary attack, conjuring water elements and then striking. How straightforward. Yet, for the inhabitants of Douluo Continent, it was akin to hearing an incomprehensible tome. To gather water elements and attack without invoking a soul skill, they had never even heard of such a phenomenon. It was only 2 millennia later, when the Silver Dragon King, disguised as an elemental spirit martial soul, that the world received a modicum of shock. She did not require soul rings to gather elements and launch attacks. But who was she? She was the creator god of Douluo, the avatar of the dragon god. Seeing that his first soul skill had no effect on Violet, Tang San remained unperturbed. Quietly, his left hand reached behind him for the 24-bridge Yuena. This belt-shaped storage soul guide contained 24 jade stones, each offering 1 cubic meter of storage space. Being a belt, there were also jade stones and storage space behind him. Unfazed, Tang San prepared to astonish Violet. Did he not require blueprints for hidden weapons? Let Violet witness just how formidable his hidden weapons truly were. With a flash of determination in his eyes, Tang San thought, I do not believe Violet can evade this strike. Third soul skill, spiderweb cage. Though this third soul skill did not originate from the original text human-faced demon spider, Tang San still absorbed the soul rings from spider-type soul beasts. Thus, the form and name of this third soul skill bore little difference. However, its power was not comparable to the original spider web cage. Firstly, this web lacked the poison of the human-faced demon spider. Secondly, the quality and longevity of the face-devouring spider cannot be compared to that of the ordinary spider-type soul beast that Tang San has slain. Moreover, the face-devouring spider has manifested an external spirit bone. As Tang San revealed a peculiar smile, he did not truly expect the web prison to ensnare Valit. For his real trump card was not this. At that moment, Tang San had already drawn forth a black box, aiming it towards Valit. Valit furrowed his brow, recognizing Tang San's cleverness. Utilizing a third soul skill to disrupt his opponent before employing the Zhuge Divine Crossbow as his true lethal strike. Any ordinary soul master would likely fall prey to this tactic. Yet, was Valit an ordinary soul master? Certainly not. Even at just over level 30, he was far from vulnerable. His perceptive abilities were formidable, making it impossible for him to be caught off guard. Water blades. With a flick of his left hand, Valit conjured over 100 water blades around him, resembling daggers. This sight left Tang San poised to pull the trigger, utterly astonished. Confounded. He wondered how Valit had managed to instantly gather such a multitude of water blades without even activating his soul rings. Such a high-caliber soul skill would be unattainable even with a 1,000-year spirit ring, wouldn't it? Casually manipulating a few of the assembled water blades, Valit dispatched them towards the web prison that was advancing upon him. In an instant, several water blades pierced through the web, reducing it to scattered fragments of blue-silver grass upon the ground. Tang San found himself in a quandary. Should he pull the trigger or not? Holding the Zhuge Divine Crossbow awkwardly, he had never anticipated that Valit could dismantle his most potent soul skill so effortlessly. What kind of martial spirit did his opponent possess to be so formidable? Was it the great, eternal flowing tome? No, the true power lay with Valit. Observing the multitude of water blades still floating around Valit, Tang San deliberated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and ultimately made a resolute decision. He could not afford to lose. The secrets of the Tang sect must not be divulged. Victory was imperative. He could not fail. Valit, you are indeed powerful. If this were merely a contest of martial spirits, I would be no match for you. Yet, battles between soul masters are far more intricate than mere martial prowess. Allow me to demonstrate the art of hidden weapons, the unique soul skill I have created. With these words, Tang San decisively pulled the trigger. In an instant, a sound akin to a piercing wind filled the air. Though it seemed like a single sound, it was actually the release of 16 arrows. The simultaneous launch made it difficult to discern the number of attacks without careful listening. As the 16 arrows soared forth, Valit merely waved his hand again, and several water blades effortlessly intercepted and struck down all the arrows. Tang San had anticipated this outcome and did not cease his trigger-pulling motion. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow could hold a total of 48 arrows and fire a maximum of 16 at once. After 3 rounds, it would require reloading. After firing 3 rounds, Tang San swiftly retracted the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, reaching into the storage soul guidance devices at his sides to retrieve various hidden weapons, employing different techniques to assault Valit. He was determined to prove that Valit could not withstand his relentless barrage. Such an outcome was utterly inconceivable. He unleashed the Heavenly Maiden's Flower Scatter. Valit remained unfazed as he countered Tang San's hidden weapon attacks. Tang San had brought forth the Purple Extreme Demon Eye and the Ghostly Shadow, 2 of the Tang sect's most revered techniques. This battle of soul masters should at least provide him with a semblance of experience. A fleeting illusion that victory was tantalizingly close. Only in this way could he hope to reap greater rewards in the future. Directly robbing was not Valit's style. His sense of justice forbade such actions. However, since Tang San had initiated the wager, there was no harm in proceeding. If need be, he could wager the Heartbreak Red next time, for he was certain he would not lose. At this moment, Tang San remained blissfully unaware that he had fallen into a trap. "You dare to ambush me again," he exclaimed, feeling the perilous tension. When the crisis subsided, Valit muttered to himself, wiping away non-existent cold sweat from his brow. At this, Fukulosa's eyes twitched, casting a sidelong glance at Valit, now regarding him with a transformed expression. What a perilous situation. Could you not portray a more serious demeanor? Who would believe such a fade? To think that your strength has reached such heights, capable of withstanding my myriad hidden weapon techniques. Fukulos pondered. Did Tang San truly believe him? No, Valit had already feigned enough, and yet Tang San still fell for it. Fukulos's gaze was filled with confusion as he regarded Tang San, as if observing someone with a modicum of intelligence. Intelligent, but not excessively so. Valit's power had earned Tang San's acknowledgement. This fellow was indeed formidable. Each of Tang San's hidden weapons had nearly struck Valit, yet ultimately, they fell short by a hair's breadth. I merely possessed a geographical advantage. My martial spirit is of the water element, and this is by the riverside. Valit pointed to a nearby stream, offering an excuse for his remarkable prowess. Upon hearing this, Tang San suddenly realized. No wonder Valit could conjure hundreds of water blades with such ease. In a competitive arena, such feats would be far more challenging to achieve. However, here by the water's edge, water element soul masters had a natural advantage in battle. How could I have overlooked this detail? Tang San felt he had been outmaneuvered. He should never have engaged Valit by the riverside. I cannot lose. What should I do? Tang San felt an urgent sense of despair. All his hidden weapons had been expended, and retrieving them would require considerable time he could not afford during this soul battle. Using his blue-silver grass martial spirit, he was no match for Valit. With his hidden weapons depleted, the probability of his victory was virtually non-existent. This time, it was due to geographical disadvantages and insufficient hidden weapons that led him to defeat. Tang San was filled with reluctance, yet felt utterly powerless. Was he left with no choice but to resort to his second martial spirit? As this thought crossed his mind, a flash of determination ignited in his eyes. His father, Tang Hao, and his mentor, Yu Shaojiang, had once advised him never to reveal his second martial spirit unless absolutely necessary. Was it worth exposing it for the sake of a mere soul battle? Just as Tang San was lost in contemplation, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision, and he felt a sharp blow to the back of his head, causing him to collapse to the ground. In that moment of closing his eyes, his mind went blank, save for one resounding thought. He had initially believed he could evade it. What was he thinking during the soul battle? You dare to ambush me again, Tang San lamented. Youth is a blessing. He fell to the ground and slept. Valit shook his head, pondering what Tang San could possibly be thinking. His previous speed had not been rapid. If Tang San had wished to evade, he certainly could have. As a result, he appeared to be in a state of inner turmoil. Violet circled past him, and he remained oblivious. Wow, Violet, you have won, Xiao Wu exclaimed, bouncing over to Violet without even glancing at Tang San, who lay on the ground. Xiao Wu, it was merely a stroke of luck, Violet replied, maintaining her composure. It was not luck. Your abilities are far greater than this. Xiao Wu, having observed the two closely, could discern that Violet had been merely playing a part. Previously, in the battle arena, Violet had exhibited a speed that was not remotely comparable to her sluggishness today. This alone convinced Xiao Wu that Violet had not exerted her full strength. Here, this is your prize, Fukulos said as she stepped forward, handing Violet an item. After accepting the prize, with an unruffled demeanor, Violet placed it into her storage soul guide. By the way, who is this young lady? Xiao Wu blinked, instinctively asking, as she had not considered this before. For some reason, she sensed that this girl was extraordinary. The human essence around her was remarkably scarce, devoid of the aura of soul beasts, which was indeed peculiar. Hello, my name is Fukulos, and I am Violet's fiancé, Fukulos said, her complexion slightly flushed, and she admitted it openly without any embarrassment. What? Xiao Wu was taken aback, feeling somewhat disoriented. Could it be that this girl was indeed Violet's fiancé? It made sense, as they both seemed rather unconventional and quite well matched. Xiao Wu harbored no romantic feelings for Violet. Rather, she felt an inexplicable kinship as if she had encountered a kindred spirit in a foreign land, a sudden connection with someone from her homeland. Hello, Fukulos, I am Xiao Wu, the dancer. After greeting Xiao Wu, Violet subtly took Fukulos' hand and said, Xiao Wu, we have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave. As for the hidden weapons, they would have to wait until Tang San regained consciousness for handling. Be cautious. Most of these weapons are laced with toxins. Huh? Are you really leaving? Xiao Wu said, feeling a tinge of disappointment, as she had more questions to ask Violet and Fukulos, not expecting them to depart so soon. She wondered when she might have such an opportunity again. Xiao Wu, all gatherings must eventually come to an end. Farewell. Upon hearing this and observing Violet and Fukulosa's retreating figures, Xiao Wu momentarily found herself at a loss. After a long pause, she finally turned her gaze to Tang San lying on the ground, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. Should she leave him here, surrounded by hidden weapons? It would be problematic if someone else were harmed. These matters required Tang San's attention. With so many self-created soul techniques and varieties of hidden weapons, why not teach me? Glancing at the wrist crossbow, Xiao Wu discreetly removed it and placed it beside Tang San. He always refused to teach her the techniques of hidden weapons or those peculiar self-created soul skills, citing her unstable temperament as the reason. Even when it came to more powerful hidden weapons, he had never bestowed them upon her, only granting her the wrist crossbow, which possessed rather ordinary potency. Were the techniques, like shadowy Sandorjiga's divine crossbow, not far superior in power? Did Tang San genuinely wish for her to possess the means of self-defense? An unstable temperament? Yet, he could freely use them in battles. Third brother, I shall call you that one last time. I return your wrist crossbow. From now on, our sibling bond is severed. Perhaps he never truly regarded her as a sister. If he did, his actions were indeed horrifying. How could a brother withhold powerful hidden weapons from his own sister? Only offering her the weakest? And those self-created soul techniques. Could she not learn even a little? How precious could those items be if they were used as stakes in a gamble? After a moment of silence, Xiao Wu did not leave immediately. Instead, she moved to a distance, quietly awaiting Tang San's awakening, as she intended to leave as soon as he regained consciousness. It was a way to conclude this facade of sibling affection. Meanwhile, Violet, holding Fukulosa's hand, did not head toward Soto City, but rather in the direction of home. Was this to meet the parents? Fukulosa's eyes widened in alarm. She was far from prepared. What is the matter? Violet asked, casting a sidelong glance at her, sensing her heart racing and the warmth of her palm increasing, which felt quite unusual. It's nothing, Fukulosa murmured, her head lowered. Are you heading home? Violet's question suddenly made Fukulosa realize she was indeed afraid of meeting his family. Violet had not considered this aspect before. Yes, Violet replied calmly. What? Are you nervous? Not at all. I just feel that this might be a bit too soon. Fukulosa had met Raikijus, and she had seen everything Violet had encountered in his life. However, the circumstances were different now, and her nervousness seemed quite natural. Violet could not suppress a chuckle. Fukulosa's anxious demeanor was indeed a rare sight. He had only intended to visit Raikijus to present the spoils they had acquired, thereby strengthening the younger generation within their clan. He had not anticipated this turn of events. What are you laughing at? Fukulosa asked, skeptical. Nothing, I simply recalled something joyful, Violet replied, shaking his head. Fukulosa scoffed, unconvinced by Violet's words. Regardless, they would meet eventually. Gritting her teeth, she declared, I am not afraid, truly. Let us hurry. If you feel uncomfortable, there's no need to force yourself, Violet said, shaking his head earnestly. This was Fukulosa's first experience with such matters. Her nervousness was entirely understandable. As the water god and god of justice, how could I harbor such emotions? You are overthinking it, Fukulosa declared proudly, though internally she was quite flustered, her thoughts a tangled mess. Oh heavens! Are we truly about to meet his family? Will his grandfather disapprove of me? What if he does? Oh dear, Fukulosa, what on earth are you thinking? Noticing Fukulosa's troubled expression, Violet squatted down and, before she could react, swept her into a princess carry. What are you doing? My dear Fukulosa, since you're not afraid, let us hasten. Violet's lips curved into a subtle smile, his gaze deep as he looked down at Fukulosa in his arms. Open, are you joking? What did you say? I didn't hear you. Violet. Time has passed, and when Violet and Fukulosa returned home, it was already half an hour later. At this moment, Renxue was brimming with vitality, appearing decades younger. His gray hair had turned golden, influenced by his martial spirit. Those old fellows would surely be astounded if they saw me now. Ha ha ha. With months until the annual gathering, I intend to give them a little shock. Renxue had just broken through to the title Douluo level, with his martial spirit evolving into the Golden Crow. Such a feat certainly deserves to be flaunted before a group of old comrades. However, with only a few months until the gathering, there is no need for him to visit each one personally to announce his breakthrough. At this moment, Rexius's soul power level had reached level 93, bolstered by a nearly 95,000-year-old subdragon spirit ring and soul bone, propelling him directly to this pinnacle. Indeed, this blazing azure dragon had even yielded a soul bone, the most vital trunk soul bone. Initially, Rexius had no intention of absorbing it, planning to leave it for Valette. After all, this was an exquisite subdragon soul bone of such age. At his age, would it not be a waste? Yet, Valette, identifying as a water attribute soul master, declined. Rexius remarked, "You claim to be a water attribute soul master. Yet how do you unleash flames more terrifying than the Golden Crow's fire?" Valette repeatedly evaded the question, leaving Rexius with no choice but to absorb it himself. After all, Valette was still young. If Rexius were to wait a century and find no suitable trunk soul bone, he would likely consider himself fortunate to have discovered Valette in this lifetime. As Rexius pondered, a familiar aura suddenly enveloped the house, causing him to shudder. Had his grandson returned? He hastily exited the study and proceeded to the hall. Upon entering the hall, just as Rexius had surmised, Valette had indeed returned. However, a peculiar scene unfolded before him. Who was this girl? Upon entering, he beheld Valette embracing a silver-haired girl. They were simply standing together, nothing unusual, but Rexius felt a sense of confusion. "Grandson, who is this?" Rexius inquired, perplexed, for there was no possibility of this girl belonging to the 8 great families, as he could not discern her strength even with his title Douluo prowess. At this, Valette gently set Fukulos down and replied with a smile, "Grandfather, this is my fiancée. I brought her to meet you today." Rexius was taken aback. How long had it been since they returned from that treasure-laden site? Had he truly found a fiancée? "Hello, I am Fukulos," she greeted. Upon hearing her voice, Rexius felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had encountered it before. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. He vaguely recalled hearing Fukulos's voice while at that wondrous place. If it was not a mere illusion, the astonished exclamation he had heard then was strikingly similar to Fukulos's voice, given that Valette referred to her as his future granddaughter-in-law. There was no need to make a fuss about it. Rexius scrutinized Fukulos briefly. Her hair color and attire were remarkably akin to Valette's. Standing together, they appear to be a match made in heaven. Fukulos, a lovely name, Rexius praised before urging, "Please, sit down and let us converse." This pair of golden youth truly exemplified the concept of a couple's resemblance, a sight he had never seen before. Observing Rexius's warm welcome, Fukulos exhaled in relief. Meeting the parents was indeed quite daunting. "It's our first time," Valette chuckled, remaining silent until Rexius settled down. Then he guided Fukulos to a nearby chair. As the 3 of them took their seats, Fukulos sat beside Valette, smiling yet feeling intensely nervous, unsure of what to say. Gradually, her cheeks flushed as she discreetly tugged at Valette's sleeve, as if urging him to speak. Not disappointing her trust, Valette broke the silence, stating, "Grandfather, we returned primarily to introduce Fukulos to you, to let her familiarize herself with the family." Upon hearing this, Rexius beamed with delight, his smile radiant. After all, he was already in high spirits with his dual breakthroughs in cultivation and martial spirit. With his grandson presenting such a grand surprise, how could he not be pleased? Before Rexius could say much, Valette continued, "In addition, Fukulos and I have developed 2 unique soul skills, which might be beneficial for the soul masters within the clan." With that, Valette produced the papers from his storage soul tool. They contain the cultivation methods for the purple extreme magic eye and ghostly shadow displacement techniques. These 2 methods had been reviewed by Valette and Fukulos on their return. Although they did not fully comprehend the techniques, Tang San had certainly not fabricated anything this time. The methods were authentic and substantial. As Rexius glanced at the unique soul skills in Valette's hands and then at the young couple, he felt his head swirl. Wait, what had Valette just said? Rexius was taken aback. Aside from bringing Fukulos back, they had also acquired 2 unique soul skills? Rexius inhaled sharply, realizing that the value of unique soul skills greatly surpassed that of many ordinary 10,000-year soul bones. Unique soul skills could be learned if the soul master's talent was sufficient. This was something that could be passed down. While soul bones could also be inherited, how many within such a vast family could truly obtain soul bone inheritances? Unique soul skills, however, were different, provided the talent was adequate. Everyone could potentially possess one. Moreover, some powerful, unique soul skills were even on par with 10,000-year soul skills. The reason the Haotian sect was regarded as the foremost sect in the world was not solely due to the Haotian hammer being a top-tier martial spirit, but rather because of its rich heritage. The Haotian nine extremities, chaotic wind hammer technique, exploding ring, and the great subtlety hammer were all extraordinarily powerful, unique soul skills. Were it not for Valet's assertion, Rexius would have thought someone was jesting with him. Unique soul skills were treasures typically held by large sects and powers, who would casually offer them for trade. The unique soul skills available for purchase were generally quite ordinary, and those possessing the power of a 1,000-year soul ring were exceedingly rare. After a brief moment of contemplation, Rexius composed himself and replied, "Grandson, we shall discuss this matter later. We cannot allow the triviality of unique soul skills to overshadow our dear granddaughter-in-law." He had witnessed many storms in his life, yet his curiosity about the nature and strength of these two unique soul skills was undeniable. The self-created soul skills may not be fleeting, yet, in the event that my granddaughter-in-law feels neglected, as the only elder of the Valet family, I must not falter at this crucial moment. Lexius is well aware of where his priorities lie. What stature does Fuculos possess? Upon witnessing Lexius's expression, she grasped the essence of his thoughts. Suddenly, Lexius appeared to have an epiphany. The earlier Valet mentioned that he and Fuculos had obtained self-created soul skills. Could it be that the item before them was a welcoming gift from Fuculos? Realizing this, Lexius hastily rose, addressing Fuculos, "My dear granddaughter-in-law, please take a seat while I arrange some refreshments." "No, that won't be necessary." Fuculos began to protest, but Lexius waved his hand dismissively, stating, "How could this be a bother? I shall return shortly." With that, Lexius exited the hall to have someone prepare tea and snacks, while he himself headed to the storeroom to fetch two presents. After all, this was his future granddaughter-in-law. If he did not treat her well, what if she decided to leave? Would he allow Valet to remain single for life, just as he had? "Now, can you rest easy? Your grandfather holds you in great affection." "I'm not all unsettled," Fuculos replied with a hint of pride, casting a sidelong glance at Valet. However, the smile on her face was uncontrollable. "Valet, why do you insist on saying that we acquired this together when it is clearly your achievement?" Fuculos inquired, perplexed by Valet's earlier remark. Valet chuckled lightly and replied, "Does it truly matter? Of course it does. It seems that there is indeed no distinction. While your prowess is formidable and you hold the rank of a demigod, your understanding of human relationships leaves much to be desired." Understanding of human relationships? Fuculos blinked, momentarily lost in thought. Before long, Lexius returned, bringing with him an array of refreshments, and notably, 2 strands of aquamarine bracelets. "Ha, my dear granddaughter-in-law, these are treasures I acquired in my youth from a perilous secret realm," Lexius exclaimed with a hearty laugh. At the time, they were inscribed with the words 60, Heart of the Love God, Deity of Love. These bracelets are entirely aquamarine, each adorned with a slightly larger heart-shaped aquamarine crystal, indicating their substantial worth. Both bracelets served as storage soul tools, yet they seemed to harbor a secret of their own. Lexius recalled, when I first obtained them, there were ancient inscriptions nearby. Thankfully, my knowledge is extensive. Valet and Fuculos exchanged puzzled glances, refraining from interrupting Lexius, though the twitching of their eyelids betrayed their amusement. The inscription read that only lovers with a mutual bond could unlock their true potential. I have yet to comprehend this fully. They are merely storage soul tools, after all. Can they truly discern if 2 individuals are in love? You may find this hard to believe, but I have sought out many couples and individuals in love to test these soul tools, yet the results were always the same. They only served as storage. I nearly forgot to mention, these bracelets are called the Heart of the Love God. After saying this, Lexius handed the bracelets to Fuculos and Valet. They may not possess any secrets, but their symbolism is auspicious. I wish you both the best in your future endeavors. Heart of the Love God? Valet and Fuculos echoed simultaneously upon receiving the bracelets. Just as they prepared to express their gratitude to Lexius, an unforeseen event transpired. The bracelets in their hands began to glow, emitting 2 beams of aquamarine light that soared skyward. In the astonished gazes of the 3, the beams intertwined in a mesmerizing spectacle. Lexius's expression was one of bewilderment, What on earth was happening? The heart of the love god was a treasure he had painstakingly acquired in a treacherous secret realm during his youth. Yet, he had discovered that aside from their storage capabilities, they seemed to lack any further function. Frustrated by this realization, he had sought out numerous couples to test the bracelets, but they had yielded no extraordinary results. Now, unexpectedly, the moment the heart of the love god fell into the hands of this couple, it radiated an unprecedented brilliance. A bond stronger than gold, united in life and death. A fleeting ethereal voice resonated in the hall as the bracelets transformed, adopting a vibrant pink hue. In an astonishing moment, they magically clasped onto the left and right wrists of the two. The first trial of love had been completed. They had gained the ability to transport themselves to one another, regardless of distance or circumstance, usable once daily. Should the newlyweds wish to pursue the remaining trials to achieve the status of the love god, they must seek out the items related to the second trial. However, if they choose not to continue, there will be no repercussions. Of course, this deity hopes for your success, especially this one, who surpasses even me in power. The atmosphere in the hall fell into an unusual silence. These artifacts were indeed extraordinary. They were relics of the love god's divine heritage. Lexius was momentarily dazed, having not heard the voice, leaving him oblivious to what had transpired. Foucault and Violet exchanged glances, clearly sensing each other's presence, realizing that this trial was no jest. This ability allowed them to teleport to one another as long as they were in the same realm, with the only limitation being once per day. Although the prospect of the love god's divinity intrigued them little, the utility of this ability was undeniable. "Grandfather, do you know of the deities?" Foucault asked. "I have a vague understanding. I have heard that the Spirit Hall venerates a certain deity," Lexius replied thoughtfully. This pair of bracelets was one of the relics of the love god. Acquiring them equated to completing a trial, but required a couple or spouse to achieve a bond of unwavering love and shared fate to succeed. Upon hearing this, Violet's words left Lexius astounded. He was not distressed over the heart of the love god. After all, it had little significance for him. Lexius cast a discerning glance at Violet and then at Focalus. Goodness, it seemed they had not known each other for long, yet they had managed to undertake trials that spoke of unwavering loyalty and shared destinies. It appeared that Focalus, his granddaughter-in-law, was not going to escape this fate. As for the legacy of the god of love, his grandson Violet possessed divine potential, which was no trivial matter. What sort of god was this love god? It was clear that such a deity was not particularly formidable. Did the legacy truly befit his grandson? This question merited contemplation. While Lexius pondered the implications of the inheritance, he conceded that the god of love was indeed a deity, was he not? Before he could articulate his thoughts, he noticed Violet and Focalus shaking their heads, with Violet stating, "His legacy requires locating the remaining artifacts. With the expanse of Douluo Continent, how could that be accomplished? Let us consider the god of love's legacy as if it never existed." Upon hearing this, Lexius experienced an epiphany, instinctively nodding in agreement. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and turned his gaze toward the storage pouch at Violet's waist. He remembered that in that sacred place, Violet had acquired a plant known as the Heartbroken Red. The Heartbroken Red was rumored to be connected to the god of love. Considering this, Lexius hesitated to speak further, realizing that his grandson's cleverness must have already led him to this conclusion. Yet, what if Violet had not considered this aspect at all? Moreover, he and Focalus truly did not require a divine inheritance. "Grandfather, we are still young. This is not the time for such considerations. You should first examine these two items." Focalus gently prodded Violet, whispering, "Violet, say thank you." Violet responded with confusion. "Next time? You say this every time." Time passed swiftly. In the gentle light of the morning sun, several unfamiliar figures gazed directly at the sun. Previously, it had been only Tang San. Now, it had transformed into a small group. The cultivation of the purple extreme demon required perseverance. It was not something that could be achieved overnight. While its enhancement of mental prowess was marginal, over time, the benefits would be substantial. Lexius objectively assessed the purple extreme demon and was astonished to discover that his grandson's self-created soul skill could indeed be cultivated directly, possessing the ability to enhance both vision and mental acuity. This was no mere self-created soul skill. It was a treasure, an invaluable gem. The purple extreme demon eye alone could potentially forge a formidable faction, serving as the very foundation of that power. In the realm of enhancing mental strength, options were limited to regular meditation, which offered only slight improvements, and breaking through soul power by absorbing soul rings and head soul bones. There was no method for direct cultivation of mental strength, yet the purple extreme demon eye could achieve this. As for the ghost shadow mystique, it was a technique of movement, considered quite decent for mid to low-ranked soul masters, also serving as a foundation. To think that his grandson and granddaughter-in-law had returned with such remarkable treasures. Excellent indeed. As for the heart of the god of love he had gifted, it was merely a memento to him. After a century, those treasures would naturally be inherited by Violet. Presenting it to his granddaughter-in-law now was merely a matter of timing. I must contemplate ways to peruse my old comrades' treasure troves to see if there are any artifacts related to the god of love. Those fellows surely have some hidden gems. Coincidentally, the ghost shadow mystique could be shared with them. But as for the purple extreme demon eye, at this thought, Lexius hesitated. The 8 great families were indeed branches of the same tree. Over the years, there had been no internal strife. However, as soul masters, each possessed their own secrets. The purple extreme demon eye could significantly elevate his kin's prowess, potentially surpassing that of other families. Shaking his head, Lexius ultimately decided to heed the opinions of Violet and Focalus before making a decision. After all, these 2 items were brought back by Focalus and Violet, and they had the right to determine their fate. Regrettably, the 2 had departed early in the morning. Otherwise, Lexius would not have been in such a quandary. Nevertheless, with months until the annual meeting, there was no need for haste. The scene shifted to the riverside. Tang San groggily opened his eyes, rubbing his throbbing head as memories flooded back. No, it was impossible. He had lost. Had he truly been bested in the Tang Sect's ultimate technique? His eyes widened in shock as he recalled everything. Indeed, it was Violet who had ambushed him, causing him to lose the match, compounded by the geographical advantages that Violet possessed here. In this arena, the opponent held an inherent edge. Yet, had it not been for Violet's surprise attack while he was deep in thought, Tang San might not have been defeated. Tang San clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury. Once, Violet had only slightly treaded the path of death, but now he seemed to have fully embraced it. Did they think the Tang Sect's ultimate technique was so easily taken? Next time, he would never lose. After a moment of silence, Tang San began to assess his surroundings. Still in the very spot where he had battled Violet. Wait, why was he lying on the ground? Where was Xiao Wu? Why hadn't Tishi brought him back to the academy? At this moment, Tang San felt bewildered and uncertain. Beside him lay an unused hidden arrow, quietly resting, adorned with a rabbit emblem and the character for dance. Upon seeing this hidden arrow, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically. This was the very hidden arrow he had gifted Xiao Wu for her protection. How could it be here? Where was Xiao Wu? Suddenly, a rustling sound from the nearby bushes snapped Tang San back to reality. He swiftly activated the purple extreme demon eye, directing his gaze toward the source of the noise. And there stood Xiao Wu's silhouette. At that moment, Tang San froze. He was certain it was Xiao Wu. He could not be mistaken. But why had she run away? Abandoning him? She had stayed by his side throughout the night and left behind the hidden arrow he had gifted her when they formed their sibling bond. Was she seeking to sever their ties? After a long silence, Tang San trembled slightly as he stood up. The night's chill had left him feeling unwell. After taking over half an hour to collect himself, he retrieved his hidden weapon and made his way towards Shrek Academy. He needed to return and ask Xiao Wu what had transpired. Looking at the hidden arrow in his hand, Tang San's heart grew colder. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, he immediately headed to Xiao Wu's dormitory. She was the only girl in the academy, residing in a single room. Unfortunately, he was met with disappointment. Xiao Wu was indeed in her dormitory, but refused to see him. This left Tang San utterly perplexed, struggling to comprehend what had gone wrong. Suddenly, he thought of Violet. If it weren't for Violet, they would still share a close sibling bond and would never have devolved into this state. Indeed, from the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, my intuition proved correct. You truly possess the means to bring about demise. That Violet. Tang San silently mused, his expression growing increasingly frigid as the nature of a killer began to resurface. Oh, is that not Tang San? At this moment, the recovered Dai Mubai approached. Hands clasped behind his head, chest held high, wearing a smirk laced with mockery. What's the matter? Caught in a tight spot. Upon hearing these words, Tang San regained his composure and shot a cold glance at Dai Mubai, saying, Dai Mubai, should you desire a fight, I, Tang San, am always ready. If you seek death, you need only proceed. Tang San's icy tone and piercing gaze genuinely startled Dai Mubai, who, once he collected himself, became somewhat irate. After all, Tang San was merely a defeated foe. However, his hidden weapons were indeed formidable. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Dai Mubai ultimately chose to retreat, recognizing that Tang San appeared to be in a volatile mood. Provoking this madman might indeed lead to dire consequences. After uttering these words, Dai Mubai disregarded Tang San and continued, let us go find those twin sisters. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she is ungrateful. If she leaves, then let her be. She will return sooner or later. Tang San cast a cold glance at Dai Mubai, but refrained from striking. Compared to that Violet, Dai Mubai seemed somewhat more tolerable. Violet, why are you crying again? In the soul arena of Soto City, within Violet's chamber, the figure of Fukalos suddenly appeared and pounced on a Violet. The teleportation from the heart of the god of love is even more efficient than the anchor points left behind on Tivit, Fukalos remarked with a smile. Finally detaching from Violet. On Tivit, there existed numerous teleportation anchor points, yet very few could utilize them. Unlike these fixed teleportation anchors, the god of love's ability allowed Violet or Fukalos to be transported directly to one another's side. As it happened, Fukalos awaited Violet's arrival in the city and transported from outside the city to join her. Newly acquired abilities always beckon to be tested. Oh, Violet, what are you pondering? Why so silent? Upon hearing Fukalos' voice, Violet snapped back to reality, pondered briefly, and replied, I was contemplating whether tossing you into the sky and simultaneously using teleportation would cause us to get stuck mid-journey. Fukalos, this notion is quite profound, but is the analogy not somewhat inappropriate? What do you mean by tossing her into the sky? However, the implications of what might occur during simultaneous teleportation truly warrant consideration. By the way, Fukalos, do you possess a martial soul? Violet inquired nonchalantly, gazing at Fukalos. His eyes were clear and filled with wisdom. A martial soul? Fukalos paused, taken aback. The martial soul is a unique phenomenon of the Douluo Continent, awakened by every child upon reaching 6 years of age. Violet, after his transmigration, had no martial soul for reasons unknown. Yet, her situation differed from Violet's, though fundamentally similar. The rules of the Douluo Continent could not impede their ascension in strength, even in the absence of a martial soul or spirit rings. Fukalos closed her eyes to sense her essence, then shook her head, stating, I do not possess such a phenomenon as a martial soul. However, should the need arise, I can simulate a martial soul using water elements. This was a guise. For pure water spirits inherently possess the ability to mimic living beings, especially now that Fukalos' rank had elevated to that of a divine being. The innate divine beings are devoid of gender, with Fukalos being one of the acolytes of Egeria, not an innate divine being. Pure water spirits, in contrast, do exhibit gender distinctions. With Egeria's assistance, Fukalos merged with the primordial waters of the fetal sea, thus acquiring a human form indistinguishable from that of humans. Subsequently, Egeria bestowed upon Fukalos the divine seed, elevating her rank to that of a divine being, also known as the second-generation water god, the god of justice. After the divine seat was destroyed, the ancient dragon's power was returned to Violet, causing Fukalos to lose part of her abilities, yet she retained Egeria's divine status. Returning to the core of the conversation, upon hearing Fukalos' words, Violet regarded her with a hint of surprise. It seemed he alone had been diminished, while Fukalos remained unchanged. Transforming into a martial soul was tantamount to a form of weakening, was it not? It was not merely he, even the Pangu axe, the four swords of Zhu Xian, or the Eastern Emperor Bell, if transported to the Douluo Continent, would be rendered unrecognizable. Have you regained your strength? Not yet. I am only at about 80 to 90% of my peak. However, it should suffice, Fukalos replied candidly. Violet's eyelids twitched. Her peak? 500 years of being a divine being is akin to infancy among divine beings. How could that be considered a peak state? On Tivit, perhaps only Barbados and Morix, the two gods who have never been replaced, truly possess peak states. And of course there is that reclusive girl, she too has a peak state. Among the second-generation deities, only that thunder god stands out, being a twin divine being alongside the first-generation thunder god. Her succession has only made her stronger, as the martial prowess of the first-generation thunder god is incomparable to that of the second. I heard she recently ventured to another Douluo Continent with a certain golden-haired lad, something like Douluo, the martial soul riding shogun, so talented in cooking. That sounds splendid. Let us find time to visit the Lake of Life. I am certain it will facilitate your full recovery, Violet stated, maintaining an impassive demeanor, as though the Lake of Life belonged to him. This was an unavoidable circumstance. Resources on the Douluo Continent were scarce. Presently, the ice and fire yin-yang I had been ravaged to the point of retaining merely a single acacia, heartbroken red, leaving the only abundant energy source as the Lake of Life. Additionally, there was the extreme northern region, abundant with 10,000-year-old ice marrow. Suddenly, Violet's brow furrowed. He recalled that most of the 10,000-year-old ice marrow had likely been consumed by that ice silkworm. Currently, that nearly million-year-old ice silkworm should be at the Lake of Life. Right? No need. Being able to revert to human form so many years in advance, I am already content. Fukulos gently shook her head, speaking with warmth, then caressed Violet's cheek with her right hand, gazing into his eyes as she continued. Our time is just beginning. The future is long, very long, and we too shall become exceptionally powerful. By the way, Violet, as of now, the curse I cast upon you cannot be resisted. Violet inhaled deeply. What was this woman plotting again? I, Fukulos, in the name of the water god and the god of justice, curse you, Violet, to be ageless, immortal, free from illness or calamity, and to turn misfortune into fortune. As she uttered these words, Fukulos's complexion grew somewhat pallid, as if she had expended considerable energy. This scene caused Violet to feel a sense of alarm. What was happening? Fukulos, cease at once. What are you doing? Do I, the water element dragon king, require your curses? Upon witnessing Vilitha's demeanor, Fukulos couldn't help but smile slightly at the gullibility of this little creature. The curse of the pure water spirit, under the right circumstances, could indeed be executed. Moreover, a pure water spirit employing such a curse would only be weakened for a brief period. However, there are limitations. One cannot invoke it too many times in a lifetime. The last time it was used, it cursed Furina's eternal life. Since Furina serves as Fukulos's vessel, enacting this curse was not particularly challenging, as it fell within the curse's parameters. Fool, I am perfectly fine. Why are you crying again? Fukulos's complexion gradually returned to normal as she lifted her gaze toward Vilith, who was once again in tears. Vilith exhaled slowly. Does this short-lived dear one truly enjoy tempting fate? He had no desire to experience another instance of rebirth, my beloved. After an indeterminate amount of time, the sky finally brightened. This abrupt change bewildered the citizens of Soto City. What was happening? The weather had become quite unpredictable lately, shifting from sunny to cloudy, and the occurrence of heavy rain on a clear day had now happened twice. Fukulos, why do you have such a penchant for self-destruction? Vilith remarked, pinching Fukulos's cheek in irritation. This silly girl truly tugged at one's heartstrings. She always prioritized others, neglecting her own well-being. Let go. It hurts. You do know what pain is. Do you have any idea how cold my heart felt just now? Soda. I apologize. If apologies were effective. Why would we need laws? No, I had intended to let bygones be bygones. What? 10 bygones? It's more than that now. With an annoyed huff, Vilith finally released Fukulos's cheek. Upon hearing this, Fukulos blinked, a glimmer of amusement sparkling in her beautiful eyes. The sky is clear now. Shall we take a stroll? Are you not going to rest? Vilith expressed concern, recalling Fukulos's pale visage. Oh, I'm fine now. I am the goddess of water, the goddess of justice. How could I be so fragile? Fukulos twirled in place, signaling her recovery. Seeing this, Vilith felt a sense of relief and nodded. That's good. And please, do not treat yourself so harshly. Understood. Fukulos nodded earnestly, her expression serious. Sighing, Vilith embraced Fukulos, and after approximately 10 minutes, they exited the room. Fukulos's cheeks had regained some color, and apart from that, nothing else had transpired. In the arena, Vilith was held in high esteem. An ordinary staff greeted him kindly upon sight. Lord Vilith, greetings. Hello. At that moment, Vilith returned the greetings with warmth. Although many were curious about the presence of Fukulos at his side, they refrained from voicing their inquiries. However, the higher-ups of the arena were somewhat perplexed. This individual does not appear to be from any other family. Does she? Naturally, this matter was of no concern to them, and they would not pry unless it was voluntarily disclosed. In the arena, among the 8 noble families, the focus was solely on spirit battles. Beyond that, they were indifferent. As members of the upper echelon of the Great Spirit Arena, they had been educated to adhere to such principles. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared before Vilith, his face etched with worry, as though significant troubles loomed. "Supervisor Ao, what troubles you?" Vilith inquired, his brow furrowing. Upon hearing Vilith's voice, Supervisor Ao snapped back to reality, looking at Vilith and responding, "Young master, greetings. I apologize. I was lost in thought." "Oh, might you share it with me? If it's not a secret?" After a moment of contemplation, Supervisor Ao replied, "Young master, here's the situation. Recently, a group of individuals arrived at the arena. They are all silver spirit-level soul lords, yet we have no warriors here capable of matching them. We can only send out a team of copper spirit-level fighters, but alas, they were utterly defeated. Coupled with the heavy stakes placed on this team by the noble families, our arena has sustained significant losses in recent days." Supervisor Ao expressed his grievances, clearly indicating that these individuals had been summoned by the influential nobles in Soto City, intending to capitalize on this opportunity. Vilith fell into silence. If his memory served him right, this group should be the royal battle team, including Yu Qianheng and others. Logically, they ought not to arrive in Soto City so soon. In the original narrative, it was the Shrek 7 Devils who triumphed over this team, and at present, the Shrek 7 Devils were absent. Wait a moment. Douluo Yin must have consumed the Earth Dragon Gold Melon. Her soul power surely surpassed level 40 by now, right? Vilith instinctively asked. How many of them are there? 6. All members of the Royal Battle Team, presumably students of the Tiando Royal Academy. In arena team battles, it was not mandatory to have 7 participants. As long as the number was between 5 and 9, it sufficed. During combat, the number of combatants was determined by the team with fewer members. If one side had 5 and the other 8, both sides would only deploy 5 fighters. It seems Douluo Yin has genuinely broken through to the Soul Master level. However, this approach effectively places the arena at a disadvantage. Indeed, since Douluo Yin has advanced to the Soul Master level, the Royal Battle Team will be facing a Silver Spirit level team of Soul Masters, rather than a team of Soul Lords. However, the Royal Battle Team has temporarily excluded Douluo Yin from the roster, meaning they're all merely Soul Lords and do not have to contend with a Soul Master level team. This tactic is indeed a clever maneuver against the arena. The Royal Battle Team is left with no choice. They possess only one newly promoted Soul Master, Douluo Yin. How could they possibly compete against a team of all Soul Masters, potentially even all high-tier Soul Masters? Even if their martial spirits are formidable, among the best, the odds of victory are exceedingly slim. Reflecting on this, Vilith shook his head, finding no feasible solution. He could only hope that the arena would swiftly recruit personnel from elsewhere. However, even if reinforcements arrived, it was uncertain they would stand a chance against the Royal Battle Team. Vilith was well aware of this fact. The world's foremost beast martial spirit, the pinnacle of defensive martial spirits, and the supreme healing-type martial spirit were all within the Royal Battle Team. AO Supervisor, please attend to your duties. There will surely be a way forward. It is more prudent to recruit personnel from other places first. I have no better ideas at the moment. Vilith could not personally enter the fray, could he? Although the Royal Battle Team had placed the arena at a disadvantage, their existence was justified. Could he demand they refrain from reducing their roster? If Vilith were to disguise himself as a Soul Lord and participate, that would truly be a violation of the rules. AO Supervisor, he sighed, burdened by worry, yet equally at a loss. Could he request this Soul Lord-level young master to personally engage in battle? What if he were injured? Would the old master not seek retribution? After the supervisor left, Violet turned to Fukulos, observing her contemplative demeanor. What are you thinking about? He inquired. Oh, nothing really. Fukulos replied, shaking her head. Yet, the mischievous glint in her beautiful eyes betrayed her. Noticing Violet's gaze fixed upon her, she resignedly shrugged and said, If only we could bring that solitary swan back to the Royal Combat Team. Wouldn't that resolve the issue? Fukulos blinked, tentatively suggesting her idea. Violet fell into silence. Her proposition held merit, Yet the execution would prove challenging. She had come for victory. How could she easily return to the team and face defeat? Indeed, a thrashing awaited them. In their current predicament, the arena would undoubtedly dispatch 7 high-ranking Soul Masters, and despite the Royal Combat team's martial spear advantage, victory seemed nearly impossible. Perhaps it was best to leave such matters to the professionals. Violet shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further, and took Fukulos by the hand as they headed towards the arena's exit. The arena was still in its early hours of operation, allowing them to take their time. Isn't this method ideal? Fukulos mused. Absolutely splendid, Violet replied, a hint of teasing in his tone. Once outside the arena, the bright sunlight illuminated their faces. Due to his fame in the arena, Violet attracted curious glances wherever he went within the city. This time, however, the onlookers were not only scrutinizing Violet, but also Fukulos. The chief referee of the arena, engaging in a romantic relationship, was a surprise that would surely leave many pure-hearted admirers distraught. As they wandered through Soto City, indulging in its local culture and culinary delights, Violet suddenly spotted Dai Mubai. It had been some time since he had last seen him. The sight of Dai Mubai brought back memories of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's earlier escapade, where they had mentioned giving him a beating. Over a month had passed, and Dai Mubai's appearance in Soto City indicated that his injuries had been quite serious. Dai Mubai was accompanied by the same twin sisters he had embraced at the Rose Hotel, both of whom bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. Dai, it's been ages since you last sought us out. My sister, and I thought you had abandoned us. One of the sisters exclaimed. How could I? I was merely focused on my training, Dai Mubai replied with a carefree smile. In truth, he had intended to leave the 2 girls behind when Zhu Zhuqing arrived. But before he could act on that, Zhu Zhuqing had departed. Unbeknownst to the sisters, he had never truly abandoned them. Suddenly, Dai Mubai felt as though someone was observing him. He furrowed his brow and turned to locate the source of the gaze. Violet? In that moment, Dai Mubai felt somewhat bewildered. Indeed, the very individual who had claimed not to engage with outsiders was now seen in close proximity to a young woman, appearing quite intimate. It was evident that he had deceived Ning Rongrong. He had simply not encountered a girl who stirred his heart, which was why he had been dismissive of her. Did any man lack an appreciation for beauty? As he glanced at Fukulos and then back at the twin sisters he was with, a flicker of jealousy crossed Dai Mubai's eyes. The sisters exuded a rather worldly charm that paled in comparison to Fukulos's ethereal grace. She appeared to have descended from the heavens, while they resembled wild creatures from the depths of a turbulent sea. What right did Violet have to possess such allure? Merely based on his handsome visage? Dai Mubai refused to concede. He acknowledged Violet's status as a soul master, yet he felt no fear. Return home. I have matters to attend to, Dai Mubai said, releasing the sisters with a serious expression. The twins were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. What was happening? Dai Mubai had just invited them out. Why was he now sending them away? In Soto City, they were 2 beautiful flowers, and being summoned and dismissed so casually by Dai Mubai left them perplexed. Only if you wish, can you not be sought after by soul masters? They thought. Yet, sensing the seriousness in Dai Mubai's demeanor, they ultimately decided to grant him another chance, recognizing that such opportunities were rare. Primarily, it was his wealth and charm that drew them to him. Otherwise, they could easily pursue higher-ranked soul masters. Very well, Dai. Once the sisters departed, Dai Mubai approached Violet and Fukulos, taking a moment to adjust his attire. He wore a carefree smile, his demeanor radiant and sunny. In terms of appearance, he believed himself to be Violet's equal. However, he recognized a disparity in their tastes. Were it not for Zhu Zhuqing's departure, he likely would not have returned to the twin sisters. Even Zhu Zhuqing possessed a certain allure that set her apart from Fukulos, especially regarding their respective presences. Seeing Dai Mubai approach, Violet frowned, sensing that this encounter would likely end poorly for him. Indeed, the glint in Dai Mubai's eyes suggested mischief. Moments later, Dai Mubai stood just a few meters away from Violet and Fukulos. Excuse me, fair maiden, may I inquire your name? Dai Mubai asked, bowing slightly in a noble manner, his right fist resting over his heart as if performing a grand gesture. Fukulos and Violet exchanged surprised glances. Fukulos, amused, had not anticipated Dai Mubai to be so entertaining. Fukulos, Violet's fiancé, she responded with a smile. The latter part of her statement seemed to vanish in a thin air, as Dai Mubai selectively disregarded it. Fiancé? You aren't married yet. He laughed. Ah, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Dai Mubai, a 37th level battle soul master. Might I have the honor of dining with the esteemed Miss Fukalos? Upon hearing this, Violet could no longer contain his irritation and contemplated teaching this flamboyant noble a lesson. However, he felt Fukalos tug at his sleeve, seemingly advising him to remain patient. Mr. Dai, should you wish to invite me for dinner? There's a condition that must be fulfilled, Fukalos said with a smile, a glint of seriousness in her eyes. God loves all, and while loving his subjects is commendable, alas, in the Douluo Continent, she had no subjects. Even the divine could harbor wrath. Oh, what condition must be met? I am eager to comply, he replied, masking his enthusiasm with false modesty. The joy radiating from him was unmistakable, evident in the upward curve of his lips. A condition? The matters of mere gold soul coins, or showcasing one's prowess, are trifle for Dai Mubai. Little did he anticipate that he had stumbled into a predicament. The conditions were simple. One merely needed to endure for the duration of a burning incense stick. Fukalos chuckled, her smile tinged with indifference. There was ample time to deal with this fellow. Enduring for a stick of incense? Dai Mubai felt a sense of bewilderment. This phrase seemed familiar. He recalled that when Tang San and the others enrolled, Zhao Wujin had said something similar to them. They? No, it should be she now, right? Ha ha ha. The thought of Tang San's current situation made Dai Mubai chuckle, though the pressing matter at hand was far more significant. As for that Violet, she was merely a referee. Uncertain of what Fukalos meant, Dai Mubai pondered how he could possibly endure for an incense stick's duration. If it were a battle against a nearby Violet, not only would an incense stick's duration be a triviality, but defeating her would pose no challenge. Upon uttering this, both Violet and Fukalos fell silent, casting him looks of incredulity as if regarding a fool. What was wrong with his brain? It wasn't entirely Dai Mubai's fault. He assumed Violet was just a minor player with connections in the battle arena, oblivious to her true capabilities. As Fran said, avoiding trouble is the mark of a mediocre talent. What significance did a mere connection in the battle arena hold? He was aware that Violet had ambushed Tang San and knocked him unconscious, but that was the extent of it. At that time, Tang San was merely at level 29. A feat Dai Mubai could replicate. There was no need to defeat Violet. He simply had to endure for the duration of an incense stick in her presence. Fukalos shook her head, responding with a detached tone. Hearing this, Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Fukalos anew. The girl appeared quite young, yet spoke with considerable bravado. Could it be that she was intentionally provoking him? With this thought, Dai Mubai grew even more exhilarated. Fine, not only could he endure for one stick, but even two would pose no challenge. He promptly agreed, convinced that regardless of Fukalos' strength or talent, she could at most be a sole sovereign, and surely she could not defeat him within such a short time frame. Well, since it is your request, young Master Dai Mubai, let it be 2 sticks of incense. Fukalos conceded, nodding in agreement. Violet, observing the unfolding drama, felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. Her gaze towards Dai Mubai shifted from one of menace to pity. Currently, he wasn't even a match for Fukalos. If a confrontation ensued, he might not last even half an incense stick. This sole, sovereign-level Dai Mubai was truly audacious. To call him foolish would be an understatement. This was hardly a suitable place for a confrontation. Venturing to the battle arena would only complicate matters for the staff preparing for the event. Thus, they decided to leave the city. After a brief contemplation, Fukalos recalled a vendor selling incense nearby. Violet, please procure 2 sticks of incense to test the endurance of Mr. Dai Mubai. Of course. Violet cast a deep glance at Dai Mubai before proceeding towards the incense vendor. Dai Mubai felt an inexplicable sense of unease, sensing that something was amiss. What was it that fell off? He couldn't quite put his finger on it. Regardless, an unsettling feeling of being ensnared lingered within him. Violet, despite her prowess as a third-ring soul sovereign, was surprisingly composed. The more he pondered, the more he felt something was amiss, yet he could not articulate it. What in the world is happening? Just then, Violet returned with incense sticks taller than a person. Dai Mubai fell into deep thought. Ordinary incense would burn for about 15 minutes. Those in Violet's hands would likely burn for 10 times that duration. And there were 2 sticks? Fukalos could not contain her laughter upon seeing this. Her eyes narrowed, filled with mirth as she observed Violet. This little one is rather incensed. Is she planning to eliminate Dai Mubai? Dai Mubai, utterly bewildered, glanced between Fukalos and Violet, contemplating a possibility that felt implausible, that Violet would join Fukalos in overwhelming him. However, if that were the case, he was not afraid. As a 37-level Soul Sovereign, he could not only fight, but also flee if necessary. Driven by a mixture of trepidation and curiosity, Dai Mubai followed Violet and Fukalos beyond the city walls, still haunted by the psychological scars from his previous ambush. Soon, the trio arrived at an open area where they halted. Violet casually tossed the incense in her hand, snapping her fingers to ignite it, driving it firmly into the ground. Dai Mubai's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Violet's adeptness in controlling her soul power to such an extent. This was a miscalculation. This individual was not to be trifled with. Yet, having come this far, he had a duty as a referee to declare the commencement of the battle. Let the battle commence. Absolutely. With their agreement, Violet wasted no time in announcing the start of the match, for the incense was already lit. Following her declaration, Violet discreetly distanced herself, wary of potential collateral damage. Dai Mubai exhaled in relief. As long as it was not a coordinated assault, he figured he could contend against Fukalos alone. Enduring for 2 sticks of incense? That seemed entirely feasible. White Tiger Avatar. Dai Mubai, not one to underestimate the situation, swiftly activated his martial spirit. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings ascended rapidly from beneath him. In this state, his stature increased, his hands transformed into tiger paws, and his golden hair shifted to white, with a faint royal symbol appearing on his forehead. Dai Mubai, martial spirit. Evil, a white tiger, 37-level attack type, Soul Sovereign. At your service. Though Fukalos possessed no martial spirit, simulating such an effect without arousing suspicion was a simple task for her. She effortlessly conjured a sword formed from water elements to serve temporarily as her martial spirit. 3 azure soul rings materialized around her as well. Dai Mubai was taken aback. Why did her soul rings resemble those of Violet? Fukalos, martial spirit, water element sword, 35-level control type, Soul Sovereign. Fukalos, with her slippery tongue, spoke her fibs without a hint of hesitation. Violet mused to herself. After a moment of contemplation, Violet nodded in agreement. Indeed, this woman could deceive the heavens. So fabricating lies would bear no weight on her conscience. It appeared that he was also among those deceived. No, having just 10 is far too few. I must have more. While Violet was lost in her thoughts, Fukalos had already made her declaration. Upon learning the soul power level of Fukalos, Dai Mubai nearly burst into laughter. 35 levels? Ha ha ha. She boasts about enduring for a stick of incense with such a feeble level. Who bestowed upon her such audacity? Could it be that her disdain for that Violet has driven her to such folly? Contemplating this, a faint smile crept upon Dai Mubai's lips, and he suddenly felt a surge of confidence. Indeed, Dai Mubai is quite charming. Wait, did Fukalos just claim to be a control system soul master? Dai Mubai glanced at the sword in Fukalos' hand, lost in thought. A sword martial spirit as a control system soul master? He had never even heard of such a thing. Little did he know that 2 millennia hence, the Tang sect would witness a pair of leaders, both adept sword spirit masters, the affectionate sword and the unfeeling sword, who were also control system soul masters, capable of executing martial spirit fusion techniques that could command divine-level powerhouses. Now, that is truly terrifying. Miss Fukalos, please, take the initiative. I fear I might inadvertently hurt you, Dai Mubai said, playfully brushing his hair back with his right hand. With her soul power level 2 ranks below his, she appeared delicate and unassuming. How could she possibly be his rival? Then I shall not hold back, Fukalos replied, her expression unwavering. With that, her first soul ring shimmered, conjuring a charming octopus adorned with a gentleman's hat from a swirling mass of water elemental energy. First soul skill. Arise, Lord Uther. But that was not all. To Dai Mubai's astonishment, Fukalos' second and third soul rings illuminated almost simultaneously. Second soul skill, Lady Hawaima. Third soul skill, Miss Sabretta. Before him stood an enchanting seahorse and crab, both exuding an air of gentlemanly charm. Violet gasped in disbelief. Wasn't this the elemental battle technique of Furina? In the game, upon Fukalos' demise, Furina acquired a water elemental divine eye, which enabled her to summon these 3 seafood champions. After a moment's consideration, Violet shook his head. After all, Fucarlos was the water god, and naturally, she would possess the abilities of Furina, one of her subordinates. However, Furina might not necessarily share all of Fucarlos' skills. Regardless, whether as a pure water spirit or as the water god, the summoning of pure water entities was exceedingly simple. At this moment, Dai Mubai felt somewhat bewildered, gazing at the 3 adorable seafood creatures hovering in midair. Was this truly Fucarlos' soul skill? It seemed rather underwhelming. Well, it was understandable that a young girl might be fond of such creatures, but wouldn't it be a waste of soul ring slots? They hardly appeared to possess any combat prowess. Violet, observing this, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. These seafood champions were notorious for their unyielding nature. They would even slap passing passers-by. "In my name," Fucarlos declared with a faint smile, saying nothing more. As her words fell, the seafood trio seemingly teleported, surrounding Dai Mubai in an instant. This scene left Dai Mubai utterly perplexed. What was happening? They could teleport? How could such adorable creatures possess such a skill? "Young Master Dai Mubai, you must endure for 2 sticks of incense," Fucarlos declared, and without a moment's hesitation, she moved beside Violet, conjuring 2 bubbles with a casual wave. Though they appeared as mere bubbles, they showed no signs of bursting as the 2 sat atop them. "Violet, how long do you think he can withstand this?" "Perhaps 2 sticks of incense. The little fellow has grown clever." Violet exhaled a deep breath, pulling Fucarlos into an embrace, their eyes locking. "Fucarlos, you are but slightly older than I. 1,000 years from now, even 10,000 years from now, we shall not differ greatly. Not just slightly." At this moment, Dai Mubai was utterly oblivious to the romantic display unfolding before him. He was in a state of shock. These 3 charming seafood creatures not only had the ability to teleport, but also launch bubble attacks. Initially, Dai Mubai presumed these bubbles were harmless until he was struck and nearly broke a rib, realizing the terrifying strength of these seafood champions. These were the formidable seafood champions conjured by Fucarlos, tailored to his strength. Individually, they were merely slightly stronger than Dai Mubai, but together, he stood no chance against them. Suddenly, Miss Zabretta lunged forward, her claw imbued with water elemental energy, striking at Dai Mubai's side, causing his complexion to pale. This crab was devoid of martial ethics. Attacking such a sensitive area, with a furious roar, Dai Mubai activated his 1st and 3rd soul rings almost simultaneously. 1st soul skill, White Tiger Guardian Barrier. 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Utilizing 2 amplification soul skills at once, Dai Mubai surged in height and strength, reaching his peak state in both power and defense. "These mere summons cannot defy me," he muttered through clenched teeth as he swung his hand toward Miss Zabretta. In the next moment, he was shocked. A claw clamped around his wrist with such force that he could not move. Dai Mubai realized he had underestimated these summoned creatures. A seasoned fighter, he quickly attempted to strike Miss Zabretta with his free hand, only to have it ensnared as well. Lord Uther and Lady Hawaima were not idle either, launching bubble attacks at Dai Mubai from strategic angles, targeting his lower back, a spot that had nearly resulted in a broken rib. So unreasonable. "Then, let us resort to physics." Violet gasped, his attention fixed on the seafood trio. Their targeting was indeed cunning. Following this bout, Dai Mubai might well find himself incapacitated. With a pained cry, Dai Mubai realized that had he not activated his amplification skills beforehand, those 2 attacks could have rendered him unconscious. "Curse it, why must such soul skills exist?" he lamented, as he found himself immobilized by Miss Zabretta's grip, attempting to kick, only to find her floating just out of reach. With no alternatives left, he invoked his 2nd soul skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave. This was his only ranged skill, and with both hands restrained, his adversaries were effectively bound as well. Releasing the White Tiger Radiant Wave now, could they possibly evade? A beam of white light erupted from Dai Mubai's mouth. He believed there was no way Miss Zabretta could escape at such close range. Indeed, she did not evade, but to Dai Mubai's dismay, his White Tiger Radiant Wave appeared to have no effect on Miss Zabretta. A thin, water-blue shield enveloped her, completely nullifying his soul skill. Dai Mubai turned to glance at the barely burned incense, his senses dulled. Is it still possible to concede now? Originally, I expected Foucault's and Navalit to launch an assault against him, but to my astonishment, they did not intervene at all. Instead, they simply observed the spectacle. Of course, Dai Mubai was still subjected to a brutal beating, besieged by 3 seafood creatures. These 2 individuals, Madame Hawaima and Lord Uther, renewed their assault on him. In a brief moment, a battered and bruised Dai Mubai appeared in the line of sight, his expression devoid of hope, his hands bound and immobile, forced to withstand the relentless blows of the 2 seafood beings. Each strike bore the might of a soul master. "Spare me, I was wrong," Dai Mubai lamented. Recalling the last time he was beaten, he still had some means of resistance. This time, however, he was utterly incapable of retaliating. The force of that Miss Zebelita damned crab was simply overwhelming. If given the chance, he would never wish to lay eyes on seafood again. "Young Master Dai Mubai, it has barely been a 10th of the incense's time. Oh, and there is still an entire stick left." Foucault's spoke calmly, her demeanor serene and her smile radiant. Yet, to Dai Mubai's ears, her words sounded like the tolling of doom, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Just as he prepared to accept his fate, a voice interjected. "Esteemed gentleman and lady, mercy should be shown where it is due. Dai Mubai has already faced punishment. I implore you to spare him." Upon the conclusion of this statement, a middle-aged man, adorned with glasses and black wings sprouting from his back, emerged before Foucault's and Navalit. With a combination of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings, it was evident that he was a formidable soul sage with an optimal spirit ring configuration. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Dai Mubai felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The dean had arrived, his savior. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he regained his composure. After all, this was a level 78 battle soul sage. With him as a backing, what did Dai Mubai have to fear? "Dean, save me." They are not adhering to the rules of combat. Ignoring Dai Mubai's cries for help, Flanders had initially intended to remain in shadows. Yet the spectacle before him was too pitiful to overlook. After barely recovering from his injuries, it seemed he would need to endure another month of recuperation. "Ah, Flanders, you have finally decided to make an appearance?" Navalit remarked, his expression unwavering. Both he and Foucault's had long been aware of Flanders' presence, but chose not to expose him until now. Since their departure from Soto City, Flanders had been trailing closely behind, likely concerned for Dai Mubai's well-being. Upon hearing this, Flanders cast a surprised glance at Navalit, his countenance shifting dramatically. Although Flanders and Navalit had only met once, Flanders could discern that Navalit was not one to exaggerate. If he claimed to have noticed him, then it was indeed true. Flanders was a level 78 agile attack soul sage. Given his prowess, it was uncommon for even fellow soul sages of the same rank to detect his presence. Something was amiss, very amiss. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure enveloped the area, the searing aura causing the air to warp slightly. Flanders was drenched in sweat, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, his strong willpower prevented him from embarrassing himself. Having erred, it was crucial to acknowledge his mistakes and stand firm in the face of adversity. "Is that not so, esteemed Dean Flanders of Shrek Academy?" Lexius stated darkly, stepping forward. The distance from his residence was not great, and he was well aware of the unfolding events. However, the reasons behind the occurrence were of little importance, as his grandson and granddaughter-in-law were certainly not the type to seek trouble. Besides, what harm was there in stirring up some chaos? Upon seeing Lexius, Flanders' eyes widened in horror, instinctively retreating 3 steps, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably as he stammered, T-titled Douluo. The sight of Lexius' 9th soul ring intensified Flanders' fear. The black ring tinged with red signified its proximity to 100,000 years. Could a mere soul sage like him provoke such a formidable being? "Grandfather." At this moment, Navalit and Foucault's rose from their previous positions, the old man having arrived approximately a minute prior, merely remaining hidden. Dai Mubai and Flanders exchanged glances. Flanders noted that Dai Mubai was still receiving blows, his eyelids twitching in disbelief. Why was it that Dai Mubai consistently found himself in conflict with individuals backed by titled Douluo? True, he was a prince of Star Luo, but he was merely a pawn. Even his father, the Star Luo Emperor, would not dare to offend a titled Douluo lightly. First, he had clashed with Ning Rongrong, indirectly offending the sword and bone Douluo, and now he was unaware of which title Douluo he had antagonized this time. Dai Mubai's mouth gaped, hesitating to speak. The pain coursing through his body forgotten in the moment. Rest assured, my grandson and granddaughter-in-law, for I am here. This soul sage will act with reason. At this juncture, Lexius glanced at Flanders before continuing. Is that not so, Flanders? Ah, yes, indeed. Reason. What else could Flanders do? Was he to argue against reason with physics? Neuvillette and Foucault exchanged glances, bemused by Flanders' sudden shift in demeanor. Continue the beating after treatment. Flanders felt a wave of relief. Reminiscent of the last time Zhao Wujin was assaulted by Tang Hao, the assailants did not intend to kill Dai Mubai. After all, this predicament was of Dai Mubai's own making, and some physical punishment was warranted. If they had truly intended to end Dai Mubai's life, he would have been dead rather than merely beaten. Cautiously, Flanders assessed Neuvillette. This young master had once purchased a shard of crystal from him, a memory that lingered vividly. Initially, Flanders believed that Neuvillette merely held some status within the spirit arena, but he had not anticipated the presence of a titled level powerhouse behind him. Titled Douluo were a rare sight, with only a handful existing across the Douluo Continent. In less than 2 months, Flanders had encountered 2 of these formidable beings. Not to mention, one of them was renowned for possessing a 100,000-year soul ring. Tang Hao was a well-known figure, but the individual before him was undoubtedly comparable in strength. Facing Lexius, Flanders felt even more pressure than when confronting Tang Hao. This was understandable, as Flanders' martial spirit was the four-eyed cat eagle, while Lexius was the golden crow, placing Flanders at a natural disadvantage. It was no wonder he felt this way. I have heard that your Shrek Academy does not adhere to reason, Lexius remarked, causing Flanders to break into a cold sweat. That scoundrel must have been spreading lies. Flanders prided himself on being a paragon of reason. Your Excellency. This is before Flanders could finish his sentence. Lexius waved his hand, interrupting him, and continued, upon meeting today. The rumors appear to be unfounded. Shrek Academy indeed upholds reason. Ah, yes, indeed. Your Highness, our Shrek Academy is the most reasonable. Flanders said, on the verge of tears, that when under the eaves, one must bow their head. This elder, seemingly in his middle age, possesses strength as profound as the ocean. Not even 10 Flandres could possibly match him. If reason prevails, let us first fulfill their agreement. Yes. What else could Flanders say but nod and bow in submission? Upon witnessing the 9 soul rings adorning Lexius, Dai Mubai had resigned himself to his fate. If only you had mentioned your powerful backing earlier. Could I not have simply walked away? As time passed, Flandre watched helplessly as Dai Mubai endured punishment, anxious yet powerless. Today, Dai Mubai was truly in dire straits. Strangely enough, each attack from the 3 seafood generals reached the level of a soul master, and with Dai Mubai's strength, he should not have been able to endure for long. Yet, Dai Mubai continued to scream, his voice robust and unyielding. Suddenly, Flandre experienced an epiphany. Whenever Dai Mubai appeared on the brink of collapse, a green light would flicker in the arena, seemingly rejuvenating him enough to endure yet another round. Flandre glanced sideways at the smiling Furcalos. This girl was a devil. Not only did she beat Dai Mubai, but she also restored his injuries before continuing the assault. This was truly tormenting the heart. Moreover, had over an hour passed? How could her soul power sustain such duration? Flandre fell into deep contemplation. I was wrong. Spare me. Dai Mubai was utterly exhausted, truly at his limit. Whenever he felt he could no longer hold on, he sensed a force healing him, only for the punishment to resume once he was nearly recovered. This cycle had repeated several times. The girl's heart was even darker than Ning Rongrong's. Yet no matter how Dai Mubai pleaded, no one paid him heed, and Flandre could only painfully close his eyes. You asked for trouble, but not this kind. Do you not understand what a soft persimmon is? After another 2 hours, the second incense stick finally burned out, and at that moment, the 3 seafood generals swiftly vanished, as if they had never appeared. Flandre's face was filled with dread. For over 3 hours, she had continuously employed her soul skills and appeared completely unscathed. Each of those summoned beings inflicted attacks equivalent to a soul master-esque strike, and she had not merely unleashed 1 soul skill, but 3. In such circumstances, her soul power showed no signs of depletion. Even Flandre, a soul sage, felt a shiver run down his spine. Time is up. Master Dai Mubai, do you wish to say something? Furkalos approached with a smile. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai trembled. A glimmer of brilliance sparked in his otherwise dull eyes. Realizing that if he did not respond, today's ordeal would never conclude. I was wrong, truly wrong. It absolutely will not happen again. After uttering these words, Dai Mubai's vision darkened, and he collapsed. Previously, a force had been healing him, yet during those final moments, that power had vanished. Witnessing this, Violet felt a nagging suspicion that Furkalos's earlier words about reviving that ungrateful soul only to slay him again were not mere jest. Lexius nodded in satisfaction. This granddaughter-in-law was far more formidable than he had anticipated. With identical soul rings and attributes as Violet, there was no way they could be unrelated. Your Highness, young master, young lady, Mubai is now in this state. Perhaps Flandra tentatively inquired. With the other party silent, he dare not take Dai Mubai away. Unfortunately, the young master could not endure for 2 incense sticks. Old sir, please take him away. By the way, should Mr. Dai Mubai harbor such thoughts again, he may come to speak with me. Next time, all he needs to do is endure for 1 incense stick. Furkalos stated, her expression unchanging. Yet Flandra trembled upon hearing this. It was a clear admonition against him. It implied he had failed in his guidance. Next time, Dai Mubai would surely not survive. This leniency was already a manifestation of their goodwill. The world of soul masters is a cruel realm where the strong prey on the weak, and conflicts arise at the slightest disagreement, with life and death often at stake. Nonetheless, having beaten Dai Mubai to this extent without taking his life was a sign of mercy from the other party. Thank you, Miss. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you. Young master, Mubai will be utterly obedient. I Flandra guarantee it. Should Dai Mubai dare to act otherwise, there would be no way for him to intervene. Who is this person? He has nothing to do with him. After Flandra carried the gravely injured Dai Mubai away, Lexius spoke. This person's martial soul bears a striking resemblance to the hereditary martial souls of the Star Luo royal family. If I am not mistaken, he should be the 3rd prince, Dai Mubai, who fled the Star Luo Empire 3 years ago. Grandson, granddaughter-in-law, how did he provoke you? The Star Luo Empire has a legacy spanning over 10,000 years, and Lexius certainly recognized the royal family's hereditary martial soul, particularly due to Dai Mubai's distinctive heterochromatic eyes. Such uniquely colored pupils are incredibly iconic. In both the Heavendo Empire and the Star Luo Empire, any sufficiently large city would have a soul arena. The soul arena is a mixed bag, and one can hear plenty of intriguing news every day. Though the 8 great families do not concern themselves with the trajectory of Douluo Continent, nor do they care who dominates it, they still keep track of amusing tales to share at their annual gatherings for everyone's amusement. Indeed, it is all for a laugh. They fight to the death. Who wins or loses is of no concern to the soul arena. For the soul arena, such news is merely entertainment after a meal. Violet and Furkalos exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Violet who recounted the events. Upon hearing the tale, Lexius was furious. Had he known the situation was as such, he would never have let Dai Mubai and Flandra depart so easily. He would have simply set fire to everything and ended it. His grandson and granddaughter-in-law were far too kind-hearted. After a moment's contemplation, Lexius decided it would be better to discuss some matters privately with Violet. While kindness was admirable, his granddaughter-in-law's compassion was not to be trifled with. A mere pawn. What harm would it do to eliminate him? Unbeknownst to the gods, could the Star Luo royal family find evidence? As for why it should be discussed privately with Violet, it was because Furkalos was present. It would not do to chastise a man in front of his wife. Suddenly, Lexius seemed to have an epiphany. That morning, he had been troubled over whether to share his 2 self-created soul skills with the other 7 families. Ultimately, he had been unable to decide. He wished to leave the choice in the hands of Furkalos and Violet, the ones who had developed those skills. By the way, my grandson, granddaughter-in-law, should we share those self-created soul skills with the other 7 families? The 8 illustrious families have been intertwined for millennia, and the secrets among us are few. However, 2 self-created soul techniques have emerged, one of which is exceedingly precious. Before Lexios could finish his statement, Violet paused momentarily and replied, Grandfather, you may decide this matter on your own. After all, it is not something of great value. For Violet and Furkalos, These two Tang sect secrets were indeed not considered treasures. Moreover, the significance of these techniques was negligible, akin to picking something off the ground. There was no need for discord over such trivialities. I find myself indecisive, which is why I sought your opinions. After all, it is you who retrieved this. Lake Xios admitted somewhat sheepishly. The treasure he cherished was, to Violet, of little consequence. Let us share it. We should not allow something so minor to complicate our hearts. Upon hearing this, Lake Xios regarded Violet with deep admiration, surprised that someone so young could grasp such wisdom. He reflected that if such trivial matters could cloud one's heart, leading the team would become quite troublesome. Very well. I had intended to meet with these old fellows during the annual gathering, but perhaps I should take a stroll beforehand. As time passed, night fell. After bidding farewell to Lake Xios, Violet and Fukulos returned to the Seoul Arena, where Fukulos had no pressing concerns, but Violet was to serve as a referee that evening. As night descended, Violet stepped onto the Seoul Arena once more, amidst a blend of joy and sorrow. Within Shrek Academy, everyone gathered around Dai Mubai's sickbed. He had barely recovered from his previous ailment before finding himself bedridden once more. Flander, what is going on? How could Xiao Bai end up in such a state? The speaker was Zhao Wuji, a towering figure standing less than 7 meters tall. He had been recuperating from injuries inflicted by Tang, Hao, and had only recently regained his strength. Witnessing Flander carrying the severely injured Dai Mubai back left Zhao Wuji in shock. Aside from Tang Hao, who dared to challenge a member of Shrek Academy in Soto City. Don't ask. What is done. Flander waved his hand dismissively, indicating his reluctance to elaborate. What good would it do to speak of it? Would they seek revenge against a title Douluo-level powerhouse? Not only Zhao Wuji, but the entire Shrek Academy combined would not suffice to contend with a single hand of such a being. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's expression soured, and he cast a disapproving glance at Flander. Flander, as the head of Xiao Bai's Academy and his teacher, are you truly so irresponsible? Zhao Wuji, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, felt a sense of injustice for Dai Mubai. It was known that despite their playful banter, Dai Mubai had always treated him with respect, often inviting Zhao Wuji for drinks and meals. It was only reasonable that he should lend support to Dai Mubai in his time of need. Old Zhao has a point. Flander, what precisely is the situation? Liu Zong interjecta. Seeing their eagerness for understanding and vengeance, Flander's eyes twitched slightly. If they sought revenge, he would provide them the opportunity. By the way, when you go seeking vengeance, please do not mention that you know me, Flander. The moment you step out of Shrek Academy, I will promptly make my escape. Flander stated expressionlessly, leaving Zhao Wuji and Li Yusong perplexed. What is happening? Flander recounted the entire sequence of events, having witnessed the ordeal in its entirety. He spoke without embellishment. Upon learning that Violet and Fukulos had the backing of a title Douluo, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, particularly Zhao Wuji, whose face darkened considerably. Had the adversary harbored any intent to kill, it was conceivable that Flander and Dai Mubai might have already been reduced to ashes, if not less. A collective gasp echoed through the room as they exchanged bewildered glances. My injuries are still not healed. I require further recuperation, Zhao Wuji announced. I must take my leave for now, as I find myself powerless in the face of such matters. He patted his head, still feeling the remnants of his afflictions. After speaking, he cast a lingering glance at Flander, as if reaching a resolution, and strode towards the dormitory without turning back. It was no surprise that Flander had arrived at such a decision. Why provoke those one could not afford to offend? Dai Mubai? Who was he to Zhao Wuji? In truth, should a situation arise, Zhao Wuji would not shy away. For now, Dai Mubai was alive, which was sufficient. Ahem, it seems rain is imminent. My rheumatism is flaring up. Oh, and I must gather my clothing. Li Yusong rambled as he unconsciously moved toward the door, hastily exiting without a backward glance. Dinner is still cooking. Where did I place my chessboard? As the others departed, Flander felt a wave of frustration. Could these individuals not exhibit a modicum of seriousness? Even at such a critical juncture, they continued to jest. Despite his insistence not to inquire further, they demanded answers, leaving him feeling devoid of the responsibility befitting a headmaster. Flander, you mentioned that title Douluo. Did the flames emanating from him warp the air? Yu Shaojiang inquired, his demeanor unchanged, yet his focus sharper than that of the others. Xiaojing, what are you implying? Nothing much. Please elaborate on the characteristics of that title Douluo in Wuhuan possession. I have a strong feeling that this individual is quite extraordinary. Yu Xiaojing replied calmly. Flanders' brow twitched. How many could reach the level of a title Douluo? You believe he is extraordinary? In response to his close friend's inquiry, Flander shared his insights. Though Yu Xiaojing's prowess was not on par with his own, his knowledge far surpassed that of Flander. Yu Xiaojing was the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sex leader and the current pope. That title Douluo, even in Wuhuan possession, emanated flames capable of warping the air, and the golden wings upon his back were likewise ablaze with golden flames. More accurately, they bore the hue of the sun, and, after listening to Flanders' account, Yu Xiaojing's gaze sharpened, his body trembling instinctively. I believe I may have discerned the nature of this illustrious being's Wuhuan. Such a Wuhuan has not graced Douluo Continent in many long years. If my assumptions are correct, this being's Wuhuan could either be the Jinwu Wuhuan, which rivals the purebred phoenix, or the legendary sun incarnation, the three-legged golden crow Wuhuan. Based on my estimations, this individual possesses one of the most formidable Wuhuan, the Jinwu, rather than the three-legged golden crow, as the human form could not possibly harbor the latter. Surprised by Yu Xiaojing's impressive deductions, Flander was taken aback. So, this noble individual is indeed so powerful? Xiaojing, do you know the title of this individual? I do not. Yu Xiaojing shook his head and spoke candidly. If it weren't for the library of the Spirit Hall, he wouldn't have even known what the Golden Crow Spirit was, let alone the existence of a title Douluo associated with it. Wait, something feels amiss. Flander, did you say they are from the soul-fighting arena? Yu Xiaojing inquired, puzzled. He was somewhat aware of the intelligence regarding the 8 great families. Among these factions, there shouldn't be a title Douluo. If they were indeed members of the 8 great families, why would they conceal the fact of possessing a title Douluo? Uncertain, but it was true that Violet was indeed a referee at the soul-fighting arena, and that nobleman was his grandfather, so they should belong to the arena. After a moment of contemplation, Flander replied, Is that so? Yu Xiaojing stroked his chin, lost in thought. He felt that they probably weren't from the soul-fighting arena. Sending their grandson, there was likely just a form of training, or perhaps that young man, named Violet, merely wished to have some fun at the arena. This must be the case. With Yu Xiaojing's intelligence, he wouldn't misjudge, regardless of whether they were from the arena or not, since they had already spared Mubai. It indicated that the matter was behind them. Flander exhaled deeply, saying, I'm exhausted, truly fatigued. Being a principal means living in constant fear of a titled Douluo, seeking trouble. This position is becoming increasingly burdensome for me. I am merely a humble soul sage. Hearing this, Yu Xiaojing refrained from commenting. The matter concerning Dai Mubai had little to do with him. As long as Tang San was unharmed, that was sufficient. Unbeknownst to Yu Xiaojing, his disciple Tang San had just endured a beating for Violet the previous night. After Yu Xiaojing departed, Ma Hongjun and Oscar walked in, bewildered, gazing at the unconscious Dai Mubai, still lying in bed, their eyes twitching. Dai Mubai had barely recovered from his illness just 2 days ago. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, remember, when you are out in the world, try your utmost to avoid causing trouble. After glancing at Dai Mubai, Flander spoke earnestly to the two. Principal, teacher, didn't you tell us that avoiding trouble is a sign of mediocrity? Oscar and Ma Hongjun blurted out without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing this, Flander's expression darkened further. Avoiding trouble is indeed a sign of mediocrity, but causing trouble recklessly is sheer foolishness. Is it that these fellows possess no understanding whatsoever? Can't they pick on those without a strong background or those weaker than themselves? This is the consequence of recklessly causing trouble. Flander pointed at Dai Mubai and continued. He provoked individuals he shouldn't have, and I could only stand there, helplessly watching Dai Mubai endure the beating, being schooled like a grandson. I didn't even dare to speak loudly. Do you know why? After a 2-second pause, Flander resumed, because I am not as skilled as they are. They are the pinnacle of existence on the continent, and their spirit is equally supreme, and I simply cannot afford to offend them, because my strength is inferior. You are equally in the same predicament. Dai Mubai was beaten by someone who appears even younger than him. Do you realize? Even I feel inferior in the presence of that young lady. She is both kind and ruthless. To call her kind is because she let us go, even when she had the chance to destroy all evidence. To call her ruthless, do you know how long Dai Mubai was beaten? A full 3 hours. When Dai Mubai was gravely injured, she waited until he had somewhat recovered before continuing to strike. Just thinking about that scene sends shivers down my spine. What kind of criminal deserves to be treated in such a manner? Ma Hongjun and Oscar trembled in fear, their eyes filled with terror. It was too terrifying, truly too terrifying. Dai Mubai was suffering a fate worse than death. No wonder the principal hastily revised the school regulations overnight. It turns out it was for this reason. Principal, teacher, we understand. We will absolutely avoid causing trouble. The two quickly nodded, committing this lesson to memory. Shrek Academy's reputation had never been stellar. And due to this school regulation, for the past 20 years, each class of students had inevitably stirred up trouble in the vicinity of Soto City. Little by little, Shrek's reputation had naturally suffered. The City Lord's mansion and the Spirit Hall wished to intervene, but Shrek Academy's combat strength was too formidable. It wasn't worth offending these powerful individuals over trivial matters. Thus, as long as it wasn't a matter of murder or arson, they would turn a blind eye and refrain from intervening. If they really needed to take action, the Spirit Hall was not without its soul de law and title de law. The Spirit Hall could dispatch a few soul sages to resolve issues, but these minor matters simply did not warrant the attention of such esteemed individuals. The City Lord Mansion could only watch helplessly. This was one of the reasons why Shrek Academy had thrived until now. The students of Shrek maintained a code of conduct, to cause trouble but not to kill or commit arson. As long as you understand my concerns. It was my fault for being overly presumptuous in the past. I made a mistake thinking that in a small place like Soto City, there couldn't be stronger individuals than us. Who knows why these powerful figures prefer to hide in such small towns? Flander was genuinely exhausted. In the Soto City area, it was rare to encounter a soul emperor, yet he had stumbled upon a title Daw with 9 spirit rings. In the future, let us try to stir up less trouble. I, Flander, cannot bear it. Yes, principal, teacher. After a while, Ma Hongjun and Oscar solemnly exited the room, realizing for the first time that their fearless principal also had moments of fear. Witnessing this scene, the two felt as if the sky had fallen. After all, Flander was the strongest person they had ever encountered, a rank 78 soul sage. Just then, an overwhelming aura of sword intent descended from the heavens. An elder clad in a white robe, standing atop a massive sword, glared fiercely below, exuding a menacing presence. The entire Shrek Academy was stunned. Dai Mubai remained unconscious and unresponsive. Flander, bring Dai Mubai out immediately. The elder roared, his voice resonating throughout the entire Shrek Academy. This small Shrek Academy had allowed his precious granddaughter to suffer grievances. How could he possibly refrain from seeking redress? Upon returning to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, and Gu Rong were all in shock. This young lady had attempted to recruit a genius for the first time. And what was the outcome? She had brought back someone who could potentially become the future queen of the Star Luo Empire. Even if the third prince's hopes were slim or perhaps non-existent, it was still a possibility, even if it were just a 1 in 10,000 chance. However, now that she had come, it was impossible to send her back. How would the world perceive the 7-treasure glazed tile school if they invited someone in and then expelled them? What kind of message would that send? Because of this matter, the three held a meeting, and sending Zhu Zhuqing away was simply out of the question. Not only that, but they also had to fulfill the promises made to Zhu Zhuqing. The 7-treasure glazed tile school valued integrity above all else. Ultimately, after much deliberation, the trio decided that the Sword Law would embark on a journey to the Star Luo Empire to deliver a significant gift, while also elucidating the circumstances surrounding the matter. This time, the 7-treasures glazed tile school might not experience a substantial financial loss, but it was still considerable. Consequently, Ning Rongrong was placed under house arrest, forbidden to leave until she attained the rank of Soul Master, whereas Zhu Zhuqing enjoyed the privileges of an intersect disciple, being a prodigy that the 7-treasures glazed tile school desperately needed. Once Zhu Zhuqing's situation was resolved, Chen Xian finally had the opportunity to confront Shrek Academy. It was imperative for the 7-treasures glazed tile school to have a title de law present. As the sect master, Ning Fengji required the protection of a title de law whenever he ventured out. During this period, Ning Fengji, the sect master, was effectively under house arrest himself and unable to leave. Feeling the overwhelming sword intent, the members of Shrek were bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't Dai Mubai offended a titled Douluo who wielded flames? What then was the nature of this swordsman? Only Flanders and Yu Xiaojing vaguely discerned the identity of the visitor. Flanders wore a bitter smile as he glanced at Dai Mubai, and then took him, bed and all, outside. Under the presence of the sword law, I am Flanders. And this individual reclining is a student of Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai. Upon seeing this, Qian Renxue, somewhat perplexed, descended to the ground. He scrutinized Dai Mubai and then Flanders. Wasn't it true that Rongrong had mentioned they had beaten Dai Mubai severely before leaving Shrek Academy? It had been over a month. How could Dai Mubai's injuries still be so grave? The medical conditions here seem rather inadequate. After a moment, Qian Renxue finally spoke quietly. Flanders interjected. No. The injuries of this young man must have been inflicted only a few hours ago. They cannot be connected to Rongrong and her companions. Qian Renxue, being a title de law, discerned the matter with keen observation. This injury could not possibly have occurred over a month ago. To be frank, Your Excellency, Mubai's injuries were sustained just the day before yesterday, and today he encountered a mishap that led to this condition, Flanders stated truthfully. Upon hearing this, Qian Renxue's eyes twitched, and his mouth opened slightly, as if wanting to say something, yet found himself at a loss for words. Was this young prince of the star, Luo Empire, truly so reckless? Qian Renxue's intentions were not to kill, but rather to teach a lesson to this unruly third prince. He never anticipated his arrival would be so late. This prince had nearly been beaten to death. Qian Renxue regarded Dai Mubai, then Flanders, and quietly declared, I have come here to seek justice for my granddaughter. My granddaughter is not someone to be bullied. Since this young man has been harmed, I cannot leave empty-handed. Otherwise, I would become a laughingstock. Therefore, allow you, the academy head, to take his place. A lack of discipline falls on the teacher. The primary issue lies with you, Flanders. Upon hearing this, Flanders, who had hoped for a fortunate outcome, resigned himself to his fate. The 7 killing thunder strikes, and with one sword, the heavens are cleaved. Flanders was paralyzed with shock. Great Lord, how could a mere soul sage be worthy of your soul skills? This was not merely an attempt to educate me. It was a threat to my life, wasn't it? Initially, Qian Renxue had indeed intended to obliterate Shrek Academy, for such a deceitful institution should not exist. However, considering that Dai Mubai, this useless prince, was currently enrolled at Shrek Academy and that the entire affair stemmed from him, it was impossible for Qian Renxue to openly kill Dai Mubai in this state, as that would lead to significant repercussions. Nonetheless, it was essential to teach Flanders a lesson, to discipline and deter. He aimed to make it known that Ning Rongrong was not someone to be trifled with. The 7 killing thunder strikes, and with one sword. The heavens are cleaved. In an instant, sword energy surged for 300 meters, enveloping a significant portion of Shrek Academy in Qian Renxue's sword aura. Subsequently, the sword energy soared into the sky, transforming into a blade composed of pure sword energy. Flanders felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat pouring from him as his legs trembled uncontrollably. His expression was somewhat dazed. Was this the extent of a titled Douluo's power? The mere aura was far beyond what these soul sages could contend with. Flee! Flanders wished to escape, yet his body remained rooted to the spot. He understood that if the other party merely intended to teach him a lesson, there might be a chance for survival. However, if he, Flanders, attempted to flee, there would be no hope of survival. The teachers and students of Shrek Academy collectively gasped in shock. This was their first encounter with a titled Douluo's display of power. Wait, wasn't the target of this titled Douluo's attack their headmaster, Flanders? With Qian Renxue's words, the colossal sword sliced through the sky, descending towards Flanders. The words were slow, yet the action was swift. Flanders stood frozen, utterly devoid of any inclination to resist, even less daring to move. What if the Lord's sword veered slightly and took his life? It felt as though an eternity passed, though it was merely an instant. As the massive sword descended upon Flanders' right arm. As it severed Flanders' right arm, a trench approximately 100 meters long appeared within Shrek Academy. I sever your arm as punishment. Should you disagree, you may seek me at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School at any time. Qian Renxue stated with indifference before making his exit. He cast one last, deep glance at Dai Mubai, Recognizing that the young man's fate was sealed, after a moment's contemplation, he ultimately abandoned the idea of teaching Dai Mubai a lesson. With that, he soared away on his sword. Headmaster, Teacher Flanders, are you all right? After Qian Renxue departed, Zhao Wujin, Li Yusong, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar approached, their faces pale, clearly shaken by the encounter. Flanders remained silent, staring blankly in the direction Qian Renxue had left. Many years later, as Flanders lived in seclusion in the mountains, he would often think back to this day, wishing he could slap himself twice. Why preach such twisted doctrines? When the students stirred up trouble, he, as the headmaster, was too feeble to manage it. On that day, he had faced not one, but two titled Douluos, feeling the threat of death looming over him. In truth, from the very beginning, he should never have established Shrek Academy. Flanders muttered to himself. Qian Renxue's sword had been so swift that he could hardly react. Yet, it was precisely because it was so fast that even now, he felt no pain from the severed arm. As a sole master, losing a right arm would not affect his cultivation, but his combat prowess had significantly diminished. Furthermore, future breakthroughs in cultivation would be notably slower than before. I am fine. Your Excellency Qian Renxue was merciful, Flanders said, his demeanor unchanged. As for seeking vengeance against Qian Renxue, he would never have that opportunity. After all, the man was a renowned sword de law with a soul power level of 96. What was Flanders in comparison? What a title Douluo this is. Before Ma Hongjun could voice his outrage, Flanders barked, Hongjun, mind your words. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun quickly covered his mouth to silence himself. He had not anticipated that their teacher would be imparting lessons on avoiding unnecessary trouble one moment, only to have a parent arrive and swiftly sever his teacher's arm the next. Alas, Xiao Renxue, please assist Flanders in staunching the bleeding and bandaging his wound. Zhao Wujin sighed, acknowledging that their opponent was a titled de law and that even if they wished to assist, they were powerless to do so. The other party clearly would not heed the words of these weaklings. Breaking one of Flanders' hands could be considered a show of mercy. Zhao Wuja lowered his gaze at the trench that stretched over 100 meters, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This was far beyond the capabilities of a soul sage. Even a soul Douluo would struggle against such a foe. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji appeared to recall something and turned to Oscar, who looked somewhat dazed, and inquired, Oscar, where are Tang San and Xiao Wu? When Dai Mubai was gravely injured and sent back by Flandra, the two had not been seen. Now, with a titled Douluo threatening their academy, their absence was perplexing. Could they have fled like Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing? Hearing this, Oscar snapped back to reality. Teacher Zhao. I don't know. I've been with Ma Hongjun all day, he replied instinctively, genuinely unaware of the whereabouts of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Yuxigang, who had been silent and visibly conflicted, changed expression upon hearing Tang San's name. Indeed, where was Tang San? Although he felt heartbroken over Flanders' injury, he felt powerless. However, Tang San could not afford to be in any danger. Quick, let's check the dormitory. Yuxigang urged. Anyone could encounter misfortune, but his hope, his creation, his disciple, must not be harmed. With such a ruckus, even the deepest sleeper would have awakened. Zhao Wujin muttered, somewhat exasperated. Tang San could not escape. He had yet to avenge himself against Zhao Wujia. Is there still no sign from Xiao Wu and Tang San? When Qian Renxue set foot in Shrek Academy, they were already aware of that chilling sword aura. How could they possibly be oblivious? Xiao Wu dared not step out of the dormitory, trembling beneath the bed. That was the aura of a titled Douluo. If discovered by a titled Douluo, her fate would be sealed. Tang San remained at the door of Xiao Wu's dormitory, his right hand wielding the blue-silver grass martial soul, ready to prove he could protect Xiao Wu against such an adversary. Xiao Wu, I will protect you. Do not be afraid and do not come out, he reassured her, standing steadfastly at the threshold as the formidable enemy approached. Suddenly, the enemy's sword struck, rendering Tang San motionless. Having lived on the Douluo Continent for many years, this was the first time he had encountered such a powerful being. The terror radiating from afar was palpable. Can I truly safeguard Xiao Wu? He pondered, glancing back at the door, his body trembling uncontrollably. He felt both exhilarated and frightened. Such strength existed in the world. As a proud child of heaven, he believed he could someday surpass it. Yet, the fear stemmed from the realization that if such a being chose to erase him now, there would be no future. Faced with such a terrifying sword strike, he muttered, "This must be a title-level powerhouse, the very stuff of legends." Growing up in Holy Soul Village, Tang San had heard countless tales of soul sages. And if a soul sage could be remembered for over a century, then a living title Douluo was nothing short of a myth. After a prolonged wait, seeing that the title Douluo seemed to have departed, Tang San finally retracted his martial soul and exhaled in relief. It was fortunate not to confront such a strong enemy. He was currently unable to defeat even a soul Zune of the same level, that Violet, let alone such a powerful foe. Of course, Tang San refused to admit defeat to that Violet. He merely believed that Violet had ambushed him, acting dishonorably. To strike from a position of advantage and then ambush was the mark of a scoundrel. Were it not for that, he would never have lost. Glancing at the door once more, and noting it remained firmly shut, Tang San expressed his disappointment. Is Xiao Wu still unwilling to come out? In exasperation, he shook his head and was about to investigate what had transpired when the dormitory door creaked open. The sound of the wooden door caused Tang San to instinctively turn around, locking eyes with Xiao Wu standing at the entrance. Her gaze toward him was complex, difficult to articulate. She was at a loss for words regarding his actions. If he feared for her safety, why not impart to her the self-created soul techniques and powerful hidden weapons, instead of merely gifting her the weakest sleeve arrow? Yet, every time danger approached, Tang San would always protect her. His vow remained unbroken. When the title Douluo attacked, Tang San had no idea what kind of opponent he was facing, yet he was prepared to shield her. To claim that she wasn't touched would be disingenuous. Alas, everything had changed irreversibly. Tang San observed Xiao Wu, who appeared somewhat haggard, and exclaimed, "Xiao Wu, you've finally decided to come out." Suddenly recalling something, Tang San rushed to her side and asked, "Xiao Wu, why have you been hiding from me? What happened? Why are you returning this sleeve arrow to me? I gifted you this for your protection." His face was a mixture of confusion and frantic urgency. He had waited nearly a day just to uncover the truth. The sleeve arrow in his hand was the first hidden weapon he had crafted, a token he had given to his beloved sister, Xiao Wu. Now that it had returned to him, did this signal the severing of their bond? His vow to protect her had become his obsession, and now Xiao Wu appeared to no longer require his protection, leaving Tang San in a state of disbelief. It must be because of that Violet. If it weren't for his presence, Xiao Wu would not have changed so drastically. Xiao Wu appeared numb, her eyes twitching. A sleeve arrow? You call this a life-saving object? Tang San's assertion that this was her safeguard was met with skepticism. Could this trinket truly save her life in a critical moment? Without waiting for Xiao Wu to respond, Tang San continued, "Is it because of that Violet? Tell me, is he the reason for your treatment of me?" As Tang San grew increasingly frantic, Xiao Wu calmly shook her head. Was it truly because of that Violet? No, she had no connection with him. Seeing him felt like encountering a kindred spirit, prompting her desire to converse with him about surviving in this human society. Regarding that Violet, Xiao Wu felt no affection or love. It was purely due to their shared heritage, even if he was of a higher status. Tang San, this matter has nothing to do with that Violet. You truly do not understand what I need. You have no idea my circumstances. The enemy I must face cannot be resolved with a mere sleeve arrow. Can this object really protect me? Perhaps it would be better if I returned it to you, Xiao Wu stated with indifference, her expression unchanged. Upon hearing this, Tang San was momentarily stunned, glancing at Xiao Wu and then at the sleeve arrow in his hand. Suddenly enlightened, he recalled the day they swore brotherhood. When Xiao Wu had posed a question, "If many people were to kill me, what would you do?" Without hesitation, he had replied, "Then let them tread over my corpse." Xiao Wu's tone suggests that the adversaries she must confront are exceedingly formidable. Tang San's eyes twitched slightly. While the hidden dart is not the most inferior of weapons, it is certainly not of exceptional quality. Despite having forged numerous pieces of equipment, Xiao Wu still resorts to her initial gear. It's remarkable that she can maintain her composure. "Xiao Wu, it's not that I refuse to provide you with more formidable weapons. It's merely that your temperament is inherently volatile. What if, in a fit of rage, you were to use a powerful weapon to harm someone?" Tang San earnestly pleaded, considering the greater good of humanity. Xiao Wu cast a few glances at Tang San, her lips parting as if to speak, yet hesitating. Who, during the soul battle, insisted on killing even after the opponent had conceded? Who, during the assessment, unleashed a barrage of hidden weapons? When you, Tang San, employ hidden weapons. They're deemed a part of your strength. Yet, when I use them, the concern is about potentially injuring someone. Enough. After a pause, Xiao Wu finally erupted in anger, storming back into her room and slamming the door shut. Tang San stood bewildered, staring at the closed door, pondering if he had uttered something amiss. Why was Xiao Wu so infuriated? Reflecting on their earlier conversation, Tang San fell into contemplation. He was justified, considering the welfare of all beings. The use of hidden weapons should be minimized, especially the more powerful ones, which could lead to grievous consequences. In the original narrative, after defeating the Spirit Empire, Tang San destroyed the Zhuge God crossbow, produced due to the war. Such a weapon, remaining in the Heaven Do Empire, would be a source of calamity. Wait, Xiao Wu mentioned her circumstances and the enemies she faces? Suddenly, Tang San's eyes brightened, and he called out to the door. Xiao Wu, would you kindly share with me what manner of foe you are up against? The scene shifts to the Soul Battle Arena. Fukulos sat alone in a private box. Observing the judge, Valit, below, a faint smile graced her lips. As for Dai Mubai, she regarded him as inconsequential, merely an irrelevant figure. If he were to become a nuisance, she would have no qualms about eliminating him. As time elapsed, nearing midnight, the competition finally concluded. Once the audience dispersed, Valit entered the box. How was today's outcome? He inquired. It was satisfactory. The enhancement rate was somewhat slower in the absence of the main cast, but over time, the improvement is significant, Fukulos replied thoughtfully. We have ample time, do we not? Indeed, Valit agreed. Without the curse of wear and tear imposed by the heavens, both the demon god and the dragon king possess infinite lifespans. They may be vanquished in battle, yet dying of old age is nearly impossible, particularly for apex elemental beings like the dragon king, who only grow stronger with age. Pray tell, the charming and slippery Miss Fukulos, would you care for a late-night snack? Isn't it the gentleman's prerogative to make such decisions, Mr. Valit? Oh, I had forgotten. You're still quite young, Fukulos replied, covering her face with a hand and laughing. Valit's forehead twitched in annoyance. This girl was truly a handful. After assisting Fukulos in changing her shoes, he picked her up in a princess carry. In that case, I shall take the liberty of deciding. Put me down. This is quite embarrassing. I have no such qualms. The pair exited the Soul Battle Arena, and the surrounding lights had dimmed significantly, with only a few passers-by on the streets. However, there remained a considerable number of late-night diners, particularly those who had just left the arena, which explained why many nearby establishments were still open at such an hour. Valit mused, glancing sideways at Fukulos as they walked shoulder to shoulder, ensuring there was no obstruction to their line of sight. Hu Tao is a saint, and Fukulos is hardly inferior. This will not do. We must find a way to rid Fukulos of her saintly title. Valit himself is unconcerned, but one must not neglect education, nor allow hardship to burden the children. I believe I have an idea of what we should eat tonight, Valit murmured. Fukulos sensed a peculiar intensity in Valit's gaze, and an ominous premonition washed over her. Confused, she glanced at him and noticed his expression was unchanged, as if nothing were amiss, deepening her bewilderment. What is going on? Valit, what were you just thinking? Nothing at all, Valit replied, his demeanor unflustered. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he hastily added, Oh, I was considering what to eat. By the way, that fruit platter over there seems delightful. Is it? Fukulos questioned. Her eyes filled with skepticism. She had a nagging feeling that things were not as simple as they appeared. Indeed, that is precisely what I was thinking. Very well, let's go and sample it. As is widely known, deities possess no currency. The water god, in an attempt to escape this predicament, relinquished his divine status. Thus, Fukulos currently possessed golden soul coins, including those from Valit and a meeting gift from the elder, Likeshas, enough for an ordinary person to live comfortably for several lifetimes. The pair did not walk far before arriving at a modest fruit shop. At that moment, a few young gentlemen and 2 lovely ladies were already present. Apart from them, there was no one else. Sir, madam, may I assist you with anything? The shopkeeper inquired eagerly upon their arrival. As soon as he finished speaking, he scrutinized Valit closely and exclaimed, Lord Valit, greetings. I nearly failed to recognize you. I am your admirer. Upon hearing this, the young men and women in the shop turned their attention to Valit. To be addressed in such a manner by the shopkeeper, especially in close proximity to the Soul Battle Arena, suggested that a notable figure had arrived. Though they had heard Valid's name in recent days, they had not delved deeply into it. After all, he was merely a local celebrity. How formidable could he truly be? Yet, he now stood before them, compelling their attention. Valid thought, observing the middle-aged man in his 40s. His fans were typically young maidens, not this man. I am honored to have your recognition. Thank you. Please prepare a papaya juice, a papaya platter, and a papaya for me, he requested. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, realizing he was genuinely being appreciated by a celebrity. Previously, those high-ranking individuals rarely displayed such politeness as Valid did. The shopkeeper quickly noted Valid's specific requests. He felt no issues with it. But Fukulo's expression grew increasingly peculiar as she glanced down at her toes, realizing perhaps there was some necessity after all. Lastly, a glass of plain water will suffice. The other items are for Fukulo's. This plain water is mine. Very well, Lord Valid. Please take a seat while I arrange your order. The shopkeeper promptly scurried to the kitchen. Indeed, to the kitchen. The fruits sold here resemble a platter of delicacies rather than whole, unprocessed fruits. They are, in fact, meticulously prepared. In this setting, Navalit and Ficaros leisurely found a spot to sit. Boss, I can't quite explain it, but I have an overwhelming sense that Navalit is incredibly formidable, one remarked. Yufeng, you speak the truth. I share that sentiment, and it is quite pronounced. It feels as though he sits there like an embodiment of terror, leaving me with little courage. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged puzzled glances. They were members of the Royal Combat Team, and the so-called captain was none other than the direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the grandson of the clan leader, Yuena. Qianheng, you cannot be serious. Another voiced. Yinzi, I never joke about such matters. You know this, Qianheng replied gravely, his gaze fixed on Navalit. The presence of this individual was reminiscent of facing his grandfather, akin to confronting a superior being, which stirred a tremor within his martial soul. It was perplexing, for he possessed the world's most powerful beast martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Although their voices were hushed, Navalit and Ficaros could still discern the murmurs. Ficaros winked at Navalit, as if to say, they're speaking of you. Navalit shrugged, deeming the chatter inconsequential, asserting that the comments were not malicious. Yet, Qianheng's countenance grew increasingly serious. As a level 39 Battle Soul Sovereign, he had few rivals among his peers. Navalit appeared slightly younger, yet the pressure he exuded was even more formidable than that of his grandfather, Yuena, which was decidedly unsettling. The martial soul does not deceive. He trusted its judgment. Suddenly, Qianheng rose and, under the curious gazes of his comrades, approached Navalit and Ficaros. Wow, truly the boss. Is he going to provoke them? Yufeng exclaimed, for in his eyes, Qianheng represented the pinnacle of strength among his peers. Previously, he had intended to convey that the opposing party was indeed powerful. However, at this moment, he sought to prove his own worth. Surely not. Qianheng is not that type, Dugian interjected, shaking her head. As the most distinguished member of the Tiando Royal Academy and the grandson of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's leader, Qianheng, though proud, had the merit to back it up. In truth, every member of the Royal Combat Team was equally proud. Only the finest individuals made it into such a prestigious group. Yen, what do you mean? Du Guyen cast a fleeting glance at Yufeng, her expression indifferent. Ah, yes. The boss is not that kind of person. Yufeng's back chilled, and cold sweat broke out. After all, Du Guyen was a soul sage, the first among them to reach such a level. Even if Du Guyen had not attained it, Yufeng was no match for her. The distance between them was short, and within mere seconds, Qianheng stood before Navalit and Ficaros. Greetings, Navalit. I am Qianheng, wielding the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul, a level 39 powerful attack-type Battle Soul Sovereign. I seek your guidance. Please accept my challenge so that I may understand the extent of our disparity. Qianheng declared resolutely, his body trembling slightly. Yet family honor compelled him forward. To falter before the third-rank sect and the world's foremost beast martial soul would invite ridicule. His pride and the honor of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would not allow such a display. Apologies, young Master Qianheng, but I am not skilled in combat and harbor no fondness for it. I am merely an unremarkable judge, Navalit replied, shaking his head with an unchanging demeanor. Upon hearing this, Ficaros suddenly turned to Navalit, her eyes widening in disbelief, her lips parting as if to speak, but hesitating. Navalet claims he is not adept at fighting? Ha ha! What a curious claim. Who taught him such nonsense? Even little Navalet resorts to lying. The members of the royal combat team, including Yu Qianheng, were momentarily taken aback. Not skilled in combat and not fond of it, but you are a judge in the spirit arena. After a brief pause, Yu Qianheng continued, Navalet, I implore you to engage in a spar with me. I merely wish to ascertain the magnitude of our differences. Should you refuse, do not blame me for taking action. This child is remarkably stubborn. Does he require a thrashing before he concedes? Nabilet Muset. Yu Qianheng's implication was clear. Unless you strike me first, I shall take the initiative. Navalet, it is merely a spar. Fear not, the boss will not harm you. Yu Feng interjected cheerfully, having not considered the potential consequences should Yu Qianheng falter. Young man, Tianheng's temperament is indeed obstinate. You might as well indulge him in a match. Should you emerge victorious, I shall treat you to the toxic wine brewed by the titled Douluo. Dugu Yin stated with a faint smile, sending chills through the onlookers. Wine brewed by the titled Douluo? The members of the royal combat team instinctively recoiled, their expressions shifting as they regarded Dugu Yin. For her grandfather's wine was not meant for the likes of low-ranking soul masters. Not even soul sage-level individuals dared to partake in the drink of Dugu Bo. Since Miss Dugu has extended the invitation, I shall accept this spar. Oh, you know me? Dugu Yin remarked, puzzled by Navalet's recognition. For she had been consolidating her soul power since arriving in Soto City and had not participated in any matches. Yet this Navalet was able to call her by name. Though this is indeed our first encounter, I have had the pleasure of meeting the esteemed Mr. Dugu Bo, Navalet replied, his countenance steady. His statement was entirely accurate. This was his first genuine meeting with a real Dugu Yin, and he had indeed crossed paths with Dugu Bo. He had only recently returned from the Eye of Ice and Fire. This revelation left the members of the royal combat team in stunned silence. The striking young man had connections to Dugu Bo. What impressive background. Despite being classmates and comrades with Dugu Yin, Dugu Bo had never acknowledged their presence. You know my grandfather? Dugu Yin exclaimed, astonished and incredulous. Indeed, Mr. Dugu Bo is watching from the shadows, Navalet calmly stated, as the eyes of Dugu Yin and her companions widened in confusion. Yes, Dugu Bo was indeed present. After Dugu Yin had consumed the Earth Dragon Gold Melon, her soul power had surged to level 40, and her martial soul had undergone evolution. After acquiring the Soul Ring with the assistance of Dugu Yin, he remained unsettled regarding his granddaughter's well-being. Thus, he discreetly followed her to observe any potential changes, ultimately arriving in Soto City. Haha, my young friend. Children are often unaware of the world. Why should you take offense? Dugu Bo chuckled heartily as he emerged from the shadows. He was perplexed about how Violet had discerned his presence, especially since they had never met. Yet he recalled the ice and fire Yin Yang well, a place he had never visited, yet somehow she was aware of the celestial treasures within that could heal both him and Dugu Yin. Though bewildered, Dugu Bo chose not to dwell on it further. Dressed in emerald light armor, as he stepped forward, the members of the royal fighting team were momentarily stunned. Do you think the Soul Arena is your family's establishment? It appeared that Violet not only recognized Dugu Bo, but seemed quite familiar with him. Wasn't it said that they had only met once? The poisoned Douluo, Dugu Bo coldly scoffed, showing no regard for Yu Qianheng. Is your strength greater than Yan's? Do you possess the capability to protect her? Yu Qianheng was taken aback, his mouth agape, struggling to find words. Indeed, his current strength was not on par with Dugu Yan's, and Dugu Bo's remarks left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Grandfather, Tianheng is very diligent. Dugu Yin interjected, gently shaking Dugu Bo's arm with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Dugu Bo shifted his gaze from Violet to Dugu Yin. Ah, old man cannot help but worry about you. He sighed, affectionately ruffling Dugu Yan's hair. I have grown up. Moreover, Tianheng will protect me, right? Isn't that so, Tianheng? Dugu Yin quickly winked at the somewhat dazed Yu Qianheng. Rest assured, Your Excellency, I, Yu Qianheng, will certainly take good care of Yin. He responded earnestly and respectfully. Dugu Bo had always opposed the relationship between Yu Qianheng and Dugu Yin, a fact that Yu Qianheng had never quite understood. Born into a prestigious family, he possessed formidable strength, unmatched among his peers, good looks, and commendable character. Yet, Dugu Bo remained steadfast in his disapproval of this union. Dugu Bo scoffed again, showing no courtesy to Yu Qianheng. Can you truly protect Yin? Yu Qianheng hesitated, his fists clenched tightly, as if making a resolution. Your Excellency, while my current strength may not surpass that of Yin, I will strive to improve. I will protect her, and anyone who wishes to harm her will have to step over my corpse. Douluo raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Is that supposed to be touching? Merely the roar of the weak. If anything were to happen to Yin, I would be the first to eliminate you. He rolled his eyes, dismissing Yu Tianheng's bravado as ineffectual. Ignoring the forlorn expressions of Yu Tianheng and Yin, Douluo turned to Violet and remarked, "My young friend, it has been a month, and your charisma has only intensified. A month prior, Violet had exuded an air of threat, but today, that impression had evolved into something far more complex. Old Mr. Douluo, you jest. Please have a seat. By the way, young master Yu, our sparring will need to wait for a while. Shall we proceed after our meal?" His inquiry to Yu Tianheng was more a statement of intent. Yu Tianheng hesitated, glancing between Douluo and Violet. What do you mean by that? To receive guidance from my young friend is a privilege. Douluo chimed in, taking a seat opposite Violet. Yu Tianheng felt a wave of despair wash over him, realizing that if he had known of Douluo's acquaintance with Violet, he would have refrained from coming. With no turning back, he nodded in agreement, eager to discover the true extent of Violet's abilities that warranted such praise from Douluo. As time passed, when the proprietor finally brought out the food, he felt a sense of confusion regarding the atmosphere. Although he found it odd, as an ordinary person, he dared not inquire further. About 15 minutes later, Fukulos finished her meal, having consumed only papaya, and Violet produced a delicate little cake from his storage soul guide. "Lady Fukulos, I hope you enjoy this. I wonder if you like it?" The scene left the entire royal fighting team and Douluo in bewilderment, as if they were being served meager rations at night. "I thought you would eat secretly at night. I didn't realize it was prepared for me," Fukulos exclaimed with a smile as she accepted the small cake. "Come, let's not waste time. This cake is best enjoyed while watching the sparring match." Upon hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief, realizing that so many had awaited her meal. Who exactly was this Fukulos? The relationship between Violet and her seemed quite extraordinary. When it came time to settle the bill, the proprietor hastily declined, claiming to be a fan of Violet and offering the meal on the house. "Thank you for your kindness, but I cannot accept something for nothing. Here are 2 gold soul coins, which should cover the cost of this meal." Violet placed the coins down and departed with Fukulos. "My lord, that is too generous. Please let the bill remain on the account. We shall return," the proprietor exclaimed, astonished that Violet would return to his small establishment. After the group exited the shop and observed Violet and Fukulos heading towards the Soul Arena, Yufeng quickly interjected, "Violet, you're going the wrong way. The Soul Arena is currently closed. If they wish to spar, they could only venture outside the city and find a suitable location." After hearing this, Violet and Fukulos paused, having overlooked that detail. However, it seemed of little consequence. "No worries. Simply follow me to the Soul Arena." Violet waved his hand dismissively. "Do you think the Soul Arena is your family's establishment? Just because you ask them to open, they will—" Yufeng muttered under his breath. However, who among them was not a formidable soul master? There was even a titled Douluo present. Who could not hear his words? Before Violet could respond, Douluo patted Yufeng on the shoulder and said, "Your name is Yufeng, correct?" The pat nearly caused Yufeng's soul to leave his body, leaving him pale with fear. After all, this was a titled Douluo, known for his peculiar temperament. The poisoned Douluo. He showed no regard for his granddaughter's boyfriend, let alone someone as insignificant as Yufeng. "Your Excellency, yes, I am Yufeng," he stammered. Remarkably, the Soul Arena is indeed managed by Violet's family. Yufeng. Everyone. Upon hearing these words, the crowd cast a scrutinizing glance at Violet, reflecting on the events that had transpired in the Soul Arena over the past few days. Ultimately, they exchanged sympathetic looks towards Yu Tianheng. Could it be that their captain might meet his demise? Was this truly the method to resolve their conflicts? When Violet and Fukulos, accompanied by a group, arrived at the Soul Arena, the staff, guards, were momentarily taken aback, yet they allowed entry. They casually selected the nearest platform, and the staff promptly illuminated the arena lights. It was unclear who had leaked the information, but word spread that Violet would engage in a spar with the captain of the Imperial battle team. Even before either side had taken the stage, staff members began to assemble at the arena. Indeed, the young master was formidable, privately inviting the opposing captain for a duel. If he could injure Yu Tianheng, the likelihood of victory for the Imperial battle team in the ensuing team competition would significantly increase. What a clever strategy. In awe of the unfolding events, the staff marveled at Valet's prowess. I have only witnessed Valet in action once, and it was nothing short of breathtaking. Were you referring to the incident when he thwarted that third contender? Precisely. Valet, possessing the strength of a soul master, exhibited a speed surpassing that of a soul sovereign, which enabled him to rescue the Iron Blood duo. Silence fell as one exclaimed, "This marks Valet's inaugural spar in the soul arena. Let us observe his magnificence closely. I am but a humble admirer of the illustrious Valet." Yet, amidst the admiration, the members of the Imperial battle team exchanged glances, wondering if the staff were merely flattering them due to Valet's status as the young master of the arena. They were eager to see the young man praised by the poisoned Douluo exhibit his true abilities. Only Yu Qianheng felt the weight of genuine pressure. Initially, Yu Qianheng sought to comprehend the disparity between himself and Valet, resorting to underhanded tactics to compel Valet into this duel. However, the more he learned, the more he was filled with trepidation. Coughing lightly, one declared, "We are in the soul arena. How can there be a duel without a wager? Who among you would like to bet? I wager on Valet's victory." The crowd fell silent. Hearing such words only deepened Yu Qianheng's uncertainty. Just how formidable was Valet? A soul sovereign? That was inconceivable. Carrying such thoughts, Yu Qianheng ascended the platform, where Valet awaited him. "Young master Yu, I am not particularly skilled in combat. But since you insist on this spar, I cannot refuse. Here is my proposition. If you can shatter my self-created soul skill, or if the entire Imperial battle team joins forces and succeeds in overcoming it, you shall be deemed the victor." Valet stated impassively, not out of disdain for Yu Qianheng, but rather due to the vast chasm between their strengths. Upon hearing this, Yu Qianheng was momentarily stunned. Disbelief etched upon his pale visage. His eyes widened in astonishment, and upon regaining his composure, he was consumed by anger. What did he mean by suggesting that defeating Valet's self-created soul skill would suffice for victory? And what was this about the entire Imperial battle team joining forces? Moreover, how could he claim not to be adept at combat? "Do you look down upon me?" Yu Qianheng queried, bewildered. "I apologize, young master Yu. I did not intend to belittle you. Perhaps my words have led to a misunderstanding. Let me clarify. Should you all join the arena, if you can shatter my self-created soul skill, that would count as your victory." Yu Qianheng felt utterly demoralized. Was this not an affront to his abilities? Even if Valet was powerful, surely he would not demean him in such a manner. Clenching his fists tightly, his teeth nearly grinding together, he declared vehemently, "No need. I alone am sufficient. Are you certain you do not require assistance, young master Yu?" Valet inquired, his expression peculiar. It felt as if Yu Qianheng was on the verge of a breakdown. His suggestion was genuinely meant to benefit Yu Qianheng. "No need. If I must lose, I shall do so with dignity. If I win, it shall be a resounding triumph. We, the Imperial battle team, do not engage in such underhanded tactics as 7 against 1, Yu Qianheng asserted resolutely. Upon hearing this, Yu Feng, Shimo, and Osler were equally incensed. How could Valet propose that they join forces, merely needing to shatter his self-created soul skill? Was this what he called not being adept in combat? Such arrogance was beyond comprehension. "Very well, referee, let the duel commence." The soul arena was never short of referees. As Valet's voice resonated, the nearby referee nodded in agreement. He too was eager to witness whether the esteemed adjudicator possessed genuine skill or merely relied on connections. 321. The duel begins. Yu Qianheng was the first to activate his martial soul. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. Unlike the typical soul masters or beast masters, upon activating his martial soul, one of Yu Qianheng's arms transformed into that of a dragon. This was the secret technique of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, dragon transformation. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings swiftly ascended from beneath Yu Qianheng, accompanied by crackling blue lightning swirling around him, exuding an impressive aura. Previously, Yu Qianheng had declared his soul power level, and now, with his martial soul manifested, he fixed an unwavering gaze upon Valet. Valet, holding a cane in his right hand and raising his left hand gently, summoned the eternal, flowing cannon before him, which floated gracefully. Subsequently, 3 aquamarine soul rings appeared around him. Valet's martial soul, eternal flowing cannon. A book? Yu Qianheng, Upon witnessing Valet's martial soul, felt a sense of disquiet. Something felt amiss. The release of Valet's martial soul appeared to be merely a formality. Suddenly, light flickered between Valet's hands, and a sphere of flame and a sphere of pure water materialized before him. Pure water. This spectacle astonished the staff of the Soul Arena and the members of the Imperial battle team alike. Valet was capable of wielding two elements. Moreover, these two elements were inherently opposing. Amidst the crowd's astonished gazes, Valet gently tapped the ground with his cane. The flame and the water sphere began to whirl and rotate, and within mere seconds, two colossal dragon lizards emerged upon the platform. With a thunderous roar, they unleashed a mighty cry that reverberated throughout the Soul Arena. Dragons. Were these dragon spirit beasts? The dragon lizard, an elemental creature, was among the oldest elemental dragons known to exist. For Valet, conjuring a genuine dragon lizard would require considerable growth, but fabricating a mere illusion was a trivial task. This so-called illusionary dragon lizard did not possess true life in the conventional sense. Water dragon lizard. Greetings, esteemed guest. Your double standards are quite apparent. Roar. Do not dismiss the dragon lizard as anything less than a dragon. It too is an elemental being and belongs to the dragon clan. Before them, the two dragon lizards presented one in deep blue, symbolizing the water element, and the other in deep red, representing the fire element. Yu Qianheng swallowed hard, his expression somewhat dazed. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an immense pressure emanating from the two dragons before him. These were dragons he had never encountered before, an original soul skill created by Violet. Wait, was this a soul skill or a creation of his own? The atmosphere grew quiet as everyone scrutinized the two dragon lizards. They were crafted by Violet to resemble the juvenile dragon lizards found in the Tivit continent. Indeed, they were merely younglings standing just slightly taller than Violet at that moment. Their appearance was somewhat adorable, starkly contrasting the imposing presence of adult dragon lizards. Young Master Yu, please, Violet stated, waving his left hand, prompting the water and fire juvenile dragon lizards to charge toward Yu Qianheng. In that instant, a chill ran down his spine, and cold sweat broke out. He realized that these creatures were not to be underestimated. Their pressure was far beyond what he could endure. Desperate, he unleashed his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. As the first yellow soul ring flickered, a surge of thunderous energy erupted within a 10-meter radius around him, with blue lightning swirling around his right arm. After executing Thunder Dragon Claw, Yu Qianheng rushed toward the two dragon lizards. 30 meters was merely a heartbeat away for both parties. He chose to confront the deep blue water dragon lizard first, reasoning that it appeared less domineering than its fiery counterpart, and aimed to eliminate the weakest first. Violet pondered. Could it be that both dragon lizards were custom-made by him? Their powers might be quite comparable. Furthermore, being a pinnacle water elemental creature himself, if Violet were to create dragon lizards, the water dragon lizard would surely be stronger than the fire one he had imitated. His fire element derived from the Douluo Fire Dragon King, who indeed reached the zenith of fire attributes in the Douluo world, yet could not rival Violet as water element. The art of manipulating dragon lizards in battle was learned from Fukalos. If Fukalos could command 3 formidable generals, why couldn't he manipulate 2 dragon lizards himself? What? My Luxin? Impossible. They are far too adorable to be made to fight. Such dirty work was surely left to the dragon lizards. Water dragon lizard. Violet, you are so hypocritical. We are your loyal subjects. As Yu Qianheng's claw struck the water dragon lizard, he was momentarily elated. Had he actually hit? They were not as formidable as he had imagined. Wait, that's not right. Yu Qianheng's expression shifted dramatically as he heard Dugu Yan's warning. Tianheng, be careful. He realized he had indeed struck, yet it felt as though he had merely tapped against a flat surface or cotton. The opponent showed no reaction, and instead, the attacker, Yu Qianheng, felt a twinge of pain in his hand. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a juvenile rock dragon lizard's head colliding with a pot, leaving the pot unscathed while the juvenile rock dragon lizard fell unconscious. The only difference was that in this scenario, the dragon lizards took center stage. Despite being a powerful assault-type soul master, Yu Qianheng was swift enough to evade the attack before the juvenile fire dragon lizard could strike. Yu Qianheng furrowed his brow, intently observing the water and fire juvenile dragon lizards, feeling utterly at a loss as to how to secure victory. How could a self-created soul skill summon dragons? He pondered deeply, yet the dragon lizards pressed on with their assault. One on either side, they charged toward him, claws ignited with their respective elemental powers. Each strike was imbued with elemental energy, one of water and the other of fire, resulting in vaporizing damage no matter how they struck. This was Violet holding back. Had he intensified their elemental potency, Yu Qianheng would have fallen in an instant. Frustrated, he found himself incapable of mounting any effective offense. The coordination of water and fire left him hesitant to act. One misstep could result in significant damage from their combined elements. Suddenly, enlightenment struck Yu Qianheng. He finally understood why Violet claimed to be inept in combat. Did he truly need to fight with these two guardians at his side? Even he, with a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus martial spirit, felt he might not stand a chance against these two protectors. Who else among peers could rival Violet? Witnessing Yu Tianheng's predicament, Dugu Yin and Yu Feng grew increasingly anxious, yet felt helpless. These peculiar dragons possessed terrifying strength. Even Yu Qianheng was utterly powerless against them. Qianheng, hang in there. The workers at the battle arena were equally astonished, witnessing such a novel combat style for the first time. Violet was truly formidable. He didn't even need to intervene. The summoned beings alone were sufficient to overpower the opponent. Upon hearing this, Dugu Yin instinctively shouted at the staff member, "You're talking nonsense. Tianheng is not being crushed. He can certainly fight back." Yu Qianheng paused for a moment, a twitch at the corner of his eye. "Yin, your words do me no favors. Be a lady, be a lady." Dugu Bo's forehead twitched in frustration. His granddaughter's words could have been better left unsaid. At this moment, Yu Qianheng was drenched in sweat. A moment of distraction had left him vulnerable. That light hit had fractured a rib. If he struggled against one dragon lizard, how could he possibly face two? He was utterly outmatched. "Tianheng!" Dugu Yin shouted furiously, disregarding any further argument with the staff. Hadn't Violet previously mentioned that their Imperial battle team could join forces? She had no reason to hold back. Without hesitation, Dugu Yin rushed onto the stage. And after a brief moment of hesitation, Yu Feng and the others followed suit. "Violet, does your previous promise still hold?" Yu Feng pressed on, unwilling to allow Dugu Yin to say it. Despite his usual comedic demeanor, he was quite astute. Violet, showing no change in expression, nodded and replied. A gentleman's word is his bond. His previous statement naturally stood. With this declaration, the workers at the battle arena erupted in excitement. Violet truly was something else. This was overwhelming. "I'm a loyal follower of Lord Violet." On the stage, after Yi Lingling had treated Yu Qianheng, the members of the Imperial battle team assumed their combat stances. "Violet, you are now facing the full might of the Imperial battle team, in the hearts of most soul masters across the Douluo Continent. The strength of an individual was always limited and inherently flawed. However, a complete team of soul masters differed. They had clearly defined roles and could maximize their strengths while compensating for one another's weaknesses. The Imperial battle team functioned as a cohesive unit, encompassing offense, control, defense, agility, flight, and support, healing, roles, each reinforcing the other's deficiencies. Dugu Yin, martial spirit, phosphorescent dragon, rank 40 control system soul master at your service. As they introduced themselves, the team turned their serious gazes towards the water and fire dragon lizards. During this period, the two dragon lizards were not under the control of Wei Li, appearing as though they had lost their souls, standing motionless. Suddenly, the two dragon lizards emitted a fierce roar, heralding their return. Yu Qianheng's expression grew serious as he observed the two creatures, acutely aware of their terrifying power. "Be cautious. Their defenses are exceptionally robust, and in terms of strength, I'm no match for them. Moreover, avoid contact with the water and fire they produce. Their elemental attacks are peculiar and highly adhesive. Upon collision, they inflict a bizarre kind of damage, which I hardly comprehend." Yu Qianheng candidly shared his previous experiences, fearing that his companions might suffer the same fate. "Understood, Captain." The others responded, their eyes glinting with battle intent. At that moment, Dugu Yin suddenly narrowed her beautiful eyes. Her brows furrowed as she directed a transformed gaze toward Wei Li and the two dragon lizards. This was an expression of fear emanating from her martial soul. Dugu Yin glanced at Yu Qianheng, as if she began to comprehend why he had dared to challenge Wei Li. It was worth noting that her martial soul had evolved into a subdragon species after consuming a sweet potato. Such a formidable martial soul. Facing Wei Li and confronting two summoned beasts, felt fear? Let us test the strength of their attacks, shouted the brothers, Sure Mo and Sure Mo, in unison. Their martial soul being the Xuanwu turtle, a pinnacle existence among defensive martial souls. Be careful. Yu Tianheng did not dismiss their proposal, knowing all too well their formidable defenses. As the formation shifted, the two brothers swiftly positioned themselves at the forefront, each confronting one dragon lizard. Simultaneously, the dragon lizard launched its attack. Without any embellishments, it raised its claw and struck directly against the Xuanwu shield. In an instant, Sure Mo's expression changed. This sheer force was beyond what they could withstand. In the bewildered eyes of the onlookers, the two brothers, wielding the Xuanwu shield, were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Is this how it ends? They were Xuanwu turtle users, after all. How could they be felled so quickly? The crowd was taken aback, and some staff members, upon realizing the situation, began to chuckle. Lord Wei Li is truly formidable. With a single blow, these two top-tier defensive soul masters were taken down. Wei Li's lips twitched. He had not secretly enhanced the dragon lizards. Yu Tianheng at least had the sense to evade, while these two fools had directly taken the full brunt of the attack with their shields. Was it any wonder they were sent flying? Defensive soul masters were so confident in their defenses. It was no surprise that the Sure brothers were so self-assured. They had no inkling of the tremendous power possessed by the water and fire dragon lizards. Blocking an opponent's attack is inherently the modus operandi of a defensive soul master. They had merely underestimated their adversary. Yu Feng and the others gaped, their eyes wide, words failing to form. Is this truly so terrifying? No wonder our leader, Yu Tianheng, was unable to retaliate at all. Just as the crowd was lost in astonishment, the water and fire young dragon lizards suddenly drew closer together. This is not good. I have a foreboding feeling. Stop them, Yu Tianheng shouted, his instinct screaming. As the two dragon lizards drew near, their aura surged dramatically. After uttering this warning, Yu Tianheng charged forward, disregarding the fallen Sure Mo and Sure Mo. Racing towards the threat, Yu Feng and Asro, momentarily stunned, quickly regained their composure. As agile offensive soul masters, they unleashed their full power, surpassing Yu Tianheng in speed. Unfortunately, it was too late. After the water and fire young dragon lizards came together, back to back, they rapidly gathered elemental energy, their aura skyrocketing. In unison, the two dragon lizards expelled columns of water and fire, spinning clockwise as they moved, sweeping the arena with their elemental forces. Yu Tianheng and the others were paralyzed with shock. What incredible move awaits us? Evade? How could they possibly evade such an assault? Had they not seen Yu Feng? Airborne, being particularly targeted by the fire-breathing dragon lizard, merely touching the fire column sent Yu Feng flying, appearing as if he had been roasted. Unlike the tales in books, where battles leave hair untouched, Yu Feng's hair was instantly incinerated. We concede, we admit defeat. Upon declaring this, Yu Tianheng seemed to lose all strength, collapsing to the ground. He understood now. Before absolute power, teamwork was merely a farce. As his words fell, Wei Li waved his hand, and the two dragon lizards reverted to their original elemental forms, slowly dissipating into the air. Tianheng, are you all right? Dugian, prepared to make her move, realized she had no opportunity, for when the two dragon lizards unleashed their skills, she and Yi Lingling, if not at a distance, might have met the same fate as Yu Tianheng and Yu Feng. I'm fine. Look at Yu Feng and Asro. Their defenses are not as strong as mine. Yet they withstood the initial onslaught. Yu Tianheng said dejectedly, reflecting on how swiftly their powerful royal fighting team had fallen, even faster than his own individual defeat. What did this indicate? Previously, he had managed to resist for so long solely because Wei Li had held back. Yu Feng, Asro, you cough, it's all right. With Lingling here, we 1T perish. Yu Feng, still dazed, lamented that as a flying soul master, he should have had the advantage. Yet he felt like a living target. I'm fine too, Asro managed to say with difficulty. Fortunately, Yu Tianheng had conceded quickly. He had only experienced the water column attack and had not been struck by the fire dragon lizard. Truly terrifying. Lord Wei Li, you are incredibly strong. I trust my instincts. Time will prove everything. I believe in my intuition. Even without these two summoned dragons, your power is formidable. Wei Li, next time, we shall not suffer Such a humiliating defeat. Initially, one might have expected Yu Tianheng to utter some fierce words, but instead, he spoke of not losing so disgracefully next time. Young Master Tianheng, you flatter me. I harbor no interest in combat. Before Wei Li could finish, Yu Tianheng frowned, suddenly rising to shout at Wei Li. Wei Li, continue with your charade. Your strength will inevitably make you renowned across the world. When you achieve such fame, it will serve as proof that I, Yu Tianheng, am not weak. Our team is equally strong. Losing to you, we accept it wholeheartedly. Yu Tianheng nearly fell to his knees, imploring Wei Li to continue his performance. Their royal fighting team was truly not weak. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Yu Tianheng, his eyes brightening as he continued. I understand now. You must be so powerful that you claim to lack interest in battle. Among your peers, there's no one who can match you, and you feel the chill of standing at the pinnacle, do you not? Huh, it must be so. Before Wei Li could respond, Yu Tianheng finished speaking and turned to assist Yu Feng, helping him to his feet, and then headed toward the arena exit. Wei Li, my perception, without a doubt, will not falter. Time shall unveil the truth. Yu Tianheng declared without glancing back, his words resonating as he continued onward. Captain, is he? Cough cough, Sister Yin is still present. Shi Mo abruptly fell silent, exchanging a glance with Shi Mo before assisting Osro to his feet, urging him to follow. Tianheng, Yi Ling Ling exclaimed, perplexed. But why is she the only one left on the arena? Young Master Violet, you are indeed too modest. The captain might be struggling to accept this reality. Please do not take it to heart. Yi Lingling spoke softly, her voice ethereal and melodious. Miss Yi Lingling, I do not take this matter to heart, yet I would appreciate it if you could remind young Master Yu Tianheng that for those who cultivate, a balanced mindset is paramount. Violet replied with an expressionless gesture. Engaging in soul battles with Yu Tianheng was never his intention, yet now he appeared somewhat unhinged. Very well, young Master Violet, I shall convey your words. Farewell for now. Yi Lingling performed a soul master salute before departing toward her teammates. Inside the soul battle arena, the staff exchanged glances, astonished that this referee was even more formidable than they had imagined. No wonder he was appointed as the chief referee at such a young age. Even those slightly discontented judges found themselves in awe at that moment. Ah, my young friend, Yin Yin is often reckless. I hope you do not take it to heart. This is the wine she promised to you, which I shall deliver. At that moment, Douluo approached Violet with a beaming smile. Truly, it is the details that determine success and failure. Douluo Yin had forgotten her earlier promise to invite Violet for the poison brewed by the titled Douluo. Yet Douluo had not overlooked it. He fulfilled the promise on her behalf, leaving no room for criticism. However, a fleeting glimmer of regret passed through Douluo's eyes as he regarded Violet. Why did such a promising young man fail to capture Yin Yan's attention? Should Violet become his granddaughter's suitor, he would have no objections. Alas, Douluo Yin and Yu Tianheng were already a pair. Although Douluo held little regard for Yu Tianheng, he had to acknowledge that it was ultimately Douluo Yin's choice. Affection for the home extends to its inhabitants. He was merely frustrated by Yu Tianheng's lack of ambition. Old Mr. Douluo, your granddaughter's words were but a jest. Why take them so seriously? Violet remarked. A gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot drawn by 4 horses. Young friend, you yourself said this. Upon hearing this, Violet could not help but chuckle, recalling his own words. In that case, I shall graciously accept. Thank you for your kindness, old Mr. Douluo, and please extend my gratitude to Miss Douluo Yin as well. Douluo nodded in response. While Violet could not become family, it was indeed necessary to cultivate a relationship with such a potential powerhouse. Most importantly, Douluo could distinctly sense that Violet was unlike anyone else. Others feared him, distanced themselves, or spoke insincerely. Even the Prince of Snowstar, who owed him a life debt, dared not drink from Douluo's cup. Yet Violet was different. He genuinely stood apart from the rest. Even when it came to his elixirs, Violet showed no hesitation, consuming them without a second thought. How long had it been since someone trusted him this way? People often labeled Douluo as reclusive and enigmatic, yet he too longed for companionship. Sadly, few were willing to trust him. Young brother, though this matter was a transaction, your life-saving grace towards me and Yin must not go unacknowledged. Douluo then extended 3 fingers towards Violet. 3 matters, and I shall unconditionally assist you with anything I am capable of. Should you face difficulties, Seek me out in Heavendo City. Without waiting for Violet to decline, Douluo vanished in an instant. He was an exceedingly proud man, intensely self-assured, unwilling to accept rejection. Based on his understanding of Violet, he assumed the latter would likely refuse, yet Douluo could not be denied. Violet? He had yet to ponder the intricacies of the ice and fire eyes causality, and already Douluo had orchestrated another unexpected turn. It seemed the Douluo family should not have fallen into decline. Violet mused quietly. Unbeknownst to Douluo, the decision he made today would yield unforeseen consequences in the future. As the soul battle concluded, the staff gradually returned to their quarters, for tomorrow brought more work. Had it not been for Violet's performance, they would have had little interest in attending. Once a passion becomes a profession, the thrill of soul battles diminishes unless they are particularly spectacular. When Violet found Fukulos, the water god was indulging in small cakes. Just a glance revealed to Violet that Fukulos had only recently brought them out, having barely taken a bite. Would you like to try? Fukulos blinked, cradling a small cake in her left hand and a tiny spoon in her right. Observing this, Violet's lips curled into a subtle smile. Compared to the small cake, I am more inclined to savor the taste of. Only engaging in high-tier matches. Violet interjected. Why are you looking at me like that? Fukulos's eyes darted about. Her cheeks flushed as her hand holding the spoon trembled slightly. Upon hearing this, Violet maintained his serene smile, gazing at Fukulos. After a moment, he chuckled, finding her expression utterly delightful. You rascal. In that instant, Fukulos realized she had been playfully tricked. For a fleeting moment, disappointment washed over her, transforming her previous anticipation into irritation. The events occurring within the Soul Battle arena remained unknown to outsiders, save for the members of the Royal Do battle team and Douluo, all of whom were staff within the arena. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy, Qin Ming had not accompanied the Royal Do team that evening, but instead returned to Shrek Academy alone. After many years since his graduation, he had not set foot in Shrek Academy for quite some time. Bringing the Royal Do team to Soto City for training was also an opportunity for him to revisit the academy. As Qin Ming entered Shrek Academy, he was taken aback. Under the moonlight, remnants of battle were still visible. Had there just been a fierce confrontation? No, it should be described as a one-sided annihilation. Upon seeing Flander's current state, he was utterly bewildered. Who in this small Soto City could possibly sever Flander's arm? After all, Flander was a soul sage. Moreover, the other teachers at Shrek Academy were no pushovers either. What on earth had transpired? Dean, what has happened to you? Qin Ming hurried to the bedside, his expression filled with anger and sorrow. Ah, Qin Ming, I hear you have made quite a name for yourself. Flander shook his head, a faint smile gracing his pale face, surprised that Qin Ming had returned at such a time to visit them. I am fine, just a little wear and tear. Today, Flander was reluctant to elaborate on the matter at hand, for the opponent was a title Douluo, a formidable presence among their ranks. He feared that young Qin Ming might act recklessly. Just then, the teachers from Shrek Academy arrived. Upon Qin Ming's arrival at the academy, the first person to greet him was not Flander, but Li Yusong. Their soul power levels were closely matched, yet Qin Ming exuded a slightly stronger aura. Under the cover of night, Li Yusong, unable to see clearly, called out to the crowd. As the door swung open, Zhao Wujia stepped forward. Who dares? He inquired. When illuminated by the light, he recognized the visitor and paused, exclaiming, Little Ming? It's me, Teacher Zhao. Ah, it truly is Little Ming. I thought you were some rogue. Zhao scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. Following this, he lamented, Old Li, your eyes must be failing, mistaking one of our own for a thief. Li Yusong, with a hint of exasperation, replied, It's been a long time since Little Ming returned. You cannot fault me for the error. Indeed, this is a matter of Qin Ming's oversight, he said with a wry smile. Acknowledging the distance from Tiando City to Sutuo City and his commitments at the Tiando Royal Academy, which left him little time for visits. Teachers Xiao and Liu. He respectfully greeted the others while assessing the situation. What puzzled him most was the fact that while the strongest, Flander, had suffered severe injuries, losing his right arm, the other teachers seemed unscathed. Wait, is there a young man lying nearby? He must be a junior, right? Are they the only two who were harmed? Teachers, what has happened to the dean? Qin Ming voiced his concerns, reasoning that if Flander was unwilling to discuss it further, he could inquire of others who were informed. Upon hearing this, several sighed and exchanged glances before Zhao Wujia began. We are not entirely certain of the specifics. However, Flander's injuries were inflicted by a title Douluo, The origins of the incident remain unclear. We only know that a conflict arose between Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong, leading Ning to report home. Ultimately, the Sword Duo sought to defend his granddaughter, but Dai Mubai was grievously wounded, which drew the ire of Flinder, the esteemed dean of Shrek Academy. Upon hearing Zhao Wujia's words, a cold sweat broke out on Qin Ming's forehead. This was a titled Douluo. How reckless must this junior be to provoke such a formidable figure? It left Qin Ming at a loss for words, yet he felt a surge of indignation. How could a titled Douluo so carelessly sever a limb? Such tyranny was intolerable, yet finding the words to seek vengeance eluded him. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was the second most powerful sect in the world, boasting 2 titled Douluos, both above level 95. Seeking revenge on the Sword Douluo, there was tantamount to courting death. Enough, Qin Ming. Do not take this to heart. This calamity is one I must bear. My previous teaching methods were indeed flawed. Flinder's voice carried a bitter laugh as he continued. That pair did not instigate trouble either. Are they not powerful? Among their peers, none surpassed them. Having witnessed the terror of Fukulos, Flinder spoke with conviction. What a terrifying existence. Continuous attacks, relentless healing. It's as if their soul power is inexhaustible. Even I, a soul sage, cannot achieve such feats. As for Violet, though he had only witnessed him incapacitate Tang San with a single strike, was that not enough? Dean, are you referring to those 2 in the battle arena? Qin Ming asked, glancing at the still unconscious Dai Mubai. Previously, Flinder and Zhao Wujia had mentioned Violet and Fukulo's identities while discussing Dai Mubai's condition. Yes, they too possessed the backing of titled Douluos, Qin Ming mused. This boy Dai Mubai is a magnet for trouble. Whenever he stirs up conflict, it leads to substantial chaos. Wait, I recall that Dai Mubai mentioned they had fought before Tang San arrived at Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujia remarked. While Li Yusong and the others were puzzled, Qin Ming also felt confused. However, Flinder's eyes widened in realization, and he regarded Dai Mubai with a newfound intensity. You truly have a knack for attracting soul masters with titled Douluo backgrounds, don't you? Zhao Wujia and Flinder exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they turned to observe Dai Mubai. So you only engage in high-stakes battles? You disdain to provoke those without titled Douluo support? Behind Tang San stood Tang Hao, the titled Douluo known as the Clear Sky Douluo, rumored to have slain the former pope. Moreover, Tang Hao hailed from a number 1 sect, the Clear Sky sect. Behind Ning Rongrong stood Qian Renxue and Gu Rong, both titled Douluos of level 95 and above, along with the entirety of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. They were unaware of the title Douluo's name, but surely it was connected to the 8 great families of the battle arena. Good heavens, is a mere waste, a cast-off prince, truly so arrogant? Flinder exclaimed. To avoid trouble is one thing, but to invite it so foolishly is sheer folly. I have a bold idea, Zhao Wujia declared, his arms crossed as he glanced at Dai Mubai before shifting his gaze to Flinder, maintaining his composure. Flinder understood immediately, but hesitated. Considering that Dai Mubai had spent 3 years at Shrek, such actions might not be appropriate. Ultimately, Flinder shook his head, stating, Dai Mubai is our student. It is my failure to guide him that led to his mistakes. If there is blame, it falls upon me. Let us refrain from expelling him. Once he awakens, I will have a serious discussion with him. Li Yusong and the others grasped the situation. It appeared Flinder and Zhao Wujia had contemplated expelling Dai Mubai, the source of their troubles. Yet, due to their bond forged over 3 years, Flinder abandoned that notion. After all, while Little Bai had a penchant for trouble, he was fundamentally a good person. It would be a pity to dismiss him so lightly. Hopefully, he graduates soon, Zhao Wujia remarked, shaking his head. Unbeknownst to the unconscious Dai Mubai, his 2 deans had nearly expelled him. Could he truly be blamed for causing trouble? Aside from a last incident, he had committed no wrongdoing. Was it wrong to pursue beauty? It is human nature to seek out the splendid. He merely chose the wrong target. That girl and her summoned beast were nothing short of demonic. Meanwhile, in the student dormitory, Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San sat across from each other, engaged in conversation. Little San, focus on your cultivation. One day, you too shall reach the realm of titled Douluo. The one who severed Flinder's arm was indeed a titled Douluo, known as the Sword Duo, Qian Renxue, the supreme elder of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. When you attain the titled Douluo level, Qian Renxue will stand no chance against you. Upon hearing these words, The somewhat introverted Tang San's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as he curiously inquired, "Teacher, you always say that I will become formidable once I attain the title of a title Douluo, yet my martial spirit is merely blue silvergrass. Even with all my efforts, I find myself no match for that soul sovereign. The soul sovereign I refer to is none other than Valette. I believe I was ambushed. Indeed, but my opponent possesses the strength to do so. Had it not been for the water's edge, had Valette not struck from shadows, my capabilities might have been comparable to his. Perhaps victory would have even been within my grasp. Alas, Valette disregarded the principles of martial ethics and seized my Tang Sect's two ultimate techniques, which has led to my downfall." Listening to Tang San, Yu Xiaojing subtly nodded, then rose to his feet, hands clasped behind his back, and turned his back to Tang San as he said, "Little San, do you understand the significance of possessing a twin martial spirit?" Observing Yu Xiaojing standing, the respectful Tang San could hardly remain seated. He too rose, positioning himself behind Yu Xiaojing, and with utmost reverence, requested, "Please, guide me, teacher." Indeed, the blue silvergrass is considered a worthless martial spirit. Even if I were to devote my entire life to aiding you, it would be arduous to elevate it to a pinnacle within its class. Yu Xiaojing stated without a hint of embarrassment. He paused momentarily, glancing back at Tang San. Without my guidance, there would be no Tang San as he is today. Indeed, had it not been for Yu Xiaojing, Tang San would have followed a conventional path of cultivation, acquiring spirit rings from plant-type spirit beasts. And perhaps his blue-silver emperor bloodline would have awakened long ago. The blue-silver grass possesses the potential for regeneration and healing, a capability yet to be fully harnessed. After all, with the Haotian hammer as his martial spirit, does Tang San even require offensive prowess? What he truly lacks are supportive means. Little San, have you ever contemplated the prospect of augmenting your second martial spirit with 9 soul rings, each exceeding 50,000 years, once you become a titled Douluo? Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes brightened with enlightenment. Is that truly the case? A titled Douluo can possess at most 2 soul rings exceeding 50,000 years, typically the 8th and 9th. Some titled Douluo may not even have a 50,000-year soul ring as their 8th. If I were to acquire 9 such rings, would I not be invincible upon utilizing my second martial spirit? What of Valette? What of the sword Douluo Qian? They would be utterly inconsequential. Little San, there is no need for haste at this juncture. With your blue-silver grass martial spirit, along with your self-created soul skills and hidden weapons, you possess sufficient means to navigate the early challenges. I shall endeavor to enhance your blue-silver grass martial spirit to its utmost potential, Yu Xiaojing concluded. Upon hearing these words, Tang San knelt before him, his expression one of gratitude and determination as he proclaimed, "Thank you, teacher. Without your guidance, I shudder to think how long I would remain mired in failure. Child, refrain from kneeling so readily. A man's knees ought not to bow unless for the most profound of reasons." Yu Xiaojing smiled, helping Tang San to his feet, harboring no anger. In truth, he felt a sense of joy. After all, this was the son of his idol and a prodigious talent, so obedient and respectful. By the way, you just mentioned failure. Who did you contend against and lose to? Yu Xiaojing's brow furrowed, not out of concern for Tang San's defeat, but rather astonishment that someone could best him. He was well aware of Tang San's strength, bolstered by his unique self-created soul skills and the control afforded by the blue silvergrass. In a one-on-one scenario, it seemed nearly impossible for any soul sovereign to rival Tang San. This was Yu Xiaojing's affirmation of Tang San's prowess, and indeed, Tang San had not disappointed him. It was a referee at the battle arena named Valette. What? Valette? Yu Xiaojing exclaimed, taken aback. It was known that Dai Mubai's current injuries were connected to Valette, albeit not directly caused by him. Teacher, you are familiar with Valette? Not entirely. Please continue. Time slipped away like grains of sand through one's fingers, and before long, it was the following day. In Soto City, at the Grand Battle Arena, Fukulos, were you pondering this early in the morning? The persistent clanging and banging noises prompted Valette to furrow his brow. Upon entering the hall, he instinctively uttered these words. Hearing Valette's voice, Fukulos, who had been crouching in the corner, turned to glance at him, her smile instantly freezing. And nothing at all. Such a blatant cover-up. Did I disturb you? Valette's eye twitched. Was he not being willfully ignorant? It wasn't that he was particularly concerned about the noise, but rather his curiosity about what Furina was engaged in. Violet swiftly approached Furina, peering at the scattered mechanical parts on the ground, which momentarily left him flabbergasted. At that moment, a storm of thoughts engulfed Violet. What were you attempting to create? He was aware of the technology from Fontaine, but lacked the knowledge of its principles and how to fabricate it, as he no longer possessed the memories of the former Supreme Judge Violet. The old man gifted us these bracelets. I intend to craft a small token as a return gift. Since Violet had discovered her intentions, Furina no longer concealed her actions, retrieving the remaining components from her storage soul guide. Alas, the materials in this world seem less durable than I anticipated, which has cost me some gold soul coins. Furina murmured softly, gazing at the scattered gears, screws, and various indescribable materials. Violet fell into contemplation. Furina had amassed such an array of materials and parts in just one night. Wait a moment, with all these materials and components, could her small token possibly be something grand? Violet was engulfed in thought. Actually, it needn't be that complicated. The old man lacked for nothing. We could simply visit him more often. His desires are rather modest. Violet was well aware of this. It's nearly complete. You should just let me finish it. Little Violet, you go about your business and return to me once I am done. After saying this, Furina seized Violet's hand and, amidst his bewildered expression, pushed him out the door. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind him. Facing the door, Violet was left speechless for a long while. He hadn't even resisted Furina. He merely expressed his thoughts and was subsequently ousted from the house. Rubbing his chin, Violet shook his head and made his way out of the battle arena. As he walked, the staff regarded him with increased respect and admiration. They had witnessed firsthand as Violet summoned 2 dragons and triumphed over the formidable Imperial battle team. Good morning, Lord Violet. Lord Violet, have you had breakfast? The crowd was more enthusiastic than ever, leaving Violet somewhat unsure of how to respond. Thankfully, their social skills were high, allowing them to engage in a brief conversation before departing. This enabled Violet to exit the battle arena smoothly. One cannot help but wonder what kind of arcane technology Furina is engaged in, shrouded in an air of mystery. Violet, shaking his head, decided not to dwell on it further. Is it truly enigmatic, or is it merely that Violet lacks understanding? If he comprehended those components, the mystery would surely dissipate. The bustling city life felt somewhat disconcerting. A stroll outside the city would do him good. With this thought, Violet made his way toward the city gates. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Violet. Turning toward the source of the voice, he saw Yuena, his head bandaged and his right arm similarly bound, looking at him with resolute determination. How could Yuena have ended up like this? He had seemed perfectly fine when he returned home last night. What had transpired? Violet felt compelled to inquire. Yuena, is there something you wish to discuss? Violet paused and asked. Noticing the distance between them was merely 10 meters. Yuena gritted his teeth, as though having resolved something significant, and quickly approached Violet. Violet, please, teach me. After uttering these words, Yuena bowed deeply. This unexpected display left Violet momentarily taken aback. What was going on? Yuena was asking him to teach him? Why would you say that, young master you? Your clan possesses a complete lineage. Why seek my instruction? Violet, helping Yuena to his feet, questioned in bewilderment. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan boasted a title Douluo and a secret dragon transformation technique. Claiming to have a complete heritage was no exaggeration. What had led Yuena to seek guidance from him? Violet, it has nothing to do with lineage. I earnestly wish for you to teach me how to cultivate. I understand my request may be presumptuous, but I find myself devoid of better means to grow stronger. At this juncture, Yuena's gaze was fixed intently on Violet, as if fearing a negative response. Are you seeking to learn my self-created soul skills? Violet furrowed his brow, perplexed. Even if he were to teach, it was unlikely anyone else could master them, save for Furina, from whom he originally learned. No, your self-created soul skills are your secret. A soul master cannot pry into another's secrets. Yuena shook his head. I only ask that you teach me a swift path to strength. I can no longer endure this sense of helplessness. I must possess the power to protect Yin. I implore you. Violet felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. He was hardly knowledgeable about cultivation. He understood his own situation, but that knowledge was not shared by others. Young master you, it is not that I refuse to teach. I simply lack the knowledge. Indeed, aside from basic meditation, Violet's ascent to strength had relied on the passage of time and the soul Douluo arena. He had no other means to grow stronger. Was it necessary? Absolutely not. Hearing this, Yu Qianheng felt a pang of disappointment. The means to grow stronger were someone else's secrets, and he had no right to inquire. Yet, after the events of last night, he was unwilling to endure such powerlessness again. The feeling of inadequacy, along with the disdain from Yan Yan's grandfather, left him feeling utterly defeated. How could he protect her if he could not even best his own woman? Yu Qianheng refused to be deemed worthless. Violet, please. I'm truly out of options. Help me. Violet, after a moment of silence, sighed. Why was Yu Qianheng so obstinate? Without further ado, Violet remarked, there is no fundamental trust between individuals. Shaking his head, he turned to leave the city. It was not that he refused to teach. He simply did not possess the expertise. Moreover, even if he did, why should he impart knowledge to Yu Qianheng? He was not my Luxin. Young Master Qianheng, it would be best if you returned. I possess no methods to help you grow stronger. With that, Violet walked away without a backward glance. Yu Qianheng stood stunned, observing Violet's retreating figure, feeling the weight of authority still lingering. No, I cannot simply give up. He resolved. Yan Yan, I shall acquire the strength to protect you. Yu Qianheng was a man of immense pride and could not accept that Duge Yan was stronger than he. Of course, he did not blame her. He only held himself accountable for not striving harder. The honor of the Blue Electrotyrannosaurus clan did not permit him to appear weaker than his girlfriend. After much contemplation, Yu Qianheng clenched his left fist, gritting his teeth, and hastily followed Violet. I must become stronger. He will undoubtedly assist me. The notion of single-handedly defeating the Imperial fighting team stirred a fervent determination within him, further solidified by Violet's aura, which fueled his resolve. Upon sensing Yu Qianheng following him, Violet paused momentarily, pondering, before continuing on his way. What Yu Qianheng wished to do was up to him. Shaking his head, Violet proceeded toward the riverside. Old man Likeshes had gone to meet his old friends and would not return for a while. With the annual meeting approaching, it was to be held today in Tiando City, where most of the direct descendants of the 8 great families would be present. Likeshes might first visit the Star Luo Empire and return to the Tiando Empire after meeting with the 4 families there, just in time for the annual meeting. Before long, Violet arrived at the riverbank near Soto City, where there was only this small river. In Yu Qianheng's astonished gaze, Violet retrieved a chair and a fishing rod from his storage soul tool, casting the bare hook into the water without bait. This scene left Yu Qianheng, who lacked fishing knowledge, utterly befuddled. Wait, without bait, how can fish be caught? You are spending your prime years fishing instead of cultivating? Yu Qianheng blinked, his eyes sparkling with intelligence. He refused to believe it. Violet must be feigning an interest in fishing to conceal his secrets. Humph! There's not even the most basic trust between individuals. Although Yu Qianheng had followed Violet, he would never spy on him during his cultivation unless granted permission. Seeing Violet begin to fish, he disregarded his image and sat down, fixated intently on Violet. About an hour passed, and Yu Qianheng was nearly dozing off when suddenly Violet made a move. At that moment, Yu Qianheng perked up, his eyes glued to Violet. With a flick of his hand, Violet summoned a goblet formed entirely of pure water, the water within and the goblet itself strikingly distinct, resembling a true crystal chalice. This spectacle nearly dropped Yu Qianheng's jaw to the ground. Such mastery over soul power was utterly astonishing. No wonder he could summon 2 dragons. This level of control over soul power was beyond anything Yu Qianheng had ever witnessed or even heard of. It was remarkable that Violet had not even released his martial soul. Unbelievable. How could he claim he was incapable? What was this? With a sigh, Yu Qianheng found himself questioning whether his lack of sincerity was the reason for his teacher's reluctance to instruct him. Such formidable control over soul power. Was it truly something within the capacity of Soul Master? The waters of Soto City were pristine and sweet, leaving an aftertaste that lingered. In contrast, the waters of Heaven Do City possessed a deeper hue. As he heard Violet's murmurs, Yu Qianheng fell once more into contemplation. Did Violet harbor some deeper intention? Scratching his head with his left hand, Yu Qianheng struggled to comprehend the situation. In the next moment, an even more bewildering event transpired. It seemed Violet sensed something as the goblet in her hand vanished, and in the blink of an eye, Fukulos appeared in her embrace. There was no sound, no fluctuation of soul power accompanying her sudden arrival. Yu Tianheng's mouth fell open in astonishment, rendered speechless. This young girl, wasn't she the one who had been following Violet the night before? They appear to be a couple. Yet Yu Qianheng felt it inappropriate to pry into their affairs. At that moment, cold sweat broke out on Yu Qianheng's forehead. The ability to appear silently in Violet's arms without any soul power fluctuations could only be described with 4 words. Terrifying indeed. Wait, could it be that they were ageless creatures? Such a concept was not entirely implausible. If one reached the rank of title Douluo, rejuvenation was possible, though few would choose that path. The cost of maintaining youth required active soul power, and, aside from female soul masters, it was rare for male soul masters to pursue this. Generally, one would maintain an appearance around 30 years old. The youthful visages of Violet and Fukulos were unprecedented. "Finished your task so soon?" Violet asked, nonchalantly scratching Fukulos's nose. Despite the beauty in his arms, his expression remained as still as stagnant water, though his heart raced far more than usual. "It's done. I hope it's not a shock for the old man," Violet mused, a sense of foreboding tinging his thoughts. "Could you enlighten me about what it is?" he added, feigning disinterest while fixating on Fukulos as if silently urging her to reveal more. "It's a secret. You'll find out in due time," Fukulos replied with a gentle smile. Shaking her head, the exchange left Yu Qianheng utterly bewildered. He could not fathom the meaning behind Violet and Fukulos's conversation. "Hang on. Have you forgotten there's another person here?" he interjected. This intimacy, this flirtation, might not be a bit inappropriate? Suddenly, Fukulos arched her brows, casting a sidelong glance at Yu Qianheng. Frowning, she finally detached herself from Violet's embrace. "Violet, the fish you're trying to catch wouldn't happen to be young Master Yu Qianheng, would it?" Yu Qianheng. What was that supposed to mean? Why was he being compared to fish? "No, I merely stopped by to take a look," he defended. "I've been here for over half an hour. Perhaps I simply enjoy this serene environment." Violet pondered this, having previously dismissed Yu Qianheng's desire to learn, concluding that the young man was likely appreciating the tranquility of the moment. "Is that so?" Fukulos acknowledged, her head bobbing slightly, a playful tuft of hair swaying atop her head. Violet's gaze flickered with subtle intrigue, but he quickly masked it. "One cannot, or at least should not," he mused. That tuft of hair was indeed endearing. Fukulos shivered slightly, sensing something amiss in Violet's earlier gaze, though she could not articulate why. It was an odd sensation. Without uttering a word, she waved her hand, conjuring a transparent bubble in which she settled beside Violet, watching him fish. This moment of tranquility was indeed exquisite. "Yu Qianheng?" Surely, this couple's situation was peculiar. Both exhibited mastery over water elements to a staggering degree, without even unleashing their martial souls. They wielded the water elements with a finesse he had never witnessed before. As the grandson of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sex leader and captain of the Royal Combat Team, Yu Qianheng was well acquainted with the Heavenly Water Academy. However, the control they exhibited over water and ice was laughably inferior compared to what he observed in Violet and Fukulos. Although he had learned nothing tangible this visit, Yu Qianheng felt no disappointment. He had gained invaluable insight. The things he had once deemed impossible were now realized by others, leaving him feeling as if he were living a dream. "If only I could attain such mastery over elemental control," he sighed. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his mind. Why not begin practicing with his own lightning control? The first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, was ostensibly the most suitable for singular attacks, yet it also encompassed a range. If he could achieve the same level of control over his lightning attributes as Violet and Fukulos did with theirs with this thought, a smile crept across Yu Qianheng's lips as he clenched his fists, feeling as though he had discovered a new path. Yu Qianheng gasped, suddenly aware of the unhealed injury on his right arm. He had become a bit too carried away. "Violet, thank you. Though you did not articulate it, I now understand what I must do next. One day, I shall return to challenge you. At that time, I will undoubtedly make you see me in a new light." With a bow, Yu Qianheng departed without waiting for Violet's response, eager to seek Yilingling for healing. Due to Osro's more severe injuries, she had prioritized treating the two of them first, leaving Yu Qianheng and the others with only temporary bandaging until the following day. Once Yilingling healed him, he could begin experimenting with his newfound insights. Violet and Fukulos exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words as they watched Yu Qianheng leave. "Why did he thank you?" Fukulos queried, puzzled. "What did you teach him?" Violet, sensing no need for secrecy, nodded. Yu Tianheng sought my guidance on cultivation methods. But what do I know of such things? So, I unceremoniously declined. Ah, I see. Perhaps he has truly gained some enlightenment. Fukulo's mused, a bit bewildered. As her circumstances differed from Violet's, and her understanding of this world's power dynamics was not the same. Cultivation? What is that? As time passed, 2 hours slipped by unnoticed, and Violet remained empty-handed. Just then, Fukulo's snapped her fingers, and Miss Siebeleda quickly manifested. Miss Siebeleda, please assist Violet by hooking a fish on his line. Fukulo's said earnestly. Violet. Miss Siebeleda's crab claws moved twice, as if signaling its understanding. She leaped from the air and plunged into the water, and in a mere moment, the fish's swim bladder on the surface stirred. Miss Siebeleda resurfaced, gesturing towards Fukulo's. That it, Fukulo's, quick, reel it in. Fukulo's remarked, if this were a fishing competition in a previous life, I would undoubtedly be the champion. With Miss Siebeleda assisting in catching the fish, how could we possibly lose? It's impossible. Ultimately, the innocent fish was released, and Fukulo's packed away the fishing gear. As those items were rather expensive, accompanying Fukulo's along the riverbank for a while, they finally made their way towards Soto City. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. Since that battle, the Imperial battle team had not returned to the Grand Soul Arena, resolving the crisis at the arena. On this day, for reasons unknown, the Imperial battle team chose to leave Soto City, preparing to return to Tiando City. Principal, esteemed teachers, you should truly consider joining the Tiando Royal Academy. With your strength, joining the Tiando Royal Academy would not confine you. Qin Ming spoke earnestly. Flander, with one of his arms broken, did not intend to continue running Shrek Academy after this cohort of students. He planned to close it down for good. Xiao Ming, we appreciate your kind intentions, but we genuinely do not wish to, Flander replied. You should agree to him, Flander, said Yu Xiaojiang, his expression impassive. This took Flander aback, perplexed as to why Yu Xiaojiang would voice such sentiments. Xiao Gang, after a few of the kids graduate, we will cease operations at Shrek Academy. Whether or not we go to the Tiando Royal Academy is of little importance. Besides, we old fellows have grown accustomed to tranquility and do not wish to venture to such a place. The Tiando Royal Academy had a notoriously poor reputation, a fact well known. Do you think I am considering your interests? Yu Xiaojiang said flatly, hands clasped behind his back. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback. Although he was unsure of Yu Xiaojiang's intentions, persuading Flander and the others to join the Tiando Royal Academy would be a commendable achievement. What? Flander was startled, his brow furrowing. Xiao Gang, we are all on the same side, so speak plainly. In just over 2 years, the prestigious elite competition for advanced Soul Master Academies would take place, and Shrek Academy had no qualification to participate. The Tiando Royal Academy, however, not only had qualifications, but 2 slots. Surely, you do not want these children to remain hidden in this rural setting like you did? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of those affiliated with Shrek darkened. While the reasoning was sound, Yu Xiaojiang's bluntness was rather abrasive. They needed a higher platform to showcase themselves in order to obtain better resources, something Shrek Academy could never provide, no matter the effort. Since this was the final cohort, why not strive for the best? You may have grown old, but these children are still young. Flander, can you bear to jeopardize their futures? If you can, then you are the greatest sinner. Yu Xiaojiang finished his impassioned speech, pausing only then. He did not concern himself with others. But it was essential for Tang San to attend the Tiando Royal Academy. Despite its poor reputation, it stood as the highest institution within the Tiando Empire, with unparalleled faculty, training facilities, provisions, and subsidies. With such resources, Tang San could flourish rapidly. Yu Xiaojiang himself was indifferent, having endured for many years. To him, apart from his theories and Tang San, nothing else mattered. Tang San was, after all, the fruit of his theoretical pursuits. Regrettably, the current Tang San was not a match for the prodigy, Fukulo's. In Yu Xiaojiang's view, Fukulo's deserved the finest martial spirit, the best resources, and optimal soul ring combinations. After all, he enjoyed only the best in terms of soul masters, which enabled him to triumph over Tang San. If anyone felt the weight of these words most acutely, it was undoubtedly Qin Ming. Having become the second youngest to break through to Soul Emperor status, Qin Ming's talent was undeniable. His greatest regret in life was never having participated in the elite competition for Advanced Soul Master Academies. As a distinguished student of Shrek Academy, his lack of participation stemmed not from inferior strength, but from disqualification. Naturally, Qi Ming did not blame Flander and the others. Without them, he would not be where he was today. Indeed, Principal, the Master speaks true. Our junior brothers and sisters need this opportunity. Qi Ming continued, eager to show gratitude to the teachers of Shrek Academy, naturally wishing to lead them to the Tiando Royal Academy for a better life. Flander hesitated, caught in a dilemma. The words of Yu Xiaojiang and Qi Ming hit him like a sledgehammer, leaving him defenseless to counter. Especially Qi Ming, whose fleeting disappointment he perceived. This was all Flander's fault. Had he not established Shrek Academy, those students he had recruited might have had better prospects. After a moment of silence, Flander nodded and addressed Zhao Wujia and the others. Brothers, since this child Qi Ming has invited us to enjoy ourselves at the Tiando Royal Academy, shall we go or not? As teachers of Shrek Academy, they were not without their own accomplishments. Otherwise, how could they possibly hide in such a modest institution? Over the years, they had grown accustomed to the rhythm of life at Shrek Academy, and the thought of leaving was somewhat unsettling. They were not foolish. Flander's words indicated that he had already made a decision, preparing to take several students to Tiando City. We have been together for 2 decades, Haven Tiwi. If we part ways, it will be quite disconcerting. Let's follow along. Li Yusong pondered for a moment before speaking up. Zhao Wujia and the others nodded in agreement, saying little, particularly Xiao Exen, a food system soul sage, who eagerly nodded upon seeing the others in agreement. In Shrek Academy, this food system soul sage was the most enigmatic. It is known that cultivating as a food system soul master is the most challenging path throughout the entire Douluo Continent. There are fewer than 5 who have attained the rank of soul sage. Given his qualifications, he will be a guest of honor at any major power. Yet, this soul sage chose to remain in the humble Shrek Academy, which truly perplexed many. Very well. In that case, everyone should return and pack your things. By the way, Xiao Ming, when shall we set off? Flander suddenly remembered that Qi Ming had yet to specify when they would head to the Tiando Royal Academy. Seeing this, Qi Ming finally smiled, contemplating briefly before responding. Principal, esteemed teachers, do not rush. There are still a few months until the next admissions. However, we can enroll early. Once I return and confer with the 3 committee members, I shall return to escort the principal, teachers, and our junior brothers and sisters to Tiando City. We shall return in no more than 2 months, so please bear with us for a short while. Upon hearing this, Flander nodded and said, Then we shall trouble Xiao Ming. He is well aware of the distance between Soto City and Heavendo City. The majority of these past 2 months have been consumed by his arduous journey. It is no small feat, for not everyone possesses the ability to soar through the skies like a tidal daw, swiftly traveling from Heavendo City to Soto City and back again. After much discussion among the group, Qi Ming finally took his leave, leading the Emperor fighting team back to Heavendo City at a pace even swifter than their arrival. This was justified as a means to fortify their physical prowess. Flander, at long last, you have done something commendable, Yu Xiaojiang said calmly, hands clasped behind his back. Flander twitched at the corner of his eye, feeling an inexplicable sense that ever since Yu Xiaojiang arrived at Shrek Academy, he had subtly adopted the demeanor of a dean. After all, Flander was the true dean. However, if Yu Xiaojiang were willing, the position could indeed be entrusted to him. Glancing at his empty right arm, Flander refrained from further commentary. Before Xiao Ming's return, the training of the children shall be entrusted to you. I am currently constrained by my own limitations. Since realizing the folly of indiscriminate teaching and establishing Shrek Academy, Flander has matured significantly, gaining profound insights. Perhaps this transformation was catalyzed by the loss of a limb. Qian Xin lost an arm, but ascended from level 96 to 97. Tang Hao, having lost an arm and a leg, upon their reattachment, surged from level 95 to 97. It seems that in the Douluo Continent, injuries and the loss of limbs can lead to unique revelations. Very well, I shall temporarily take on the responsibility of instructing them. However, during my teaching, you are not to interfere. Flander held unwavering faith in his dear brother. Though he was unaware of Yu Xiaojiang's soul power level, he nonetheless possessed considerable knowledge regarding the Spirit Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Even if he could not wield it with finesse, it was still vastly superior to the unrefined methods of the others. The scene shifted to the Soto City Great Soul Arena. Violet, why aren't you officiating today? Rather than serve as a referee, I find myself drawn to something more captivating. I dare not utter more than this. I shall emphasize that from today forth, I will diligently update, never to cease. Great One, does this vow suffice? Exquisite, simply exquisite. Beneath the radiant sun in a cloudless sky, life on the ground was bustling with activity as beings perspired under the warmth. Along the official road, flowers bloomed on either side, trees flourished, and butterflies danced gracefully, accompanied by the ceaseless chirping of insects. A young man walked ahead, casting a sidelong glance at the scenery beside him, which was none other than the girl at his side. The maiden lowered her gaze, her eyes darting away, cheeks flushed as she grasped the young man's hand, feeling quite flustered. Violet, what do you see? The scenery, the most beautiful sights of this world. Violet spoke with a calm demeanor, having been tempered by the modern world. Sweet nothings rolled off his tongue effortlessly. Indeed, this was his sincere sentiment. Upon hearing his words, Fukulo's complexion deepened in color, yet she remained silent. The two continued their leisurely stroll, for the arena was closed during the day. Suddenly, a series of panting breaths reached their ears, startling Violet and Fukulos. Tang San, is your teacher a demon? What kind of training is this? If you don't want to run, just go back. My teacher's methods are undoubtedly effective. Tang San shouted back without a moment's hesitation to Ma Hongjun. Along with Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Xiao Wu were burdened with a basket filled with stones of varying sizes. This was a necessary predicament, as Shrek Academy lacked the proper conditions for weighted training equipment. I never said I didn't want to run. I merely questioned whether this is genuinely beneficial for our training. The reason there were only 4 of them was that Dai Mubai was still recuperating from his injuries, having endured severe punishment for several hours, leaving him in a daze despite regaining consciousness. Dai Mubai's mental fortitude was commendable, as he had not succumbed to despair. Regardless of its utility, do as the teacher commands. Spare the chatter. Tang San forged ahead, equally drenched in sweat, with beads of perspiration cascading down his forehead. His burden was the heaviest among the 4. Xiao Wu, who had been silent, suddenly brightened upon spotting someone. Initially feeling lethargic, her spirit surged upon seeing Violet. Ignoring the ongoing quarrel between Tang San and Ma Hongjun, she seemed to unleash her potential, rushing towards Violet and Fukulos. Xiao Wu's sudden burst of energy caught the attention of Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, who were momentarily taken aback before noticing the 2 ahead. Violet em parched. Do you have any water? Upon reaching Violet and Fukulos, Xiao Wu set the heavy basket down. The thud upon landing suggested it weighed around 80 kilograms, roughly 160 pounds. Who would have thought that the master, rather than Yu Xiaojiang, would suddenly propose such a rigorous training regimen? None of them had prepared water in advance, and after such a long run, thirst was overwhelming. Being a water attribute soul master, asking Violet for water posed no issue. Upon hearing this, Violet exchanged a glance with Fukulos, both feeling a bit exasperated. Just as Violet was about to speak, Fukulos interjected. Dear Xiao Wu, we do have drinking water. However, given your current state, it would be best to consume some warm saline water. Drinking cold water immediately after intense exercise is detrimental to the body. Warm saline water is preferable, as it replenishes fluids and electrolytes. Who carries salt around casually? Xiao Wu furrowed her brow, lacking comprehension of these matters. Xiao Wu, the lady speaks truthfully. We should avoid drinking plain water for now. Tang San, upon seeing Violet and Fukulos, felt a fleeting glimmer of hostility, quickly suppressing it. He was not a match for either of them at present. Rumor had it that Dai Mubai was severely beaten by this woman. Both were formidable adversaries, leaving him with no immediate strategy. Xiao Wu dismissed Tang San's words, letting them drift past her ears. Violet and this lovely sister, please, I beg you for some water. Be it saline or not. I feel I'm at my limit. Ma Hongjun dashed over, setting down his basket and plopping onto the ground. His expression pleading, yet his voice robust. His tone belied any sense of imminent collapse. Oscar, a support-type food, soul master, despite attaining the rank of soul master, remained the weakest physically, leisurely making his way over from a distance. Fukulos glanced at Ma Hongjun, then at Violet, perplexed as to why these individuals were so resistant to advice. Violet nodded, Having a sip of plain water would not harm them, as they were soul masters, not mere mortals, and thus should not be treated as such. Very well. With a snap of her fingers, bubbles appeared before her, each containing pure, pristine water. This display left not only Tang San and his companions in a state of astonishment, but even the hidden Zhao Wuji was equally mesmerized. What incredible mastery of elemental control could achieve such a feat. Thank you, beautiful sister. The previously lifeless Ma Hongjun sprang to his feet and rushed over to Fukulo's, eager to poke a bubble and quench his thirst. However, after poking the bubble twice, it astonishingly remained intact. Ma Hongjun's head stiffly turned toward Fukulo's, his eyes gradually widening with shock. Young Master Ma, use this, suddenly appeared a hand before him, holding a straw made of condensed water. You two are truly impressive. Ma Hongjun scratched his head, accepting the straw from Violet and scrutinizing it closely. Just a glance left him dumbfounded. How could this be accomplished? His mouth slightly parted. He hesitated to speak, feeling his thirst dissipate as he gazed at the bubble and straw. As fellow soul masters, why were Violet and this beautiful sister so extraordinary? Zhao Wuji, tasked with secretly guarding the group, while Flinder was still recuperating, found himself at a loss for words. Was it possible for a water element soul sage to achieve such a feat? No, it simply could not be. Soul sages could not possibly be so impressive. I want to learn this. Zhao Wuji roared internally. It was hard to imagine the elegance they would exude while drinking. Master? More like a sorcerer. Unfortunately, he was not a water element soul master and could never hope to master such a skill. If only he could, the admiration he would garner while out and about would be boundless. Just the thought made him slightly exhilarated. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Xiao Wu did not hesitate, each taking a bubble and straw to replenish their hydration. As for Tang San, he remained steadfast, refusing to accept the bubble. A gentleman does not consume food offered without inquiry, even if it was merely water. Tang San's rejection did not go unnoticed by Zhao Wuji, who stepped forward. Teacher Zhao. Ma Hongjun and the others were taken aback, but Zhao Wuji scratched his head, disregarding the trio, and approached Fukulo's and Violet, saying, "May I have a taste?" "Dear sir and miss, to be honest, it is my first time witnessing such a marvel. I am truly eager to savor it." Zhao Wuji's face flushed slightly as he spoke, but his naturally ruddy complexion concealed any unusualness. Here, the last bubble was pushed toward Zhao Wuji by Fukulo's, while Violet presented the straw he had crafted. Why do they even consider whether they need water? If only they had asked, he would have begrudgingly accepted. Tang San was exasperated, muttering under his breath as he shouldered his backpack and set off. The others paid him no mind. Suddenly, Violet seemed to recall something and, puzzled, addressed Zhao Wuji. "Elder Zhao, is your academy subjecting the students to torment?" He pointed to the backpack on the ground, making it clear what he meant. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji and Ma Hongjun were momentarily stunned. "Violet, this is a training method suggested by a master, designed to enhance their physique through weight training, not to intentionally torture the students," Zhao Wuji replied, rubbing his forehead. He was, after all, a rough individual, unaware of such nuances. He only knew this method could strengthen the body. Moreover, Flinder had mentioned that Yu Xiaojiang was a cultured person, knowledgeable about many matters, and surely he had his reasons for implementing this training. After a moment's contemplation, Violet remarked, "Weight training is indeed beneficial, but carrying stones while running creates uneven stress, which does not effectively promote physical conditioning. Instead, it could lead to hidden injuries unless supported by medicinal baths or tonics for recovery." The group fell silent. For Violet's demeanor suggested he was not joking. Could it be that the master was misguided, intending to harm them? What kind of master was he if he truly knew nothing? Violet, as one of the heirs of the 8 great families, certainly possessed greater knowledge. The silence was broken when Ma Hongjun scoffed. "I knew that so-called master wasn't a true master. His soul power is even lower than Oscar's. And he dares to call himself a master? If this training were effective, how could he still be stuck at level 29? Ma Hongjun, known for his forthrightness, spoke without reservation, feeling unrestrained, especially since neither Tang San nor Yu Xiaojiang were present to object. "Stop carrying those burdens. When we return, I shall confront Flinder. If he does not cease this training, I shall make him regret it. He may be injured, but in the entire Shrek Academy, my word is law." Zhao Wuji was equally incensed. This was no master. It was a sorcerer preparing to exploit his students. While he could afford to deceive his own disciple, Tang San's peers must not be subjected to such treatment. Thank you, Violet. Otherwise, these children might have suffered hidden injuries, Zhao Wuji said solemnly, clasping his hands in gratitude. Though he may have a rough exterior, he was fiercely loyal and would always remember those who treated him well. Elder Zhao, you flatter me. Violet waved his hand dismissively. Weight training with stones? Now, that requires a true master. Zhao Wuji, a training cheat right before their eyes, was still having the students bear the burden. Why not utilize gravity for training instead? Forget the titles of elder or whatnot. Before you, I, Zhao Wuji, cannot claim to be an elder. If it pleases you, simply call me old Zhao, he insisted, shaking his head. He was fully aware of his own capabilities. This individual had a titled powerhouse backing him, and his own strength was no trifling matter. After a brief respite, Zhao Wuji bid farewell to Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Xiao Wu, Violet, and Fukalos, discarding the burdensome backpacks. He intended to return and thoroughly discuss this so-called master with Flinder, eager to uncover his teaching methods. Violet exchanged a subtle glance with Fukalos, both sharing a knowing smile without uttering a word. After a moment, Violet remarked, this Zhao Wuji, also known as the Immovable King, possesses the ability to regulate gravity within a limited area, which would significantly enhance the physical training of lower-tier soul masters. Controlling gravity? Fukalos lifted his head, a flicker of curiosity crossing his face. Though this world was diminutive, its abilities were diverse and fascinating. Fukalos murmured softly, and then his eyes brightened with intrigue as he pondered aloud. If this Zhao Wujin possesses such remarkable abilities, why does he not directly manipulate gravity to render these trainees' bodies heavy, thus enhancing their training? Surely, this would yield far superior results compared to carrying stones. Upon hearing this, Violet's eyes twitched slightly, realizing the truth in his words. Indeed, why hadn't they considered this? How enlightening. Fukalos nodded thoughtfully and subsequently set the matter aside. The two continued to meander outside the city for a while before finally making their way toward Soto City. Recognizing that frivolity must yield to the necessity of cultivation as night fell. Although the main cast had not come to engage in the soul battles, the ordinary fighters and passers-by provided Violet with considerable benefits, accumulating over time to surpass natural growth significantly. Violet, you must refrain from any mischief today, Fukalos admonished. His cheeks tinged with a faint blush as he cast his gaze downward towards his toes and ankles. Truly deserving of the title of sage, Fukalos embodied the essence of life.